Chapter 1 Iquar da Trading, System after transcending to a high martial world. In the real moth thate desolations, within the Kortoth kingdom ofwen. Prince Su Yi zate beside the throne in Uskandarikar. An official stepped forward and declared, the funeral of Helaking has concluded. Although te Prince can maintain the governance of the kingdom of Winnis regent, itis ultimately no a sustainable solution. A nation cannot be without a sovereign forever not a. I beseech the prince to send the throne. Your highness, Wergi auto take the throne. Several officials stepped forward in agreement. However, a greater number of officials remained motionless, silentless standing in place, and the atmosphere agglutins with an unsettling. Su Yi glanced at the officials below, aware of thought matters were a far more complex than the shadow. At that moment, Prime Minister Huang Hui off when subtly gestured. A minister, catching his drift, stepped forth and said, Your Highness, famine has struck Dan City, Ling City, Lu City, Wu City, Pu City, Han City, East City, and Yang City, with refugees van flying to one city. Following this, Another minister added, the kingdom of Wen has suffered 3 consecutive years of drought, and or granary sari. Yet another minister chimed in, the national treasury is depleted, leaving us without funds to procure grain from foreign lands. Finally, Prime Minister Huang Hudok centerstage, holding gateable tin hand, proclaiming, the kingdom of Wen urgently needs jalapli of grain for disaster relief. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating that the royal family has offended martial arts masters. With the minino weaponess, if wed no to address this, where is turmoil? Themeter ofio your ascension should be postponed, and advisa thought the princessu decree of self-criticism and balfoff to former king and the royal family. In response, a throng of officials stepped forward Tocho Prime Minister Huanghua sentiments. Your Highness, please issue a decree of self-criticism. At this moment, Su Yis Fasa turned Ashen Hahadnit anticipate a Theakston Toft Heshadow enveloping the Kurtoff one, particular Lyle Benonio Thirthanth Prime Minister. Twasu is such a decree would undermine Su Yis foundation and authority as a prince. Without these, Nun would respect his reliant the future. Su Yi was a transcendent being. Just a spreer, during a royal banquet, a martial arts master had stormed in, wreaking havoc, leaving Nun able to resist, and theeking off Ween Waslain at the spot with his master. The original owner of this bottle was similar lie unable toscape, perishing under the master's devastating attic. It was then that Su Yi transcended at this body. After this transition, Sui inherited the memory of the original owner, allowing him to remain undetected thus fur. Upon discovering the background of this world from the memories, Su was astonished. The 8 desolations weighs a high martial arts world where a strength reigned supreme. Thetic ni case of martial arts masters manifested as visible energies, and thos a strong enough coup draise assidious and destroy nations was. It was noting common for a martial artist oin ve duroy al palation slaughter indiscriminate litherut, causalain thuknasoft kanafa. Having transcended into this world for 10 days, Su Yu had spent the previous 9 days overseeing the funeral so foder royal family members. Today marked his first attendance at a court meeting. Hadn't anticipated hatchering I's inaugural court session, Prime Minister Huang Huel Dimmerja so boldly. Su Yu no Wade Amplarius and to suspect that this martial artist Thad Bean Samanbi, Wang Wei himself, with the ulterior motive of fu usurping the throne of one. Yet, his intuition told him that the martial artist was entirely unrelated to Wang Wei. Su Yu said inwardly, Wang Hui might indeed be plotting a coup. Even if he refrained from such actions, these world was fraught with danger. The martial artist could return imminent, to take his life. Being Gaprin suis perilous perhaps should concede lies identity and join a martial arts sect to learn unparalleled skills and live a freelance this world. Alas, did this transcendent being lack a system? Isn't it standard for a transcendent to possess a system? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Suya's mind. Ding, finding successful. The trading system is at your service. A Sergio Foy welled within Suya finally. The system had arrived. Just Ashua Sabaudo engage with the system, of why Saint erupted his thoughts. Your Highness, my words Cersal live for the Wolferift kingdom of when. Irgi auto make ye decision promptly. This skirt session shall conclude here ye advise ye auto reflect deply. Prime Minister Huang Hui stated. With that, Huang Huiz Wagara du Tof Tegrandal. Suyalist interest in continuing the court meeting and Drozito depart, eager to quietly examine it trading system alone. Ashwacht, Heswi fly arrived at this palace. Although he wasiktingus region tin his capacitias prince, Hahadieto asin Thethroni and still reside in the former small Palatianex. Along the way, Palace made Sandrunux bowed respectful ito sui. Ir choir soltuda from this moment forth, nunius to disturb him. The near Bunuk sandmates complied with respect fulbos. Yes, your highness. After issuing his command, Sui introduced chamberan to Kaze tathatable within. No sooner had he settled than he adjurely richidato contact the trading system. System, Arialthier? How do I operatia? A holographic virtual text materialized. Would I alike to activate Tetha trading system? Activate Tetha trading system, Suyai replied. Ha glance at a the mirror nearby, where the virtual text was displayed evidently, only could perceiveth these holographic words. Heclakeden the display. The trading system interface appeared before Sui, resembling a holographic screen. The trading system panel contained only on section trading window. Adjacent to a trading window section weighs a line of attribute information. Trading system level 1. Maximum daily trading attempts 1. Current number of possible trading connections 1. Please initiate a connection. This system can be operated through manual, voice, or mental control modes. Suyu was not surprised at having mental control was quite normal for a system. Head to himself, system, initiate connection. Randomly, the trading system panel transformed into a holographic planetary map. Sui instantly recognized this map as Hatov Blue Star. Please select theory for the trading system connection. With a wavy officiand, Hekudro te and Zumananthi holographic planetary map Wytheus. Herondom le focus Adonis City and continued to enlarge the view until he could see pedestrians bustling along the streets. Astonished, Sui exclaimed, this map event displays real-time images. System, what are the requirements for selecting GAT trading connection? Please select Tanariate he trading connection target will Barandom Licosin from the area. What? The trading connection target is random. I can't choose myself? Time remaining 292827. There's Saddam a limit? In need to make Himiko quickly. Without hesitation, Suyupu led the view the country of Zhonghua. Of course, imist Kusmi homeland, Zhonghua. Heklakiden theme of Zhonghua, causing Jitoi eliminate brightly. Asha continued to operate. Hey Moost, which province should I select next? Perhaps she should choose me homie helm. However, he discovered that the could not proceed. Further with the selection of provinces it was clear he couldn't select at the national level. Only the national level can be selected. It seems I cannot contribute to my home province. Butas long as Zhonghui strong. That's sufficient. Il select Zhonghua. Wuldio Likite select Zhonghua? Yes, select Zhonghua. Selection of Zhonghua successful initiate in random selection of trading connection targets. Amaltichida figures begin to flash before Sui. Hegro increasing lightens, wondering what the trading connection target would be. If the selection was favorable, it would greatly benefit Tupsaming transactions. However, if you read a random select an infant torsami on similar line consequential, that will be unfortunate. As Su Yai awaited eagerly, moments later, after screening through Tiblian soft people line Zhonghua, a point on the maplatup. Thymagezo Amadin, revealing a province, Acidi, and finally a street in Zhonghua, culminating in a Wofa high-rise building. I am in Studa the building Centrance, holding about top flowers, waiting. Huachades individual sex at the building, but no were person he waited. Beep beep. A convertible sport scamerjed from a near exit, and Fumanite the passenger seat, call it out, Chun Fan. The Yunman holding the bouquet turned Taluk, Shu Fun, why are you sitting there? Woish? Fumanite the passenger seat, Shu Fun, replied, Chun Fan, it's impossible for us. I prefer sports scarce over small electric scooters. Thegris I middle Gedmanite the drivers seedle tout a boisterous law. Ha ha ha. Someone alike yo will never afford a sports car. How about this? My companion needs a janitorial pays 6,000 a month. Shufin immediately leaned against the driver, saying, Zhou, you're a quitinerous. Chun Fan, shouldn't you thanks a foreferngiub? Bystanders began to gather, watching Thessalonian fold. Thickrode murmured amongst themselves. Isn't that Zhou Yaoyang? Zhou Yaoyang? The general manager of Hongyang Group? It seems Thought Youngman has been abandoned by his girlfriend. Thought woman truly craves swelthand luxury. Shifin paid no heed to Theramark softe passers-by she had commentorialize a Thaiton limon a heltra value. Her gaze fixated in Chun Fan's expression, as if she could foresee the torrent of emotion she would experience anger, sorrow, weeping, pleading, and so forth. Yet, none of these emotions manifested on Fan's face. Her remained composed as she proched theatrish by and discarded the bouquet would hin. Shufin, however, wasn't willing to the spaz. She exclaimed, Chun Fan, what you shown a reaction adel? Have you truly never loved him? I want to see you in anguish, on your knees, begging for mercy. Chun Fan replied calmly, a loved, boutit way some misplaced affection. I am early suppressing my emotions. With that, he turned away and mounted his electric scooter, departing from Thessine. Shufin called after him, Chun Fan, are you flaying with the hour tail between your legs? Midear, let us go. At that moment, Thessina transitioned into compact frame, with adjacent spaces displaying information about Chun Fan. Connection target Chun Fan. Hometown launching. Flower family. Age 26. Host, please choose an opportune moment to contact Chun Fan. Su Yair marked, and never expected to witness Salave broadcast off Simeon being jilted by their girlfriend. These unfolding resembles the plot of Facity novel. Is shall wait until Chun Fan reaches a secluded place before contacting him. Suddenly, Thessina took a turn when even carrying Onathan on motorized lane, blocking Chun Fan's path. Several Berlimini emerged from the van. Presidents who were has sent us to teach you a lesson. The men swiftly assaulted Chun Fan, leaving him battered and shattering both his electric and his phone. In Namara 3 minutes, they completed their task and fled in the market van. With bruises covering his face, Chun Fang lared at head a parting vehicle, seething with rage. Shortly after, a few police officers arrived in response to the report and escorted Chun Fan to the hospital for treatment. The doctor diagnosed him with superficial injuries, prescribing topical ointments before sending him on his way. Upon returning to his rented room, exhausted in Bodian spirit, Chun Fang collapsed onto his re-died asleep. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who had been observing from Fate Desolation's world, said, after such a long wait, there were finally noonlookers. System, establish a connection with Chun Fan. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Chun Fan's mind. Connection to the transaction system has been successfully established. Chapter 2 The transaction system connects with Flower family. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared in Su Yi's transaction system interface. Connection with Chun Fan has been successfully established. The transaction connection cannot be altered. To additional transaction connections, an upgraded the transaction system is required. System upgrade? Su Yi glanced over but decided to upgrade aside for now, prioritizing the connection with this trading partner. Observing Chun Fan on the screen, Ha now appeared bruised and bewildered. Su Yi noted, cold it bimmy imagination? Immustrous twel. Chun Fan, looking perplexed, thought, could I be hearing things? Su Yi initiated a video call. A holographic window materialized before Chun Fan, displaying Su's shelf profile. You are no timiginings. You are indeed connected to the transaction system. Chun Fan gazed at the high-tech interface dast transaction system? Have it truly connected to it? Su Yi replied, so you are aware of the transaction system. Chun Fan added, Iving counter-edit in various online novels. Feigning ignorance, Su Yi inquired, online novels? What are ethos? Such as exists? Internally, Su Yi thought bis to conceal identitas at traveler from Langzingen pretend to be Trinity of Tate, Desolation's world. Chun Fan explained, the are particular type of novel. By the way, who are you? From which world do you hail? Su Yi introduced himself, I am Su Yi, from Tate Desolation's world. Aching. Chun Fan reciprocated, greetings, King Su Yi. I am Chun Fan, a commoner from launching. Su Yi replied, you must imply Kelm Su Yi. After all, we hail from different worlds. At this moment, Su Yi was not yet taking he was merely pretending to be on. Chun Fan, being a modern individual, felt no reverence for a monarch from another realm. A flicker of doubtling arid in Chun Fan's mind is suspecteth that this transaction window could bizome, form of Fadvin set technology from launching. Thus, during their conversation, he discreetly surveyed the surroundings, finding no evidence of any devices, Thotha noted that adjacent mirror did not reflect the holographic interface. It was then that Chun Fan began to believe if this truly was the interface of the transaction system. Su Yinatis Chun Fan's actions but chose not to commit. Chun Fan, this transaction system enables individuals from different worlds to engage intrid. Them must act swift while to commence our transaction. I shall first express my needs I require food in abundance of it. The more, the better. Chun Fan inquired, an abundant seafood. What do I need it for? Su Yi responded, I am afraid I cannot divulge the reasons. We simply need to trade. Chun Fan's mind began to sieging by Su Yi's attire. The 8 desolations world clearly resembled in its society. A need for vast quantities of food suggested that Su Yi's kingdom was facing famine. The production capability of sophincient worlds were indeed limited. Since wasaking, treasures must surely be in ample supply. I possess food. How much do you wish to trade? Su Yi. And what will you for in exchange? Su Yi replied, show me what food you'd wave. What pest do you possess? Chun Fan waketo thekachin and opined therasajar, stating, I have a thistipi food. It is scaladris. Su Yi, daijir world havsha chagrain? Su Yi fined surprise, exclaiming, rice? That quality eyes remarkably good. How is it processed? After speaking, Su Yi felt a surge of pride he belly of now resembled an ancient person. Chun Fan envisioned ancient people using stone mills to grind dry sand and remove husks, sighing in word liathetic nological backwardness of the past. Producing phys riceus quitessim paline me world. What do I think? Is this food suitable? Su Yi replied, indeed, it is splendid. Besides this, do you have an other type of food? Chun Fan confirmed, yes, I have man other varieties of food apart from rice. Please a specific almaki our require. Su Yi stated, according to the measurement standard soft transaction system, any don't ethicantons. Chun Fan's expression revealed astonishment, which he quickly masked, replying, that is feasible. Su Yi smiled broadly, exclaiming, excellent, let us proceed with that transaction. Internally, Su Yi chuckled, knowing that Chun Fan likely could not provide 1,000 tons sophorus. He was eager to see how Chun Fan would navigate the situation. With a calm demeanor, Chun Fan replied, I cannot transact at this moment to need to gather 1,000 tons sophorus. It will take a few days. Su Yi exclaimed, what? You cannot transact immediately? I assumed you had 1,000 tons sophorus ethaned. Chun Fan clarified, as I mentioned, it will take him a few days to gather it. I can certainly procure on 1,000 tons. What about you? What will you offer for the strata? Currently, the treasury of one kingdom was nearly empty, and through us little wealth left to draw from. Thus, Su Yi couldn't liarser to his personal savings. He produced a dependent, stating, I will lose this for the trade. This dependent is worth 10,000 tail soft gold it will more than suffice for 1,000 tons sophorus. In truth, Su Yi was merely making a guess she had no doubt her the pendant was genuinely worth that much. He was implied to sting whether this pendant could solve it hisuethand. Ash's personnel funds were limited. Chun Fan shook his head, saying no. I do not want this dependent. You might as well offer me gold instead. However, even gold should be priced according to its purity. Would not we conduct Tasmal transaction first? Su Yi, present me the piece of gold, and it will measure right spiritib, perche. Su Yi indeed possess a gold dan placid twangit synthitable. Has stated, eaching a tof gold is worth 10 taels twangits amount top 20 taels, which is equivalent to a kilogram of gold, with a purity of 90.9%. Let us conduct a small transaction on a kilogram of gold 410 sophorus. Chun Fan calculate internally and then firm largic tethifer, saying, that will not doiri undervalue in jit. The same amount of gold is worth hatmastona tenofris. Su Yi shook his head, adopting a resolute expression, Chun Fan, gold is exceeding lie scarce in a world and holds immense value. It cannot possibly worth merely on a tone nofris. Chun Fan use it private line ancient times, low productivity made food price shy, but the challenge soft gold extraction were equally significant, resulting in its value. It seemed through us little profitobe made here. Perhaps it was the mito explorieth their precious metals. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan remarked, Sui, since the tech quantity of gold in your world is exceeding lie scarce, let us consider an alternative for exchange. Do you possess an silver? Sui produced twangit soft silver, stating, these twangits ma total off 20 taels, which is equivalent in kilogram. Thepuritus stands at an impressive 0.9%. It proposed zu trade this kilogram of silver for anata nafris. However, my supply of silveris rather limited. Chen Fan began to calculate in his mind based on the current market price of gold. 1 kilogram of gold is valued at approximately 450,000 yuan. The cost of Phaetona for cease around Fort House and 400 yuan, requiring Gatto Tala 440,000 yuan 400 tons, yielding gamer profit of 1,000. In the case of silver, 1 kilogram is priced at 5,000 yuan, and with the cost of Phaetona for seat Fort House and 400 yuan, the profit from purchasing it to not for Sweden lie amount is 100 yuan. How could thernings besopaltry? Wait a moment, it is calculated if it were to sell the gold and silver, the price would undoubtedly be driven down. Consequently, the profit would dwindle further, perhaps even resulting in a loss. Aren't that transactions depicted in web novels that Travers World supposed to yield profit at thousands? Why is it in the case, there isn't even a single fold-off profit? How are the price being so accurately suppressed? Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, the price actually set be Suyu based on the gold and silver market value soft blue star. After all, Suyu had on light traversed here for mere few days, and the price soft gold and silver would not fluctuates drastically. Chen Fan responded, Sui, this deal is to harsh form. I cannot accept it. That quantity of soft gold and silver must bubbled. Just as Chen Fan anticipate a lengthy negotiation with Sui, Suyin expectedly declared, very well. It shall be settled Dasselbis. In that instant, Chen Fan realized that the Hayden did offered to allow a bid. Yet, both parties had come to an agreement, and the trading system displayed notification confirming the successful negotiation. The value soft gold, silver, and rice have been successfully established. Chen Fan had not choice but to accept this arrangement, believing the Taprofitov double was still a reasonable outcome. Thus, the trade price was temporarily stat a conversion off an Italoff gold for 1.5 ton sophris, and an Italoff silver for 50 kilograms sophris. Conversely, this meant that an Itanoff for Suis value of 0.5 til soft gold or 4 til soft silver. In terms of measurement, they tail refers to the market standard, with on a tail equating to 50 grams. Those deptat calculations scu like compute Thyssen thermines, while if those less proficient would require calculate to arrive at the answer. Su inquired, when can yoga 300 ton sophris? Is it possible to sembly taltode? Chen Fanasses a dissolving sand replied, Idas Rotherley tetu delatus proceed with a transaction of 3 ton sophrisy forna, using gold as payment. Su Yi remarked, it didn't anticipate our capacity Togather would be so limited. Very well, shall proceed with 3 ton sophrisy today. When shall we conduct that transaction? Chen Fan suggested, let us meetating ta clock this evening. Indeed, a ta clock corresponds to the Hurofta dog. Suyai acknowledged, I am aware of the trading system displaced he time in a 24-hour format. Subsequently, both parties concluded here video call. Once disconnected, Chen Fan immediately set about procuring rice. Sui, noted leader, stepped to Tophus bedroom and pointed to an adjacent basin instructing, bring forth individuals to clean his room thoroughly, and fetch me bricks and wooden planks. Understood, responded the attendants, will prompt begin their tasks. Suyaido wakare tonestone bitch the courtyard, observing the attendants asked theka read the room, which hinton dead to a four-storing theris. Approximately 30 minutes later, own nofty attendants approach Ed Torport, Your Highness, the Minister of the Interior requests an audience. The Minister of the Interior, Kongbao, a loyal official who had previously sought uses at the throne, entered with respectful bow. Suyai greeted him, saying please come in. After a brief moment, Kongbao stepped inside. Kongbao Bodan said, I pay my respects to your highness. Suyai turned the gesture, asking, what brings ye out home, Minister Kong? Kongbao replied, Your Highness, grave Nusha Saracen. Chapter 3. The Royal Treasury's Silver and Gold. When Kong Bao, the Minister of the Treasury for the Kingdom of One, reached this point in his discourse, he became slightly breathless and paused momentarily. Sui interjected, Kong Bao, as the Minister of the Treasury of One, why are you in such a rush? Although he spoke in this manner, Sui's thoughts were elsewhere. A significant event was unfolding? Could it be that the martial arts master had returned? Had he known earlier, he would have concealed his identity among the common folk. With this in mind, Sui rose, preparing to flee the moment Kong Bao uttered the words martial arts master. Just as he took a step forward, Kong Bao finally continued, Huang Hui has distributed porridge outside the city under his own name. This is an attempt to win the hearts of the people. Sui's expression turned grave as he remarked, I never anticipated that Huang Hui would dare to engage in such an act. During this time of famine, if one were to distribute porridge, it should be done in the name of the government or the highest authority. Yet, Huang Hui has chosen to do so under his own name and outside the capital. It is evident that he is attempting to curry favor with the populace. Once he has won their hearts, what will he do next? Sui could foresee several possible scenarios unfolding. Kong Bao stated, Your Highness, Huang Hui's treasonous intentions are glaringly apparent. If this continues, he will surely plot rebellion and usurp the throne. Sui's gaze fixed intently on Kong Bao. As the Minister of the Treasury, Kong Bao was responsible for the Royal Treasury, which was distinct from the National Treasury, as it could be accessed at any moment. Thus, selecting individuals for this role required utmost scrutiny. Sui had always regarded Kong Bao as loyal to the royal family. However, the current situation left Sui feeling precarious. Kong Bao, once steadfastly loyal, might no longer be so. Sui narrowed his eyes, focusing on Kong Bao, and asked, Kong Bao, how many years have you served the royal family? Kong Bao, puzzled by Sui's inquiry, turned his head slightly. His gaze meeting Sui's to Kong Bao, the narrowed eyes of Sui exuded an air of authority, as if peering directly into his soul. Kong Bao's heart quivered, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Replying, in response to Your Highness, I have served the royal family for 20 years. Observing Kong Bao's age, Sui noted that he appeared to be a man in his 40s, having begun his service to the royal family in his 20s. Sui nodded, maintaining a serious demeanor. 20 years is no short period. How much remains in the royal treasury? Kong Bao respectfully answered, Your Highness, the royal treasury is nearly depleted. There are merely 360,000 copper coins left, 56 taels of gold, 362 taels of silver, 37 pieces of jade, 26 paintings and calligraphies, and 37 assorted artifacts. Kong Bao felt a surge of joy within, for after the meeting, he had specifically checked the treasury records. Anticipating that the prince might wish to utilize the royal treasury to procure grain, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Sui's eyes. Well done, It. Seems you are well informed about the treasury. What are the current grain prices outside? Kong Bao replied, Your Highness, I am truly unaware of the grain prices, as they fluctuate continuously. It is said that prices have skyrocketed, and only the wealthiest families can afford to purchase grain. Sui's face contorted with displeasure. Heard? You rely on hearsay? Kong Bao's heart raced, and he promptly inquired, Your Highness, I will go to the market immediately to ascertain the grain prices. Sui shook his head. I require something else from you. Kong Bao's expression became earnest. Your Highness, please instruct me, and I shall do my utmost. Sui stated, There is no need for you to exert yourself. This task is quite simple. Go to the treasury and bring all the gold and silver here. Kong Bao, bewildered, asked, Your Highness, how much gold and silver do you require? Sui replied, All of it. Bring every last ounce of gold and silver. Kong Bao's face betrayed his astonishment as he exclaimed, Your Highness, if everything is taken, the treasury will lack gold and silver for rewards. Sui insisted, Do as I command without further questions. Though perplexed, Kong Bao nodded in acquiescence. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Before long, Kong Bao arrived with several guards from the treasury, bearing a large box and a smaller one. Upon opening the boxes, the large one contained silver ingots while the smaller held gold ingots, all neatly arranged inside. For an ordinary person, possessing such wealth would make them a millionaire, ensuring a lifetime free from want. However, for Sui, a prince of the realm and currently acting as regent, This sum was woefully inadequate to sway public opinion. On the walls of Wen's capital, Prime Minister Huang Hui watched with a smile as the hungry masses gathered at the porridge distribution center below. The man serving the porridge ladled out a spoonful containing only a few grains of millet. This hardly warranted the title of porridge and was more akin to watery rice broth. Only one man was distributing the porridge, while a dozen others stood nearby, shouting messages. Remember this porridge given to you by Prime Minister Huang. You must remember his benevolence. Only Huang cares for your welfare. Observing this scene, Huang Hui felt a surge of delight. Beside him, Wu Li and He Ichuan fawned. Prime Minister, your plan is truly brilliant. The hungry masses will surely be of use to you after tasting your porridge. You will undoubtedly ascend to the throne. Prime Minister Huang Hui, pleased by their flattery, feigned modesty as he laughed. Ha ha ha, I am but a loyal servant of the kingdom of one. All my actions are for the benefit of the people. The suffering of the one people has lasted far too long. This drought and famine are divine retribution. If left unresolved, our kingdom shall face continuous calamities. Such noble intentions, Prime Minister, we are in your debt. After further praise, Huang Hui's expression turned serious. Bring forth the city guard general. Wu Li and He Ichuan promptly made their way along the wall to find the general patrolling the perimeter. The city guard general saluted. I greet the esteemed Prime Minister. Huang Hui nodded and inquired, how goes the patrol? The city guard general replied. In response to the Prime Minister, the patrol is complete, and all is normal in the vicinity. Huang Hui pressed, what of that matter we discussed? The city guard general glanced around cautiously and asked, Prime Minister, is it appropriate to speak of this here? Huang Hui surveyed Wu Li and He Ichuan and instructed, you two, step aside and enjoy the scenery. Wu Li and He Ichuan promptly understood and moved away to admire the view. Huang Hui then said, now you may speak. The city guard general replied, Prime Minister, the task has been completed and we are ready to is it time to proceed? Prime Minister Huang Hui shook his head. No, now is not the time for action. The famine in our kingdom is dire. If we act now, we will struggle to manage the thousands of starving citizens outside. Let us wait a little longer, allowing Sui to deal with these hungry people. He will surely be unable to resolve their plight. And when the moment is right, we will guide the masses to storm the palace. Once they have overwhelmed the palace guards, we will strike decisively and achieve great things. Huang Hui laid bare his plan. For he had toiled in secrecy for so long, and the act of speaking it brought him a sense of triumph. The city guard general remarked, your foresight is unparalleled, Prime Minister. I shall remain loyal in service to you. Huang Hui stroked his beard and replied, indeed, work diligently. Once our grand endeavor is realized, you shall be honored as a distinguished minister. Unbeknownst to Sui, these machinations were unfolding. He was instead preparing for the evening's transaction. Standing in a meticulously arranged room, he surveyed the setup. The room had been cleared of clutter, and half of it was laid with wooden boards, elevated roughly 20 centimeters above the ground by bricks. The palace eunuchs, unaware of the purpose behind this arrangement, were oblivious to the fact that it was intended to keep the rice off the damp ground, preventing spoilage. The storehouse was ready. All that remained was the transaction of rice that evening. Chapter 4. The first transaction of 3 tons of rice, along with the sale of rice flour. Meanwhile, on the Blue Star, Chun Fan sat in the passenger seat of a delivery van, filled to the brim with bags of rice in the back. The vehicle was emblazoned with the name of the Magic City Jingping supermarket. The driver asked, Boss, is this the place? The delivery van entered an old residential area. Yes, this is it. Do you see the staircase? Just pull up to there, Chun Fan instructed from the passenger seat. The driver maneuvered the vehicle to the base of the staircase, stopping as the narrow streets were crowded with parked cars, forcing him to halt in the middle of the road. The driver opened the side door and hoisted a bag of rice onto his shoulder. Chun Fan was under the impression that the driver would simply ascend. To his surprise, the driver hoisted a sack of rice onto his shoulder. Each sack weighed 50 kilograms, meaning 2 would total 100 kilograms. Chun Fan remarked, Driver, I reside on the 6th floor. Are you certain you want to carry up 2 sacks at once? The driver of the delivery van replied, Boss, lead the way. Chun Fan guided the driver to his 6th floor rental apartment. The driver inquired, Where should I place it, boss? Chun Fan gestured towards the floor of the living room, indicating, Let it rest here. The layout of Chun Fan's rental was a one-bedroom with a living room, leaving no other space for storage. Chun Fan continued, I didn't expect you to have such strength. The supermarket owner truly struck gold by hiring you. The driver responded, I am the owner. Alas, my supermarket is small, and I lack the funds to hire dedicated movers, so I must do it myself. The driver promptly placed the 2 sacks of rice on the ground and continued to transport the goods. The weather was exceedingly hot, and the building stood 6 stories tall, with the 6th floor being the top. It was summer, and without air conditioning, Chun Fan was already drenched in sweat just by sitting there. He observed the driver repeatedly carrying sacks of rice up, each trip leaving both of them sweating profusely. Chun Fan watched as the driver made an impressive 60 trips, bringing up a total of 120 sacks of rice, neatly stacking them, offering the driver a bottle of ice water. Chun Fan said, You truly are dedicated. You've carried up 3 tons of rice. The driver wiped his sweat and asked, Boss, I've nearly bought out your entire stock of rice at $2.20 per kilogram. By the way, may I ask what you intend to do with so much rice? Chun Fan casually replied, I sense the apocalypse is upon us. Prepare for it. I believe it prudent to stockpile some food. The driver laughed heartily. Haha, boss, you do have a sense of humor. Now, please settle the remaining balance. You have already paid $3,200 with $10,000 remaining. Chun Fan pulled out his phone and said, Scan. After completing the payment, the driver expressed, Thank you for your patronage. With the transaction complete, the driver descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he muttered to himself, Apocalypse. This boss is truly amusing. As he drove away. He pondered, Apocalypse? Perhaps I should stock up on more rice as well. After watching the delivery van leave, Chun Fan turned to the rice and reflected. I was truly blind to have been infatuated with Shufan. I spent too much on her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be limited to purchasing just 3 tons of rice. Having worked for 3 years, if not for Shufan, he would have been able to save over $100,000. Now, with only a little over $10,000 in savings, he could only afford 3 tons of rice. Chun Fan summoned the transaction system interface and sent a message to in the world of 8 desolations. Sui immediately received Chun Fan's message. Sui, the 3 tons of rice are ready for trade. Sui promptly left his bedroom and entered the adjacent room, instructing that no one disturb him. He initiated a video call, and the transaction system interface displayed the scene on Chun Fan's end. Sui immediately noticed the towering sacks of rice behind Chun Fan. Chun Fan announced, Sui, the 3 tons of rice are prepared. He stepped aside to allow Sui a clear view of the rice. Sui, confident in the authenticity of the rice, remarked, Excellent. I see it. By the way, have you brought any other types of grain? Show me. Sui was already calculating whether Chun Fan would also present potatoes or sweet potatoes for trade. If so, he planned to cultivate these crops in the 8 desolations world. Of course, I have brought other types of grain as well, Chun Fan replied, moving to a table. Upon seeing the items on the table, Sui recognized them. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and wheat. Pretending to be oblivious, he asked, What are those 3 items? Chun Fan replied, This is a potato, this is a sweet potato, and this is wheat. All can be used as staple foods, Sui stated. If they can serve as staples, then I would like to trade for some. I want to try their taste. Internally, Sui thought, potatoes and sweet potatoes are excellent crops. Once I stabilize the situation in the one country, I can have the citizens plant them to effectively eliminate famine. However, Chun Fan seemed to anticipate Sui's intentions. He produced several bags of flour, saying, Mr. Sui, I am not trading you raw potatoes and sweet potatoes. Instead, I offer processed products made from them. Behold, these are potato starch, potato flour, sweet potato starch, sweet potato flour, de-hulled wheat, and wheat flour. Additionally, there is dry rice flour made from the rice. Sui feigned ignorance, saying, Just sell me the wheat, potatoes, and sweet potatoes directly. Processing them like this will surely inflate the price. I hope to buy them at a lower cost. Internally, Sui cursed Chun Fan. This Chun Fan is trading processed items that cannot be cultivated. Chun Fan clarified, because these are all seeds. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are easy to grow and high-yielding. If I were to trade you the raw items, after a few months of planting, you wouldn't trade with me again. This is a matter of prioritizing the lesser over the greater. While these processed products may be priced higher, once you taste them, you will realize they are quite delicious. Feigning curiosity, Sui inquired, "High-yielding crops? How high-yielding?" Chen Fan replied, "That is unnecessary for you to know. Suffice it to say, their yield far exceeds your imagination. Now, let us commence the trade. I will gift you these processed foods made from sweet potatoes, and wheat, as well as the dry rice flour. The long strips of rice flour can be boiled and consumed directly, while the flour can be used to make various types of noodles." Sui produced a gold ingot. If he were to pay for 3 tons of rice, he would need to divide this tin-tail gold ingot. Not wishing to deal with such trouble, he declared, "Transaction system, may I make a prepayment?" "Yes, this transaction system can serve as a guarantee and allow for prepayment," the system replied. Sui continued, "Chen Fan, you heard that? Prepayment is possible. I have no interest in dividing this gold ingot. I will simply give you this ingot. The excess will serve as a precaution for future grain transactions." Chen Fan, eager to receive the gold, realized that with the funds, he could acquire a substantial amount of grain, enabling him to increase the transaction volume next time. "All right, Mr. Sui, how much rice do you wish to trade for next time?" Chen Fan asked. Sui responded, 100 tons. Is that feasible? After calculating, Chen Fan replied, "Sui, let us settle on 50 tons for the next trade. Now, let us begin." However, Sui shook his head, saying, "Not so fast. There's this too." He produced the 2 jade pendants and placed them on the table. Chen Fan, puzzled, asked, "The pendant from last time? And a small pendant? I have no intention of trading those. I declined last time. Why bring them out again? They seem to hold no value." Sui, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Chen Fan, I can see that you are unsteady on your feet and short of breath, clearly lacking inner strength. The larger pendant contains the true energy of a martial arts master. Simply wearing it will enhance your sleep quality and cultivate your inner energy. The smaller pendant also contains true energy. You can sell it. Though small, it could fetch a few hundred taels of gold. This will show you that my pendants are indeed worth thousands of taels of gold. Both pendants are yours." As Sui spoke, he feigned a look of disdain, as if to prove a point. Chen Fan, bewildered, asked, "You are just giving them to me?" "Sui, you need not go to such lengths to prove a point. If they truly are worth thousands of taels of gold, wouldn't it be better for you to keep them?" Sui insisted. "No further discussion, and my mind is made up. Let us trade." Sui pressed the trading button. "Sui is trading with you. Please confirm." Chen Fan clicked to confirm. Transaction confirmed. In an instant, the rice behind Chen Fan and the bags on the table vanished, replaced by a gold ingot and the 2 jade pendants. Transaction system. First transaction successful. Chen Fan weighed the gold ingot, exclaiming, "Gold, 10 taels." He then picked up the 2 pendants. Holding them, Chen Fan immediately felt a refreshing sensation. "What? These pendants are so powerful," he marveled. Could it be that Sui's world truly possesses true energy? Initially, Chen Fan had been skeptical upon hearing Sui mention true energy. He merely believed it to be an ordinary ancient world. Now, as he sensed the extraordinary nature of the jade pendant, he could not help but ponder. Could it be that the martial arts masters from Sui's world truly possess genuine qi? Perhaps he should inquire with Sui next time. For now, he ought to exchange the gold for money. At that moment, in the 8 Desolations world, Sui gazed upon the 3 tons of rice before him and declared, "Next, I shall use this rice to retaliate against Huang Hui. However, I must first locate loyal individuals." Stepping out of the room, Sui observed that there were over a dozen eunuchs attending to him in the courtyard. Among them, the one who had served him the longest was Niu Lishir. Sui promptly instructed, "Niu Lishir, please summon the individual currently in charge of the Imperial Palace's forbidden troops." With a look of delight, Niu Lishir replied affirmatively and swiftly departed to find the person. Chapter 5. Are there too few martial arts experts among the forbidden troops? Sui decides to train the forbidden troops himself. Approximately half an hour later, Niu Lishir returned, bringing the commander of the forbidden troops before Sui. "This humble officer pays respects to the prince," said a general clad in leather armor. In the 8 Desolations world, bowing is not customary. A simple salute suffices. After all, martial arts experts in this realm possess the ability to manifest genuine qi outwardly. And should they be required to bow, such masters would hardly submit. Seated in the central pavilion of the courtyard, Sui examined the general in leather armor and inwardly lamented how impoverished the state of one is. That even the forbidden troops can only don leather armor. What is your name and position? He inquired. The general replied, this humble officer is called Fang Ju, serving as the chief commander, Sui remarked. Chief commander? I recall there are 4 in total. I did not expect you to be in charge of the forbidden troops. The highest rank among the forbidden troops guarding the palace is the commander of the forbidden troops, followed by 4 chief commanders. The previous commander was killed during the last attack by martial arts experts. Fang Ju quickly responded, Your Highness, the other 3 chief commanders have perished. I must temporarily oversee the forbidden troops. Once Your Highness appoints a new commander, I shall promptly transfer authority to them. The forbidden troops are the most crucial force for protecting the palace. The previous attack by martial arts experts had inflicted heavy casualties, significantly reducing their numbers. Nonetheless, Sui understood that this force was still of great importance to him. Determined to take command of this power directly, Sui asked, Fang Ju, how many soldiers remain in the forbidden troops? How is their duty rotation organized within the palace? Fang Ju replied, Your Highness, there are currently 500 soldiers in the forbidden troops. Over 100 of them are injured and recuperating at home. Thus, the total number of available personnel is only 390. We rotate shifts in the morning, afternoon, and evening, with each shift lasting 4 hours. Presently, 130 are on duty within the palace. Upon hearing this, Sui inquired, What does your training regimen entail? Fang Ju continued, For the morning shift, training follows the completion of duty. Those on the afternoon and evening shifts are not required to train. Our training includes skills in weaponry, horseback riding, formations, and strategies. Sui was aware that weaponry training aims to equip soldiers with exceptional combat skills and courage to handle various emergencies, necessitating the study of diverse martial arts, such as swordplay, spear techniques, and archery. He further asked, What martial arts are taught to the forbidden troops? Fang Ju answered, The martial arts taught are based on the fierce tiger techniques, primarily focusing on the internal cultivation of the fierce tiger's inner energy, complemented by external combat skills such as the fierce tiger blade technique and the fierce tiger fist technique. Observing Fang Ju, Sui noted that although he appeared tall, his face lacked flesh, giving him a rather emaciated appearance. It was evident that he suffered from malnutrition, as martial artists require substantial meat to sustain their vigor. Otherwise, they would face deficiencies that hinder their progress in martial arts. Sui understood that such a situation likely stemmed from the inadequate rations provided to the forbidden troops in this world. Even Sui, a prince, had limited access to meat, let alone the forbidden troops. Sui asked, Fang Ju, what is your martial prowess? What is the general strength of the other forbidden troops? Fang Ju displayed a look of shame as he replied, Reporting to Your Highness, my strength is merely that of a second-tier expert. Apart from myself, there are no other second-tier experts among the forbidden troops. Following that, there are 5 third-tier experts, while the remaining soldiers are of no notable rank, only familiar with rudimentary combat techniques. Sui was taken aback, realizing how weak the forbidden troops were. Our forbidden troop strength truly so lacking. How did they fare in the past? Fang Ju recounted, previously, the forbidden troops were formidable, boasting 1 first-tier expert, 4 second-tier experts, and 20 third-tier experts. The first-tier expert was the commander of the forbidden troops who cultivated genuine qi. However, since that incident, the ranks of martial arts experts have suffered devastating losses. But rest assured, even those who are not considered experts have cultivated internal energy. They simply possess very little. Thus, they are unable to fend off more than 3 or 5 ordinary individuals. Together, our formations can protect the palace from attacks by regular troops. Fang Ju only dared to refer to them as ordinary troops, knowing that true martial arts experts existed. If faced with a martial arts expert, they would be powerless to resist, Sui inquired. By the way, what was the strength of that martial arts expert from the last incident? Do you know? Upon hearing this, Fang Ju's eyes filled with fear, as the terror from that martial arts expert had yet to dissipate. Trembling, he said, Your Highness, that martial arts expert's strength far surpassed that of the former commander, reaching an unparalleled level. He may even be a master-level expert. Our state of one is utterly unprepared to contend with such power. After that martial arts expert rampaged through the palace, the people of one had no idea who he was, not even knowing his name. Seeing Fang Zhu's fearful demeanor, Sui realized that seeking revenge on the unknown martial arts expert was beyond his current capabilities. He silently thought, "I apologize, Sui of the Eight Desolations world. I cannot assist you in avenging your grievances at this moment. I shall wait until I grow stronger," Sui reassured Fang Zhu. "Chief Commander Fang, there is no need for concern. I understand the value of patience. My purpose in summoning you was not only to assess the strength of the forbidden troops, but also to inquire about the martial arts prowess within the State of One. Who are the most skilled martial artists in One at present?" Fang Zhu began. "Your Highness, the highest martial artists in One were originally 4 first-tier experts, but now only 2 remain. The remaining 3 are Jing Weiqi, He Fei, and Yu Gu. Jing Weiqi is the leader of the Hai Yuan gang, while He Fei is the head of the Fei Shuang sect. At this point, Fang Zhu hesitated. Glancing at Sui, unsure of how to proceed, Sui, unfazed, said, "I am unfamiliar with Jing Weiqi and He Fei, but I have heard of Yu Gu. He was recruited by Prime Minister Huang Hui from abroad. Thus, he cannot be counted among the first-tier experts of the State of One. He now serves under Prime Minister Huang Hui. I have encountered Yu Gu's name numerous times in the past, for he is indeed a first-tier expert. I have also heard that his true name is Tong Yangjia." With this knowledge, Sui realized his precarious situation. No wonder so many civil officials and military generals had turned their allegiances to Prime Minister Huang Hui. It turned out he was not lacking in martial arts experts. Sui remarked, "Prime Minister Huang Hui holds significant power. Do you not fear being drawn into his service?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu immediately knelt and declared, "I, along with all my brothers in the forbidden troops, have unwavering loyalty to the prince and are willing to face fire and water for you." Sui chuckled, "Excellent. I am well aware of your loyalty. However, the strength of the forbidden troops is woefully inadequate. Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you all at the forbidden troops training grounds." "What?" Fang Zhu exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. Chapter 6. Employing the military training of the Flower family of the Long Kingdom to train the forbidden troops of the State of One. The training grounds of the forbidden troops are located adjacent to the palace, covering an area of 30 acres. Apart from a single building, the rest is a vast open square with a dirt surface. Weapons and armor are stored in the nearby building, which also serves as the barracks for the forbidden troops. A platform for assembly has been constructed at the training grounds. The forbidden troops of the State of One are unique, solely tasked with guarding the palace, while the city guards are responsible for safeguarding the capital. The capital is simply named Wenchang.at this time. In the early morning, the training grounds were already filled with soldiers from the forbidden troops. "What is going on? Why are we gathered here? I'm not sure. Do you think we're being assembled for training? I just finished my night shift last night. I'm still so tired. Do you know what's happening?" "I have no idea." The soldiers of the forbidden troops murmured amongst themselves. Silence. A commanding voice, imbued with inner strength, rang out. It was the deputy commander standing at the front of the line. The soldiers immediately fell silent. At the entrance of the training grounds, under Fang Zhu's guidance, Sui made his entrance. The soldiers, while guarding the palace, had been instructed to keep an eye on members of the royal family. Just over 10 days ago, they had not been required to pay much attention to Sui. However, following the massacre of the royal family members by the martial arts masters, Sui, as the sole surviving legitimate royal, garnered significant attention. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard began to whisper among themselves, "Why is the prince here? Could it be to observe our training?" Amidst their confusion, Sui ascended the command platform, with Commander Fang Zhu standing beside him. Silence. Fang Zhu's voice boomed even louder this time. Restoring order to the crowd, he began, "Your Highness, among the healthy 390 soldiers, 20 are stationed outside the palace gates. Leaving 370 present here, including myself." Sui stepped forward and declared, "Greetings, everyone. I am Sui, and I shall be your instructor for the training ahead." Upon hearing this, chaos erupted. "The prince is here to guide our training? Is this a jest? Surely any one of us could easily defeat the prince." The uproar grew. A man shouted, "Prince, we rely on strength here. If you are to instruct us, what is your martial prowess?" Others chimed in, "Indeed, what level of martial artist are you? If you are only a second-rate fighter, we might consider your guidance." Sui raised his hand and clapped. At that moment, A dozen kitchen soldiers outside recognized the gesture and entered. Carrying 5 large cauldrons, a delightful aroma wafted from the pots. Food. The cauldrons were placed in a neat row at the foot of the command platform, each covered with a lid. The soldiers, intrigued yet unaware of what lay within, felt their appetites stir at the enticing scent. What could be inside? Why the lids? How peculiar. They mused that I've never seen such lids before. I am even more curious about the food inside. The enticing aroma promised deliciousness. Seeing the soldiers' reactions, Sui smiled with satisfaction and said, "In terms of martial prowess, I admit I lack strength, and why power lies here. Open the lids." The lids of the 5 cauldrons were unveiled, revealing fluffy white rice. This dish is known as rice, made from whole grains. Join me in training, and you shall eat your fill of rice every day. Fang Ju leaped down from the command platform, retrieving a bowl from his clothing. The kitchen soldier beside him promptly filled the bowl with rice. Fang Ju picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The soldiers watched, swallowing hard. After a few bites, Fang Ju turned to them. "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and fetch your bowls to eat." The soldiers rushed to the dormitories, grabbing their ceramic or wooden bowls to fill with rice. Soon, the area was abuzz with the sound of eating. In less than 20 minutes, over 700 pounds of rice from the 5 cauldrons had vanished. The kitchen soldiers brought in another 5 cauldrons of rice, in total, 10 cauldrons, amounting to over 1,500 pounds of rice, were consumed, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. This meal required 350 kilograms of rice, leaving behind 2.65 tons. For the first time, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard indulged heartily, averaging 4 pounds of rice each. They knew that future meals might not be as plentiful. The 390 soldiers were mostly filled, with a few having overindulged. They felt content, for it had been long since they had eaten to their heart's content. Their gazes towards the prince transformed. The former king seldom allowed them to eat their fill, yet this prince had ensured they were well fed from their very first meeting, proving that he valued them greatly. Once sated, the soldiers began to converse. "I've never eaten so much before. I can't eat another bite. If Commander Fang Ju hadn't stopped us, we might have eaten ourselves sick. How wonderful it would be if we had such plentiful food every day." Sui had been patiently waiting in the shade for the soldiers to finish their meal, listening to their conversations. He knew the moment had come. He returned to the command platform. "Are you all full?" The soldiers below responded in unison. "We are full." Sui continued. "Such a soft response. Are you truly satisfied?" Their voices rose several notches. "We are full." The chorus was deafening, echoing far and wide, even reaching the palace within. At that moment, many eunuchs and maids inside the palace heard the commotion. Sui then asked, "Would you like to eat your fill every day?" "Yes," the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. Sui waved his hand. And Fang Ju, already prepared, led several soldiers to assist the kitchen soldiers in bringing 2 tons of rice to the command platform. Stacking it neatly, Sui took a knife from Fang Ju and sliced open a bag. Revealing the grains inside, he scooped up some rice and proclaimed, "Look, this is rice. What you see here will serve as your rations for the next 5 days, and more will be delivered in the future. With this sustenance, tell me, do I have the strength to guide your training?" "Yes, yes," the soldiers shouted in unison. After a moment, Sui declared, "Very well, today, the morning and afternoon shifts will remain for training preparations. Those who worked the night shift may return to rest. Why training requires a balance of work and rest." A third of the Imperial Guard soldiers left to return to their dormitories, while the remaining 2/3 stayed behind. Sui produced a training plan written on bamboo slips and announced, "Now, we shall commence training. Our first focus will be on formation." Formation? The soldiers were initially dismissive, believing they already excelled in this area. However, after feasting on Sui's hearty rice, they were reluctant to voice any objections, secretly relieved that merely practicing formation seemed so effortless. With these thoughts in mind, Sui initiated their training. He began, "Before we train in formation, do you know your left from your right?" This question, seemingly simple, was crucial, as some soldiers in ancient armies struggled to distinguish their sides. Although they were the Imperial Guard, Sui held little confidence in their overall training. As expected, upon hearing his query, the soldiers exchanged glances, revealing varying degrees of understanding. "I know. I don't know." Incredibly, a few soldiers genuinely could not identify their left from their right. Before commencing formation training, Sui deemed it necessary for all soldiers to clearly distinguish their sides. All soldiers, roll up the sleeves and pant legs on your right side. Those who know your left from right, assist the others. After some commotion, the soldiers, including Fang Ju, rolled up their right sleeves and pant legs. Sui instructed, for today, just roll them up. Tomorrow, we will use other methods to mark them. After several days of training, everyone will learn to identify left from right. Now, let us begin training. As the formation training commenced, the soldiers initially maintained a light-hearted attitude. However, after 2 hours, they soon realized their error. Sui employed a modern military training method, which quickly revealed to the soldiers the true meaning of endurance. Under the scorching sun, Sui sat in the shade. If any soldier's posture faltered, he would immediately reprimand them. You, stand properly. What is it? Can't you hold your stance? Are your legs weak? Even Fang Ju stood in formation, and after correcting one soldier, Sui turned to Fang Ju and barked, Fang Ju, where are your feet? Fang Ju promptly adjusted his stance. The contemporary military training techniques from the Blue Planet proved highly effective. It was evident that their initial military training far surpassed that of ordinary citizens participating in training. While commoners might struggle to hold a stance for even 15 minutes, these Imperial Guard soldiers, after a bit of training, managed to endure standing for an hour. An impressive feat considering an hour equates to 2 days. Training continued until noon, at which point Sui finally paused the drills. As the soldiers intended to return to the barracks for rest, the kitchen soldiers brought in 10 cauldrons of rice. What? We had a meal and there's still more to eat. This is simply marvelous. Is it not the case that we have a meal every day? How delightful! Sui exclaimed loudly from the side. From now on, you shall have 3 meals a day. After a 2-hour break following lunch, Sui resumed the training of the Imperial Guard. His primary method of training involved instilling discipline within the ranks, during which he adeptly commanded the entire contingent of the Imperial Guard. Chapter 7. The jade pendant of a single thread of true qi is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As the afternoon training commenced, Sui began instructing the soldiers of the Imperial Guard on how to march in formation. 1, 2, 1. Stand firm and march. Sui called out various commands, and the soldiers began to follow his orders. The initial instruction did not proceed smoothly, but Sui employed a system of penalties. Should they falter, they would be required to perform a significant number of push-ups to instill muscle memory. Stand firm. First row, third soldier. You made an error with your left foot. Step aside and complete 100 push-ups. Everyone, count for him. A soldier from the ranks jogged out, moving to the side to commence his push-ups, while his comrades began to count. 1, 2. The soldier, blushing with embarrassment, resolved silently to avoid any further mistakes as he continued. Once he completed his 100 push-ups, laughter erupted among the assembled soldiers. As they prepared to continue training, Sui's trading system received a message from Chan Fan. Sui, 40 tons of rice are ready. We can proceed with the transaction now. Sui immediately stood and announced, all personnel, assemble at once. The Imperial Guard quickly gathered. Align to the right and stand at attention. After making some adjustments to the formation, Sui instructed them to hold their positions and left to return to the palace. Sui entered the vacated room once more and initiated a video call with Chun Fan. Upon connecting, Chun Fan beamed with excitement and said, Sui, the 40 tons of rice are prepared. We can finalize the trade now. Observing Chun Fan's exuberance, Sui jested, Chun Fan, you look quite radiant. You must have made a considerable profit. In response, Chun Fan humbly replied, I only made a modest gain. Just enough to cover my expenses. Sui, look, here are the 40 tons of rice. Chun Fan showcased the 40 tons stored in a warehouse. Sui quickly realized that Chun Fan had indeed profited and even rented a warehouse. Noticing Chun Fan wearing a large jade pendant around his neck, Sui mused, given the pendant's worth of 10 taels of gold, he must only have a little over 10,000 left. Renting such a large warehouse either indicates a bold gamble or significant profit. It seems that the small jade pendant fetched a substantial sum. If only my trading system could reveal what transpired on Blue Star, then I would know how much Chun Fan profited from the sale of the pendant. With this thought, Sui decided to test Chun Fan further, saying, Is this all the rice you have? I mentioned needing 100 tons. Have you prepared that amount? He placed 30 taels of gold on the table. Based on their earlier agreement, the price for 1 ton of rice was 4 taels of gold. With the previous payment of 10 taels, adding 30 taels would suffice to purchase 100 tons of rice. As Su Yi presented the gold. He keenly observed Chen Fan's reaction, noting the less fervent glimmer in his eyes. This reaction further affirmed Su Yi's suspicions that Chen Fan had indeed sold the jade pendant for a significant profit. Su Yi pondered, the Blue Star world is merely ordinary. Yet that pendant contained a thread of true qi. Could it be that Chen Fan sold it for hundreds of thousands of dollars? On Blue Star, Chen Fan remarked, Su Yi, how fortuitous. I actually managed to gather 100 tons of rice today, and even exceeded that amount. Take a look. Chen Fan adjusted the camera to show Su Yi the warehouse, revealing stacks of rice piled neatly to a height of 2 meters, with numerous forklifts nearby for handling the rice. See, there are over 200 tons of rice here. Even you would find it challenging to trade all of it. However, I do appreciate your jade pendant. You can use jade stones as payment. I will value them highly. Chen Fan spoke, his eyes betraying a desire for more jade stones. This sentiment confirmed Su Yi's suspicion that the jade pendants had sold for a considerable price. Curious about the exact figure, Su Yi wished for a feature in his trading system that could provide a live feed of events occurring in the Blue Star world. Even a glimpse of Chen Fan's surroundings would suffice. Since Chen Fan was interested in using jade stones for trade, Su Yi decided to capitalize on this opportunity. He boldly asserted, the jade pendant imbued with true qi is the most valuable item in my realm. The one you currently wear is worth 10,000 taels of gold. Let this be the standard by which we measure value. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. What did you say? Is the pendant truly worth 10,000 taels of gold? Su Yi relished the surprise on Chen Fan's face and adopted a serious expression, affirming, indeed. The pendant you wear contains 10 threads of true qi, each valued at 1,000 taels of gold. Hence, the total value is 10,000 taels. The small pendant you possess holds but 1 thread of true qi, valued at 1,000 taels. So, what did you sell it for? I hope you didn't sell it at a loss, Su Yi thought to himself. This price must have startled him. How shall I negotiate further? Expecting Chen Fan to refuse, he was surprised when Chen Fan nodded. Su Yi, if the pendant is genuinely worth so much, let us proceed with this valuation. Each thread of true qi in the jade stone will be valued at 1,000 taels of gold. And we will trade the rice and other goods based on the gold price. Su Yi's expression froze. He realized he had underestimated the value. He had not anticipated that the jade pendants containing true qi would be worth so much. At that moment, the trading system prompted a notification. Agreement on the value of the jade pendant established. If both parties confirm the price, the trading system will enforce it, and it cannot be altered for a specified duration. Su Yi, while accepting the situation internally, maintained an outward calmness as he replied, I see you have indeed sold the pendant. I was concerned you might have sold it too cheaply. Chapter 8. The required trading volume for upgrades is 1,000 tons. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, the pendant was sold at a fair price. For this transaction, Su Yi, you may use either jade pendants or gold. However, if you choose jade, I prefer those containing a thread of true qi. The pendants with 10 threads of true qi are still quite valuable, and I have yet to secure enough rice. He had plenty of jade pendants at his disposal. He promptly agreed. Very well, I shall retrieve a jade pendant containing a thread of true qi. I happen to have one remaining. Asa King. I possess only a few pendants with true qi. Su Yi produced the small pendant, stating, this pendant contains a thread of true qi. The others I possess have 2 or more threads. Trading this pendant will serve as a substantial advance payment, and my friend, you must seek out more grain. Chen Fan inquired, by the way, where does this true qi come from? Is it truly derived from martial arts experts? Martial arts experts. In the Blue Star world, such beings do not possess true qi. Yet, if Su Yi's realm truly has martial arts experts, with this thought, Chen Fan felt intrigued. Su Yi affirmed, indeed, true qi comes from martial arts experts. Chen Fan, your world lacks this concept, correct? Would you like me to provide you with a martial arts manual to practice? Chen Fan did not decline but expressed concern. A martial arts manual? Our worlds are quite different. Would I be unable to cultivate in my realm? Su Yi replied. One must try everything at least once. In a moment, I shall retrieve a scroll of martial arts secrets for you. Naturally, the first volume is complimentary. However, should you desire additional volumes in the future, a trade of goods will be required. Chen Fan remarked, very well. I shall first test whether I can cultivate. If we consider this small jade pendant, I would need to procure over 2,000 tons of rice for you. By the way, King Sui, why not consider some other grains? The potato flour or sweet potato flour from last time would suffice, as would wheat. It appears that the small jade pendant from before has indeed brought Chen Fan considerable wealth. As he now begins to address Sui with the title of king, a departure from his previous familiarity of directly calling him by name, Sui replied, of course, those potato flour and sweet potato flour along with wheat can be traded. However, what is the price? Chen Fan had already inquired about the prices in advance, stating, the price of wheat is equivalent to that of rice. The potato flour and sweet potato flour are priced at 1.5 times that of rice. Sui responded, then let us proceed with the rice and wheat. We shall forego the potato and sweet potato flour for now. It is always preferable to economize, especially when the price can be halved. We can consider supplying them with potato and sweet potato flour once living conditions improve. In truth, Sui had yet to cook the potato and sweet potato flour he had received, as he lacked the appropriate seasonings. After all, adding merely salt would yield a rather bland dish. I also need seasonings, as my supply is quite limited. Please send me a variety of your seasonings. Sui added. Chen Fan replied, I have a plethora of seasonings available, including soy sauce, oyster sauce, MSG, chili paste, and more that I shall send you some. If you require them in bulk, we can negotiate the price for that as well. Sui agreed, very well, let us conduct business accordingly. The two then settled on increasing the quantity of trade goods, planning to finalize the deal later that evening, as trading could only occur once a day. The prospect of trading a greater variety of items was certainly advantageous. Sui departed in search of a larger warehouse, while Chen Fan went to procure the necessary materials, along with potato and sweet potato flour. After a thorough search within the royal palace, Sui ultimately found several rooms near the barracks of the Imperial Guard to serve as a new storage facility for the rice. This proximity would facilitate the guard's protection of the rice. After instructing a few eunuchs to tidy up the rooms, Sui returned to the training grounds. The training grounds. The Imperial Guards were still enduring their standing posture training. Their brows glistening with sweat, faces contorted in discomfort from the prolonged stance. Sui felt a pang of guilt for having neglected them. However, he swiftly adopted a serious demeanor and approached the group, asking, in my absence, did any of you dare to move? Reporting to the instructor, we did not, came the reply. Sui nodded approvingly, good. You may rest for 15 minutes. The soldiers immediately relaxed, flocking to the side to drink water. How exhausting! How thirsty! The instructor has finally returned. After the brief respite, Sui resumed their training in various relevant subjects. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star realm, Chen Fan was also seeking sources for goods. By the time dusk fell, Sui concluded the military training, and the cook re-entered the training ground with 5 large pots of rice. Sui then departed the training area to return to his residence within the royal palace. Upon returning to his courtyard, Sui did not immediately dine. Instead, he entered his bedroom and activated the trading system interface. Trading system, how can I upgrade the system? Increase trading volume to upgrade the system. Current level, level 1. Required trading volume for upgrade, 3 tons to 10 million tons. Upon seeing this figure, Sui was taken aback. I need to trade a staggering 10 million tons to reach level 2? How is this trading volume calculated? Is it based on one side or both? The trading volume will be cumulatively calculated from both parties. Hearing this, Sui felt troubled. If he were to solely use gold and jade to procure goods from Chen Fan, the rate of increase in trading volume would undoubtedly be slow. Yet, he found himself lacking in substantial goods for trade with Chen Fan. It seemed he must seek to engage in more extensive transactions with Chen Fan. Sui continued to inquire, trading system, after upgrading to level 2, will any new features be added? How many additional trading connections will be permitted? Please endeavor to upgrade the trading system. New features will be revealed upon system upgrade. Sighing, Sui thought, trading system. Your responses are as good as none. Resolving to attend to pressing matters, Sui exited his bedroom and made his way to the royal library to find a volume of martial arts secrets. Outside, several eunuchs awaited him. As Sui stepped out, two of the eunuchs, including Niu Lishur, followed closely behind. The kingdom of Wan was indeed small, hence the royal palace was not particularly large, spanning only about 90 acres, less than 100. The advantage of a compact area was that Sui need not rely on a carriage when he made his appearance. Soon, Sui arrived at the royal library, which housed an impressive collection of books, including martial arts secrets. However, these martial arts texts were stored separately from the ordinary books, safeguarded by a sentinel to prevent unauthorized access. Sui proceeded directly into the room designated for martial arts books. While the two eunuchs accompanying him were halted by the sentinel, access to the martial arts library is restricted to royal family members only. Sui instructed, "You two may wait here." He then entered the martial arts library alone. A wooden screen blocked the view from the doorway, and as Sui circled around it, the interior revealed itself to him as the royal family of one truly this impoverished. In this martial arts library, there was but a single shelf holding the martial arts secrets. Though the shelf was full, the volumes were crafted from bamboo slips, thus the quantity was limited. Beside the shelf stood a writing desk, adorned with blank fabric and ink. Counting the volumes, Sui discovered a mere 20 scrolls. The rolled bamboo slips bore no titles on their reverse side, compelling Sui to unroll each to discern the martial arts contained within. He casually opened one scroll, revealing at the top the inscription, "When Yo Fist Technique, Yellow Grade Skill." He then opened another scroll, finding When Tiger Technique, Yellow Grade Skill. When Horse Technique, Yellow Grade Skill. Sui couldn't help but scoff. When Yo? One Ma? One Who? Just the names alone evoke a sense of calamity. The naming is truly unfortunate. He picked up another scroll, which happened to be the Fierce Tiger Technique, Yellow Grade Skill. In the realm of the 8 desolations, martial arts techniques were categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Although the Yellow grade was the lowest, it was still quite commendable, as there were countless unranked martial arts techniques. The highest grade technique collected by the royal family of Wan was merely the Mystic grade When Jade Technique. Each member of the royal family practiced this technique, and those who contributed to the royal family would also be permitted to learn it. The former head of the Imperial Guards had only reached the level of a first-rate martial arts master after practicing the When Jade Technique. When Jade Technique, When Jade Technique. Let me see if I can find it, Sui thought, scanning the shelf until his gaze settled on a particularly ornate bamboo slip at the topmost position. Upon retrieving it and opening it, he confirmed it was indeed the When Jade Technique. When Jade Technique, Mystic Grade Skill. The original owner had also practiced the When Jade Technique, but it seemed their aptitude was insufficient, resulting in a prolonged struggle to enter the realm of martial arts, leaving them devoid of any internal energy. Consequently, they settled for practicing yellow grade techniques, yet even that proved beyond their capability. It was precisely due to their lack of talent in martial arts, coupled with their status as an illegitimate child, that Sui found himself marginalized within the royal family. After perusing the When Jade Technique, Sui pondered, "I wonder if I can cultivate it starting now. Is martial arts cultivation based on the soul or the physical body?" Without further ado, Sui resolved to practice the opening techniques of the When Jade Technique. The When Jade Technique encompassed both internal cultivation methods and corresponding external techniques. In this library, Sui could only focus on the internal cultivation methods. He began to recite in his mind the core mantra of the When Jade Technique: Heaven and Earth, primordial energy. All things give rise, internal and external resonance, when jade achieves completion. These 4 lines encapsulated the essence of cultivating internal energy through the perception and comprehension of nature's forces, thus enhancing one's internal power. With his eyes closed, Sui commenced his practice of the When Jade Technique. After a period of concentration, he finally sensed a warmth generating within him, an energy emanating from within, signifying the emergence of internal power. Filled with elation, Sui realized that the cultivation of internal energy had indeed elevated his strength and vitality. "I have successfully cultivated internal energy. It appears that upon my arrival here, my qualifications in martial arts have undergone a transformation. For now, I shall cultivate to this point. Later, I will need to conduct a trade with Chen Fan." I suggested presenting him with a martial arts manual, and indeed, I shall deliver one to him. Sui continued his search on the bookshelf. After a thorough exploration, he triumphantly held up a scroll, remarking, Ah, splendid. This shall be the martial arts manual. The manual bore the bold inscription, Wenji Gong. Yellow grade technique. Wenji Gong, Chen Fan, it is not that I withhold superior techniques from you, but rather that during our trade, it is customary to present lesser techniques first. As Su Yi exited with the Wenji Gong, the guard stationed at the martial arts library halted him, stating, Prince, according to the ancestral edicts of the past kings, original texts cannot be taken out. Only copies may be permitted. Sue replied, such a decree exists? Then I shall return and transcribe another copy. He promptly retraced his steps back to the desk adjacent to the shelf. Sue now understood that the cloth and ink on the desk were intended for transcription purposes. Only royal family members are permitted entry into this chamber. If a royal were to request meticulous transcription of the content from the bamboo slips, it would indeed be a tiresome task, particularly since the slips contain not only text but also intricate illustrations. While the text could be copied, the illustrations risked becoming a poor imitation. The martial arts techniques inscribed on the bamboo slips could only be accurately replicated by martial artists of at least second-rate caliber. Those with greater prowess could even leave their own insights on the slips. Thus, the cloth proved to be quite useful. Sue unfurled the Wenji Gong and began to make an impression on the cloth. Indeed, it was an impression. After dedicating considerable time, he successfully transferred the Wenji Gong onto the cloth. What a hassle it was! How he wished for a mobile phone to simply take a photograph, thereby saving so much effort. In the future, when it comes time to negotiate, he would seek to trade for modern electronic devices from Chen Fan. Subsequently, Su Yi decided to make an impression of the Wenji Gong as well. After allowing the cloth to dry slightly, he departed. As he exited, the guard at the martial arts library pondered, how peculiar. Why do I sense internal energy emanating from Prince Su Yi? Could it be that my fatigue has clouded my perception? Meanwhile, on the Blue Star, Chen Fan was engaged in conversation with a grain merchant in a warehouse area. Mr. Chen, are you purchasing all the rice in this warehouse? The grain merchant gazed at Chen Fan in astonishment, not expecting this young man, whom he had just met, to express a desire to buy all his rice. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, I am buying all the rice in this warehouse. Can the price be lowered a bit? The grain merchant replied, Mr. Chen, the price cannot be reduced further. 4,000 yuan per ton is the lowest I can offer. If you seek cheaper rice, it will be of inferior quality. Chen Fan contemplated this. He had already agreed on a price with Su Yi. Using inferior rice would certainly not suffice, and that would lead to complications. Very well, let us proceed at this price. By the way, do you also sell other grains? Perhaps wheat or millet? The grain merchant responded, yes, I do, but the quantities are not as abundant as the rice. After all, rice is the staple here. I happen to know someone else in this warehouse area. Chen Fan nodded, good, please arrange for the rice to be delivered to my warehouse. I have also rented a space in this warehouse area. Chapter 10. Chen Fan sets out to sell gold. After Chen Fan disclosed the location of his warehouse, the grain merchant promptly arranged for workers to transport the rice using a forklift to Chen Fan's warehouse, conveniently located within the same port area. As Chen Fan sat in his office chair, watching the goods being moved, he couldn't help but reflect on the busy day he had spent securing these supplies. Following Chen Fan's recollections, the scene shifted back to that morning. At 8 o'clock, Chen Fan prepared to sell gold. He had refrained from taking action the previous day, primarily due to the injuries on his face still healing. If he were to sell gold while bearing visible wounds, onlookers might suspect he had engaged in illicit activities, raising questions about the origins of the gold itself. Thus, he waited until his injuries improved before venturing out. After freshening up, Chen Fan pocketed the gold and glanced at a small jade pendant, deciding to bring it along as it might fetch a handsome price. Thus, adorned with a large jade pendant around his neck and with a bar of gold and a small jade pendant tucked away in his pocket, he stepped outside. Chen Fan reasoned that rather than concealing his valuables, it was wiser to carry them openly. After all, thieves would hardly expect someone to walk around with gold in their pocket. Moreover, with the rise of electronic payments, the number of thieves had significantly declined. Upon exiting, Chen Fan scanned a QR code to rent a shared bicycle and made his way to a nearby jewelry store. Along the way, he stopped at a breakfast shop for a meal, demonstrating the strength of his resolve. It wasn't until 9:30 that he arrived at the main sales outlet of the chain jewelry store. The first floor housed the main sales area, while floors 2 through 10 served as office space. Rumor had it that a jewelry workshop resided above the second floor, though Chun Fan had never ventured up and was unaware of its true nature. Upon entering the store, a sales associate approached him, greeting, "Good day, sir. Welcome." The sales associate did not dismiss Chun Fan based on his attire, for such occurrences are rare in reality, unlike the portrayals in online novels where customers in casual clothing are often turned away. Even if the sales associate privately doubted his purchasing power, she would not betray her thoughts through her demeanor. "Sir, are you looking to purchase jewelry?" Chun Fan shook his head. "No, I am here to sell some gold." The sales associate maintained her smile. "In fact, we also buy gold. Please follow me." The sales associate did not harbor any suspicions, as she had encountered many individuals seeking to sell gold. She led Chun Fan to a glass-enclosed office. Through the glass door, Chun Fan observed a middle-aged man at a workbench, meticulously crafting a piece of jewelry. The sales associate knocked gently on the door and announced, "Master Zhang, we have a customer wishing to sell gold." The man inside raised his head and nodded in acknowledgement. After the sales associate made the introduction, she opened the door, inviting Chun Fan inside. "Sir, our master will assess the purity and weight of the gold and then provide a valuation. Please, come in." Chun Fan entered the glass room, while the sales associate stepped out. Master Zhang cleared his workspace, greeting, "Hello." Chun Fan placed the gold on the table, which was shaped like a gold ingot. Master Zhang lifted the ingot, weighing it in his hand, estimating approximately 500 grams. He pointed to a device, explaining, "This is our store's spectrometer for testing gold. It will determine the purity in 30 seconds. However, due to the size of this ingot, we can only test the surface purity. To assess the interior for impurities, we would need to cut it open." "May I proceed?" Chun Fan, having come to sell the gold, agreed. "That is fine. Please do cut it open." Master Zhang replied, "Let us first test the surface purity." He opened the spectrometer's lid and placed the gold ingot inside. 30 seconds later, the device displayed a purity of 99.9%. "Sir, please see, the purity is 99.9%. It is pure gold. Shall we proceed with testing the interior?" Chun Fan nodded, "Of course." Master Zhang retrieved a pair of heavy-duty cutters and sliced open the gold ingot. The interior revealed the same gleaming golden hue. Master Zhang then positioned the core of the ingot towards the probe for further testing. Another 30 seconds passed, confirming a purity of 99.9% once more. "Sir, there are no issues with the interior. This gold ingot is indeed genuine pure gold," Master Zhang stated. He then placed the ingot on the electronic scale, which registered a weight of 503 grams. Master Zhang quickly calculated, with the recent surge in gold prices, today's rate is 450 yuan per gram, with a buyback price of 420 yuan. Your gold is valued at 211,260 yuan. If the price is agreeable, we can complete the transaction now. Chun Fan nodded. "Let us proceed with the transaction." After signing a sales contract with Master Zhang, it took only a few minutes for the jewelry store to transfer the funds into Chun Fan's bank account. Elated to receive 211,000 yuan, Chun Fan did not rush to leave. Due to his other commitments, Chun Fan retrieved a small jade pendant and placed it on the table, saying, "Master Zhang, could you please assess the value of this pendant?" Upon first glance, Master Zhang merely perceived it as an ordinary piece of jade, with rather mediocre quality. He estimated its worth to be at most a few hundred yuan. With this assumption in mind, Master Zhang picked up the pendant. The moment he grasped it, he felt a sudden clarity of mind. What was happening? Could this pendant be the source of such invigorating sensations? He set the pendant down, and the refreshing feeling dissipated instantly. Picking it up again, the invigorating sensation returned. Astonished, Master Zhang inquired, "Mr. Chun, what is the reason behind this? Why does this pendant feel so extraordinary?" Chun Fan pondered for a moment. Realizing he couldn't claim it contained true energy, so he replied, "This pendant is not an ordinary piece. It harbors an energy that is beneficial to the human body. Holding it enhances mental clarity, improves sleep quality, and nourishes the body's internal energy." Naturally, Master Zhang was skeptical of Chun Fan's assertion. "May I conduct a test?" he asked. Chun Fan nodded affirmatively. "Of course." Master Zhang utilized another device for testing. A state-of-the-art jade spectrometer equipped with radiation detection capabilities, though it would require 10 minutes. After activating the machine, the two began to wait that moment. A knock resounded at the door. An elderly gentleman in formal attire stood outside. Awaiting entry. Chapter 11. The priceless jade pendant. Master Zhang opened the door and said, "Mr. Li, I apologize, but I have a customer here. May I ask you to wait a moment?" The elderly gentleman replied. "Master Zhang, I'm merely here to collect my jewelry. Just hand it over to me." With a look of regret, Master Zhang responded, "Mr. Li, I'm terribly sorry, but the jewelry is not yet ready. Perhaps you could wait outside until I finish the repairs?" Mr. remarked, "Not ready yet? You are reputed to be the finest craftsman here. How much longer will it take?" Master Zhang replied, "Mr. Li, I currently have a customer. Would you mind waiting outside for a bit? I will be done shortly." Mr. then turned to Chen Fan and asked, "Young man, may I come in and wait? Once you finish your business, I would like to oversee Master Zhang's work on my jewelry." Although Master Zhang is exceptionally skilled, without supervision, he might be tempted to cut corners. Chen Fan nodded. "Please, do come in." Mr. Li, beaming, entered and said, "Master Zhang, I can come in now." With Chen Fan's consent, Master Zhang no longer opposed it and took his seat behind the workbench, while Chen Fan and Mr. settled into the guest seats. Noticing Master Zhang sitting idly, Mr. Li inquired, "Master Zhang, why aren't you working?" Master Zhang pointed to the adjacent instrument and said, "Mr. Li, this device is currently analyzing the jade. There are 5 minutes remaining." Mr. paid little heed. He already owned several pieces of jade himself, so he lacked interest. 5 minutes later, the testing results emerged. Master Zhang examined the data displayed on the screen and remarked, "The radiation levels are consistent with other jade pieces and are deemed safe." Fascinating, truly fascinating. Master Zhang placed the jade back onto the workbench. Mr. glanced at the stone and said, "Isn't it just a common jade worth a few hundred yuan? What is so remarkable about it?" Master Zhang insisted, "Mr. Li, if you hold this pendant, you will understand why it is extraordinary." Skeptical, Mr. Li picked up the small jade pendant and immediately felt a rush of clarity. His expression turned to one of surprise as he exclaimed, "What is happening? Why does this jade feel this way?" He set it down, and the sensation vanished. Picking it up again, the refreshing feeling returned. Mr. queried, "Young man, what is the nature of this jade?" Chen Fan explained, "This jade contains an energy that benefits the human body, improving sleep and enhancing vitality." A voice in Mr. Li's mind urged him, "Buy it. Buy it." His intuition suggested that this small pendant was indeed a treasure. Meanwhile, Chen Fan noted that Master Zhang had recognized the pendant's effects and, with no radiation danger, it seemed they could secure a good price. Chen Fan asked, "Master Zhang, how much do you estimate this pendant is worth?" Master Zhang found himself in a quandary. Based solely on the pendant's quality, he would not have considered buying it for a mere few hundred yuan. However, the extraordinary sensation it imparted was quite peculiar. Could it genuinely contain a unique energy? Reluctantly, he admitted, "I apologize, Mr. Chen, but I truly cannot appraise this pendant. What would you be willing to accept?" Chen Fan casually echoed Su Yi's words. 10 million in gold. Master Zhang immediately shook his head. "I'm afraid, Mr. Chen, a price exceeding 100 million is beyond my authority. Moreover, such an amount would not be approved by my superiors." Upon hearing exceeding 100 million, Chen Fan was taken aback. Had he truly quoted such a high price? Wait. He quickly grabbed the calculator on the workbench and computed that 10 million in gold equated to 500,000 grams. At today's gold price of 450, that amounted to a staggering 225 million. Indeed, it was over 100 million. Mr. Li interjected, "Mr. Chen, it seems you didn't calculate that earlier. Selling this piece for 225 million is rather steep. How about you set a price for me?" Chen Fan mused. Since the price had already reached 225 million, he couldn't offer a low counter. He decided to raise the stakes. Chen Fan extended a finger, 100 million. Mr. Li countered, 10 million. Chen Fan lowered his offer slightly, 90 million. Mr. Li raised his bid, 20 million. After several rounds of negotiation, Chen Fan stated, 50 million. Mr. Li responded, "Deal." Thus, Chen Fan successfully sold the pendant for 50 million. Initially, he had anticipated being haggled down to a mere few thousand. He was astounded that they settled at 50 million, far exceeding his expectations, especially since Mr. Li began with a bid of 10 million. After the transaction, Mr. Li promptly donned the pendant. Just then, he noticed a larger pendant hanging around Chen Fan's neck and inquired, "Mr. Chen, is that pendant for sale?" Chen Fan was tempted to sell it, but that pendant had been a gift from Su Yi, who only asked him to sell the smaller one. "I'm sorry, but this was a gift from a friend and is not for sale." Mr. Li replied, "Very well, here is my business card. Should you come across another, feel free to contact me." Mr. Li produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Fan. Upon examining it, Chen Fan noted it bore the name Li Hongsheng, chairman of the Baisha Tower Limited in Modu. Chen Fan accepted the card and wrote down his bank account number for Mr. Li. Mr. Li then called his personal finance manager to transfer the 50 million. However, a few minutes later, an issue arose. Chen Fan's bank card had a daily transaction limit that was too low, causing the 5 million transfer to fail. Subsequently, Chen Fan provided several bank account numbers until he successfully received the entire amount. Mr. Li chuckled, "Mr. Li, you should visit the bank and have them upgrade your card. Some savvy banks will even come to you to offer assistance." With 50 million in hand, Chen Fan searched online and located a small grain merchant. Upon visiting this merchant, he found the rice stored in a warehouse within a port area. Many warehouses in this area were available for rent. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately rented a warehouse, facilitating the direct transfer of goods without the need for excessive handling. The merchant's 200 tons of rice were swiftly moved into the rented warehouse. By afternoon, after discussing an increased transaction volume with Su Yi, Chen Fan began negotiating with the grain merchant, who conveniently operated within the same port area, saving Chen Fan the trouble of long-distance transport. Time returned to the present, with Chen Fan seated in the executive chair, observing the rice being unloaded. The grain merchant approached him with another individual, stating, "Boss Chen, this is the wheat merchant. His wheat is also stored in this port area." Chen Fan stood to shake hands with the newcomer. Greetings. Chapter 12. The second transaction. Su Yi's turn to negotiate. As night fell, Su Yi instructed the guards to secure the area around the warehouse, ensuring no one could enter. He then initiated a video call with Chen Fan. Once the trading system's video call was established, Chen Fan immediately remarked, "King Su Yi, why is it only you who can initiate this video call? Is it because your trading system level is superior?" Chen Fan was unaware that his trading system was merely a subsystem of Su Yi's trading system, which served as the main framework. Su Yi feigned a look of confusion as he remarked, "Is that so? I had no idea." He then pretended to ponder, while inwardly inquiring of the trading system. "Trading system, can Chen Fan's trading system be upgraded?" The response was clear. Chen Fan's trading system was simply a trading window of the main system and could not be upgraded. The revelation that Chen Fan's trading system was incapable of enhancement meant that he could only engage in transactions with Su Yi moving forward. However, Su Yi could not disclose this truth to Chen Fan, as it would undoubtedly dampen his enthusiasm. Su Yi continued, "Perhaps it is because the world I inhabit is of a higher tier. Consider this. Your world lacks the essence of true energy and martial arts. Be why that logic. My realm, the 8 desolations, must be of a superior level. No." Upon hearing such disparagement of his blue star, Chen Fan felt displeased and retorted, "But my blue star possesses technology. A single nuclear bomb could annihilate an entire area." Su Yi feigned ignorance regarding nuclear bombs, expressing astonishment. "Such a thing exists? You must trade me a nuclear bomb at once. I have a few countries to dispose of." It was impossible for Chen Fan to procure a nuclear bomb, so he laughed nervously. "Haha, that nuclear bomb is far too perilous. Let us focus on this transaction for now." He directed the camera to capture other segments of the warehouse, revealing it filled with sacks of grain. "Your Majesty Su Yi, behold. These are the rice and wheat I have gathered, 10,000 tons in total. Based on this quantity, you must provide me with 4 small jade pendants imbued with a strand of true energy each." Next, Chen Fan shifted the video feed to a shelf brimming with an assortment of spices. "Your Majesty Su Yi, these are the spices from my world, over 100 varieties. Should you wish to purchase them in bulk, we can negotiate a price." Su Yi replied, "I am grateful for such a generous gift of spices. Now, let us return to the matter of pricing. I have but 1 pendant imbued with a strand of true energy remaining. How about this? I will offer you 1 pendant of a strand of true energy and 1 pendant of 3 strands of true energy." Su Yi placed the single pendant of a strand of true energy on the table for Chen Fan to see. Chen Fan shook his head. No, Your Majesty Su Yi, I only require the pendants with a strand of true energy. The pendants with excess energy are somewhat burdensome for me to part with. His reasoning was simple. A pendant with a strand of true energy was worth 50 million. Thus, a pendant with 2 strands would amount to 100 million, an insurmountable sum for him. Sui countered, but I possess only 1 pendant of a strand of true energy. Why the valuation of the pendants? Wouldn't 4 strands suffice? Chun Fan remained steadfast in his insistence for the single-strand pendants. Your Majesty Sui, as a king, you surely have the means to acquire more. If not, then I will require 3,000 taels of gold and 1 pendant of a strand of true energy. 3,000 taels of gold were beyond Sui's reach. Even if he had them, he preferred to transact with pendants, as 3,000 taels could purchase numerous small pendants of a strand of true energy. Sui proposed, let us do this. I will give you 1 pendant of a strand of true energy now, and once I procure another, I will pay you then. Consider the surplus grain as a prepayment from you, given that I prepaid you last time. And by the way, you need not call me Your Majesty Sui. Simply address me as Sui. Realizing the merit in this approach, Chun Fan agreed. Very well, I too shall prepay, Sui. Let us commence our transaction. Sui interjected, wait, I have something else to give you. Something for me? Chun Fan immediately recalled the martial arts manual. Oh, can I truly practice martial arts from this world? Sui produced a piece of fabric showcasing the Flying Phoenix technique, a yellow-grade martial arts manual. This is for you. Study it well. Should you desire further manuals, they will require purchase. Intrigued by the prospect of genuinely being able to cultivate martial arts, Chun Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Sui's gift of the martial arts manual also served as a promotional strategy. Once Chun Fan discovered its efficacy, he would undoubtedly return for additional transactions. After finalizing their trading items, they initiated the exchange. Chun Fan declared, transaction. Sui echoed, transaction. With the transaction confirmed, the warehouse was suddenly filled with sacks of rice and wheat, alongside a shelf laden with spices. The trading system announced, second transaction successful. Sui marveled at the trading system's capabilities, noting how it could neatly organize multiple rooms as warehouses. Meanwhile, Chun Fan received a pendant imbued with a strand of true energy and a piece of fabric. Upon completion of the transaction, both parties felt they had gained. Observing the grains, Sui recognized that the food supply issue had been resolved. Next, he sought to acquire some defensive weaponry. While he desired modern firearms, he was cautious not to reveal his identity as a traveler from Blue Star. After some contemplation, a plan began to form in his mind. Whether it would prove viable remained to be seen the following day. For now, Sui needed to locate another pendant imbued with a strand of true energy. Although first-class martial artists were scarce within the Kingdom of One, such pendants could still be sought after. The court convened every 3 days, and since they had met yesterday, the next assembly would occur the day after tomorrow, allowing Sui to explore the realm in the interim. Despite this, he worried about the potential for assassination should he leave the palace. However, it was essential to gather intelligence on the outside world. At that moment, Sui felt a pang of hunger, realizing he had yet to dine that evening. He picked up a bundle of rice noodles and exited his chamber. Niu Lishur, go fetch a cooking cauldron. I shall prepare my own meal here. Niu Lishur quickly departed, soon returning with a cauldron designed for cooking. As Sui gazed at the cauldron, he noted that he would need to request some cooking utensils from Chun Fan in the future, for utilizing this cauldron was rather inconvenient. After some effort, several eunuchs managed to kindle a fire and boil water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, Sui added the rice noodles and the spices gifted by Chun Fan. The eunuchs and palace maids watched in curiosity as Sui unveiled the intriguing spices, though they hesitated to inquire further. Upon tasting the noodles, Sui was momentarily transported back to Blue Star. Yet he quickly reminded himself that he had traversed to this 8 desolations world. Chapter 13. Niu Lishur receives orders from Sui to leave the palace in Blue Star. Chun Fan eagerly opened the fabric martial arts manual he had received from Sui. Delighting in the contents, the Flying Phoenix technique, a martial arts manual. Let us see if it truly can be cultivated. As he unrolled the fabric, the title Flying Phoenix technique appeared, although the original 3 characters had been obscured, leaving him to wonder what the technique had originally been called and why it had been altered. As he pondered this mystery, a new question arose. The text was written in the script of the Hua nation. Was this script universally understood across all realms? After some contemplation, Chun Fan decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment, as he could always inquire with Sui later. For now, his priority was to attempt the cultivation of the Flying Phoenix technique. He began to read through the manual. The yellow grade technique sounded rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Chun Fan followed the instructions laid out in the manual, which included both text and illustrations for meditation postures, as well as diagrams detailing movement routes through various acupoints and meridians. Unfamiliar with the locations of these acupoints, he utilized his phone to reference an acupoint diagram while practicing the martial arts. Meanwhile, in the Eight Desolations world, Sui had finished his meal of rice noodles. Satisfied, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of several eunuchs and palace maids attending to him. Among these eunuchs, he was certain there were spies planted by Huang Hui. It was imperative to eliminate these individuals before undertaking any further actions. After contemplating his options, Sui ultimately resolved to send Niu Lishur out of the palace. Niu Lishur had served as the original personal eunuch since childhood. Having endured numerous hardships due to the original's lack of favor in court, the original had developed a deep bond with Niu Lishur. However, Sui viewed their relationship merely as an observer. Recalling tales of historical emperors whose close ties with eunuchs led to corruption and turmoil within the court. Niu Lishur, I have a task for you, Sui stated. Niu Lishur hastily approached the pavilion to pay his respects. Sui instructed, dismiss those around us. Without hesitation, Niu Lishur shooed away the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids to a distance. Prince, I have dismissed everyone. No one can overhear our conversation now. Sui nodded in appreciation and said, Excellent. There is a matter that requires your attention. Niu Lishur immediately perked up, preparing to commit every word spoken by Sui to memory. Sui then quietly conveyed several tasks that Niu Lishur needed to undertake outside the palace the following morning. After finishing, Sui inquired, Do you remember? Niu Lishur replied. In response to the prince's words, I recall them clearly, Sui prompted. Then repeat them back to me. Niu Lishur recounted Sui's instructions without omission. Satisfied, Sui nodded and said, Good. Proceed accordingly tomorrow. The next day, outside Wenqing, the gathering of hungry citizens grew increasingly dire. With no shelter, they resorted to sleeping on the ground outside the city walls. Rumors began to spread among the destitute. Do you know why we suffer from hunger? It is due to the royal family's malfeasance, a punishment sent down from the heavens. Prime Minister Huang Hui implored the prince to issue a self-accusatory edict, but the prince resolutely refused. The heavens, in their wrath, shall not forgive us. Why do we starve? It is the royal family of Wengue that bears the blame. Once the prince ascends to the throne, our plight will only worsen, as these rumors circulated. The uneducated populace simplified them into a more digestible refrain. Kill the prince, and the famine will vanish, allowing us to fill our bellies. This straightforward rumor spread rapidly, easily remembered even by those who could not read. And as it echoed in their ears, more and more people began to believe it. Those who subscribed to this notion were gradually gathered by Huang Hui's subordinates, in stark contrast to the throngs of starving individuals outside Wenqing. Life within the city continued as usual for the common folk. At this moment, Niu Lishur traversed the streets of Wenqing with a bundle in hand, oblivious to the two individuals trailing him. As he walked, he kept an eye out and eventually arrived at a shop, which had yet to open its doors. He approached a nearby pancake stall with the intention of purchasing a pancake to stave off his hunger. Vendor, 1 pancake, please. The vendor replied. 1 pancake costs 1 tael of silver. Niu Lishur was taken aback, exclaiming, So expensive. Isn't it just a single coin for a pancake? Are you robbing me? The vendor retorted, Sir, there's a famine everywhere. Prices are increasing daily. If you wish to buy, do so now. Otherwise, it won't be this price for long. Before dawn, Niu Lishur had exited the palace. Starving yet reluctant to part with 1 tael of silver for a pancake, an amount exceeding his monthly stipend, he swallowed hard and ultimately refrained from purchasing it. Deciding to return to the palace for a meal after completing his tasks, the vendor, recognizing that Niu Lishur would not spend his money, growled, If you aren't buying, then get lost. I have business to attend to. Niu Lishur glanced at the vendor's imposing physique and, feeling disgruntled, left the stall. He wandered to a secluded street corner, standing in wait. After a while, fatigue set in, prompting him to crouch down to conserve energy. Meanwhile, the two watchers lurking around the corner continued to observe him. "What do you think that eunuch is up to?" one asked. "You ask me? Who should I ask? The Prime Minister specifically ordered us to follow him. We need only perform our duty," the other replied. "Look at him, so impoverished that he can't even afford a pancake." The two were named Huang Sangun and Huang Wuguan, both servants of Prime Minister Huang Hui, whose families had served him for generations. Thus, Huang Hui trusted them implicitly. Knowing Niu Lishir had been dispatched alone by the prince, he arranged for these two to keep him under surveillance. Half an hour later, the shop across the street finally opened its doors. Niu Lishir hurried inside. The proprietor, a man of considerable experience, recognized Niu Lishir's status at a glance. "Eunuch, what brings you here?" Eunuch was the term used in this era to refer to such officials, akin to gonggong. One could hardly address a eunuch directly as such, for it might wound their pride. Outside, Huang Sangun and Huang Wuguan exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of Niu Lishir entering the pawnshop. "Sangun, why did that eunuch enter the pawnshop?" Wuguan asked. "Don't ask me. I have no idea. We'll inquire with the proprietor once that eunuch leaves," Sangun replied. Inside the shop, Niu Lishir stated his purpose to him. "My master has sent me to purchase some jade pendants infused with true energy." "How many do you have?" The proprietor quickly deduced that the eunuch's master must be someone of royal lineage, especially since the royal family was in dire straits, with only the prince remaining. However, the prince lacked martial prowess. What use would he have for such pendants? Nonetheless, the proprietor was keen on making a sale, responding, "Eunuch, I do have some jade pendants infused with true energy, but prices have soared of late. I am no longer accepting silver for them." Niu Lishir placed a bag on the table, revealing its contents of gleaming gold. "This is 66 taels of gold." The proprietor's demeanor shifted instantly. "Honored guest, please have a seat." He fetched a chair for Niu Lishir and poured him a cup of water. "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. Due to the recent famine, many have pawned their jade pendants for money. I happen to have several available at significantly lower prices than usual. You truly came at the right time." After sipping the water and feeling less famished, Niu Lishir inquired, "What is the price for a pendant infused with one strand of true energy?" The proprietor returned to the counter, bringing forth several wooden boxes to reveal the jade pendants within. "Honored guest, the current price for a pendant infused with one strand of true energy is 2 taels of gold each. Previously, it was 3 taels. I have 10 of these pendants available. Would you like to purchase any other types? 2 strands for 4 taels, 3 strands for 6, and 4 strands for 8. Niu Lishir waved his hand, interrupting, "Stop, stop. No need to say so much. I'll take all 10. He then placed 20 taels of gold on the counter. The proprietor accepted the 20 taels with a grateful smile. After selecting 10 pendants, he turned to bind them with a vine and no need to package them. Just place them directly in my bag. Carrying 10 wooden boxes is cumbersome." The proprietor hesitated, wondering why the eunuch would forego packaging such valuable items. Observing the bag still contained 46 taels of gold, he thought it reasonable for the eunuch to add the pendants to it. "Very well, honored guest. Please wait a moment." The proprietor retrieved the 10 pendants from their boxes and placed them into Niu Lishir's bag. With the bag in hand, Niu Lishir made his way back to the palace. Meanwhile, Huang Sangun and Huang Wuguan, who had been monitoring from a distance, observed Niu Lishir's departure. "Wuguan, go inside and inquire with the proprietor about what that eunuch did in there." "I will continue to follow him," Sangun said, resuming his pursuit of Niu Lishir. Wuguan entered the pawnshop and directly asked, "Proprietor, what did that eunuch do while he was here?" The proprietor, scrutinizing the plainly dressed individual before him, questioned, "Who might you be?" He sought to ascertain the identity of this seemingly ordinary yet assertive person. Wuguan produced a token, stating, "From the Prime Minister's office." The proprietor's expression immediately shifted to one of deference. "Greetings, sir. Allow me to provide you with the information you seek." He then relayed the details of Niu Lishir's purchase of 10 jade pendants infused with true energy, noting that the eunuch's bag still contained 46 taels of gold. Meanwhile, Huang Sangun trailed Niu Lishir and only turned away upon witnessing him enter the royal palace. Niu Lishir proceeded to Sui's residence, presenting himself. "Prince, I have successfully made the purchase, Sui inquired. How many? 10 pieces. Very well. Step aside. Niu Lishir left the bag behind and stepped back in the Prime Minister's residence of Wen City. Huang Hui was attentively listening to the reports from his two subordinates. Huang Sangun and Huang Wuguan recounted their observations from tailing Niu Lishir that day. After hearing their account, Huang Hui confirmed once more, "Are you absolutely certain that the eunuch went to the pawn shop and purchased 10 genuine qi jade pendants, and that they contained a trace of qi?" Both Huang Sangun and Huang Wuguan nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, my lord." The pawnshop owner admitted it personally. "We made it clear that we represented the Prime Minister's residence. Unless the owner is seeking his own demise." With his doubts dispelled, Huang Hui dismissed the two. He then began to contemplate the reasons behind Sui sending Niu Lishir to acquire those qi jade pendants. Why would Sui require such items? Was it for cultivation? Sui lacked the aptitude for martial arts. Was he still unwilling to give up? After a moment's reflection, Huang Hui decided not to dwell on it further and shifted his focus to plotting his coup. Meanwhile, within the palace, Sui summoned another individual, Feng Zhu. Upon meeting the prince, Feng Zhu bowed respectfully. Sui gestured dismissively. "No need for such formality. What is the situation outside the city?" Feng Zhu replied, "Your Highness, rumors among the starving populace are rampant, and they are quite detrimental to you. That scoundrel Huang Hui's subordinates are inciting the hungry to revolt. You must prepare early." Sui inquired, "Oh, Feng Zhu, could you elaborate on what these rumors entail?" Feng Zhu shook his head. "I dare not say." This only piqued Sui's curiosity further. "I pardon you. Speak freely." Feng Zhu then recounted the rumors circulating among the starving. "Kill the prince, and the famine will vanish, allowing our bellies to be filled." Upon hearing this, Sui did not react with anger, but rather with laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! Feng Zhu, you may take your leave." Feng Zhu complied respectfully and withdrew. Chapter 15. Fabricating a prehistoric technological civilization. Sui entered his chamber and opened the system's trading interface. In this martial world, the most reliable asset was his own martial prowess. If Sui possessed unparalleled martial skills, akin to a master-level expert, then the one state could be easily held in his grasp. The schemes of individuals like Huang Hui would be as fragile as bubbles, easily punctured by absolute strength. Sui was currently cultivating the One Yu skill. Yet martial prowess was not something that could be achieved overnight. He now required external assistance. Gazing at the system interface, Sui mused, "Brother Chen Fan, allow me to send you a message." He located the messaging function within the trading system and composed a message for Qian Fan.at that moment, on Blue Star. Within a vast warehouse, Chen Fan was negotiating with a food merchant regarding the acquisition of a food company. "Mr. Chen, I believe an asking price of 100 million for this food company is quite reasonable." Chen Fan's interest in the acquisition stemmed from the fact that this trading company primarily engaged in grain procurement and the sale of secondary food products. Boasting several large warehouses, the plan was to procure grain and then utilize the cover of the warehouses to trade within the abyssal world. Just as Chen Fan was about to engage in haggling, the trading system's voice echoed in his mind. "Trading system, you have a new message." Confused, Chen Fan wondered why the system was sending him a notification instead of directly delivering the message as usual. Could it be due to the presence of outsiders? "Mr. Luo, let's continue this discussion later. I have an important call to take." Having said this, Chen Fan turned and stepped outside to a secluded corner of the warehouse. "What message has Sui sent me?" Opening the trading system to check the message, he read, "Chen Fan, I have discovered a prehistoric civilization relic, which astonishingly contains descriptions of technology. This prehistoric civilization is a technological civilization. A prehistoric relic? Or a technological relic?" Chen Fan's mind raced with thoughts. Having read numerous web novels, he was familiar with the concept of prehistoric civilization relics that contained ancient technologies, be it science or some form of magic. With this in mind, he promptly replied, "Sui, have you truly found a prehistoric civilization relic? How do you know it pertains to a technological civilization?" Sui responded, "Because there are certain textual descriptions within the relic that detail nuclear bombs. One passage describes how this prehistoric civilization perished due to nuclear fallout and the ensuing nuclear winter after a nuclear war. Those nuclear bombs are indeed formidable. Chun Fan, when can you procure a nuclear bomb for me? I could use it to annihilate the Wu Empire. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan concluded that Sui had indeed discovered a genuine technological civilization. He had only mentioned the term nuclear bomb, yet phrases like nuclear fallout and nuclear winter had not been disclosed to Sui. Chun Fan had not anticipated that Sui was a denizen of Blue Star. He mused to himself. I never imagined that within the abyssal world there existed a prehistoric technological civilization relic. If that is the case, Sui will soon be privy to information regarding technology, making future negotiations regarding prices considerably more challenging, akin to someone discovering a low price. Given the dangers of nuclear bombs, I cannot engage in such a transaction with you, Sue. Perhaps you should consider other options. I have numerous other goods available for trade. What exactly is this prehistoric technological civilization relic? How did it suddenly appear? Sui replied, this prehistoric relic was discovered a few days ago in a cave formed by a landslide in a deep mountain. This morning, the data regarding the relic was delivered to me. After reviewing that information and recalling what you mentioned previously, I realized it was indeed a technological relic. Chun Fan envisioned an underground cave in a deep mountain, filled with the ruins of a city, where various technological artifacts had long since eroded away. With this image in mind, he continued to send messages. Sue, where is this textual information preserved? If the technological relic has eroded, even if memory cards or hard drives could survive, without electronic devices, the contents cannot be accessed. How did you ascertain the text from the relic? Sui replied, the textual information is engraved on stones. Throughout the prehistoric technological relic, there are numerous weathered items that crumble upon contact. The words are etched into the stone, allowing them to endure for such a long time. Realizing that Sui was already anticipating his questions, Chun Fan began to genuinely believe in the existence of a prehistoric technological relic within the abyssal world. Sui, does the relic contain any other items? Sui responded, all other items have eroded. Only the stones remain intact. The individuals of that prehistoric technological civilization were indeed wise, aware that inscribing information on stone would preserve it. We, the descendants, are able to learn about the prehistoric technological civilization through those inscriptions. Chun Fan, will you truly not sell me a nuclear bomb? Chun Fan replied, Sue, it's futile to consider that. A nuclear bomb is simply not for sale. Sui then proposed, if a nuclear bomb cannot be procured, then how about a batch of firearms? Let us start with some machine guns. This was the first time Sui articulated his desire for such items. Given that firearms were prohibited in the land of the Flower Nation, it was highly unlikely that Chun Fan would find any to trade. Nevertheless, it was worth attempting. Yet, Chun Fan currently found himself unable to procure firearms for trade with Sui. I apologize for being candid. I cannot engage in trading any firearms, not even machine guns. Sui replied, this method of communication is rather cumbersome for me. Shall I initiate a video call? Is that convenient for you? Chun Fan glanced around. Although he was in a secluded corner, caution was always prudent. Sui, my apologies, I am currently outside and cannot take a video call. Sui reluctantly continued messaging. Alas, I did not realize your circumstances were so dire. I was hoping to arm my guards with a supply of weapons. If you lack firearms, you must possess cold weapons. I require a batch of bows and arrows with shooting speed and lethality comparable to machine guns. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan found himself in a quandary. Bows and arrows with such specifications? That sounded akin to modern crossbows, which were also prohibited. After revealing knowledge of technological items, Sui was now directly seeking to trade for them. Chun Fan decided it best to refuse. He was about to type a response. Sui interjected, I am willing to trade 2 jade pendants containing a trace of chi for 500 bows and 50,000 arrows. I will also deliver the 3 pendants I owe you tonight. At that moment, a message from Li Hongxing arrived. Mr. Chen, that jade pendant of yours is truly remarkable. Several of my acquaintances are also interested in acquiring such pendants. I can offer up to 60 million for them. May I inquire about your availability? The allure of wealth momentarily clouded Chun Fan's judgment. Chapter 16. Chun Fan searches for goods after gazing at the trading system panel for a while. Chun Fan, having confirmed that Sui would no longer send messages, retracted the trading system interface and returned to the warehouse. Within that vast storage space, Mr. Luo was seated on a chair, awaiting his arrival. "Mr. Chun, I've reduced the price to 90 million, he exclaimed. Just moments before Qin Fan's departure, Mr. Luo had been lost in thought. Why did Qin Fan leave so abruptly during the negotiation? Was he perhaps in contact with other food companies? It was this line of reasoning that prompted Mr. Luo to proactively lower the price. Qin Fan was initially perplexed by Mr. Luo's sudden willingness to reduce the price, but he quickly deduced that it must have been his recent departure that led to this misunderstanding. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, for the price reduction. Let us continue our discussion tomorrow. For today, this will suffice," Qin Fan replied. Mr. Luo hurriedly stood up, attempting to persuade him. Mr. Chun, this price reflects my sincerity." However, Qin Fan did not look back and exited the premises. He was unconcerned about the possibility of the food company being acquired by someone else, as there were numerous food companies available. Even if this particular company were taken over, he could simply seek out others. Qin Fan quickly searched for information on his phone and summoned a ride through a car-hailing app. The vehicle arrived shortly thereafter, having been stationed nearby. The car was an ordinary vehicle, and the driver, a young man with a crew cut, sat upright in the driver's seat. "Hello, did you call for a ride?" he inquired, noticing only Qin Fan waiting nearby. Qin Fan nodded. "Yes, that would be me." He opened the door and took a seat inside. The driver navigated the streets smoothly. Since Qin Fan had yet to purchase a car, he relied on ride-hailing services or shared bicycles for transportation. Once seated, Qin Fan remarked, "Driver, you seem like someone who has served in the military." The driver nodded. "I'm surprised you noticed. I indeed served." His name was Wang Sanyong, a former soldier. After his discharge, he had heard that driving for ride-hailing services could yield a monthly income exceeding 10,000, so he used his retirement funds to buy a second-hand car. Initially, the venture proved profitable, but as more individuals entered the market, his earnings dwindled. Now, Wang Sanyong contemplated selling the vehicle and changing careers altogether. Unaware of Wang Sanyong's thoughts, Qin Fan responded to a message from Li Hongsheng. "Oldly, I still possess a jade pendant. If you require more, I will need to consult my elders," just as he sent the message. His phone rang with Li Hongsheng's call. Qin Fan answered, and Li's voice came through. "Mr. Qin, do you have a moment? I can come to you for the transaction right away." Qin Fan glanced at the time. It was merely 10:30 in the morning, leaving him ample time for other matters. Nevertheless, he prioritized locating goods for Sui. "Old Qin, let us meet for the transaction at 5:30 this afternoon. We can convene at the Baihe Hotel in Modu," Qin Fan suggested. His aim was straightforward. After the transaction with Li Hongsheng, he would dine at the Baihe Hotel. Li agreed. "Very well, it's settled then. Let us not miss each other at that moment." In a traditional Chinese courtyard, after hanging up, several elderly gentlemen, akin to Li Hongsheng, eagerly approached him. "So, what did the young man say?" "Please, do tell," Li Hongsheng replied. "Mr. Chun stated we would transact at 5:30 this afternoon at the Baihe Hotel in Modu. However, there will only be one piece this time. Who wishes to go?" A chorus of "I will" erupted among the elders, each vying for the opportunity. Li Hongsheng shook his head. "There's no need to compete. It's better if just one person goes. Let us draw lots." After a round of drawing, one elder emerged victorious. "Ha ha ha, it's me." Li Hongsheng examined the jade pendant around his neck. Since donning it, his health had markedly improved. His hypertension had diminished, he felt more energetic, and his sleep quality had significantly improved. He even underwent medical examinations, confirming that his health indicators were trending positively. Moreover, he conducted comparative experiments. Without the pendant, his health swiftly regressed to its previous state, while its presence fostered a gradual return to vitality. Aware of these miraculous effects, Li Hongsheng sought out a research institution to analyze the pendant. Yet the professionals could not glean any useful information. Intriguingly, the pendant also proved beneficial for others, which fueled the excitement among his elderly companions. Meanwhile, after half an hour of driving, Qin Fan arrived at a commercial district in Modu. Wang Sanyong, with an apologetic expression, remarked, "Ahead is a restricted area. I can only drop you off here." "That's perfectly fine, I can get out here." "It's not far," Qin Fan replied. He opened the car door and exited. "Thank you for the ride. Please remember to leave a 5-star review." With that, Wang Sanyong drove away. Qin Fan didn't hesitate to give him a 5-star rating on his phone before walking 200 meters to an outdoor equipment store. The store owner greeted him enthusiastically. What kind of outdoor gear are you looking for? The shelves were stocked with tents, spades, outdoor clothing, and more. Chun Fan stated his intention directly. I'd like to purchase some bows and arrows. The owner responded, certainly. I've placed the bows on the highest shelf. He climbed a mobile ladder to retrieve a box, revealing a bow inside. This is a recurve bow, designed for athletes. Purchasing it requires a recurve bow shooting license. Realizing he did not meet the criteria, and noting that this did not align with Sui's request, which specified a bow with a rapid shooting capability, Chun Fan inquired, do you have anything akin to a machine gun bow? Perhaps something like the Zhuge crossbow? The store owner, understanding his request, replied with a knowing smile. Oh, of course, we have that. He then produced a box containing a toy Zhuge crossbow made of plastic. Chun Fan sighed in exasperation. That's not what I want. I need a crossbow with the power equivalent to a machine gun. The owner's demeanor shifted to seriousness. What you're referring to is indeed a crossbow, which is only available in military settings. I cannot sell that here. It is classified as military weaponry and selling it would be illegal. Chapter 17. Chun Fan assembles the goods himself after his unsuccessful attempt at the outdoor equipment store. Chun Fan was compelled to seek alternative solutions. His first thought was to scour the internet for options. A brief search yielded various information about crossbows. Rather than hastily seeking a seller, he took the time to read up on crossbows and their descriptions. He discovered that modern crossbows possess lethal capabilities comparable to standard firearms and are also utilized by special forces. Upon reviewing the information, Chun Fan continued his online search for crossbows available for sale. However, after reaching out to several contacts, he found only competitive bows lacking rapid-fire functionality. None met Sui's requirements. He acknowledged that attempting to purchase such equipment in his country would likely draw unwanted attention from authorities. Undeterred, Chun Fan devised an alternative plan. He began searching for designs for rapid-fire crossbows online. With diligent effort, he soon located the schematics for a rapid-fire crossbow. Resolute, he decided to construct the desired crossbow himself for Sui. After reviewing several guides, he realized he would need a machine tool and specific metal materials. Financially, this posed no issue. Machine tools were readily available from numerous manufacturers in Modu, which he had observed while in the warehouse district. After contacting a machine tool manufacturer, he paid a deposit and arranged for immediate delivery. Next, he procured a computer, printer, and other necessary equipment, which were sent to the warehouse he had rented. Once the staff set everything up, Chun Fan sat at the computer, studying while simultaneously working on the crossbow's construction. Motivated by the prospect of monetary gain, his enthusiasm for learning surged. He did not attempt to shoulder the entire project alone. He disassembled the design blueprints for the crossbow and marked the dimensions of some components, sending them to several manufacturers for production. At that moment, in a hardware processing factory in the bustling metropolis. The phone rang. A clerk answered the call. Hello, this is Zuck Sinkson Hardware Processing Factory in the metropolis. After a brief conversation, it turned out that the caller requested the factory to manufacture some parts, with delivery required by the end of the day. The clerk replied, well, that might be a bit difficult. What? You want to pay 3 times the price? I simply cannot accept that. She knew that if she refused, her boss would certainly not let her off easily. Please send over the design blueprint for me to review. Once it arrived, she examined the blueprint, which depicted a rather simple component. The clerk printed the design and took it to the processing department to calculate the price. A member of the processing team remarked, this processing is exceedingly simple. It will only cost 5 yuan. How many do you need? 500. What? Only 500? That's hardly worth the effort. The buyer explained that the material had to be made from a special composite carbon fiber, the most expensive material available at their factory, and still at 3 times the price. However, it had to be delivered to the port warehouse area by 4 o'clock. The processing team members were taken aback. What? 3 times the price? Using that material, 1 unit will cost 100 yuan. 3 times that is 300 yuan, and for 500 units, that totals 15,000 yuan. We can finish it in an hour. Let us take it. First, collect a deposit. Inform the other party that we can have it ready in 2 hours, and let them know that if they have any further designs, they can come to us. The clerk hurried back to the office. 3 minutes later, she returned to the conference room. What is the update? Did they pay the deposit? Yes, they did, and in full, 15,000 yuan. The buyer insists we deliver within 2 hours. Alright everyone, pause your current tasks. Let us focus on this order. These events transpired across over 20 hardware processing factories and a high-strength polyester factory. Under Chen Fan's threefold pricing, they could complete the processing and deliver within 2 to 3 hours. Thus, Chen Fan awaited the steady stream of deliveries from various hardware factories at the warehouse. After 3 hours, upon the arrival of the last shipment, he began the final processing using the machine tools. This final step was straightforward, merely involving the final shaping of the components. Among the 20-plus parts, one component remained unshaped, primarily to prevent the factory workers from discerning that these parts were intended for crossbow production. In order to mitigate potential legal risks, after spending an hour shaping that particular part, he commenced assembly, which took considerably longer. By the time he assembled over 300 crossbows, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Chen Fan set aside the assembly work and took a ride-hailing car to the Baihe Crane restaurant in the metropolis. Upon his arrival in a private room, Li Hongsheng and another elder were already waiting for him. Li Hongsheng stood up enthusiastically to greet Chen Fan. "Young friend Chen Fan, come, let me introduce you. This is my old friend, Zhang Dachong." Zhang Dachong extended his hand to shake Chen Fan's. "Haha, I have long admired your name. Mr. Chen Fan.It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Elder Zhang," Chen Fan replied and Li Hongsheng gestured. "Young friend Chen Fan, please take a seat here." He directed Chen Fan to the main seat, but Chen Fan smiled and opted for a position on the opposite side instead. Li Hongsheng praised, "Young friend Chen Fan is indeed a remarkable person, humble and composed. A typical individual might have taken the main seat, allowing pride to take hold, especially among the youth." Such commendation stemmed from Li Hongsheng's positive impression of Chen Fan. Had an ordinary person taken his place, Li Hongsheng would not have thought the same. Once everyone settled, Li Hongsheng declared, "I shall have the dishes served now." Chen Fan shook his head. "Wait, let us proceed with the transaction first." He placed the Qi Jade pendant on the table. This pendant was the same one from their previous transaction the night before. Now, Su Yi still owed him 3 pendants containing a thread of true energy. Zhang Dachong gazed at the Qi Jade pendant resting on the table and quickly picked it up. Instantly, he felt invigorated. "Indeed, this sensation is remarkable, Mr. Chen Fan. What kind of wondrous energy is contained within this pendant?" Chen Fan replied candidly, "It is true energy. There is a thread of true energy inside." "True energy?" Li Hongsheng and Zhang Dachong exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of such a concept. True energy seemed to belong solely to the realm of martial arts novels. How could it possibly exist in reality? They chuckled. "Haha, young friend Chen Fan, you jest. Since you prefer not to elaborate, we shan't press further. Let us have the dishes served." Zhang Dachong pressed a button on the table, and shortly thereafter, a waiter began to serve the food. Meanwhile, after making a phone call, Zhang Dachong arranged for 60 million yuan to be transferred in installments to several of Chen Fan's accounts. Chapter 18. The third transaction of weapons and discussions on martial arts training at 11 o'clock that night. Su Yi, who had been waiting, finally received Chen Fan's message. "Chen Fan, it's all set. We can proceed with the transaction now," Su Yi replied. "Has it finally arrived? With this batch of bows and arrows, my current crisis is averted." Su Yi was facing a crisis of military force. Through the recent military training, he had managed to recruit a contingent of the Imperial Guard, but only 390 soldiers were combat-ready. Huang Hui was surely preparing a large army to confront him. Most of the civil and military officials had already defected to Huang Hui. Su Yi found it challenging to seek methods for increasing his ranks, and his only option was to bolster his military strength. Acquiring this batch of bows and arrows would significantly enhance his capabilities. Su Yi activated the video function of the trading system. Once connected, Chen Fan was still in the same warehouse, as promised. "Su Yi, I have fulfilled your request," Chen Fan stated. Behind him were numerous bows and a large stack of arrows haphazardly arranged. "Chen Fan, it seems you truly possess remarkable abilities. You managed to gather so many bows and arrows in a single day. Please give me an overview of these bows and arrows." Su Yi understood that acquiring such weaponry in the Blue Star realm, particularly in the Flower Nation, was exceedingly difficult, given that the Flower Nation was the safest country on Blue Star. Such items could jeopardize the safety of ordinary citizens. Chen Fan picked up a crossbow. This bow is officially known as a crossbow. Today, I have transitioned from the grain trade to the weapon trade. Let me explain the power of this crossbow. Chen Fan refrained from using the term arms dealer, fearing Sui might not comprehend it, especially since the 8 Desolation world lacked firearms. Chen Fan aimed the crossbow at a distant wooden board and fired. With each pull of the trigger, an arrow was released, and within a single moment, 10 arrows struck the board. Without exception, all arrows penetrated the wood. Chen Fan detached the arrow box from the crossbow to show Sui. This arrow box can hold 10 arrows. The crossbow has 10 bowstrings, and by turning this crank, you can pull them all back. The firing rate can reach 1 arrow per second, if 500 crossbows are fired together. It results in a rain of arrows. As a businessman, Chen Fan meticulously detailed this batch of crossbows. Sui, having listened to the introduction, found no faults to point out. All right, that's the crossbow, and the 50,000 arrows are in this pile beside it. Due to time constraints, I did not pack them. The count of 50,000 arrows is not an exaggeration. Any excess can be considered a gift from me. Next to the crossbow, a heap of arrows formed a small mountain. When placing the order, Chen Fan had requested 51,000 arrows, anticipating that the hardware factories might produce a few less, which would jeopardize the transaction. Besides, he had not counted the exact number of arrows. They were produced by 3 different hardware factories for confidentiality. Sui harbored no doubts about Chen Fan's words and presented 5 Qi Jade pendants. 3 of these were the ones he owed Chen Fan from the last transaction, while the other 2 were for this current deal. Upon seeing the 5 pendants, Chen Fan felt as if he were gazing at 300 million yuan. Successfully trading these 5 pendants would elevate him to the status of a billionaire. After confirming the items for trade, they initiated the transaction. Chen Fan declared, "Trade." Sui echoed, "Trade." Transaction confirmed. Suddenly, 500 crossbows and a substantial number of arrows appeared in the warehouse room. On the other side, Chen Fan received the 5 Qi Jade pendants. The transaction system announced, "Third transaction successful." Both parties, having received their respective items, wore smiles of satisfaction. As with previous transactions, both parties felt they had profited. Chen Fan, how has your practice of the Fei Feng Gong, which I gifted you last time, been progressing? Although Sui posed this question, he was well aware that Chen Fan had yet to attain any tangible results from his training. As he could observe that Chen Fan's steps remained unsteady, indicating he had not yet cultivated any internal energy. It was entirely normal for Chen Fan, having only practiced for a day, to not have developed any internal power. Even martial arts prodigies often required several days of effort to achieve such a feat. Sui had managed to cultivate internal energy previously due to the original body's years of rigorous training. Those years may have seemed like futile efforts, yet they laid a solid foundation for Sui's current existence in this world. Reflecting on his own training, Chen Fan replied, "I cannot yet ascertain the efficacy of the Fei Feng Gong, as I have yet to even begin my practice. By the way, Sui, how do you memorize the acupoints?" Sui responded, How do I remember the acupoints? I have studied their location since childhood, so I am thoroughly familiar with them. There is no need for excessive memorization. Oh, and when I was young, I learned about the acupoints from other martial arts instructors. If I misremembered a location, I would receive a smack on the backside. After enduring it multiple times, I naturally memorized them. Chen Fan envisioned the scene of young Sui receiving smacks on his backside, thinking it would be amusing to witness. You are a king now, yet you endured corporal punishment from martial instructors as a child. Sui replied nonchalantly, Of course. Isn't that quite normal? Even my father could not interfere with the martial instructor's teaching. In the world of Ba Huang, martial prowess was paramount. Such matters could not be curtailed even by royalty. Naturally, Sui's nonchalance stemmed from the fact that those experiences were endured by the original body, making him feel like a mere spectator. However, to Chen Fan, Sui's perspective seemed entirely reasonable. Chen Fan mused, Sui's world is indeed Ba Huang, a realm entirely different from my own ancient context. It appears that martial training holds utmost significance in your world. He then inquired, by the way, I practiced the Fei Feng Gong for a day without any apparent effect. Could it be that I made some error in my training? Seizing the opportunity to promote more martial arts manuals to Chen Fan, Sui eagerly asked, Please describe your experience while practicing the Fei Feng Gong to Su. He almost let slip the term Wenji Gong. Chen Fan, puzzled, asked, One? What did you just say? It was a mosquito. One just flew past me, and I got excited and blurted out when. Sui explained while swatting at the air, a look of indignation on his face as he attempted to strike the non-existent mosquito. Mosquitoes were indeed bothersome creatures. Chen Fan, believing him, began recounting his experiences during practice. Though Sui had only just begun to cultivate internal energy himself, he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial arts and quickly offered Chen Fan several training suggestions. The two engaged in discussions about martial arts until the early hours of the next morning. Afterward, Sui donned a serious expression and stepped outside, instructing Yo Li Shi, "Deliver this to Feng Zhu." He handed a bamboo slip inscribed with text to Yo Li Shi, who took it to the military training grounds in search of Feng Zhu. Chapter 19. The starving people enter the city outside the city of Wan. As dawn broke, some hungry citizens were already roused from their slumber, while others continued to sleep soundly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that some of those still sleeping had perished in their sleep. As the awakened citizens gazed longingly at the open city gates, they recalled that previous occasions had seen the gates open to distribute porridge. However, this time, no large cauldrons were brought forth. Instead, a contingent of armed city guards emerged. Amidst the confusion of the starving populace, two figures stepped forward from among the guards, Wu Li and He Yichuan, their appearance reminiscent of scholars. The city guard general trailed silently behind them. Wu Li and He Yichuan surveyed the hungry citizens before simultaneously shouting, "Kill the prince! Fill our bellies!" Soon, voices emerged from the crowd, echoing their cry, "Kill the prince! Fill our bellies!" Many of the starving citizens had been incessantly indoctrinated with the notion that eliminating the prince would bring an end to their hunger. And as the propaganda spread, numerous citizens began to believe it. They paid little heed to notions of national righteousness. Their foremost concern was satiating their hunger. After all, hadn't they been told that killing the prince would ensure their fill? Naturally, they believed it wholeheartedly. Wu Li and He Yichuan were not unattractive, one possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, the other a dignified square face. Yet, beneath their appealing exteriors lay the treacherous hearts of rebellious conspirators. Sensing the crowd's fervor, they gestured with confidence, "Follow us into the city and slay the prince." Turning to the city guard general, Wu Li and He Yichuan received a nod of affirmation. The general issued several commands. And one guard raised a large banner emblazoned with the words, "Kill the prince, fill our bellies." With the city guards surrounding them, Wu Li and He Yichuan advanced toward the city, the general trailing behind them, remaining silent and deliberately avoiding taking the lead. The general, Ding Xing, had been appointed to his position during the reign of the former king, but now he found himself in a position of treachery. He understood well that the first targets of the palace's elite guards would be those at the forefront, Wu Li and He Yichuan. As the starving citizens noticed the guards leading the way, they too began to march into the city, many convinced that killing the prince would alleviate their suffering. They believed that the famine was the prince's fault. Wu Li and He Yichuan reveled in their moment of glory. Convinced that they were on the cusp of altering the fate of the Wan Kingdom, they fantasized that their actions would be inscribed in the annals of history. Most of the starving citizens had entered the city. Yet a number remained outside, some too weak to continue, others unwilling to partake in the chaos. The guards at the city gates shouted at these lingering citizens, "Why are you not entering? Join us to kill the prince and fill your bellies. Do not linger here, hurry inside. Staying out here offers no sustenance." At the guards' urging, some more citizens ventured in, but ultimately, a few remained steadfastly outside. "What do we do now?" Some citizens refused to enter, one guard fretted. "Never mind. There was no order to bring them all in. These citizens are on the verge of collapse. Let us push them inside. I worry they may die on the way. Fine, let us close the gates." With a creak, the gates were shut. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Wu Li and He Yichuan had mounted a donkey. Wu Li glanced back, observing the throngs of starving citizens behind him. "Ding Xing, how many citizens are now following us?" Ding Xing replied, "The number has reached 20,000. Wu Li expressed concern, "With so many people, will we be able to maintain control?" Ding Xing reassured him, "They are merely starving citizens without weapons. Our 3,000 guards can manage them. You two need not worry. There will be no issues." From a bird's eye view, one would see the city guards encircling the throngs of starving citizens. 20,000 famished individuals marched through the streets of one city. while the residents and merchants had long since shuttered their doors in fear. Peering through the cracks in the windows and doors, the townsfolk could only glimpse the unfolding scene in one ordinary household. A child peered out and exclaimed, "Mother, there are so many people outside." The mother rushed over to scoop up her child, saying, "Dear, do not look. It is dangerous outside. Let us retreat to the inner room." As this tumultuous crowd set out to slay the prince, Sui in the palace received word of the unfolding events. Kong Bao hurried to Sui, breathless, reporting, "Your Highness, urgent news. There is trouble, a revolt. The city guards and the starving citizens have turned against us. They are marching toward the palace, and they carry a banner that reads, 'Kill the prince, fill our bellies.'" As one of the few loyal ministers left to Sui, Kong Bao rushed to deliver the news upon witnessing the approaching mob. After relaying the information, Kong Bao looked up at Sui, who appeared remarkably composed. "Your Highness, we must gather our wits. Danger looms outside. We must flee the palace at once. Your Highness, this is dire. This is truly dire." At that moment, 7 courtiers burst into the room, their disheveled appearances betraying their haste. "The city guards have revolted. They aim to assassinate the prince." "You must leave, Your Highness." A smile spread across Sui's face as he remarked, "I am quite pleased to receive this news from you all." Despite the chaos outside, he remained unfazed. Kong Bao urged, "Your Highness, we must flee. If we do not leave soon, it will be too late." The other 7 ministers also urged Sui to flee. However, Sui, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "It matters not. There is no cause for concern. For I have long since devised a strategy. Since 8 loyal ministers have come here, you must have long since cast aside your own lives." With a bold challenge, he asked, "Do the 8 loyal ministers dare to accompany me before the palace to confront tens of thousands?" "Your Highness, you must not," they implored. "Please, Your Highness, leave the palace swiftly. We shall forcefully escort you out." The 8 loyal ministers stepped forward, intent on taking Sui by force. Turning to face them, Sui cast a gaze imbued with authority, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Fools, do you not trust me?" The 8 ministers, taken aback by Sui's piercing gaze, exchanged glances and ultimately halted their advance. "Follow me," commanded Sui as he exited the courtyard. "Let us proceed," urged Kong Bao, the minister of the treasury. After walking a short distance, Sui sensed that the 8 ministers had indeed followed, and he secretly mused, "Ha ha ha, how was that? Did I manage to intimidate those 8 ministers with the emperor's gaze I just learned?" From their earlier reactions, it was clear he had succeeded in instilling fear. Chapter 20. The starving people assault the palace. The city guards, accompanied by the starving populace, marched with great fervor for half an hour before halting 500 meters from the palace. At that moment, the gates of the palace were firmly shut, and the palace walls were lined with the imperial guards on high alert. Wu Li and He Ichuan, upon seeing the palace before them, wore smiles of anticipation. Ding Xing gestured for the city guards to come to a stop. From atop the walls, Fang Ju raised his inner strength and shouted, "City guards, have you turned traitor, Ding Xing? Do you truly intend to commit treason?" Before Ding Xing could respond, Wu Li and He Ichuan interjected, "Fang Ju, a wise man knows when to bend. Ding Xing has made the correct choice. Aligning with our chancellor is the only right path." Fang Ju scrutinized the scene below, noting the absence of Huang Hui. "Ha ha ha, I see no sign of that Huang Hui you speak of. Where is that treacherous scoundrel hiding? As the mastermind of this rebellion, why does he lurk in the shadows? Will you continue to serve him?" Suddenly, Huang Hui's voice resonated. "Ha ha ha, Fang Ju, even as death approaches, you still prattle. If you wish to see me, then I shall reveal myself." At that moment, a palanquin emerged from a side path. Fang Ju's eyes widened. The voice carried with such clarity that it suggested a mastery beyond the ordinary. To his astonishment, Huang Hui, the chancellor of the state of Wan, was seated within. The palanquin was adorned with intricate dragon carvings, making Huang Hui's treacherous intentions unmistakable. Wu Li and He Ichuan, Huang Hui's sycophants, seized the opportunity to speak. "The prince's tyranny has brought famine upon the land. The chancellor, acting upon the will of heaven, has come to overthrow him. Fang Ju, Swiftly open the palace gates and allow the righteous to enter and slay the prince. In doing so, you may yet earn your name in history. If not, you shall face a most ignoble end. Both Wu Li and He Yichuan, despite being Huang Hui's lackeys, possessed considerable strength, reaching a level of competence that could not be underestimated. They continued, "Our chancellor has revealed himself. But where is your master, Fang Zhu? Has the prince fled in fear?" At that moment, Su Yi stood beside Fang Zhu on the city tower, shielded from view by the structure. Su Yi inquired of those nearby, "What say you? Are there any first-rate experts in service to Huang Hui among them?" The two deputy commanders, both of whom were third-rate experts familiar with the renowned fighters within the state of One, shook their heads. "Your Highness, we see none." Reassured by their response, Su Yi stepped forward. With no first-rate expert present, he had little to fear from immediate threats to his life. Huang Hui, confident of his victory, deemed it unnecessary to send forth a first-rate combatant. Just as Su Yi prepared to step outside, Kong Bao and the other 8 loyal ministers urgently intervened. "Your Highness, it is perilous outside. Do not venture forth. Should they launch a surprise attack, the consequences would be dire." "Indeed, Your Highness." Disregarding their warnings, Su Yi approached the outer walls. The 8 loyal ministers followed closely behind. "Which wretched cur dares to vex this prince?" he exclaimed. The guards echoed his words, "Ha ha ha! Which wretched cur dares to vex?" Wu Li and He Yichuan, incensed by the mockery, growled, "How brazen, even in the face of death." Kong Bao, summoning his meager inner strength, retorted, "Rebellious traitors, you deserve death. Huang Hui, the late king treated you with kindness, and yet you have the audacity to commit such treachery." Huang Hui paid no heed to Kong Bao's denunciations, waving his hand dismissively. Wu Li, He Yichuan, "Step back. As you command, Chancellor." They acquiesced, retreating behind Huang Hui. He then fixed his gaze upon Su Yi atop the walls, stating, "Your Highness, today marks the final day I shall look up to you. It is said that looking up causes my neck to ache, a malady I have long suffered. From tomorrow onward, this affliction shall vanish. Alas, I was far too merciful. Had I eradicated you sooner, I would not have endured this torment. To have remained steadfast for so long, I have shown unwavering loyalty to your Su family." After delivering his lengthy monologue, Huang Hui unexpectedly shed tears, moved by his own rhetoric. Yet Su Yi showed no inclination to indulge him. Interjecting, "Huang Hui, are you familiar with the saying?" Huang Hui, intrigued, leaned in to hear what Su Yi would say next, but the words that followed would never reach his ears. Huang Hui's mind raced as he deduced, "The prince possesses inner strength. Has he truly embarked upon the path of martial arts?" He only spoke half a sentence. Could it be due to a lack of power? No, that cannot be. As a member of royalty, he must have calculated his strength meticulously. There must be another motive at play. "I see it now. Prince, you intend to withhold your words to rattle my resolve. Even at this critical juncture, you seek to unsettle me with your schemes. But I, as Chancellor, possess a steadfast heart in martial pursuits. Your tricks shall be of no consequence." Meanwhile, atop the walls, Su Yi felt utterly bemused. He had exhausted his inner strength and was unable to project his voice any further. Huang Hui then gestured, and the city guards behind him began to part, creating a pathway for the hungry masses. Channeling his inner strength, Huang Hui addressed the crowd, "People of One, I am Huang Hui, Chancellor of the state. The prince is tyrannical. Let us unite against him. Today, we come to slay the prince. Slay the prince, satisfy your hunger. All you need to do is storm the palace, and there will be food." With that rallying cry, and under the guidance of certain hidden agents, the starving populace surged toward the palace gates. Amidst the chaos, Huang Hui shouted, "Prince, these are the starving citizens of One. Should you resort to violence, you will sever your ties with the people. If you truly care for the citizens of One, open the palace gates." Kong Bao cautioned, "Your Highness, do not heed the words of that traitor. Doing so would be akin to offering yourself up for slaughter." Su Yi glanced back at the ministers. "Kong Bao, observe the crowd behind us. Do you still lack confidence?" Kong Bao looked back, ultimately nodding in agreement. Su Yi declared, "Since our guests have arrived, let us open the gates." Huang Hui watched as the starving masses charged forward, declaring, "Once the gates are opened, arrows will surely rain down from the walls. Many will perish, but this is a strategy to deplete the strength of the imperial guards." It is the opportune moment for the city guards to make their entrance. A throng of starving individuals rushed toward the palace gates, pushing against them with all their might. Oh, their astonishment! The gates swung open. The hidden agents had not anticipated this turn of events, yet they continued to chant, "Enter the palace. There is food within." The starving masses poured through the main entrance, immediately drawn to the spectacle awaiting them in the courtyard. Chapter 21. The abundance of rice awaits behind the palace. As the hungry throngs surged through the palace gates, they were irresistibly drawn to a row of wooden barrels on the right. The enticing aroma of freshly cooked rice wafted from within, causing their mouths to water. The barrels were tilted at an angle, allowing the hungry to glimpse the steaming white rice inside. Although they were unfamiliar with rice, they observed several palace maids savoring the food with delight, demonstrating to them that the white grains were indeed edible. Behind the barrels stood massive cauldrons, still boiling with rice, the flames roaring beneath them. Towering piles of rice loomed like mountains behind the cauldrons. "Food! Food! I must eat!" the starving masses cried, rushing toward the barrels. "No, we must not forget our purpose. We are here to slay the prince," shouted the hidden agents among the crowd. "The staircase to the walls is over there." Yet, even if they shouted until their voices became hoarse, they could not deter the starving masses. How could those famished individuals heed their calls at that moment? The sight of food inevitably drove the hungry to rush forward. The first of the starving to reach the wooden barrel immediately grasped a handful of rice and stuffed it into their mouths. Others soon joined, seizing the rice with eager hands. When these starving souls tasted rice for the first time, they were astonished to discover how delectable this previously untried food was, as they had never experienced rice before. The satisfaction of this newfound flavor brought them an unparalleled sense of joy and contentment, a sensation that coarse corn could never provide. Delicious, so soft and tasty. Every starving person devoured the rice ravenously. The rice, having absorbed a bit too much water, was quite soft. Huey had considered that, given the prolonged hunger of these individuals, hard rice might pose a choking hazard. The array of wooden barrels varied in height and size, numbering over 200 in total. Late last night, Sui had ordered the eunuchs and palace maids to start cooking. Once the rice was prepared, the issue of storing it in wooden barrels arose. The mere 10 or so barrels in the kitchen proved insufficient. Thus, Sui instructed the eunuchs and palace maids to bring forth their personal barrels, which were typically used for washing and bathing. Even if the starving masses were aware of the barrel's origins, they would still consume the rice. Those on the brink of starvation would not concern themselves with such matters. A nearby eunuch shouted, "Those who have eaten enough rice, clear the way, so those behind can come and eat. Those yet to dine should enter from this side." Both sides of the pathway were lined with rice. The roads on the left and right of the square extended to the inner courtyards of the palace. Along these pathways, wooden barrels brimming with rice were placed at intervals. The eunuchs and palace maids stood on either side, continuously urging the crowd to move towards the right path, efficiently directing the flow of people. In truth, the starving individuals, without needing further instruction, instinctively gravitated towards the right path, steadily advancing, as the hungry thronged to devour rice behind the palace entrance. The city guards stationed outside could not discern the situation within. They observed the relentless influx of the famished into the palace, yet after a while, none had seen any of the starving rush up to the city walls. Ding Xing approached Huang Hui and respectfully reported, "Chancellor, there may be complications with the starving masses inside." Huang Hui, also observing the city walls, replied, "I see it too. Those starving individuals have yet to reach the walls. And there are no cries of slaughter. Something must indeed be amiss." Wu Li, Anti-Ichuan, Huang Hui's sycophants, hastily emerged. "Chancellor, in my opinion, our infiltrators among the starving lack the capability to guide them." Once those famished individuals entered and beheld the splendor of the palace, they likely rushed in to plunder its treasures. These unsophisticated folk must be rummaging through the palace's rooms for valuables. Huang Hui stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Ding Xing, usher the remaining starving individuals inside. Let us first ensure all have entered before assessing the situation." There remains 1/5 of the starving outside. After Ding Xing relayed the order, the city guards promptly brandished their weapons and began herding the starving into the palace. Those being driven by the threat of blades hastened their pace into the palace. However, some slower individuals were mercilessly struck down by the guards, collapsing into pools of blood. Standing atop the city walls, Sui was filled with rage at the sight. How dare those city guards harm the citizens of one? He commanded, "Kill that city guard." Beside him, Fang Ju quickly intervened, "Your Highness, now is not the time. Acting now may result in collateral damage to the starving." Realizing the truth in Fang Ju's words, Sui paused to reflect. Indeed, there were still thousands of starving individuals below. If he acted now, many innocent lives would be at risk. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the city guards would not resort to further violence against the starving in desperation. Taking a moment to calm himself, Sui suppressed his anger and stated, "Make a note of the city guards who have slain the starving. We shall settle the score later." After a moment's thought, he amended, "No, there is no need to wait. We will deal with them immediately." Fang Ju, startled by Sui's calm demeanor, replied, "As you command." Having witnessed the smiles of those starving as they consumed their meals, Sui understood that they were merely seeking sustenance. These individuals were the citizens of one, and they were now his subjects. The sight of their emaciated faces shocked him. It was appalling that these nearly starving individuals were being exploited by Huang Hui. How utterly devoid of conscience he must be. Sui regretted not having expedited their access to food. Over the past 3 days, many must have perished from hunger. Seeing the plight of these starving individuals, Sui realized that the world was not a mere illusion. Had his circumstances been less fortunate, he too might have found himself among the starving, perhaps even perishing upon his arrival, in his quest to save more lives. He could only watch helplessly as the city guards continued to slay several of the starving. Finally, after 30 minutes, all the starving individuals had been driven through the city gates. Wu Li and He Yichuan impatiently inquired, "Ding Xing, what now? Can we lead our troops inside?" From a distance, Ding Xing responded, "Masters Wu Li and He Yichuan, now is not the time. There are still many starving individuals lingering behind the palace doors. They will impede our advance. Our operatives have already compromised the internal locking mechanism, and the palace guards are unable to secure the gates. If you could wait just a quarter of an hour, you may charge in." Wu Li and He Yichuan exchanged glances. "Then we shall wait a quarter of an hour. After that, it will be our moment to achieve greatness." A quarter of an hour later, Wu Li and He Yichuan harnessed their inner strength and shouted, "City guards, follow us. Charge into the palace and take the prince's head." Their amplified voices, bolstered by their internal energies, reached the ears of the 3,000 city guards. They recognized that the time had come. Immediately, Wu Li and He Yichuan lashed their whips, prompting the reluctant guards to surge forward. The city guards followed suit, rushing ahead. As they approached the base of the city wall, the guards raised their shields to fend off arrows from above. Yet, no arrows rained down upon them. Wu Li and He Yichuan exchanged glances, a shared realization dawning upon them. In unison, they declared, "They are severely lacking in arrows. There is no need to worry about projectiles from above." The city guards, though they heard the reassurances of Wu Li and He Yichuan, continued to hold their shields aloft, for their lives were at stake. However, they quickened their pace, and soon they reached the front of the palace entrance. Through the open doorway, Wu Li and He Yichuan caught sight of a palace directly ahead, empty of occupants. Bewildered, they questioned why the palace was deserted. Had the starving masses surged past it so swiftly? Surely, they must have believed that the rear of the palace held an abundance of food. Cursed starving individuals. The prince is right above them on the walls. Yet they still choose to venture behind. Bursting through the palace entrance, they knew that crossing this threshold would bring them into the palace's domain. The two men envisioned a future where, upon Huang Hui's ascension to the throne, they would become esteemed officials in the new kingdom. Together, they shouted, "Inner strength shield." Their energies surged forth, manifesting as a protective barrier around their bodies. As they prepared to charge through the entrance, they anticipated a volley of arrows awaiting them. The city guards behind them also took measures to defend themselves. Glory and riches lay ahead. Charge! With that, Wu Li and He Yichuan led the city guards through the palace entrance. the moment they breached the threshold. They caught a glimpse of a multitude of shadows to their right. Turning to look, they saw the right side of the square densely packed with starving individuals occupying half the area. In addition to the masses, 3 ranks of palace guards stood nearby, armed with peculiar bows and arrows aimed at them. Just as Wu Li and He Yichuan were assessing the situation, the city guards behind them surged out of the entrance and into the palace. At that moment, Fang Zhu's voice, laced with internal power, echoed down from the city walls, "Release the arrows." The first row of the Imperial Guard pulled the trigger, followed by an unending barrage of arrows being unleashed. Many of the city guards had not even raised their shields before being struck down by the arrows. A few city guards did manage to raise their shields, but the relentless rain of arrows shattered their defenses, leading to their demise. The internal energy shields of Wu Li and He Yichuan rapidly depleted under the onslaught of the continuous arrows. Wu Li exclaimed, "This is bad. Their archery is formidable, truly unceasing." He Yichuan echoed, "What kind of bow and arrow is this?" Both men swung their weapons desperately to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, the sheer volume of arrows was overwhelming, allowing them only to block a fraction. Countless arrows still rained down upon them, and their internal energy shields were shattered within mere seconds. With their shields breached, Wu Li and He Yichuan were struck by 2 and 3 arrows respectively. Though fortunately, none hit any vital areas. Were we destined to perish here? As despair washed over their faces, just as they resigned themselves to their fate, the arrows suddenly ceased. In unison, they shouted, "Charge! They have run out of arrows." Wu Li and He Yichuan surged forward with all their might towards the ranks of the Imperial Guard. The surviving city guards and the fresh reinforcements followed suit, rushing forward as well. At that moment, a voice rang out, "First row, take cover. Second row, fire." The first row of the Imperial Guard crouched down to reload their bows, clearing the way for the second row. The second row unleashed another flurry of arrows. This time, without the protection of their internal energy, Wu Li and He Yichuan could only manage to deflect 2 arrows before being overwhelmed by a greater number. This time, the arrows found their mark in their vital areas. I. Both men spat blood, glancing at the arrows embedded in their bodies as blood gushed from their wounds. Soon, they could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Outside the city walls, the city guards continued to surge toward the palace. Those behind could only see the backs of those in front, unable to discern the situation within. Thus, they obeyed the orders ahead and pressed on into the fray. They only needed to pass through the main gate of the city wall, where they would be met with arrows from the 3 rows of Imperial Guards positioned on the right. Fang Zhu, with a voice imbued with internal energy, declared, "By the prince's decree, all city guards attempting to enter the palace are to be treated as rebels. Exterminate them without mercy." After issuing his command, Fang Zhu turned to Sui and said, "Your Highness, these bows and crossbows you brought are truly remarkable. Even with just 180 soldiers, we can fend off all incoming rebels." Fang Zhu recalled how, the previous night, he was abruptly awakened by Niu Lishir and taken to the prince's residence. There, he saw towering piles of rice, alongside 500 unfamiliar bows and heaps of arrows. Thus, the entire Imperial Guard had remained awake through the night, spending a brief period learning to use the crossbows, while the rest of the time was devoted to cooking rice and transporting its. Yu Yi's words pulled Fang Zhu from his reverie. These crossbows are specially crafted, and my intention in having everyone prepare rice was to provide for the starving outside the city walls. I never anticipated the situation would change so rapidly, leading to the city guards rebelling and driving the famished into our midst. By the way, those 2 who withstood so many arrows with their internal energy shields, what level of martial arts experts are they? Fang Zhu replied, "Those 2 are Wu Li and He Yichuan, subordinates of Huang Hui. They are third-rate experts." Sue was astonished. Those 2 third-rate experts could deflect so many arrows with their internal energy? What about second-rate or first-rate experts? Fang Zhu pondered aloud. As a second-rate expert, if 10 individuals aimed at me with continuous fire, I too would be slain. Sue pressed further, and first-rate experts? Fang Zhu contemplated for a moment before stating, a first-rate expert would likely need to contend with 100 crossbows firing incessantly to exhaust their true energy. As he spoke, Fang Zhu's tone wavered with uncertainty. Although he had encountered first-rate experts, he was unsure of their true strength. Chapter 23. Higher Lateral Hit Rate. Huang Hui and Ding Xing strike 180 soldiers stationed to the right of the palace's main gate formed 3 rows. Employing a 3-tiered shooting strategy to inflict heavy casualties upon the advancing rebel city guards, Fang Zhu inquired, "Your Highness, why shoot from the side? Can't we shoot from the top of the city wall?" Sui smiled. "Isn't it obvious, Fang Zhu? Haven't you figured it out yet?" Fang Zhu nodded. "Indeed, Your Highness, I see it now. The lethality from the side is greater, and the hit rate is higher." Having observed from the city wall for some time, Fang Zhu noted the devastating efficacy of the arrows. Even with so many projectiles fired from the side, the damage was not as severe as he had anticipated. Sue confirmed, "Precisely. Our lateral shots yield a higher hit rate because the area of movement for the charging rebels increases, thus improving our accuracy." Fang Zhu, puzzled, asked, "Area of movement? What does that mean?" As a native of the 8 wilderness world, Fang Zhu was unfamiliar with such terminology from the Blue Star, Sue, not wishing to lecture him. Simply stated, in short, shooting from the side is more effective than from above the city wall or head-on. At this juncture, the rebel city guards had suffered such heavy losses that the bodies piled high, obstructing their advance. Outside, Huang Hui and Ding Xing observed the halt in the rebels' progress. Ding Xing shouted, "Attack! Attack! Have we already breached the palace?" Yet still they stall. Despite Ding Xing's repeated urgings, the city guards could not accelerate their pace. Instead, their advance grew slower. "What is going on? Are you all merely idle?" Ding Xing approached the main gate, where he was met with a grim sight. Piles of fallen rebel city guards. What has transpired? Why have so many of our city guards perished? Is it that they cannot breach the gate? Gathering his internal energy to enhance his vision, Ding Xing surveyed the situation within and saw a multitude of arrows raining down upon the city guards who had made it through the gate. The sheer volume of arrows was staggering, with many guards felled by multiple projectiles. "What is happening inside?" Huang Hui's voice rang out beside Ding Xing. Having arrived at Ding Xing's side, Huang Hui inquired, "What do you see?" Ding Xing responded, "Chancellor, there is an ambush of archers within the palace. Their numbers are substantial, and the attacking city guards are being decimated." Huang Hui realized, "It seems we have been deceived by the prince. The main gate is narrow, allowing only a few to pass at a time. The archers hidden within will gradually wear down our forces. Bring our troops up the city wall. The prince's archers are concealed behind the main gate. The defenses atop the palace wall are weak, and we can easily scale it." Now, Huang Hui no longer pondered how the archers had arrived in the palace. His thought was solely focused on breaching the city wall, after which the archers inside would pose little threat. Once atop the wall, they could eliminate them from a position of advantage. He even questioned the prince's apparent folly in placing the archers within the palace, wondering why they weren't positioned on the city wall to better intercept the rebel guards. Ding Xing commanded the rebel city guards to launch an assault on the city. The city guards outside the walls surged toward the palace wall, pushing forward their ladders. Standing atop the city wall, Sui remarked, "It seems the rebel city guards can no longer push through the main gate. They are finally becoming anxious." The rebel city guards quickly entered the range of the crossbows. Fang Zhu shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, arrows rained down from the wall. The less than 200 Imperial soldiers unleashed a continuous barrage of arrows, resembling a torrential downpour. In that moment, countless rebel city guards who had entered the range suffered heavy casualties. The shields raised by the guards were shattered by the relentless arrows. At that moment, Huang Hui and Ding Xing finally understood why the rebel city guards had been decimated upon entering the palace through the main gate. The arrows falling from above, though numerous, had a lower hit rate compared to the concentrated fire from the side behind the main gate. Thus, despite the continuous charge forward, half of the rebel guards managed to reach the base of the city wall. However, as soon as they attempted to set up ladders, they were met with concentrated fire. Just as a few ladders were propped up, the nearby rebel guards were entirely wiped out. Ding Xing exclaimed, "Chancellor, the arrows from those strange bows are simply too numerous. We cannot scale the wall." The Imperial Guard's relentless volley of arrows left Huang Hui astounded. Huang Hui counted and discovered that a single load of arrows could unleash 10 projectiles. On the battlefield, this was nothing short of a weapon of war. The city guard's rebels were suppressed by the rain of arrows, unable to mount an assault on the city walls for an extended period. Ding Xing grew anxious. If this continued, his soldiers would be annihilated by the arrows. Chancellor, shall we retreat to regroup our ranks and procure some trebuchets for the attack? Huang Hui did not acquiesce, but instead directed his gaze towards Sui atop the city wall. Huang Hui declared, "There is no need to seek trebuchets, Ding Xing. Accompany me to the wall and slay that young rascal Sui. Once he is dead, the Imperial Guards will naturally surrender. Without their master, Fang Zhu will have no reason to oppose us." Ding Xing also fixed his gaze on Sui, recognizing that eliminating him was indeed simpler than searching for trebuchets. ASU command. Huang Hui and Ding Xing summoned their inner strength, enveloping themselves in a protective shield. Then, with a single stride, they leaped 3 meters, swiftly closing the distance to the city wall. Fang Zhu, observing their approach, warned, "Your Highness, be cautious. Those two intend to kill you." He had not anticipated that Huang Hui had achieved the level of a second-rate master. Concealing his prowess well, Fang Zhu, "This is not the time for lamentation. Handle this situation. I shall take my leave." Sui turned and retreated into the structure behind him. Fang Zhu ordered, "I'll have 3 men on either side shoot at those two." 3 Imperial Guards on Fang Zhu's left and 3 on his right adjusted their aim and unleashed a volley toward Huang Hui and Ding Xing. The 2 men wielded their great swords, deflecting a multitude of arrows. Those arrows that were not blocked were absorbed by their protective shields. Behold! Fang Zhu drew his original bow, knocked an arrow infused with inner strength, and aimed it at Huang Hui. In an instant, the arrow reached Huang Hui. Sensing the lethal intent, Huang Hui swiftly swung his sword, deflecting the arrow aside. The arrow struck the ground nearby, and the infused inner strength exploded, creating a crater in the earth. Chapter 24. Ding Xing's demise. Huang Hui, rescued by a first-rate master Fang Zhu, continued to draw and shoot, unleashing a second arrow aimed at Huang Hui. Huang Hui countered with his inner strength, deflecting the projectile. After 2 rounds of offense and defense, Huang Hui and Ding Xing had reached the base of the city wall. Employing their lightness skills, they ascended to the top in a matter of moments. "Rebels, prepare to meet your end." Fang Zhu lunged at Huang Hui with his blade. Huang Hui dodged and dashed into the interior of the city tower. Fang Zhu pursued but was intercepted by Ding Xing. Upon entering the tower, Huang Hui shouted, "Sui, come forth and perish." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of arrows were loosed, in an effort to block the projectiles. Huang Hui swung his sword with such fervor that it created visible blade shadows. Yet a few arrows still managed to pierce through. The arrows struck Huang Hui's inner strength shield, depleting his energy. Outside on the city wall, after a brief skirmish, Fang Zhu and Ding Xing retreated. "Fang Zhu, are you attempting to flee?" Ding Xing charged after him, but several nearby guards raised their bows and shot at Ding Xing. He was forced to evade and block the relentless hail of arrows. Fang Zhu taunted, "Ding Xing, enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to die." 2 Imperial Guards handed Fang Zhu 2 already loaded crossbows. Fang Zhu infused his inner strength into the arrows. Ding Xing sensed the danger immediately. Those peculiar bows could unleash such a barrage of arrows, and with the infusion of inner strength, could he still hope to defend against them? "Fang Zhu, you shall not shoot." In a panic, Ding Xing rushed to stop Fang Zhu. The nearby guards shot arrows to obstruct him. As Ding Xing advanced, Fang Zhu infused his inner strength even faster. Fang Zhu pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of arrows. Ding Xing, perish. The arrows, infused with inner strength, struck Ding Xing's protective shield. The first arrow penetrated a segment, followed by the second, third, and fourth, until the final arrow pierced through the remnants of Ding Xing's shield, embedding itself into his body. Once his protective barrier was breached, Ding Xing fell to the ground, pierced like a hedgehog, and breathed his last that moment, within the tower. Huang Hui discerned the source of the arrows. It turned out that several Imperial Guards had been lying in wait within the tower, each armed with a bow and crossbow, shooting at Huang Hui from the upper level in a continuous barrage. They employed a 3-phase shooting technique. As Huang Hui defended himself, he surveyed his surroundings. The upper level was hollow, surrounded by 18 guards, 3 sides encircling him, with each guard wielding 2 bows. Every time, 6 guards would shoot at him in succession. Huang Hui noted that the staircase leading to the upper level had been destroyed, leaving only one staircase leading down. Not seeing Sui on the upper level, Huang Hui deduced that Sui must have retreated to the lower level. He thought to himself, I cannot afford to waste time here. I must swiftly eliminate Sui, however. If I descend the staircase, I will expose my back to the guards above. There may be an ambush below, leaving me vulnerable to attacks from both sides. I must first eliminate the guards on the upper level. Huang Hui deftly evaded and rolled to avoid the majority of the arrows, closing in on 6 of the guards. Once close enough, he would be able to slay them and alleviate the pressure. As he approached, Huang Hui sprang into action, focusing all his attention on the 6 guards before him, preparing to strike decisively. Suddenly, 20 arrows, infused with inner strength, shattered through the window, striking Huang Hui's protective shield. Huang Hui hastily dodged, evading 10 arrows and blocking 4. However, 6 arrows managed to breach his defenses. 5 struck his inner strength shield, and 1 pierced his body. Through the shattered window, he could see Fang Ju on the same level of the wall, lowering his bow. Fang Ju did not rush in immediately, as the guards inside continued to unleash arrows at Huang Hui. Wounded, Huang Hui struggled to fend off the projectiles. Fang Ju switched from bow to sword, leaping lightly to the side of the tower. The 18 guards ceased firing, but they took advantage of the pause to replenish their arrows. Huang Hui, observing Fang Ju's approach, remarked, I was too careless. I did not anticipate such powerful bows, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. Where is Ding Xing? Why did he not stop you? Fang Ju replied, he was a step behind. Huang Hui lamented, had I known, I would not have ascended the wall. If I retreat today, I can still preserve the Green Mountains and need not worry about firewood. Fang Ju enveloped his blade in inner strength and swung it toward Huang Hui. Just as the blade was about to strike, a surge of true energy intercepted Fang Ju's attack, deflecting his sword. Then, a figure with ghostly speed descended from the city wall and stood before Fang Ju. This figure was a first-rate master serving Huang Hui. The master emanated such a potent aura of true energy that Fang Ju found himself immobilized. Fang Ju could only say with difficulty, Are you truly going to intervene? If you do you understand the implications? Tong Yangjia. Fang Ju's heart sank in despair. Was he to meet his end here today? Was this first-rate master truly that formidable? What purpose had all their efforts alongside the prince served? This first-rate master was named Tong Yangjia. Fang Ju had heard that Tong Yangjia had once owed Huang Hui many favors and thus remained in his service. Tong Yangjia did not strike immediately. Instead, he bent down to pick up a bow and crossbow. Examining them, did not expect Sui to acquire such a sophisticated bow. It is quite remarkable. It seems that under Sui's governance, the state of Wen will witness a new dawn. Subsequently, Tong Yangjia hoisted Huang Hui onto his shoulder and, with ghost-like speed, departed the scene, taking not only Huang Hui but also the bow and crossbow with him. After Tong Yangjia's departure, the oppressive aura of true energy dissipated. Fang Ju exhaled deeply, surprised at the overwhelming strength of a first-rate master. He recalled how his previous commander had always been lenient in their encounters. What was the true nature of this Tong Yangjia? If he were to act against the prince would have perished long ago. Fang Ju then muttered to himself, Forget it. It seems Tong Yangjia is indeed a man of his word. On the other side, Tong Yangjia carried Huang Hui back to the Chancellor's residence. Huang Hui, I will use my true energy to heal your arrow wounds and then take you out of Wen City. Once I have escorted you out, I will have repaid my debt to you. Huang Hui, pale from blood loss, replied, In that case, take me to Tan City. Tong Yangjia did not respond, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Instead, he produced a potion and proceeded to extract the arrows from Huang Hui's body. Huang Hui winced in pain but bore it. Tong Yangjia placed one hand on Huang Hui's dantian, infusing him with true energy while applying the medicine with the other. Under the healing effects of the true energy and the medicine, Huang Hui gradually fell into a slumber. When Huang Hui awoke, several days had passed. Chapter 25. Successfully suppressing the rebellion, pursuing the fleeing rebels. The rebel guards surrounding the palace walls in the capital of the state of Wen remained unaware that their leader had fled. They continued their assault on the palace. In their imagination, Prime Minister Huang Hui and the general of the city guards were still engaged in a fierce battle above. The imperial guards stationed atop the city walls continued to rain down arrows upon the treacherous rebel soldiers below. At this moment, Sui returned to the battlements. He remarked, "These rebel guards still intend to mount an assault." Fang Zhu interjected, "The rebels below are under the delusion that Huang Hui and Ding Xing are still up here wreaking havoc." The swift departure of the top-tier expert Tong Yangjia with Huang Hui was indeed too rapid. The rebel guards are merely clinging to a sliver of hope, which fuels their relentless attack on the palace. If we were to cast down Ding Xing's corpse, their morale would shatter in an instant. Xu Yi did not respond to Fang Zhu's words, his gaze sweeping across the tumult below. The rebel guards showed no hesitation in their assault on the palace. Nor did they falter when slaughtering the starving commoners. This capital city was not vast, and these rebellious guards had undoubtedly traversed this ground before, familiar with the palace's presence. They knew full well that they were assaulting the palace. Yet they still chose to come. This underscored their genuine defection. Lost in thought, Sui remained silent for an extended period. Fang Zhu, noticing Suyi's prolonged silence, mused, "The prince is unresponsive. Could it be?" He promptly exclaimed, "Your Highness, I understand now. Please take a moment to rest within the tower. I shall handle the matter at hand." Sui was somewhat perplexed by Fang Zhu's assertion. What had he discovered? He yearned to inquire about Fang Zhu's newfound understanding. However, Fang Zhu had already moved 20 meters away, issuing commands to the imperial guards. He ordered them to continue firing, ensuring the rebel guards could not advance. The imperial guards, witnessing the significant casualties among the dwindling numbers of rebel guards, fell into contemplation. With the rebel forces in such dire straits, was it prudent to continue the slaughter? Some among them could no longer endure and began to retreat. "We cannot succeed. Let us flee." The guards atop the walls continued their relentless assault, following Fang Zhu's commands. At this juncture, the rebel guards below began to descend into chaos, some retreating while others pressed forward. Yet, the arrows unleashed by the imperial guards cared not for the direction of their flight. Any within range would meet the same grim fate. After issuing his orders, Fang Zhu made his way back, inwardly reflecting. The presence of these rebel guards is exceedingly perilous. If they remain, there could be a second uprising. We must eliminate as many as we can while the opportunity presents itself. The prince's earlier silence was likely a reluctance to issue a command for their total annihilation. "Very well, this unsavory task shall fall to me. It is my duty." Sui, lost in contemplation and daydreaming, was misunderstood by Fang Zhu. After all, in this world of chaos, the prevailing belief is that excessive slaughter incurs divine wrath. Should the rebel guards below choose to withdraw, it is customary not to pursue them to the bitter end. This was precisely why Fang Zhu harbored such thoughts. In truth, his inner desire was to eradicate the rebel guards entirely, lest they pose further threats in the future. Arrows rained down from the walls. The rebel guards could no longer withstand the onslaught. They waited in vain for any sign of success from Huang Hui and Ding Xing, knowing something must have gone awry. Death was the most common occurrence on the battlefield, and thus many of the rebel guards concluded that both Huang Hui and Ding Xing had perished. "We cannot push forward. I must flee. Surely the prime minister and the general are dead." The formation of the rebel guards finally disintegrated as they turned to retreat. At this moment, fewer than 300 remained. The imperial guards received no orders to cease their attack and continued to rain arrows upon the fleeing rebels. More arrows fell, claiming even more lives among the retreating guards. Fang Zhu commanded, "Imperial guards behind the city gate, pursue the enemy." The imperial guards stationed behind the gate, armed with bows and crossbows, surged forth. The guards atop the walls skillfully directed their shots to avoid hitting their comrades. As the rebel guards attempted to scale the walls, those behind the city gates took the opportunity to rest briefly. Now, ordered to pursue, they had sufficiently recovered. With patience, they set out after the fleeing rebels, shooting arrows as they advanced. The rebel guards, in disarray, fled into the streets beyond the palace, scattering into various alleyways from a distance. Fang Zhu bellowed, "Imperial guards, form into squads of 20. Continue the pursuit, but do not disperse." The guards swiftly organized themselves, bows in hand. as they chased the rebels into the narrow streets. The sounds of their anguished cries began to echo throughout the alleys. As the Imperial Guards hunted the rebel soldiers within the city, the residents of one city were too terrified to open their doors. Meanwhile, the ministers of the One Kingdom, upon witnessing the pursuit of the rebel guards, quickly realized that the prince had emerged victorious. Alas, the prince has triumphed. Quick, gather your belongings. We must flee Wen City. The prime minister has failed. One by one, those associated with Huang Hui, courtiers, wealthy merchants, and others, began to flee the city. The remaining guards were puzzled by the hurried exodus of the ministers and merchants. Lord Zhou, why the rush? Indeed, the prime minister is currently engaged in a significant endeavor. A few guards remained oblivious to their imminent defeat. Open the city gate. We must escape. Escape? Why should we flee? We have lost. The prime minister has been defeated. The rebel guards are in disarray, and the imperial guards are pursuing them. Open the gates. You too must flee, lest you be slaughtered by the prince's army. As the remaining guards scoffed at this notion, a group of defeated rebel soldiers came barreling towards them in a desperate dash. Open the gates. Flee! We are defeated. The guards at the gate finally grasped the reality of their situation and hastily opened the gates, fleeing into the open. They understood that if they did not escape now, they might face the wrath of the prince's forces. Chapter 26. Sui seeks to provide relief through labor within the palace. The starving populace had finally satiated their hunger. They had not experienced such fullness in quite some time. Indeed, one individual, in his gluttony, had overindulged to the point of death. The eunuchs and palace maids instructed them to wait in place. Most of the famished individuals sat upon the ground, though a few opportunistic thieves took advantage of the situation to sneak into other chambers of the palace to pilfer valuables. Those remaining in place began to engage in conversation in small groups, but they could no longer be called starving. They were now simply displaced individuals. Zhuzi, have you eaten your fill? If not, there is still some rice over there. Of course, I am full. If I eat any more, I might end up like that unfortunate soul. These officials have us sitting here doing nothing. It truly is peculiar. They have ordered us to remain here, and we shall comply. The officials provided us with food. We shall follow their commands. This is indeed the palace. It is quite beautiful. After conversing for some time, the displaced individuals noticed that the sounds of battle from outside the walls had ceased. They then heard Fang Zhu's orders for the imperial guards to pursue the rebel soldiers. Thus, they understood that the prince had achieved victory. The prince has won. Splendid news. Those claims that killing the prince would fill our bellies were nothing but deceit. Do not speak of that anymore. What we are eating now is provided by the prince. Why raise such concerns? In their hunger, they had truly believed that slaying the prince would suffice to sate their appetites. Yet now it was the prince who ensured their nourishment, leaving many feeling ashamed for having believed such fabrications. At this moment, a group of imperial guards entered, bows and crossbows in hand, proclaiming, "The prince has decreed. Rice will be distributed here. If you wish to continue receiving rice, you must engage in labor for relief. The more work you do, the more rice you will receive. Please report to the palace square to sign up." The imperial guards continued to call out as they moved through the palace. The refugees erupted into a clamor upon hearing the news. "Work is available. Labor will earn us rice. How splendid! I wish to sign up." The throngs of refugees surged toward the palace square. The numbers of refugees in the central and inner palace significantly dwindled. The imperial guards began patrolling within the palace to apprehend petty thieves and robbers. In the palace square, a table was set up where several soldiers were registering applicants. However, the influx of applicants was overwhelming, prompting the enlistment of a few literate refugees to establish an additional registration table for those wishing to exchange labor for relief. Sui stood atop the city wall, observing the scene. Noting how the bamboo slips piled up rapidly in registration, deeming the process excessively cumbersome, he silently resolved to trade with Chen Fan for some paper to facilitate this endeavor. Sui said, "Fang Zhu." Upon hearing Sui's call, Fang Zhu hurried over to heed his command. "Your Highness, how many casualties have the Imperial Guard suffered?" Even with their rapid-fire crossbows, some lives had indeed been lost. Sui had witnessed several Imperial Guards perish in battle. Fang Zhu clasped his fists in salute and reported, 8 guards have died, and 18 are injured. Sue inquired. What of the wounded guards? Are their injuries severe? Fang Zhu's face revealed a somber expression as he replied, among them. 3 are critically injured and lack inner strength. It appears they may not survive the night. We can only prepare for their last words. Sue reflected on the world devoid of antibiotics, where many succumb to infections from ordinary wounds. He surmised that the critical injuries Fang Zhu mentioned were likely typical wounds, merely lacking the benefit of antibiotics. Having inner strength could bolster their resistance and help them endure infections. Fang Zhu, take me to see the wounded guards. Sue resolved to seek out Chun Fan to trade for antibiotics. Yes, Fang Zhu led the way. Descending from the city wall, they found the refugees crowded together, eager to register for labor in exchange for relief, many of whom were young and able-bodied. Sue perceived that these young men aspired to be recruited into the Imperial Guards and thus remarked, Fang Zhu? The number of Imperial Guards is too few. Let us recruit from the refugees to bolster our ranks. Training should commence according to the methods I have previously taught you. Yes, I shall obey. Fang Zhu bowed respectfully before asking, Your Highness, how many should we recruit? Sue replied, a number sufficient to protect both the palace and the capital. Hearing this, Fang Zhu's face brightened. To safeguard both the capital and the palace would require more than 3,000 men, effectively expanding the Imperial Guards. Under Fang Zhu's guidance, Sue arrived at the infirmary for the wounded soldiers. Inside, several palace physicians were attending to the injured. Among the 18 wounded, 9 lay in bed while the others sat up. Upon seeing the prince enter, they attempted to pay their respects, with those seated trying to stand and those lying down struggling to rise. Sue waved his hand, saying, No need for formalities. Continue your treatment. Fang Zhu led Sue to the 3 most critically injured soldiers. Your Highness, these 3 are the most severely wounded. One had a severed arm, while 2 others bore deep abdominal wounds. The physicians had only managed to stop the bleeding and dress their wounds. Fang Zhu remarked, These 3 are gravely injured. By nightfall, they will likely develop a fever and succumb. Sue assessed their condition and noted that the bleeding had been successfully controlled. Fever indicates an infection, which could lead to death. There was still time to do your utmost to treat them. I will procure some medicine, Sue declared. That medicine should prove effective. Fang Zhu recalled Sue's remarkable abilities and thought that if the prince claimed he could find such medicine, perhaps it was indeed possible. Your Highness, I must thank you on behalf of these men, Sue replied. No need, Fang Zhu. Oversee things here and ensure the palace is well guarded. Understood. After issuing his orders, Sue returned to his quarters, instructing the guards to deny entry to anyone before contacting Chun Fan. Meanwhile, Chun Fan was engaged in trade with the old friends of Li Hongsheng, still at the lavish Baihe restaurant. This time, Li Hongxing had brought 6 companions, one of whom had already acquired a jade pendant from Zhang Dachong, leaving 5 still in search of their OW, and Li Hongxing exclaimed, Chun Fan, my young friend, how fortunate you are to have secured 5 jade pendants at once. I shall no longer be pestered by these old fellows daily. Chun Fan smiled in response. Old Li, I too journeyed back home overnight to procure these 5 pendants. The next ones will be exceedingly difficult to find. Suddenly, a sound echoed in Chun Fan's mind. Trading system. You have a new message. Another notification? It seemed that the presence of outsiders prevented him from viewing the message content. I must excuse myself for a moment. Gentlemen, here are the 5 jade pendants. Please choose the ones you preferred. I shall step out briefly. Chun Fan placed the pendants on the table and exited the private room. Chapter 27. Purchasing antibiotics, stationery, and kitchenware. Once Chun Fan stepped out of the room, the elders inside began to distribute the jade pendants. This one is mine, exclaimed one elder, snatching up the pendant he deemed most attractive. Another elder, Han Jiwen, was quick to protest. Gan Zhiyong, how dare you seize it first? This one belongs to me. I want one too, cried the other 3 elders, all rushing to claim the 5 pendants as if they were children vying for candy. The 5 elders who obtained the pendants immediately felt their remarkable powers. Their spirits were instantly rejuvenated. How incredible! This pendant truly possesses extraordinary qualities, though they had previously tried pendants from Li Hongxing and Zhang Dachong. Possessing a genuine one was an entirely different experience. Ha ha ha! What a splendid pendant! Li Hongxing observed the exuberance of his friends and remarked, "At your age, you should not be so impatient. There is no distinction of good or bad among these pendants. Their intrinsic energies are equal. But since you have acquired your pendants, it would be prudent to settle your payments with young Chen Fan." "I will pay now." "Me too." The five elders promptly retrieved their phones to call their respective financial managers. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who had not actually gone to the restroom, but rather entered an unoccupied private room, sat down. Just as he intended to check the trading system notifications, his phone buzzed with numerous bank transfer alerts. Your account ending in 0214 has received a deposit of 5,000,000 yuan. Your account ending in 9723 has received a deposit of 5,000,000.00 yuan. In no time, Chen Fan's 6 bank cards had received a total of 30 million yuan. Confused, he pondered why the transfers totaled 30 million when they should have been 6 million each, or a total of 300 million. "I shall investigate this later. For now, I must contact Sue. Chen Fan opened the trading system to check for messages. Sue. Chen Fan. I require a diverse array of supplies today. Antibiotics, kitchenware, pens, and paper, not to mention food. Are you available for a video conference?" Chen Fan mused. It seems Sue has unearthed much information regarding the exploration of that prehistoric technological civilization site. Even knowledge of antibiotics. How much should he charge for such items? Contemplating this, Chen Fan opened the calculator function on his phone before sending a message to Sue through the trading system. "Chen Fan, I am available now. We can proceed with a video call. In his quarters in the 8 desolate world, Sue promptly connected to the trading system's video call. Ding ding ding. "You have a video call request from the trading system." The sound reverberated in Chen Fan's mind, causing him to feel a slight tremor. "Trading system, I never expected you to have such a ringtone. Is it possible to change it?" As he spoke, he accepted the video call, and both parties began their conversation through the trading system. Sue observed the surroundings behind Chen Fan, noting it was a restaurant private room, and thought, "It seems Chen Fan has made a considerable fortune and is dining at a fine establishment. By the decor, it appears quite upscale." Although Sue was aware Chen Fan was merely in a restaurant private room, he feigned astonishment, saying, "Chen Fan, are you in a restaurant?" Chen Fan glanced around at a restaurant. "Is that how you would describe it with ancient terminology? I've learned a new term. Indeed, I am in a restaurant." Sue continued his act of surprise. "This restaurant is quite luxurious. The tables and chairs are remarkably large." Chen Fan, appearing indifferent, remarked, "Ah, this is merely an ordinary restaurant. I am currently in one of its private rooms, akin to your ancient, elegant chambers." For reasons unknown, Chen Fan felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Sue's praise. Perhaps it is due to a commendation from the king at this moment. Sue, with a perfectly synchronized expression of astonishment, remarked, "Chen Fan, to achieve such a level in a private dining room of a restaurant, your world truly must be splendid." Chen Fan's vanity was greatly satisfied. He replied, "All right, Sue, you needn't continue to extol the virtues of my world. Let us discuss the matters of trade instead." Sue agreed. "Of course, let us deliberate on the trade." In truth, Sue was far more anxious. For 3 of the elite soldiers were in dire peril. If they did not procure the antibiotic swiftly, those 3 would face the threat of death. Chen Fan inquired, "Sue, you require antibiotics, kitchenware, pens, paper, and food, correct?" Sue nodded. "Yes, those are indeed the items I seek." Chen Fan observed, "It seems your exploration of the prehistoric technological civilization site has been quite successful, to even possess knowledge of antibiotics. However, these life-saving medicines are exceedingly expensive on my end. Antibiotics are worth hundreds, even thousands of times the price of food." Despite having already gained considerable benefits, Chen Fan maintained a businesslike approach. Naturally, he would be even more pleased to secure a higher price. Moreover, he was aware that antibiotics could not be produced in the 8 Desolations world. For an item that could not be manufactured, the price was entirely at Chen Fan's discretion. Unfortunately, Sue was well informed about the cost of antibiotics and had no intention of being taken advantage of. Feigning a calculated demeanor, Sue began to tally, "Well, your life-saving antibiotics are indeed of utmost importance. Since you mentioned their price could reach 1,000 times that of food, let us calculate based on that. 1 ton of rice costs 0.4 taels of gold, Thus 1 ton of antibiotics would amount to 400 taels of gold. The value of this true Qi jade pendant is 1,000 taels of gold, which could purchase 2.5 tons of antibiotics. Therefore, I shall first procure 2.5 tons of antibiotics. Chen Fan was taken aback, astonished that such calculations were possible. However, upon reflection, his earlier statement about 1,000 times the price seemed reasonable. Yet, if calculated this way, he would incur a significant loss. He had envisioned profiting handsomely from the antibiotics. In his imagination, Chen Fan's fingers were already pressing numbers into a calculator. 250,000. 2.5 tons equated to 250,000 grams. Upon seeing this figure, Chen Fan divided 6 million by the amount to derive an average price of 24 yuan per gram. From this perspective, the price appears quite reasonable. Chapter 28. What? Is trading 2.5 tons of antibiotics unfeasible? Yet, Chen Fan quickly recalled that a price of 24 yuan per gram was still implausible, unless one directly acquired a pharmaceutical factory. Securing tons of antibiotics to sell to Sui would be impossible. Moreover, the prices of antibiotics were not universally low. Some were a few yuan, while others could soar to dozens or even hundreds of yuan. Additionally, antibiotics came in various types. Should Sui wish to trade for other specialized antibiotics in the future, this price would not suffice. Chen Fan shook his head. No, that's not the correct price, Sui. When I mentioned hundreds or thousands of times, it was merely a metaphor. Antibiotics are not sold by the ton, and their types and packaging vary greatly. Allow me to fetch some for you to examine. Sui's face bore a hint of disappointment. What a pity it seems I cannot purchase antibiotics by the ton. However, he quickly dismissed his disappointment, for if these antibiotics were of the injectable variety, they would require refrigeration at 8 degrees. Presently, no such cold storage facilities existed here. Chen Fan diverted the conversation from antibiotics, stating, "Well then, let us not dwell on antibiotics for now. Let us discuss other items, such as kitchenware, pins, and paper." "How many of these do you require?" Sui replied. "As for that, I do not yet need much. For now, I would like 1 ton of paper, and please bring me 1,000 pins. Regarding kitchenware, I need a cast iron wok for frying, a pot for boiling rice, and a hot pot dado. And the pot for cooking rice should not be made of aluminum or copper. It must be of safe materials. The same goes for the hot pot. Additionally, for the antibiotics, let us go with the commonly used penicillin." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but wonder if Sui was akin to a customer from a small grocery store in Blue Star. "Sui, I did not anticipate that your world's prehistoric civilization site possessed such vast knowledge." Chen Fan marveled, realizing that if the denizens of the 8 Desolations world continued their research, Sui might glean all there was to know about his world. Yet, the exchange was not over. Sui continued to make requests. "Also, if there are any additional kitchenware items I have yet to consider, please bring those as well. Furthermore, this transaction must proceed swiftly. I hope to finalize it within 3 hours." Though Sui sought numerous items, the priority remained the antibiotics required for the 3 elite soldiers. Hence, he insisted on completing the transaction within 3 hours. Chen Fan, overwhelmed by Sui's myriad of requests, was momentarily dazed. "What? You wish to complete the transaction in 3 hours, with all these items you mentioned? How can I procure them in such a short time? And what of the food? I have already sourced a batch of rice and wheat." Sui was somewhat taken aback by Chen Fan's assertion. According to the bustling commerce of the flower family in Blue Star, 3 hours should be more than sufficient, especially since it was daytime and all shops were open for business, as long as there was money. Obtaining the items should not pose a problem. Could it be that Chen Fan had exhausted his funds? If so, they would have to prioritize the most essential goods. Sui conceded. "Very well in that case. Let us proceed with penicillin. After all, the lives of my soldiers are invaluable. I am preparing to launch an offensive against the neighboring nation to expand our territory. With penicillin, the casualty rate among my soldiers will decrease. Please find some samples of penicillin for me to inspect." Chen Fan, hearing Sui's words, felt no skepticism. After all, penicillin would undoubtedly reduce casualties. "All right, we shall commence the transaction in 3 hours. By the way, I wish to conduct this trade using gold." The Sui was taken aback by this statement. "Gold? I do not possess much gold." He produced a true Qi jade pendant to show Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, Why has the transaction shifted to gold? Did you not desire the true Qi jade pendant? I also have another pendant containing a trace of true Qi. Chen Fan shook his head. I no longer wish for the true Qi jade pendant. During his previous transaction with Zhang Dachong regarding the true Qi jade pendant, Chen Fan contemplated a pressing issue. If the quantity of true Qi jade pendants in the flower family became excessive, their value would diminish, which would prove detrimental. In such a scenario, wealthy individuals like Li Hongxing and Zhang Dachong would harbor misgivings. Thus, Chen Fan aimed to control the number of true Qi jade pendants circulating within the flower family. After hearing Chen Fan's words, Sui refrained from probing further, stating, "Very well, I shall proceed with the transaction using gold." With 3 hours remaining, Sui had ample time to seek out gold. The two ended their video call on the trading system and began to act independently. As Chen Fan exited the vacant private room and prepared to return to the original dining area, he suddenly felt a pressing need to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, having used the restroom as an excuse to step out, he genuinely required a visit to the lavatory. Thus, after attending to his needs, he returned to the original dining room. Upon entering, he found 5 elderly gentlemen seated with a serious demeanor, the table laden with dishes. Just moments before, they had been boasting about the jade pendants they had acquired. Engaged in a lively discussion, Li Hongxing remarked, "Ah, Chen Fan, you're back. I previously mentioned that you should increase the transaction limit on your bank card. I did not anticipate you had yet to do so, and why friends and I were unable to transfer funds into your 6 accounts. Now it made sense. No wonder he had only received 3,500 in his account earlier." Chen Fan replied, "I have been quite busy these past few days and neglected to raise the limit on my accounts at that moment." Zhang Dachong interjected, "Chen Fan, as a valued customer, the bank should have at least contacted you to suggest increasing your transaction limit." "Contacted me?" Chen Fan suddenly recalled that he had set his phone to block calls from financial institutions. Could it be? He checked his call blocking records and discovered a long list of blocked financial calls. All those calls were intercepted. Li Hongxing remarked, "Indeed. I also use the blocking feature. Strangers cannot reach my personal phone, though work-related calls still get through." Chen Fan was surprised. "Li Lao, you appear to be over 60. Yet you are quite adept with mobile technology. It seems you have not neglected your studies. And no wonder you have become a wealthy magnate." Li Hongxing chuckled. "Ha. Chen Fan, I am actually in my 70s. Your observation about my love for learning is accurate. Chen Fan, allow me to introduce you to my old friends. You have already met Zhang Dachong. There is no need for introductions. Allow me to introduce the other 6 individuals." From left to right, they are Gan Zhiyong, Han Jiwen, Dai Xingda, Rong Tianlu, Gan Xinrong, and Li Hongxiang. After concluding the introductions, Chen Fan addressed the gathering. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Chen Fan." Chapter 29. Chen Fan feigns illness to procure medicine. Sui dispatches agents to raid homes. Li Hongxing picked up his chopsticks and remarked, "Now that we are acquainted, let us commence our meal." The group lifted their chopsticks and began to eat. After sampling a few dishes, Chen Fan stated, "Esteemed guests, I have pressing matters to attend to. Please forgive my early departure." Li Hongxing and the others did not attempt to dissuade him. After exchanging a few parting words, they allowed Chen Fan to leave, for they could discern that he had urgent business to attend to. At their age, such nuances are easily read in one's expression. They were all seasoned veterans of the business world, and naturally, they would not hinder Chen Fan's exit. Once outside the Baihe Hotel in the bustling metropolis, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings. This area was a vibrant commercial district. He glanced around but failed to spot a pharmacy. Remarkably, there were no pharmacies in sight. It seemed he would need to venture into the residential areas where pharmacies were plentiful. Chen Fan once again scanned the QR code for a shared bicycle and pedaled onward to a residential zone approximately 2 kilometers away. As anticipated, this area boasted numerous pharmacies. Upon entering one, he inquired, "Do you have any penicillin available?" The attendant replied, "Yes, but those medications are prescription only. You would need a doctor's prescription. Sir, do you have one?" Lacking a prescription, Chen Fan responded, "I do not. Is there any chance you could issue me a prescription?" The attendant shook her head. "I'm sorry, but we do not have a doctor on staff to write prescriptions. You will need to visit a clinic or a hospital for that." Chen Fan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, so that was the requirement. Exiting the pharmacy, he noticed a clinic not far away. Since a prescription was necessary to obtain antibiotics, he decided to visit the clinic. Upon entering, he found the clinic empty of patients. Chen Fan feigned discomfort, saying, "Doctor, please take a look at me. I'm experiencing severe tooth pain. It must be due to gum inflammation. Please prescribe me some antibiotics." He recalled that doctors often prescribe anti-inflammatory medications for gum pain, and some antibiotics also serve that purpose. The clinic's doctor replied, "Even with gum pain, antibiotics are not necessary. Please open your mouth so I can examine you." "Where exactly does it hurt?" Chen Fan opened his mouth and fabricated, "My left gum is painful, and my throat also hurts." The doctor inspected and remarked, "I don't see any redness or swelling." "Why would you be in pain?" Chen Fan insisted. "I just feel pain." "Doctor, I need antibiotics." The doctor reiterated, "Even with gum and throat pain, antibiotics are not required. Some ordinary anti-inflammatory medication will suffice." "No, doctor, I specifically need penicillin. Trust me, I can only take penicillin due to my allergies to other antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications." "Very well, I shall prescribe you some penicillin." The doctor relented. "I'll start you off with a box of oral penicillin." "Doctor, please prescribe me more if I have extra. I won't need to return to the hospital next time my teeth or throat hurt." Penicillin has a short shelf life. Prescribing too much could be problematic. "I will prescribe you 2 boxes for now." No, doctor, please give me 10 boxes." After much fabrication, Chen Fan finally acquired the penicillin he sought. Meanwhile, in the 8 Desolations world, Sui was also taking action. Following the conclusion of a video call regarding their transaction, Sui stepped outside the courtyard and summoned Fong Ju. "Your subordinate pays respects to the prince." Fong Ju greeted Sui replied, "Fong Ju, I have located the medication capable of treating those 3 severely injured soldiers." Fong Ju was overjoyed. "As expected of the prince, have you truly procured such medicine? That is splendid news. The 3 comrades can be saved." Then, Sui feigned a troubled expression, saying, "However, the price of that medicine is exceedingly high. I cannot afford it myself." Upon hearing this, Fong Ju immediately offered, "Prince, how much do you need? I will gather funds from my fellow soldiers. I can even sell my land and house. If there is any chance, I will do whatever it takes to obtain that medicine." Sui had no intention of allowing Fong Ju to sell his property and, no longer concealing his plan, replied, "Fong Ju, even if you sold your land, it would not be enough. I have devised a method to raise the necessary funds." Fong Ju eagerly asked, "Prince, please share your plan. What do you need me to do?" Since Sui had summoned him, it was clear there was a task for him. Although Huang Hui has fled, many of his associates remain in Wancheng. "Fong Ju, take a group of men and raid the homes of Huang Hui's followers. Even though some fled, their residences may still harbor hidden wealth, gold needed for purchasing the medicine. Focus your search on gold. The sooner you find it, the better. I will give you 1 hour. Bring back whatever gold you can find." 1 hour equates to 2 hours of time. Sui certainly intended to allocate some time for contingencies. "Your subordinate obeys." Fong Ju quickly departed, wishing he could surpass the speed of a top-tier expert and return with the gold swiftly. Fong Ju arrived at the palace gates, rallying dozens of guards to begin their search in Wancheng. Meanwhile, some courtiers who believed they had concealed their ties to Huang Hui contemplated how to distance themselves from him and continue serving in the court under Sui. Just then, Fong Ju and his men arrived. By the prince's command, "Capture the traitors." Fong Ju moved swiftly, leading his men to seize all the gold within the premises while apprehending the main culprits. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. He then hastily proceeded to the next hideout of Huang Hui's followers. Additionally, he dispatched teams to search the now-abandoned homes of those who had fled, uncovering some treasures. Notably, the most gold remained in the residences of Huang Hui's associates still in Wancheng. Among the courtiers of Wancheng, most had become Huang Hui's supporters. Even though Huang Hui had escaped, the reality of their rebellion did not vanish. Fong Ju's raids were all executed without error, highlighting the dire situation the royal family faced. Even without the intervention of a martial arts expert, Huang Hui would have rebelled. As the hour approached, Fong Ju returned to the palace with half of his men, delivering the gold, while the other half escorted the captured traitors to the dungeons. "Prince, your subordinate has returned with the gold." Chapter 30. No key for the treasury. Seek the locksmith. Fang Zhu placed 20 boxes of gold and silver treasures before Su Yi. The gold was separately contained in 8 boxes. "Prince, we have confiscated these treasures from Huang Hui's faction," Fang Zhu reported. "The rest of the searches are still ongoing." Sue observed the 8 boxes of gold. Though their chaotic arrangement made it difficult to ascertain their total weight. "Fang Zhu, how much gold is in these boxes?" Fang Zhu replied, "The search was urgent, and I did not take the time to count thoroughly. However, rest assured, I will count it now. Let others handle that. First, ascertain the quantity of gold." "Fang Zhu, did you encounter anything unusual during your raids?" Fang Zhu gestured for a few soldiers to begin counting the gold before responding. Most of Huang Hui's followers had already fled. Those who remained were merely those who foolishly believed they could escape detection. Thus, I encountered no resistance during the raids. Sue had anticipated that there might be some lingering supporters of Huang Hui during the raids. But it seemed Huang Hui had indeed overestimated his chances of success. As they conversed, the gold was counted. "Report to the prince, there are 3,237 taels of gold." While this amount was not vast, it sufficed for a couple of transactions. "Excellent, the gold will remain with me. The other silver and treasures will be deposited into my private treasury." Typically, such confiscated treasures would be deposited into the national treasury, as they constituted the collective wealth of Wencheng. Storing them in the national treasury would ensure they could be utilized for the benefit of the populace. The royal family's private treasury, however, belonged solely to the royal family. Sui's command, while unreasonable, was met with no hesitation from Fang Zhu, who responded, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Fang Zhu raised his hand, leading several soldiers from the Imperial Guard to carry the remaining silver and treasures towards the private treasury for storage. As he departed, Fang Zhu silently admired, indeed, the grains purchased earlier were all procured using funds from the private treasury. Surely, it must be nearly depleted by now. A considerable sum must have been expended. Even with the influx of these riches, it might only replenish a fraction. Ultimately, these funds will likely be utilized to enhance the livelihoods of the citizens. Subsequently, Sui summoned Kong Bao. "Your Highness, no need for excessive formalities." Sui remarked, "Kong Bao, has the Minister of Revenue, who oversees the national treasury, also fled from Wen City?" Kong Bao replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I never anticipated that Minister of Revenue would be an accomplice of Huang Hui. He truly deserves punishment. Now that the minister has escaped, what is the current state of the treasury? Is it secure?" Sui said, "Once we capture the Minister of Revenue, he must face justice on the spot. However, we must first ascertain the condition of the treasury. Kong Bao, accompany me to inspect it." "Yes, Your Highness." The two swiftly made their way towards the national treasury of Wen, located within the palace grounds. It was one of the most heavily guarded places, second only to the king himself. The palace was modest in size, and they soon arrived at the treasury's entrance. The treasury was encased in thick walls, with only a few small openings for ventilation. The main door was a massive bronze gate, weighing several hundred pounds. Although deemed a grand entrance, its height was merely 2 meters, yet its thickness was formidable. Only 2 guards stood vigil at the treasury. "Greetings, Your Highness," Sui commanded. "Open the treasury door, I wish to enter." The guards exchanged glances before responding, "We apologize, Your Highness, but we lack the key to open the door. The key resides with the Minister of Revenue." Kong Bao shouted, "Fools! The Minister of Revenue has already defected. Quickly, open the treasury door for us." The guards lamented, "Sir, we truly do not possess the key. If we had it, there would be a risk of collusion." Sui interjected, "Enough, Kong Bao. Do not trouble the guards further. Do you know anyone besides the Minister of Revenue who possesses a key?" The guards replied, "Your Highness. Aside from the Minister of Revenue, only the king has the key." "The king? He has perished, and the whereabouts of the key are unknown," Sui remarked. "Kong Bao, seek out skilled locksmiths. I will command others within the palace to search for the key." "Yes, Your Highness." Sui and Kong Bao parted ways. Observing that time was slipping away, Sui realized it was time to engage in trade with Chun Fan. Initially, he wished to enter the treasury to check for gold. But without the key, he could only wait. Niu Lishur was tasked with locating the treasury key and felt optimistic about his prospect. He even envisioned himself as the chief eunuch in the palace once Sui ascended the throne. Thus, he carried out Sui's orders with utmost diligence. Niu Lishur, accompanied by several eunuchs, first searched the palace where the former king resided. Everyone listen. We must uncover the treasury key, even if it means turning the place upside down. Meanwhile, Kong Bao was dispatched to find locksmiths. However, upon stepping outside the palace, he found the streets deserted, with houses tightly shut. How could he find locksmiths in such a desolate scenario? Observing the contrast between the palace, where refugees queued to register for labor assistance and military service, and the empty streets beyond, Kong Bao quickly made a decision. He returned to the palace and announced, by the prince's command, "I am here to recruit locksmiths." The refugees exchanged curious glances at the unusual call for locksmiths, wondering if it was a ploy to expose thieves. Among them were indeed some skilled locksmiths, but they would not dare reveal themselves. Seeing no one stepping forward, Kong Bao continued, "Are there truly no locksmiths among so many people? I shall reward 10 pounds of rice for a recommendation of a locksmith." With no one coming forth voluntarily, he resorted to enticing others to recommend someone. Almost immediately, a voice chimed in, "I recommend him. He is a locksmith." A tall, robust man seized a shifty-eyed individual from the crowd of refugees. "Copper Pillar, do not falsely accuse me. I am neither a locksmith nor a thief." Upon seeing the shifty-eyed man, Kong Bao felt elated, for his appearance reeked of a thief. "Come, reward this Copper Pillar with 10 pounds of rice." The nearby eunuchs and maidens, aware of Kong Bao's loyalty to the prince, promptly fetched 10 pounds of rice for Copper Pillar. In the midst of resource scarcity, they lacked bags to contain the rice, so Copper Pillar joyfully stripped off his clothing to fashion a makeshift sack. Meanwhile, the individual he had identified as a thief was apprehended by several guards. Seeing Copper Pillar rewarded, others quickly began to point out more thieves. Before long, Kong Bao had gathered 10 locksmiths, all of whom were, without exception, thieves. Perceiving their palpable fear of immediate execution, Kong Bao reassured them, "Do not worry. I have summoned you to perform a task. If you succeed, your past crimes may be pardoned. However, should you fail, do not blame the strict laws of one." Kong Bao enlisted the guards at the palace entrance to escort them towards the treasury. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sui was engaged in a video conference with Chun Fan in a separate palace chamber, discussing the prices of goods. Relaxed in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, Sui inquired, "Chun Fan, have you procured the goods?" Chun Fan, still in the rented warehouse, responded, "Indeed, I have acquired some. Behold, this is the penicillin you requested." Chun Fan presented 5 boxes containing penicillin. Despite his efforts to negotiate with the clinic's doctor to secure a larger quantity, he only managed to obtain 5 boxes. Sui scrutinized the boxes, noting their excessive packaging, which concealed a limited number of tablets. Chun Fan carefully opened the boxes, displaying the tablets for Sui. Here, there are 2 blister packs, totaling 24 tablets. 1 tablet per dose, twice daily, taken with warm water after meals, Chun Fan explained meticulously, understanding the critical nature of the medication. After the detailed introduction, Chun Fan suddenly recalled an important caution, urging, "Be aware that some individuals may be allergic to penicillin. Conduct an allergy test by making small incisions on the skin and applying the powder. Oh, and by the way, these are capsule medications. Let me show you how to open one." Chun Fan demonstrated how to separate the capsule and pour out the powder. Sui, already knowledgeable about capsule manipulation, still appreciated the demonstration. "Understood. I now know how to open these capsules. Thank you, Chun Fan. What price do you propose for the penicillin?" Chun Fan, recalling the difficulties he faced in obtaining the capsules, replied, "Sui, to be candid, I feigned illness to procure these medications. Therefore, the price must be higher. 100 taels of gold per box." Upon hearing this, Sui could easily envision the challenges Chun Fan encountered. 100 taels of gold for a box? That's quite an exaggeration, he retorted. "Surely, that price is unreasonable. It's only natural to expect a price commensurate with the effort expended," Sui countered. "Very well, let us negotiate. How about 1 tael of gold per box?" Chun Fan shook his head. "Fine, let us not prolong this. Negotiating with you is quite the hassle. Let us agree on a price of 100 taels of gold for these 2 boxes. I no longer wish to continue bargaining with you. Let us explore other goods for trade. As for the other items, I can certainly offer you a more favorable price," Sui remarked. "Chun Fan, the price of this penicillin is exorbitantly high. You would be better off purchasing an entire pharmaceutical factory instead. The ancient technological civilization ruins indicate that those factories are capable of mass production. If you acquire one, you could produce it in bulk, and then I would be willing to buy it at a rate of 1 tael of gold for 100 boxes. Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. Initially, the price was 1 tael of gold for 10 boxes, and now it had inexplicably transformed into 1 tael for 100. The price had actually decreased. While this might indeed be a profitable deal in terms of gold pricing, Chen Fan was not inclined to discuss this matter with Sui at present. For now, he preferred to examine the other items available for trade. Chen Fan directed the trading system to display the subsequent goods. There were A4 papers, pens, kitchen utensils, as well as bags of rice and wheat. Currently, there were 2,500 tons of rice and wheat. Based on our agreed price, that amounts to 1,200 taels of gold. Now, let us discuss the other items. I shall not charge you much for the remaining goods. Let it be 200 taels of gold. Thus, 2,500 plus 200 plus 100 totals 2,800 taels of gold. Let us commence the transaction. Chen Fan articulated this in one breath, leaving no opportunity for Sui to respond, fearing that further dialogue might lead to more haggling. Sui surveyed the kitchenware behind Chen Fan. There were merely 2 pots for cooking rice, stir-frying, and hot pot respectively. The quantity of paper and pens was sufficient. Sui commented. Chen Fan, you did not inquire about the number of pots, and you only provided me with one of each? Could you not spare a few more? Chen Fan, looking helpless, replied. Sui, you did not specify how many pots you desired. Hence, I have only provided you with one. You may try it first. All right. Besides, the time is quite limited. Sui chose not to continue the argument and conceded. Very well then, I shall test their usability, and if they prove satisfactory, I will inform you in advance regarding how many more I require. Let us proceed with the transaction. Once the items for trade were confirmed, they initiated the transaction. Chen Fan stated, transaction. Sui echoed, transaction. The transaction was confirmed, and in an instant, the goods selected by Sui and Chen Fan were exchanged. The trading system announced, 4th transaction successful. Upon witnessing the considerable reduction in his gold reserves, Sui was filled with trepidation. If this continued, he would soon find himself insufficiently endowed with gold. No, to be precise, he would be out of gold by the next transaction. Chapter 32. The bank contacted Chen Fan. Sui was eager to provide the penicillin to the 3 severely injured soldiers of the Forbidden Army. So after the transaction concluded, he swiftly closed the video call of the trading system. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by Sui's abrupt termination of the call. He had intended to inquire about martial arts training. Why did he close the video call so hastily? I still wish to discuss martial arts training. However, Sui had mentioned that even martial arts prodigies required over 10 days to cultivate their inner strength. There was no need for me to rush. There was still ample time today. I should also raise the transfer limit at the bank, considering that over 200 million of the Zonghua currency had yet to be received. Chen Fan promptly opened his mobile phone to find several notifications indicating that certain banks had blocked transactions. During this period, Chen Fan had primarily utilized 6 banks for receiving payments. It appears that I have now disabled the interception feature for these 6 banks. Let us see which bank calls first at this moment. Within a regular branch of the Great Zonghua Bank in Modu, the branch manager exclaimed, "This year, our deposit-raising tasks remain exceedingly demanding. Not a single person has fulfilled their quota thus far." After berating his staff, the branch manager departed, leaving the employees to resume their work. Yulan, a newly hired ordinary employee, had also been assigned the deposit-raising task. The target for her was an ambitious 50 million. In Modu, such a target was considered commonplace. However, Yulan felt utterly incapable of achieving this goal, having only managed to secure 2 million in deposits thus far. Upon returning to her workstation, she noticed that her colleagues were largely indifferent to the branch manager's earlier remarks. The manager had called for deposits, yet why were they not anxious? A senior employee finally addressed her, Xiaohe. The reason we are not concerned is that these deposit-raising tasks are settled on a monthly or annual basis. It is only the beginning of the month. There is still a great deal of time until the end of the month. We will work to bring in deposits, but if any funds are transferred to other banks before the end of the month, they will not count towards our targets. However, this can contribute to our daily average balance, which is why we tend to push hard at the end of the month or year. He Yulan replied. I understand now, so if I could secure a premium client, that would greatly enhance our daily average balance. Right? Ha ha ha, you, a newcomer, think you can achieve that? How amusing. A flamboyantly dressed Zhang Chuifan replied sarcastically. He Yulan chose not to respond to this colleague, as Zhang Chuifan had made it her mission to make her life difficult since her arrival at the bank. He Yulan's gentle disposition prevented her from engaging in conflict with Zhang Chuifan, but this very forbearance only emboldened Zhang Chuifan further. After mocking her, Zhang Chuifan proceeded to make phone calls from her computer. After several attempts, she exclaimed, still not connecting. How infuriating. No, supervisor, I will not make this call any longer. You may assign it to someone else. The nearby supervisor observed the situation and remarked, these calls are randomly assigned. If you manage to connect, wouldn't that be a success? Zhang Chuifan replied, oh, by the way, He Yulan, this call goes to you. This is a premium depositor. Recently, there have been several million deposited into their account. All you need to do is make the call and encourage them to raise their transfer limit. Such a valuable client, hand it over to you. Without waiting for He Yulan to react, Zhang Chuifan swiftly maneuvered to operate He Yulan's computer, pushing her aside. Wait, Before He Yulan could voice her protests, Zhang Chuifan had transferred her hidden contact number to He Yulan's call list. While the numbers of several seemingly premium clients were shifted to Zhang Chuifan's list, the supervisor interjected, Zhang Chuifan, you have gone too far. Zhang Chuifan merely smiled, disregarding the supervisor's admonition, and returned to her seat. He Yulan felt a surge of indignation as she witnessed the supervisor's lack of further action. Tears momentarily welled in her eyes, but she held them back. Now was not the time to appear weak and allow that wretched person to gloat. Since I have received this phone number, I shall attempt to call it. He Yulan glanced at the number, which was entirely concealed, displaying only the client's name. Chun Fan.to dial this number, she had to use a specialized headset connected to the computer. With few customers present to conduct business, her colleagues seized the opportunity to relax or contact clients. He Yulan steadied her emotions and clicked to dial. Just days prior, Zhang Chuifan had made numerous attempts to reach Chun Fan, each time failing to connect. After each unsuccessful attempt, Zhang Chuifan would angrily berate Chun Fan. Having dialed repeatedly over the past few days without success, He Yulan felt little confidence in her chances. Beep beep. He Yulan was taken aback by the beeping sound in her headset. Normally, on the first beep, the call would be intercepted. Yet this time, it beeped 3 times without being disconnected. Could it be? A flicker of hope ignited in her heart. Hello. A pleasant voice answered. He Yulan's heart leaped with joy. She had actually connected. Good day. I am a customer manager from the Great Zonghua Bank. May I speak with Mr. Chun Fan? This is Chun Fan. Overcome with excitement, He Yulan carefully organized her words. Mr. Chun Fan, there have been several large transfer failures in your account at our branch due to an insufficient transfer limit. If you could increase your limit, it would resolve the issue. As a valued client, we are pleased to offer you an upgrade service. All right, how can I increase it? What is the maximum limit? We have a mobile banking facial recognition feature. After you perform facial recognition on the mobile app, you can raise your limit to 50 million. Alternatively, you can visit our branch to upgrade your bank card, allowing for a daily transfer limit of up to 100 million. Is the maximum only 100 million? Is there no higher limit? There is, Mr. Chun Fan. By visiting our branch to upgrade to a diamond card, you will gain unlimited transfer capabilities. Indeed, unlimited transfers. At this moment, Chun Fan was seated on a bus, engaged in a phone call. The other passengers on the bus cast disdainful glances at him, thinking to themselves how pretentious this young man was. Chapter 33. Chun Fan finally increases his credit limit. Sui obtains medicine to treat the Imperial Guards holding his phone. Chun Fan spoke. All right then, I shall proceed to apply for a diamond card. My daily transfers to my account may reach hundreds of billions. I will head over right away. After ending the call, an elderly gentleman beside him remarked earnestly, Young man, it's important to remain grounded. Telling too many lies is not advisable. Chun Fan looked at the elder in confusion, who wore a face full of contempt, while all the other passengers on the bus turned their gazes toward him. Just then, the bus arrived at a stop, the Sukai Market Station. The doors opened, and some passengers disembarked, alleviating the scrutiny on Chun Fan. Chun Fan continued his quiet journey on the bus until he arrived at the bank to process his credit limit increase. He found himself at the Zhonghua Great Bank branch located on Baihe Road in the bustling city of Magic Capital. Behind the desk of the lobby manager stood two individuals, which was unusual, as typically only one person would be present at such a desk. The second figure was He Yulan, who had been in contact with Chun Fan. He approached the lobby manager and stated, "I am Chun Fan. He Yulan, standing behind the desk, greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chun Fan. I am your client manager." Chun Fan replied, "Hello. Please expedite the process of my diamond card." "Mr. Chin, please, follow me to the VIP room for your diamond card application." He Yulan guided Chun Fan to the VIP area of the Zhonghua Great Bank for the processing of his diamond card. Meanwhile, in an office within the bank, Zhang Cuifan was seething with anger. Her eyes brimmed with resentment. How infuriating that He Yulan managed to snag such a lucrative client. He should have been mine. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Cuifan stood up, intending to leave. "Wait, Zhang Cuifan, where do you think you're going?" her supervisor called out, halting her. "That valuable client was one you forcibly let go. What do you intend to do? Return to your position. At this juncture, do not create trouble for He Yulan. Chun Fan will undoubtedly be a billion-level client. If you provoke him, it will be exceedingly difficult to meet deposit targets." Zhang Cuifan had no choice but to sit back down. In the VIP room, after a series of identity verifications and facial recognition, He Yulan successfully processed Chun Fan's diamond card. "Mr. Chen, your diamond card has been issued. Your transfer limits are now unrestricted. From this moment on, I shall be your dedicated client manager." Chun Fan promptly picked up the phone and dialed Li Hongsheng. "Oldly, I have successfully increased my transfer limit at the Zhonghua Great Bank." After conversing with Li Hongsheng for a while, he hung up. Shortly after, transfer notifications began to appear on Chun Fan's phone. Receiving amounts of 60 million yuan, 30,000,000 yuan, and another 60 million yuan, within less than 3 minutes. Chun Fan's account had received the remaining sum of 270 million yuan. Indeed, the transfer was successful. "Thank you." Chun Fan stood up to leave. He Yulan hurriedly accompanied him to the bank's entrance. Once they reached the door, as He Yulan turned around, she noticed her supervisor standing behind her. "Yulan, well done. This is an excellent client. Maintain frequent contact with him to foster goodwill toward our branch. The longer his balance remains with us, the greater your bonuses will be." Upon returning to her office, He Yulan spotted Zhang Cuifan wearing a face of fury. After He Yulan assisted Chun Fan in increasing his credit limit, the newly transferred amounts counted as her deposits, enabling her to meet not only her monthly targets, but also her annual ones. In the realm of the 8 Desolates, the palace infirmary had completed the bandaging. The physicians had become idle. A few lightly wounded soldiers were gathered around 3 severely injured imperial guards. The lightly wounded soldiers were in low spirits, knowing that by nightfall, their comrades would succumb to their injuries. "Ruan Xiaoqi, why are you crying?" "Guokoer, I'm heartbroken. They are leaving me." The 3 gravely injured imperial guards looked at Ruan Xiaoqi, who was weeping uncontrollably, and said, "Ruan Xiaoqi, please do not cry. Your tears make it difficult for us to leave in peace. Indeed, life and death are natural occurrences. Ruan Xiaoqi, you are the youngest. You will experience much grandeur and wealth following the prince." A wave of sorrow washed over the group as a voice rang out. "The prince has arrived." Sui entered, holding a box of penicillin. The lightly wounded soldiers and physicians greeted Sui respectfully. "I overheard your discussions of parting. Fear not, for I have brought medicine." Sui raised the penicillin box. The imperial guards rejoiced, for the prince had brought medicine. A most fortuitous event. It was not surprising that the prince could procure vast quantities of food without detection, and it seemed equally plausible that he could acquire miraculous medicines. "Medicine? Splendid. We have hope." A physician beside him inquired, "Your Highness, what kind of medicine is this?" Sui opened the box, revealing a capsule, and instructed, "Fetch me a bowl of water. Boiling water." "Yes." Several lightly wounded soldiers rushed to procure a ceramic pot for boiling water. The physician, puzzled, asked, "Your Highness, there is water in the bucket. Why do we need boiling water?" "The water in the bucket is raw. It contains numerous bacteria, viruses, and parasite eggs. Drinking it without boiling will lead to illness." Sui explained. The physician continued to question, "Your Highness, What are bacteria and viruses? Why can't I see the parasite eggs? This water appears quite clear. At that moment, Sui found it challenging to articulate an explanation for the physician. It is complicated, but to simplify, if you drink water after boiling it, you won't suffer from diarrhea. Drinking unboiled water can lead to such ailments. The physician, perplexed, pondered aloud, unboiled water will cause diarrhea? Is that truly the case? He resolved to experiment with this notion later. The water is boiled. The water is boiled. An imperial guard entered, carrying a pot of boiling water. They poured it into a bowl to cool. Sui approached the 3 severely injured imperial guards and observed that they were bandaged with ordinary hemp cloth, which appeared blackened from frequent use. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the lightly wounded soldiers were similarly bandaged. Sui thought to himself, how can they use such cloth for bandaging? It is no wonder infection occurs. Light injuries can escalate to moderate ones, and moderate injuries can become severe. Sui asked, physician, do you only have this type of hemp cloth for bandaging? Are there no other clean cloths available? The physician replied in confusion, Your Highness, we have always used this cloth. There are still a dozen pieces hanging over there. On a nearby rack hung several strips of hemp cloth. This won't do. Such cloth can cause infections. Boil it for 15 minutes, then hang it out to dry, Sui commanded. The hemp cloth has been cleaned, the physician insisted. Sui retorted, being cleaned does not equate to being clean. Just look at the dark stains on it. Please wash it thoroughly. Meanwhile, the boiled water had cooled down. Sui took out the antibiotic capsules and said, for those with moderate injuries, each should take 1 capsule with warm water. Your Highness, this medicine is so precious. I shall not take it. Save it for the 3 severely injured. Indeed, we are merely lightly injured. A month or 2 of rest will suffice. They replied, Sui insisted. Gentlemen, this is a royal command. Do not defy it. ASU command. They replied in unison. The soldiers with moderate injuries each took a capsule, as did the severely injured trio. Sui was cautious not to increase the dosage without permission. After they finished their medication, he remembered he had not conducted an allergy test, so he opened another capsule for testing. Fortunately, none of them showed signs of an allergic reaction. Sui then began to oversee the disinfection process. Boil more water. A large pot. Once the water boiled, he instructed, place the bandages inside to boil. Dismantle that rack and boil it as well as it ready. Hang it on the rack to dry in the sun. The physicians were bewildered by Sui's orders, but complied nonetheless. Such is the privilege of a prince. If a commoner were to speak thus, they would be deemed delusional. After half an hour, Sui directed the physicians in completing the disinfection of the bandages. Once they dried, the newly sterilized cloths were used to rebandage the soldiers. After ensuring everything was properly organized, Sui finally took his leave. He had secretly resolved to have Qin Fan procure a batch of alcohol, disinfectants, and other sanitizing supplies the following day. These disinfectants can significantly improve the sanitary conditions within the palace. At this moment, outside the treasury of the palace, Kong Bao is preparing to unlock the treasury door with 10 skilled locksmiths standing before him. The reason I have summoned you here is to assist in the unlocking. Before you lies the treasury of the Kingdom of Wan. Under normal circumstances, attempting to open the treasury lock would be a capital offense. However, today, under the prince's orders, you are granted the opportunity to showcase your skills once again. The 10 locksmiths exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting hesitation at the prospect of unlocking a treasury. Many locksmiths had only dared to dream of such a task. For a brief moment, they looked at one another, none willing to take the initiative. Kong Bao, having gathered them for this specific purpose, grew impatient and inquired, What is the matter? Why do you hesitate to unlock the door? Is it not your lifelong aspiration to open the treasury? Indeed, the locksmiths had often imagined breaking into the treasury, but their fantasies did not align with the current reality. They envisioned a deserted scene, where they could unlock the treasury and abscond with its wealth. Yet now, the atmosphere was fraught with tension and heavy security. Even if they succeeded in opening the treasury door, they would not be able to take a single coin. Seeing no one step forward, Kong Bao declared, Is there truly no one willing to take the first step? If so, I shall appoint someone at random. The locksmiths averted their gazes, fearful of drawing Kong Bao's attention. He scrutinized the 10 locksmiths, all of whom bore the furtive expressions of thieves. After surveying them, He pointed at the most shifty-eyed among them and said, "You, step forward." The locksmith singled out was the one first recommended by Tong Zhu. Reluctantly, he stepped forward. Kong Bao asked, "What is your name?" The locksmith replied, "In response to your honor, I am Wang Qi Shu." Kong Bao nodded in satisfaction at the name. It was befitting of a thief. "Go ahead. A hefty reward awaits the one who unlocks the treasury." Wang Qi Shu approached the treasury door. The lock was intricately connected to the door itself, making it a formidable task to tamper with. After examining the lock hole, he took out a copper wire and began attempting to unlock it. Meanwhile, Niu Lishir was leading a group of eunuchs within the palace, searching for the key to the treasury door. They had turned the former king's chamber upside down but found no trace of the key. "I have truly let down the prince's trust," he lamented. "Where else might the late king have gone?" One eunuch stepped forward and said, "Master Zhongxi, the late king often visited the flower consort's quarters." Niu Lishir responded, "Then let us immediately search the flower consort's chamber. Leave 2 here to tidy up the late king's quarters." Within the palace, only Sui remained. The flower consort had also met with misfortune, which emboldened Niu Lishir to search there in previous times. He would not have dared such an act before Niu Lishir could exit the late king's palace. An anxious eunuch rushed over. "Master Zhongxi, the young lord is currently seeking 10 locksmiths among the starving populace to unlock the treasury." Niu Lishir felt a surge of anxiety. "Quickly, we must head to the flower consort's palace. We cannot allow Kong Bao to outpace us. This is a task assigned directly by the prince." Sue, of course, remained unaware that his simple order had led to such a commotion. He had now arrived at the main entrance of the palace. Overseeing the Work for Relief project, upon seeing Sui, Fang Zhu hurriedly approached and bowed. "I pay my respects to the prince." The imperial guards following Fang Zhu also saluted. "We pay our respects to the prince." The simultaneous salute from dozens of guards caught the attention of the surrounding commoners. "Is that the prince?" they murmured. "Indeed, it is the prince. Quick, let us pay our respects." A throng of commoners bowed. "We pay our respects to the prince." Thousands offered their bows, creating a bustling scene. The rear of the crowd, unaware of the prince's presence, followed suit, resulting in a wave of bows cascading backward. The act of saluting consumed several minutes, and no need for formalities. Sui called out. Those nearby rose, as did the rest of the crowd. Sui realized this was indeed a waste of time. Each occasion of bowing cost him precious minutes. "Continue with your tasks and do not concern yourselves with me," he instructed. The atmosphere gradually returned to normal, though many present felt a sense of restraint. "Fang Zhu," Sui said, "next time, there is no need for such grand displays upon my arrival. Bowing from thousands wastes too much time." Fang Zhu replied, "Understood." He was not surprised, as such expectations had been held by past kings. Sui then instructed the eunuch carrying supplies to bring forth a box of A4 paper and a set of water-based pens. "These will serve for record-keeping, far more convenient than bamboo slips." Chapter 35. Recruitment for Work for Relief. The Imperial Guards opened the box, revealing bundles of A4 paper, and as they removed the plastic packaging, the pristine sheets were revealed. The guards exchanged glances, astonished by the quality of the paper. "This is paper? It's so thin," one soldier exclaimed, lifting a sheet in surprise. A eunuch accompanying the papers remarked, "The prince has decreed this shall be used for recording purposes. Along with these pens, are we truly to use this? It seems quite costly." Another soldier questioned, "Of course. The prince has commanded it. We must comply." Thus, a stack of paper was added to the recording table. Writing with the new pens on the A4 sheets was remarkably smooth. One of the commoners responsible for writing marveled at the benefits of the paper and pens. With this paper and pen combination, writing becomes significantly faster and clearer. I must suggest to the prince that this paper be widely adopted. Having studied letters, he viewed it from the perspective of a scholar, believing that promoting this paper would benefit all. As he stood to voice his thoughts, a nearby guard interjected. "Are you intending to advise the prince?" The scholar, He Shuahai, replied in surprise. "How did you know I planned to counsel the prince?" The guard explained. "The prince has already instructed that suggestions regarding paper are unnecessary, as he has considered this matter." He Shuahai looked towards the prince's figure in the distance, admiration evident on his face. Truly, the prince has anticipated this. He resumed his writing. Meanwhile, Sui was ascending the city wall, with Fang Zhu trailing behind. Prince, you could have simply had those items sent over. There was no need for you to come here personally. As Sui reached the top of the wall, he observed numerous bodies of the city guards and rebel forces outside the palace. If I had not come, how would I have known about this situation? Fang Zhu hastily replied, Forgive me, Prince. Our imperial guards are currently defending the palace, and we are short-staffed. The bodies of the rebel guards have yet to be cleared, Sui remarked. Had I not come, I would have remained oblivious to your inexperience in handling such matters. It seems your skills lie solely in combat. Recognizing Sui's displeasure, Fang Zhu quickly acknowledged, You are correct, Prince. We have indeed fallen short. Sui turned to face the palace interior, where commoners were eagerly registering for the Work for Relief initiative. He pointed to the crowd. Those who have signed up can now be assigned tasks. Begin by clearing the bodies outside the palace and then proceed to wash the ground. Fang Zhu's eyes brightened. The prince's foresight is commendable. How did I not think of this? I will arrange it immediately. He called over a guard and swiftly dispatched instructions. Soon, the guards began to direct the registered commoners to their tasks. Sui then inquired, How is the search for the rebels progressing? Reporting to the prince, the two deputy commanders are still conducting the search. We expect to recover a substantial amount of gold by tonight. After Chen Fan's acquisition of the jade pendant, Sui had no choice but to seek gold for trade. He also considered opening up martial arts manuals as new trading commodities, yet it was evident that Chen Fan did not grasp their value. Leading to a lack of demand, as Sui paced along the city wall. Observing the commoners below, he asked Fang Zhu, How do you plan to recruit new soldiers from among the commoners? Fang Zhu replied, Of course, we shall investigate their backgrounds one by one. Only those of unblemished reputation and noble lineage may join the Imperial Guard. Sui continued to inquire, How do you plan to investigate their backgrounds? He proposed to ascertain their identities and origins one by one, and then send individuals to their hometowns for further investigation. Sui shook his head, stating, That would take too long. They have already made their way here, and their hometown folks are now among the displaced. There is no need to investigate in their hometowns. We should seek out people from their hometowns to conduct the inquiry. Fang Zhu expressed his concerns, asking, Your Highness, what if they produce false testimonies? Sui reassured him, There is no need for worry. As long as we separate them for questioning, we can prevent collusion. Fang Zhu's face brightened with understanding. Your Highness is indeed wise. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Sui interjected, Do not rush. Allow me to observe the crowd below. Are there any martial arts experts among them? Fang Zhu replied. Your Highness, there are no martial arts masters among the displaced. There are only a few who have cultivated internal energy, but they practice unrefined techniques and cannot be considered skilled, Sui concurred. If there were true martial arts experts below, Fang Zhu would not have permitted him to approach the displaced. Subsequently, Sui descended from the city wall and began to implement new management strategies. The previously chaotic assembly of displaced individuals soon transformed into an orderly gathering under Sui's modern management methods. With his guidance, the displaced began to engage in various forms of labor. Some joined the kitchen to assist with cooking. Others commenced repairs on the palace's damaged structures, while some engaged in cleaning the grounds. The displaced felt a sense of security with work at hand, and the likelihood of unrest diminished. Fang Zhu, who had been closely observing, was astonished by how Sui had transformed the situation with just a few simple commands. Your Highness, you have dramatically changed the scene with such ease. I am truly in awe, Sui remarked. Admiration alone is insufficient. Tell me, did you learn anything from this? Fang Zhu shook his head. Your Highness, I am capable of engaging in combat, but matters of governance elude me. Sui acknowledged, Indeed, it is only natural that such affairs may not suit you. It seems we must seek out capable individuals well-versed in internal governance. Once Sui had organized the displaced individuals, he gained clearer insights into certain matters. Among the displaced, some orphans and widows enviously observed those lining up to participate in labor for food programs. It was evident that they too wished to enroll. Yet such programs typically recruited only able-bodied men for arduous labor, repairing bridges, mending roads, clearing waterways, and so forth, excluding women and children. However, not every household possessed able-bodied men. Households lacking such members would be unable to participate in labor for food programs, thus depriving them of sustenance. SUE concluded that he must also incorporate orphans and widows into the Labor for Food initiative. In addition, he ordered a separate table to register women and children, assigning sewing and laundry tasks to those households without men to participate in labor for food programs, and ensuring that the women could care for the orphans. Under SUE's various arrangements, orphans and widows found their places. While the Labor for Food initiatives commenced, the Imperial Guard simultaneously began recruiting personnel for work. With summer upon them, the weather was warm and the nights were bearable, allowing the displaced to make do outside for the night. However, continuing in this manner was not sustainable. Solutions for accommodating the displaced were imperative. Despite SUE's numerous arrangements, none of the guards present had learned anything. He had set things in motion but could not oversee every detail. At that moment, SUE recalled the other 8 loyal ministers aside from the Imperial Guard. Where had Kong Bao gone? SUE surveyed the surroundings but could not spot Kong Bao. Feng Zhu informed him, Kong Bao has taken 10 locksmiths to the treasury, claiming it was your highness's command to unlock it. SUE nodded. Indeed, that was my order. Has Kong Bao located 10 locksmiths so swiftly? Where did he find them? Feng Zhu scoffed. They are merely a band of petty thieves. Kong Bao sourced them from among the displaced. Initially, he encouraged the displaced to self-nominate, but when none stepped forward, he resorted to encouraging mutual denunciation, resulting in this assembly. SUE was impressed by Kong Bao's ingenuity. How long has he been at the treasury? He inquired, intrigued by the contents within. Had the door already been opened? Feng Zhu glanced at the position of the sun and replied, Your Highness, Kong Bao has been there for about half an hour. Half an hour should suffice to unlock the treasury door, thought SUE. Feng Zhu, I entrust this matter to you. I will summon the other 7 loyal ministers to assist in managing the displaced. As SUE departed, he instructed a eunuch to call the remaining 7 loyal ministers to help manage the displaced. At the treasury's entrance, Kong Bao observed as the locksmiths took turns attempting to unlock the treasury door. His expression was far from pleased. By the 9th locksmith, the door remained stubbornly shut. Kong Bao exclaimed, What is the matter? Are you truly stumped by the lock of a mere treasury door? The locksmiths exchanged glances, their thoughts dripping with disdain. A treasury door lock? How many treasuries does our nation possess? There is only this one. Surely, it was crafted by the finest artisans in our land. After several attempts, the 9th locksmith finally shook his head and stepped aside, leaving only 1 locksmith remaining. All eyes turned to this final locksmith. Kong Bao urged, Step forward. You are our last hope. Just then, SUE's voice rang out, Has the treasury door been opened yet? Kong Bao turned to see SUE approaching. He quickly cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. I greet the prince. No need for excessive formality, SUE replied as he stepped closer, noting that the treasury door remained locked. Kong Bao lamented. I am inept. To this day, we have yet to unlock the treasury door. The previous attempts have all failed, leaving only this last locksmith. Should he fail, I will have failed to honor your highness's command. The final locksmith, feeling the weight of SUE's presence, became increasingly nervous. Since there is but one left, you may as well give it a try, SUE encouraged. The 10th locksmith, gripped by uncertainty, approached the treasury door slowly, fearing potential repercussions should he fail in front of the prince. Fear not. Should you be unable to unlock the treasury door, I shall not hold you accountable, SUE reassured, recognizing the locksmith's apprehension. With that, the 10th locksmith steadied himself, his hands trembling less as he retrieved his tools and began his attempt. After a series of efforts, he ultimately failed, shaking his head as he joined the other 9 locksmiths. SUE surveyed the group, noting their furtive expressions. Is this treasury door lock truly so difficult to open? Can anyone explain what makes it so unique that you all have been unable to unlock it? The locksmiths exchanged glances before voicing their thoughts on the peculiar lock. This lock employs remarkably intricate technology. Our skills are insufficient to tackle such craftsmanship. Indeed, we are merely ordinary individuals. To unlock this door, we likely must find the original creator of the lock. SUE, intrigued, turned to Kong Bao and asked, Who crafted this lock? Kong Bao replied, Your Highness, the treasury door lock was made at the founding of our nation. The creator has long since passed, and it is impossible to find him now. Impossible to find? I refuse to believe that the lock cannot be opened without its creator, Su Yi declared. Is it truly the case that you have not exerted your utmost capabilities? I urge you to try once more. If you succeed in opening the treasury lock, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of silver. Despite the enticing offer, the locksmiths remained hesitant, their previous attempts having revealed their limitations. Even if you raise the reward to 10,000 taels of silver, we still cannot unlock this door, they protested. Indeed, it is simply beyond our means, they echoed in unison. Our strength is indeed at this level. Sui remarked, is there really no one in this world capable of unlocking this lock? Is there anyone in your profession who can do it? Yes, there is certainly someone in our line of work who can unlock this lock. Who? The 72 Thieves. Indeed, it is the 72 Thieves. Legends in the martial world claim he possesses 72 methods of thievery. There is no lock in existence that can withstand the 72 Thieves. The name of the 72 Thieves is indeed formidable. Sui held no illusions of finding the 72 Thieves. Did he really have to resort to destroying the treasury door? Summon Niu Lishur. Let's see if he has found the White. Sui instructed a eunuch to seek out Niu Lishur. Chapter 37. The unopenable lock. Sui did not wait long before Niu Lishur arrived in a hurry. Upon seeing Sui, Niu Lishur rushed over and bowed. Greetings, Prince. Please punish me, I have been ineffective in my duties and have yet to find the key to the treasury door. Niu Lishur lowered his head, his face etched with shame. At that moment, another soldier from the Imperial Guard approached to report, Your Highness, we have also found these keys at the Bureau of Grain. The soldier presented a bundle of keys. Sui glanced at Niu Lishur, who promptly took the keys. Give it a try. Sui held little hope for this bunch of keys. Niu Lishur began testing each key in turn. Your Highness, none of the keys fit. After exhausting the keys, Niu Lishur returned to await further orders from Sui. The locksmiths were unable to unlock the treasury door, nor could they find the key, leaving both Kong Bao and Niu Lishur in a precarious situation. However, Sui remained unperturbed, for he had other methods at his disposal. At this juncture, Kong Bao suggested, why not seek out the 72 Thieves? Sui inquired, where can we find the 72 Thieves? The locksmiths shook their heads in unison. We do not know where the 72 Thieves might be. His whereabouts are elusive, and no one knows his trail. The last time he made a move was within the Wu Empire. Your Highness, let us forcibly dismantle the treasury door, Kong Bao proposed. Niu Lishur immediately objected, no. The treasury contains numerous fragile items, including some national treasures. Forcibly breaking it would damage the treasures within. Kong Bao countered, national treasures. Those must have been long pilfered by the Bureau of Grain. What treasures remain? Let us proceed with the demolition, Sui, aware of the method of dismantling. Knew it involved using a heavy ram to break down the treasury door. Such a violent approach would undoubtedly cause damage to the items inside. There is no need for such drastic measures. I shall have a solution to open this door by tomorrow, Sui assured, fully confident in his plan. As the evening sky began to darken, Sui realized he had many matters to address that night. Primarily concerning the displaced populace. It is getting late. Kong Bao, let us proceed to the main square of the palace. While Feng Zhu and the others may revel in their skirmishes, they have not excelled in governance. I have summoned the other 7 loyal ministers to that location. Yes, Your Highness. Sui led Kong Bao to the front of the palace. The other 7 loyal ministers hurriedly approached. Greetings, Your Highness, Sui asked. Do you know why I have summoned you here? We know. Your Highness has called us to address the affairs of the displaced populace. Sui nodded. Excellent. Among all the civil officials in the court of the One Kingdom, only you 8 have remembered me in this dire time. I shall certainly place my trust in you. However, let me make it clear. In my employ, you must not violate the laws of the One Kingdom. The law shows no mercy, and I shall not intervene on your behalf. We understand. Sui continued, by the way, aside from Kong Bao, I am still unaware of your names and positions. The 7 loyal ministers promptly introduced their titles. Li Xian, Counselor; Rao Wu, Deputy Minister; Bu Shi, Counselor; Bao Guangyao, Grand Minister; Wen Junan, Middle Minister; Bao Guangyao, Middle Minister; Su Boyu, Middle Minister. After hearing their titles, Sui admitted he was not familiar with them. He simply nodded, very well. You may get back to your duties. For now, The management of the displaced populace will rest with you. After assigning various tasks, Su Yi departed. In a food company in Magic City, launching, Chen Fan was engaged in conversation with the company's owner. Boss Chen, I will sell you the company for 90 million. Chen Fan, perusing a stack of documents, was primarily concerned about the warehouse of the food company. Mr. Luo, how many years remain on the lease for your warehouse? Mr. Luo replied, Boss Chen, the warehouse is rented. There are still 5 years left on the lease. 5 years. Chen Fan suspected that matters were not as simple as they seemed. If the warehouses were owned properties, the price would certainly be several times higher than 90 million. Only 5 years. If we consider this year, that amounts to roughly 4.5 years. Mr. Luo, does your food company not possess any owned properties? Mr. Luo flipped to a page in the documents. Boss Chen, look, we do have some properties. We have a 50 square meter office in this office building. This is indeed a tangible asset, with no rental costs, and it is appreciating in value. That office holds little significance. 70 million. Then, the two began to negotiate further. After much back and forth, they finally settled on a price of 87 million. Chen Fan was drawn to the food company's warehouse. Although it was rented, the 5 years would undoubtedly allow him to become considerably wealthier. With the presence of lawyers as witnesses, the two commenced the signing of the transaction. Boss Chen, you truly are young and accomplished. This food company is now yours. Mr. Luo, with this substantial sum, you will surely achieve greater success in the business world. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mr. Luo departed, followed by the lawyers. Chen Fan remained in the warehouse. Elated after acquiring the food company in recent days, Chen Fan had been worried that his purchase of thousands of tons of grain might attract unwanted attention from higher authorities. If the authorities noticed him, acquiring large quantities of grain would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he was determined to maintain secrecy, wishing to avoid drawing the state scrutiny. Now, this warehouse could facilitate his transactions with the other world. Suddenly, the voice of the trading system echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Ding! You have a video call request from the trading system. Chen Fan looked around. Aside from the stored food, he was alone in the warehouse. It seemed that the system would only contact him when no one else was present. Chen Fan activated the video call feature of the trading system, saying, Su Yi, why the urgency? Are you ready to place an order for tomorrow's trading items? Chen Fan merely stated this casually, but to his surprise, Su Yi nodded. Indeed, I am placing an order for tomorrow's trading items. I require an oxygen acetylene cutting machine and an additional 10,000 sets of kitchenware. Furthermore, we need a large number of tents according to the needs of the displaced populace. Also, find me cheaper paper, thinner sheets, as I need to record things one by one. Additionally, there are, Su Yi enumerated numerous items in one breath. Did you remember everything? Chen Fan took out a pen and paper. Su Yi, you are speaking too quickly. I need to write this down. Could you repeat that? Chapter 38. The true Qi Jade pendant can guide cultivation. Su Yi had no choice but to reiterate the items he wished to trade. Have you noted everything down? I have recorded it on the paper. Rest assured, I will not forget. Chen Fan placed the paper into his pocket. That is good. I will now close the video call. Wait, Su Yi, please do not disconnect yet. Chen Fan halted Su Yi from closing the call. Is there anything else? Chen Fan? What do you wish to trade? Su Yi, I would like to inquire about martial arts training. I have practiced for quite some time but have yet to sense any internal energy. Is it truly necessary to wait a dozen days? Su Yi nodded. Of course, it will take at least a dozen days. When you begin to sense internal energy, it signifies that you can generate internal energy within your body. As long as you continue to cultivate, your internal energy will grow stronger. The deeper your internal energy, the greater your power. Once your internal energy reaches its peak, you will be able to transform it into true qi, becoming a top-tier expert. Chen Fan questioned, doesn't the introduction to the Fei Feng Gong state that one should feel warmth during cultivation? Yet, I cannot sense any warmth at all. Is that warmth internal energy? Hearing this, Su Yi pondered the matter of martial arts cultivation. Chen Fan's situation was indicative of the accelerated flow of blood and qi during practice. Even an ordinary person could feel warmth after a dozen days of training. Chen Fan failed to perceive the energy simply due to a lack of time. However, should he wish to immediately sense warmth, there are methods to achieve that. Upon contemplating such a method, Su Yi suddenly conceived a way to create a new demand for Chen Fan. Thus, feigning disbelief, Su Yi inquired, wait, Are you saying you cannot even feel that kind of heat? Surely you jest. I am not lying to it is indeed true. Then this poses a problem. A problem? What kind of problem? Chen Fan asked. Sue, with a grave expression, replied, in the practice of martial arts, as long as one follows the prescribed methods, the blood and energy will surge, thereby generating warmth. Have you truly engaged in your training? You mean to say you have yet to generate any heat? Even an ordinary person can produce heat after training for just a few hours. This warmth is a prerequisite for internal strength. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan responded, I have practiced for 2 days. I trained yesterday and again today, yet I still feel no warmth. Alas, Sui shook his head with a sigh. It appears you lack the aptitude for martial arts. I am truly sorry, Chen Fan, but you may only remain an ordinary person unless. Chen Fan was incredulous. He had even accessed the trading system. How could he still be relegated to the status of an ordinary person? Was this some kind of jest? Was it possible that the trading system had exhausted all his fortune? Did they not say that those who possessed a system were destined for greatness? Given the opportunity, he was determined to seize it. Chen Fan quickly pressed, Unless what? Sue, please do not keep me in suspense, Sue replied. This may not be a definitive solution, but you could try the True Chi Jade Pendant. Test whether it can stimulate the blood and energy within you. If you can draw it out, it would indicate you still possess the aptitude for martial arts. If not, then you truly lack such talent. A look of skepticism immediately crossed Chen Fan's face. The True Chi Jade Pendant? Was Sui attempting to peddle his pendant? Chen Fan, being astute, pondered how to utilize the True Chi Jade Pendant. He ultimately decided to first explore its usage. However, Chen Fan's expression management was lacking. Sui noticed his skepticism, yet Chen Fan had no concept of martial training. He had no choice but to believe whatever Sui said. Nonetheless, Sui did not intend to deceive Chen Fan excessively. With a mix of truth and exaggeration, Sui explained, when one begins to practice martial arts, if the blood and energy do not surge, one must use true energy to guide them. However, the true energy of martial arts masters is volatile. Entering another's body directly can harm their internal meridians. Hence, the True Chi Jade Pendant serves its purpose. Once true energy is infused into the pendant, it becomes harmonized under its nurturing. Thus, using the true energy within the pendant can provide guidance. Over 90% of individuals can cause their blood and energy to surge under its influence. And they can also better sense their internal strength, effectively cultivating it. All right, I understand the benefits of the True Chi Jade Pendant now. Sue, please just tell me how to use it, Chen Fan urged. Very well, I shall explain. Place the True Chi Jade Pendant upon your dantian and, while practicing the martial arts techniques, visualize yourself absorbing the true energy from the pendant. The true energy will then enter your body. Sui instructed. Wait, my pendant contains only 10 strands of true energy. If I practice 10 times, will I not deplete it completely? That pendant is worth a fortune. In my homeland, it could fetch 60 million. Chen Fan thought, realizing its immense value. Ha ha ha. Sui laughed heartily. Chen Fan, you have quite the opinion of yourself. True energy surpasses internal strength. For someone like you, who has only recently begun training, if you can absorb even a single strand of true energy in one go, you would be remarkable indeed. You would then be able to cultivate internal strength. Hearing this, Chen Fan asked, is that true? How much true energy is consumed in a single practice session? 1% of a strand of true energy. Some ordinary individuals cannot even absorb that much, Sui replied. Try it, and you will see. There's no point in further discussion. Sue, having previously used these True Chi Jade Pendants, was well aware of their functionality. Oh, I see that I will give it a try, Chen Fan said, relieved to learn that a single strand of true energy could be practiced many times. However, for safety's sake, he continued, how is the duration of a single practice session measured? Sui responded, 2 hours. According to the trading system's time, that equates to 4 hours. 4 hours. I hardly practice for 4 hours in a day, Chen Fan realized, finally accepting the situation. If that is the case, a single strand of true energy could indeed support a lengthy practice session. Sue corrected him. It's not about lengthy practice. Once you cultivate internal strength, you will no longer need the True Chi Jade Pendant for guidance. With true energy's assistance, a martial genius can cultivate internal strength within 3 to 5 days, whereas without it, it could take over 10 days. This is the advantage of the True Chi Jade Pendant. As long as you cannot fully deplete the true energy within it, you will be capable of cultivating internal strength. But what about what you said earlier regarding absorbing a strand of true energy to cultivate internal strength? Chen Fan inquired. Su Yi's face brightened with a smile. That would indicate you are extraordinarily gifted, far surpassing even a genius. Such individuals can cultivate internal strength in just a couple of hours. A rare talent indeed. Chapter 39. Rare talent unseen in a century turns out to be Chen Fan from Blue Star. After the video call with the trading system concluded, Chen Fan first circled the vicinity of the large warehouse. The surrounding warehouses belonged to a food company. After Mr. Luo sold the food company to Chen Fan, he departed, leaving only a single security guard to oversee the warehouse area. As Chen Fan approached the entrance of the warehouse area, he noticed the guard on duty in the guardhouse. The guard, a middle-aged man, greeted Chen Fan. Boss, why are you still here so late? Chen Fan recognized this middle-aged guard. During the contract signing, the staff related to the food company remained employees of the food company, and Mr. Luo would pay their wages this month. Starting next month, however, that responsibility would fall to Chen Fan. If Chen Fan wished to dismiss them, he only needed to provide a month's notice and compensate them according to the N1 rule. Did you really know I was the new boss? Chen Fan asked. The boss sent us your photo before leaving, the guard replied. Mr. Luo certainly thought ahead. Chen Fan mused. I'll be staying in that warehouse tonight. I appreciate your vigilance in guarding this place. The guard glanced at Chen Fan and assured him, rest easy, boss, I will keep watch here tonight. The guard did not inquire why Chen Fan planned to stay. The warehouse contained rooms with beds, providing ample space for him to sleep. Can I have food delivered here? Chen Fan asked. Of course, it gets delivered all the time for the warehouse and office staff. The guard responded, great. When my food arrives, please help me receive it, Chen Fan instructed. Certainly, boss. Chen Fan turned and returned to his original warehouse. Each warehouse was independent and quite spacious, with Chen Fan situated in the center. He intended to devote this time to diligently practicing his martial arts. However, Chen Fan did not immediately commence his training. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. He needed to fill his stomach before embarking on his martial arts journey. After all, what if he grew hungry during practice? Furthermore, he had ordered takeout, and it would only be a matter of time before the guard noticed he had not retrieved it. Chen Fan had read numerous martial arts novels where practitioners were often interrupted during training, leading to disastrous consequences. He settled down to review the Fei Fenggong once more. Though the text was written in an archaic style, it was not overly difficult for Chen Fan to comprehend. After all, he was capable of composing essays in classical Chinese back in the day. After reading through the Fei Fenggong several times, he saw the notification on his phone that his food had been delivered, prompting him to head back to the guardhouse to collect it. This takeout would serve as Chen Fan's dinner. After finishing his meal, he finally turned his attention to the main event of the night. Chen Fan removed the true Qi Jade pendant, which hung around his neck, and contemplated whether this pendant could assist him in successfully practicing the Fei Fenggong. He believed he could become a martial genius. He placed the true Qi Jade pendant on his dantian and recalled the opening techniques of the Fei Fenggong. Fei Fenggong, a yellow-grade cultivation technique. Following Su Yi's instructions, he began to practice. While doing so, he envisioned himself absorbing the true energy from the pendant, allowing it to enter his body. As Chen Fan commenced his practice of the Fei Fenggong, he simultaneously directed a strand of his focus towards the true Qi Jade pendant. During the practice, the pendant responded, channeling true energy into Chen Fan's body. He immediately sensed a surge of warmth within, and joy filled his heart. Warmth had manifested. It seemed his blood and energy were indeed stirring. However, this warmth soon dissipated. Chen Fan's relaxation was the reason why his cultivation technique ceased to function. This was not good. It seemed that he could not afford to entertain random thoughts while practicing. He needed to concentrate diligently on his training. With determination, Chen Fan expelled the distractions from his mind and resumed his practice of the Fei Fenggong. The true energy from the jade pendant flowed into his body once more. Chen Fan felt warmth surging within him as his vital blood coursed energetically. This warmth emanated from his meridians. As the vital blood surged, the true energy began to circulate throughout Chen Fan's entire system. In a moment, he adapted to this sensation of heat. The vital blood continued to flow, and the true energy gradually slowed down before beginning to follow the designated path of the Fei Fenggong within Chen Fan's body. If a martial arts master were to observe Chen Fan's current state, they would be utterly astonished. For a novice to be capable of directing their true energy along the path of a cultivation technique was truly remarkable. Thus, Chen Fan diligently practiced, losing all sense of time in the external world, akin to a person deeply asleep, unaware of the passage of time outside. When Chen Fan finally opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find it was already daybreak. He paid no heed to the daylight outside. Instead, his face was alight with joy. Incredible! He had actually cultivated inner strength in just one night. Indeed, he was a rare genius, a prodigy that appeared once in a century. Had he been in the Eight Desolations world, he would have already become a top-tier master. But what lies beyond the realm of top-tier masters? Perhaps he should inquire with Sui next time. As the saying goes, a splendidly dressed man does not return to his hometown. It is as if he is walking in the night in fine clothing. Chen Fan was eager to boast, but he could not flaunt his achievements to those on Blue Star. Thus, he could only share his triumph with Sui. Chen Fan promptly sent Sui a message. Sui, I have cultivated inner strength in just one night. It seems I am a once-in-a-century prodigy. At that moment, Sui, who was engaged in handling some refugee affairs in the Eight Desolations world, was taken aback upon reading Chen Fan's message. What? Chen Fan cultivated inner strength in a single night. Such a genius exists in Blue Star. Sui was astonished, realizing that something he had only heard about in the Eight Desolations world had now manifested in Blue Star. A realm devoid of inner strength. Amidst his surprise, Sui's excitement surged. With Chen Fan possessing inner strength, there would be a demand for martial arts manuals. Where there is demand, there is a market. As long as Chen Fan was willing to pay the price, Sui would not hesitate to trade his most powerful Wen Gong, a mysterious level technique, with him. Chen Fan, have you truly cultivated inner strength? Congratulations! May I see the prowess you have attained with your newfound abilities? Chen Fan, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed undergone significant changes due to his inner strength, readily agreed. The two quickly initiated a video call through the trading system. Sui, I will demonstrate it for you now. Chen Fan glanced around and noticed several wooden planks nearby. Perfect, this will serve as a demonstration of my strength, he declared, channeling his inner strength and striking the wooden plank with his fist. Bang! His fist struck the wooden plank, yet it remained entirely unscathed, neither shattered nor cracked, let alone reduced to dust. In fact, Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his fist. He stared at his hand. Confusion etched on his face, which swiftly morphed into embarrassment. He had boasted so boldly, yet this was the result. How could he possibly fail to break a simple wooden plank? Was his strength truly so lacking? Or was the quality of the plank exceptionally high? Chen Fan picked up the plank and weighed it in his hand. It was identical in quality to the wooden planks he used in another rented warehouse. Ha ha ha! Sui laughed heartily. What are you laughing at, Sui? Are you mocking my weakness? No, no. I am merely amused by your lack of proficiency in using inner strength. To wield inner strength effectively, one must combine it with external martial techniques. Chen Fan, look at the Fei Fing Gong. It contains external martial moves. Try using those moves in conjunction with your inner strength. Wait, have you not practiced any of those external martial techniques? Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, I have yet to practice the external moves of Fei Fing Gong, but I already possess inner strength. Shouldn't that enhance my attacks? Sui began to explain. If your inner strength were substantial, adding it to your strikes would significantly amplify your attack power. However, it's unfortunate that after just one night of cultivation, you possess only a tiny fraction of inner strength. That small amount cannot provide a noticeable increase in your attack power. Utilizing external martial techniques in conjunction with inner strength is essential to maximize its potency. Ah, I see now. That means I must also train in external martial techniques. Exactly. True strength lies in mastering both internal and external practices. Chen Fan immediately began to review the external martial techniques within the Fei Fing Gong and promptly executed one of the moves. Feng Yizhua. Chen Fan's fingers coalesced into a claw as he struck down on the wooden plank. Rip! The plank shattered into pieces. This time, the attack consumed a significant portion of the inner strength within Chen Fan. Indeed, Sui, when I employ the external martial techniques, I succeeded. Precisely. Utilizing external techniques will deplete your inner strength, but it will gradually replenish as well. To expedite the recovery of your inner strength, regular practice is essential. Practicing will restore my inner strength? Very well. I shall attempt to recover the inner strength I have expended. Chun Fan began to practice the external martial techniques right then and there. Hold on, Chun Fan. Before you begin practicing, check how much true energy you have consumed. The amount of true energy expended is crucial. If you consume too much, I can sell more true energy jade pendants. Once others start cultivating martial manuals as well, true energy jade pendants will become highly sought after. Chun Fan held the true energy jade pendant and began to sense it. Now that he had inner strength, his ability to perceive true energy had become much clearer. I sense that there are still 9 strands of true energy remaining in the jade pendant. I consumed 1 strand during my cultivation last night. Chun Fan felt a pang of regret. 1 strand of true energy was worth 6 million. He had spent 60 million in just 1 night of practice. 1 strand of true energy. You managed to consume an entire strand in one go. This indicates that your aptitude for martial arts is indeed extraordinary. Now that you have cultivated inner strength, you will no longer need to rely on the true energy jade pendant for guidance. Simply continue to practice to nurture and strengthen your inner power. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's spirits lifted once more. With this absorption of true energy, he would no longer need to expend any further resources. He had preserved the remaining 9 strands, each worth 6 million. At this moment, Chun Fan forgot that the original 10 strands of true energy had now become 9 because Sui had gifted him the jade pendant. Chun Fan, from here on, focus on your training. I have many techniques available. If you find the Fei Fing Gong unsuitable, you can exchange it for another method. Not every technique is suitable for everyone, even among those of yellow rank. Sui seized the opportunity to promote his techniques, believing that soon, Chun Fan would return to purchase more martial manuals from him. While Sui marveled at Chun Fan's martial arts aptitude, he began to contemplate whether his own aptitude was even higher than Chun Fan's. However, he worried that such talent might be inherent to Chun Fan's original self. Now that Chun Fan had cultivated inner strength, Sui felt a sense of urgency. He too desired to practice inner strength, but there were still numerous matters to address among the refugees. Stepping outside his room, Sui was approached by Fong Ju. "Prince, we are ready." "Good," Sui nodded. Moments later, Sui arrived at the training grounds for the Imperial Guard. The prince has arrived. The recruitment for the Imperial Guard begins now. Young men among the refugees surged forward as the Imperial Guard soldiers promoted the recruitment. Upon hearing about the generous benefits offered by the Imperial Guard, the refugees eagerly participated in the selection process. The training grounds quickly filled with people. Fong Ju inquired, "Prince, these are the individuals wishing to join the Imperial Guard. Please give your command." Sui stood on the command platform, surveying the crowd below. The majority were young men, though there were also a small number of elderly individuals and youths, those aged 18 to 25. "Step forward," Sui declared. Some among the refugees exchanged glances, and a few stepped forward. The total number was 332. Rather meager turnout. Sui decided to raise the age limit. Those aged 26 to 30 stepped forward. The number has increased to 513 individuals. Fong Ju quietly remarked beside him, "Prince, those aged 14 and above are also eligible to enlist." Sui shook his head and replied, "Only those 18 and older are permitted." Fong Ju did not oppose this, acknowledging that having over 500 was a considerable advantage. Sui continued, "From now on, we shall run 100 laps around the training ground." "Why are you not running yet?" Fong Ju shouted. The 513 refugees immediately began to jog. Once Fong Ju had shouted, he realized that even more individuals would need to be eliminated. Chapter 41. A refugee's participation in labor relief. Once the 513 refugees commenced their running, Fong Ju stood beside Sui Da. He glanced at Sui and then at the group of refugees sprinting around the training ground. Initially, the refugees were all eager to be at the front. However, after 30 minutes of running, a stratification began to emerge among them. Some were able to run further, while others lagged behind. Fong Ju inquired, "Prince, what is the time limit set for completing 100 laps?" Sui asked, "How long does it take the Imperial Guards to run 100 laps?" Fong Ju shook his head, saying, "Prince, our Imperial Guards are accustomed to drills and have never run 100 laps, so I cannot provide an estimate." Not knowing the time required posed a challenge for Sui. So he suggested, let us observe for now and record the times of the first 500. Approximately 2 hours later, the 513 refugees were panting heavily, having completed 100 laps. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards called forth the last 13, leaving 500 remaining. SUE did not conduct any further assessments and directly accepted these 500 individuals into the Imperial Guards. The 500 rejoiced exuberantly. Fangju, these 500 will undergo training according to the methods I have previously laid out. Prepare accordingly. Yes. Fangju promptly departed to gather some equipment. After allowing them to rest for an hour, Su-yi commenced the training. Standing atop the command platform, he proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to the Imperial Guards. From this moment forth, I shall be your chief instructor. You may not know who I am, but now I shall tell you. I am the Prince of One. However, during training, you shall refer to me solely as chief instructor. Do you understand?" The refugees exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, the soldiers from the Imperial Guards called out in unison, "We understand." Their fervor inspired the refugees, who followed suit, shouting, "We understand, good. Before we commence the training, I need you to distinguish your left from your right. Everyone, roll up the sleeves and pant legs on your right side. Those who can distinguish left from right, assist the others." The soldiers of the Imperial Guards stood by, wearing amused expressions. Fangju approached the command platform and shouted at the original Imperial Guards, "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping them roll up their sleeves?" The soldiers, having undergone several days of training under Su-yi, were now able to distinguish left from right. Fangju's command prompted them to stop spectating and assist the newcomers in rolling up the right sleeves and pant legs. However, many of the refugees were so impoverished that most lacked sleeves and pant legs altogether. The soldiers exchanged helpless glances towards Su-yi on the command platform. Sue instructed, "Bring some charcoal and mark their right sides." Several soldiers quickly ran to the nearby palace walls, where food was being cooked, to find charcoal. "Your Highness, what pattern should we mark?" Sui replied, "Simply draw a vertical line. Mark it on their clothing." Soon, the garments of the 500 newcomers bore a single black vertical line. Thereafter, Su-yi began their military training. "From this moment on, I shall conduct your military training. Stand at attention." The newly enlisted 500 looked around, confused about what to do. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards, having reverted to their previous state of amusement, grinned as they observed the newcomers, seemingly recalling their own initial days. Sue directed, "Veterans of the Imperial Guards, please organize the new recruits into formation." The veterans, unable to continue spectating, begrudgingly moved to arrange the lines. Sue was reluctant to descend and organize them individually, as the back and forth would be tiresome. After some effort, they finally began formal training. While the original Imperial Guards maintained order both inside and outside the palace, Sue had already devised his plans for the coming days. Each day, he would address them, instilling in them the knowledge that their loyalty was owed to him. As the new recruits trained, they would also participate in maintaining order within the Imperial Guards. Once this batch of new recruits demonstrated initial progress, he would continue to recruit even more soldiers. Sue envisioned raising a formidable army, aiming for at least several tens of thousands, if not a million. Meanwhile, as the new recruits were undergoing training, the laborers participating in the Work for Food program began their tasks. Shur-san was among those engaged in this labor relief. Just the previous morning, he was like the other starving individuals, weak, fatigued, and drenched in sweat. Fearing he would succumb to hunger the next day, he had been aimlessly wandering with the other famished souls into Wen City. However, upon entering the palace, he was met with ample food. After satisfying his hunger, he realized that storming the palace was a grave offense, punishable by death. Yet, the prince did not blame them. Instead, he provided them with food. Shur-san felt immense gratitude towards the prince. Had it not been for the prince's magnanimity, he would have perished, either from starvation or from punishment for his actions. His death would not matter, but he had a wife, a son, and a daughter to consider. Currently, Shur-san was working with other laborers from the program to clear the riverbed of the Wen River. They were removing heaps of silt from the riverbed and transporting it outside Wen City for disposal. The Wen River flowed through Wen City, providing daily water for its inhabitants. However, due to the ongoing drought, The river's flow had decreased significantly, exposing half of the riverbed. The water flow had dwindled to just 1/5 of its usual volume. Nonetheless, this remaining flow had spared Wen City from the worst of the drought. The exposed riverbed was also an opportune moment for deepening the channel to prevent flooding when the rainy season arrived. Shi San's task involved digging up the hardened silt from the riverbed. He placed the excavated soil onto wooden carts, which were then transported away. After loading several carts with silt, he noticed a soldier from the Imperial Guards acting as a temporary overseer nearby. Recording various figures on sheets of paper, Shi San understood that the recorded labor would determine how much food he would receive. The more work he completed, the more rations he would earn. The volume of work was calculated based on the amount of silt in the wooden carts, with separate tallies for those digging and those transporting the soil. Therefore, Shi San worked diligently, having already excavated dozens of carts worth of soil since morning. Not wanting to linger, he called for another cart. Over here, over here. Shi San, how many carts of soil have you dug? Asked the person transporting the cart. Shi San shook his head. I'm not sure how many carts. The overseer is counting, so he will know. Aren't you afraid he will count less? Not at all. The prince treats us so well. We will certainly receive ample rice. Chapter 42. The prince's promotion is insufficient. We must promote Sui, Shi San spoke with determination. The cart pusher had no choice but to comment. Since this morning, I've transported 15 carts. Unfortunately, it's quite far. We have to take it outside Wen City. Outside the city, the soil has already formed a small hill, Shi San replied. But you must earn more rice for transporting a cart compared to my digging a cart. As he spoke, he quickly filled another wooden cart. All right, it's full. You can go earn your rice now. Okay, I'm off. Shi San immediately called for the next cart. After loading several more carts, it was time for lunch. Two individuals were pushing a cart towards the riverbank, laden with several buckets of rice. There were also queues for meals at other work sites along the riverbank. Shi San set down his shovel and joined the line for food. After 2 days, he had learned that to receive food, one must queue. To his surprise, they were indeed providing meals. However, he realized he had not brought a bowl. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Look, this lotus leaf can wrap the rice. Shi San followed suit and picked up a lotus leaf to collect his meal. As he had not brought a bowl, when it was his turn, the cook served him a generous scoop of wheat rice. If this isn't enough, come back for more. Shi San observed the wheat rice and asked, Can I take a portion back for my wife and children? No need to take any. The women and children all received meals this morning. You needn't worry. Shi San felt relieved as he took his wheat rice to the side to eat. Upon taking his first bite, he found it quite hard, reminiscent of the millet rice he had eaten before. Shi San felt a peculiar sense of wonder. Why had the soft, white rice from yesterday vanished? Nearby, a few vagrants were engaged in hushed discussions. This wheat rice is rather unpalatable, isn't it? It's quite tough to chew. You should be content with what you have. Is it not a blessing to have this wheat rice to eat? If it weren't for the prince, we would have perished long ago. The person distributing the food overheard these remarks and shouted, This is a gift from the prince. You must express your gratitude to him. Not the prince, someone retorted. You would have succumbed to hunger long ago. The overseers nearby began to amplify their proclamations. The prince is your savior. His benevolence surpasses the heavens. Without the prince, you would not have the sustenance you enjoy today. The slogans of these overseers and food distributors were also heard by Sui and Feng Ju, who were observing from a distance. Feng Ju remarked, The prince's strategy is indeed astute. The vagrants are acutely aware that their sustenance relies on the prince. Naturally, they will remember his kindness. Sui nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they will remember the prince's grace, but change is essential. You must speak to them and mention my name. They cannot merely refer to me as the prince. It must be Prince Sui. Feng Ju hesitated. Your Highness, is it appropriate to mention your name so casually? Sui replied, Disregard those antiquated doctrines. My name is well known throughout the realm. If they only call me the prince, how will they know it is I, Sui? What if another prince emerges to claim the fruits of our labor? Go now. This is an order. Reluctantly, Feng Ju approached the overseers and food distributors. Initially, they resisted, but Feng Ju pointed in the direction where Sui stood. Upon seeing Sui nodding at them, they complied with the directive. Listen well. It is Prince Sui who ensures your meals are plentiful. Without Prince Sui, you would not be well fed. We pledge our loyalty to Prince Sui. The initial slogans uttered by the overseers and cooks were orchestrated by Sui. Given the internal instability within the kingdom, Sui understood the necessity of garnering increased support. After observing for a while, he returned to the training grounds to instruct the newly recruited Imperial Guards. Attention! It has been an hour since lunchtime. Resume training. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star world, Chen Fan had contacted numerous suppliers and finally completed the order for the goods required by Sui. Now, he merely awaited the delivery to his warehouse. Each time Sui placed an order, it was always with such urgency. Perhaps next time, he should negotiate for a longer delivery window. As Chen Fan exited the warehouse, the sun shone brightly, its brilliance nearly blinding. What a clear day, he thought to himself. I should take a stroll. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered another middle-aged security guard on duty, who recognized him. Good day, boss. Chen Fan nodded. Hello? Why aren't you driving out in such hot weather? Boss Chen? Chen Fan glanced at the guard, who was fanning himself, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Is it truly that hot? The guard replied. Of course. It's 35 degrees today, Boss Chen. Walking in this heat could easily lead to heat stroke. You should really drive. 35 degrees? Chen Fan was puzzled. He didn't feel it was excessively hot. Perhaps it was due to his internal energy? Or was the guard deceiving him? I would like to drive out. But I currently lack a vehicle. That you're joking, right? A big boss like you without a car? Indeed. No card, you've worked hard, Chen Fan said, choosing not to engage in further idle chatter with the guard. He stepped outside onto the road. Is it really that hot? Chen Fan pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, it displayed a temperature of 36 degrees, a degree higher than what the guard had stated. He mused, the temperature truly is high. I would have estimated it to be around 30 degrees. It seems my internal energy has enhanced my heat tolerance. Observing his surroundings, he noticed the absence of shared electric bicycles. What terrible luck! Have all the shared electric bicycles been taken? Although the road was bustling with vehicles, not a single taxi passed by. Chen Fan opened his phone app to check, discovering the nearest shared electric bicycle was several hundred meters away at a corner. It's just around that corner? Not too far, and I'll walk there. After walking for a good 10 minutes under the sun, Chen Fan finally located a shared electric bicycle. The journey in the sweltering heat had indeed caused him to expend some internal energy. As he scanned the bicycle with his phone, he thought, I've used up some energy. Clearly, resisting the sun's rays with my internal energy consumes it. I wonder how it would feel to withstand the heat without it. Resolute, he retracted his internal energy back to his dantian. Immediately, he felt the full brunt of the 36-degree heat. Particularly at the roadside, the urban heat island effect made the perceived temperature soar to 40 degrees. Within moments, he began to perspire as so hot. Chen Fan had no choice but to resume using his internal energy to shield himself from the relentless sun. Chapter 43. Chen Fan encounters his ex-girlfriend while car shopping. Chen Fan rode the shared electric bicycle to a street lined with numerous 4S car dealerships of various brands. He had come here with the intention of purchasing a car. While riding a shared bicycle was manageable, transporting goods from locations over 100 kilometers away necessitated a vehicle. Additionally, driving a car with air conditioning in this scorching heat would significantly reduce the consumption of his internal energy. Indeed, it would help alleviate the drain on his reserves. After riding for over 10 minutes, he sensed that more than half of his internal energy had been expended. Consequently, he decided to withdraw his energy back to the dantian to avoid complete depletion. While riding, he could enjoy a slight breeze, but once he stopped, he quickly found himself drenched in sweat. Chen Fan lamented, "Sigh. My abilities are still lacking. My internal energy is insufficient. If only my reserves were deeper. I wouldn't have to be so frugal with it." He surveyed the various 4S dealerships surrounding him, overwhelmed by the multitude of brands. So many options. How shall I choose? He decided to head to the nearest 4S store, which happened to sell BM cars. Chen Fan pedaled his bicycle toward the BM dealership, aptly named Magic City Buy and Heba Young BM 4S store. Inside the lavish showroom of the BM dealership, numerous vehicles were on display, while others were being serviced. In the waiting area, a man and a woman sat on a sofa, awaiting their car's maintenance. The woman was none other than Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, Shu Fan. She nestled comfortably in the embrace of a man beside her, whispering sweet nothings. Zheng Hao, you're so impressive. Just a few words from you got me a job at Magic City Guangxing Group. Xu Fan felt fortunate for her choice. After all, Magic City Guangxing Group was a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. The man beside her, Zhou Zhenghao, was the son of the chairman of Magic City Guangxing Group and currently served as a human resources manager within the company. Zhou Zhenghao replied, "Of course. My father is the chairman of Magic City Guangxing Group. Xu Fan, once your probation period is over, I'll arrange for you to become a supervisor." "Zheng Hao, is that true?" "Thank you so much," she exclaimed, giggling. "What should I do to show my gratitude?" Xu Fan leaned in closer to Zhou Zhenghao, preparing to engage in some inappropriate behavior. However, as she drew near, her gaze caught sight of the scene outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Zheng Hao, look, there's someone riding a shared electric bicycle coming this way." Zhou Zhenghao turned to look and indeed spotted an individual pedaling toward them. As the rider approached the parking area, he abruptly reversed for a moment before finally parking by the roadside and then making his way over. Zhou Zhenghao asked in confusion, "What's wrong with that person? Why did he backtrack?" Xu Fan explained, "Zheng Hao, since you've never ridden a shared electric bicycle, you wouldn't know that they can only be parked by the roadside." He must have missed the spot and had to go back. Zhou Zhenghao nodded. "Oh, I see. I've never used such a common transport before." He scrutinized the approaching figure, finding his face somewhat familiar. As the individual drew nearer, he recognized him. "Xu Fan, isn't that your ex-boyfriend?" Xu Fan too noticed that the person outside the 4S store was indeed Chen Fan. However, at that moment, she had no intention of admitting to Zhou Zhenghao that Chen Fan was her ex. "Zheng Hao, what are you talking about? He's not my ex-boyfriend. He's just someone who won't leave me alone. But what is Chen Fan doing here?" Zhou Zhenghao chuckled. "Isn't he here to buy a car? What's so strange about that?" Xu Fan shook her head. "Impossible. That waste of space. Chen Fan could never afford a BM car." Just then, Chen Fan stepped through the dealership's entrance. The air conditioning in the store provided him with a refreshing chill. The sales personnel at the front desk inquired, "Sir, are you here to purchase a car? Do you have an appointment with a specific salesperson?" Chen Fan nodded and replied, "Yes, I am here to buy a car. I do not have an appointment. I would like to browse casually first." The salesperson behind the desk stepped out to accompany Chen Fan. There were merely a dozen or so vehicles on display within the store. Chen Fan examined each car in turn and soon arrived at the convertible sports car showcased inside. Gazing at this vehicle, he couldn't help but think, "Isn't this the same convertible that he had once shared with Xu Fan? How did I casually wander into a 4S shop that featured such a car?" Noticing Chen Fan's pause, the salesperson immediately began to promote, "Sir, this model is priced between 3 to 4 million yuan. It is the finest convertible in our collection. You truly possess discerning taste." Chen Fan pondered whether to purchase one of these cars and present it directly to Xu Fan to gauge her reaction. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. No, engaging in such antics would be utterly juvenile. I shall refrain from such behavior." "Sir, how are you considering? Here is the price list." The salesperson assumed Chen Fan's prolonged contemplation indicated a desire to acquire the convertible. Before Chen Fan could respond, another voice chimed in, "Haha, what use is the price list to him? This pauper cannot afford any car here." Zhou Zhenghao sauntered over, wrapping his arm around Xu Fan's waist. Xu Fan wore a smug expression as she remarked, "Chen Fan, I didn't expect to see you here. What brings you, you pauper? You can't afford to buy anything." At this moment, the salesperson, witnessing the sudden conflict, was momentarily at a loss on how to intervene. Ordinarily, he would have stepped in to quell the dispute. However, upon their arrival, the store manager had showered praises upon the couple. If he were to intervene now, what would the manager think? Contemplating this, the salesperson decided to remain uninvolved. Allowing the young man to endure some societal chastisement, Chen Fan did not react with anger. Instead, he chuckled, a smirk of disdain evident on his face. Who are these dog-like individuals spouting nonsense?" Xu Fan immediately retorted. "Chen Fan, who are you calling dog-like?" Chen Fan replied, "Whoever fits the description. Is this the company you keep? He appears to be quite lacking as well." Zhou Zhenghao, now incensed, exclaimed, "Chen Fan, you truly have some nerve. Dare to offend me? With a mere word, I can make it impossible for you to survive in Modu." Chen Fan's words struck a nerve with Zhou Zhenghao. inciting his fury in a fit of rage. He raised his voice considerably. "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" The store owner, Go Hongshin, emerged from his office, having been reviewing last month's revenue when the commotion drew his attention. After all, any disturbance outside could potentially affect his income. Upon stepping outside, he discovered the two parties embroiled in an argument, one of which was Zhou Zhenghao. Go Hongshin instantly donned a cordial smile upon recognizing Zhou Zhenghao and nodded. "Young Master Zhou?" "Hello. What seems to be the issue?" Zhou Zhenghao responded. "What else could it be? This pauper here has disrupted my enjoyment. He actually dared to speak disrespectfully in my presence." Go Hongshin glanced at Chen Fan. Noting his casual attire and sneakers, to him, Chen Fan appeared to be an ordinary worker. Yet, Go Hongshin hesitated to make a definitive judgment, for many affluent individuals preferred to don humble attire while splurging in establishments. A miscalculation could lead to significant financial losses. Go Hongshin surveyed the crowd gathering, comprising both potential car buyers and loyal customers coming for maintenance. He understood that failing to manage the situation could erode the patron's trust in the establishment, ultimately diminishing his income. He beckoned the salesperson over and quietly inquired, "Is that individual a wealthy client?" The salesperson shook his head. "No, I saw him arrive on a shared electric bicycle." Arriving on a shared electric bicycle? This clearly indicated financial constraints. Such individuals were not Go Hongshin's target clientele. He promptly resolved not to entertain the presence of the impoverished. His ideal customers were people like Zhou Zhenghao. With a menacing expression, Go Hongshin directed his words at Chen Fan. "Please leave. You are not welcome here. You are disturbing my esteemed guest." Chen Fan looked at the snobbish manager and replied, "Are you asking me to leave when I came to purchase a car?" Go Hongshin retorted, "Do not jest. Do you truly believe you can afford any vehicle here? This is an international brand, BM. Individuals like you, who ride shared bicycles, cannot afford such luxury. Only young Master Zhou is our valued customer. And you are not. Go Hongshin belittled Chen Fan. He concurrently lavished praise upon Zhou Zhenghao. Shufan chimed in, "Indeed, you paupers should leave quickly. You are merely here to gawk at the cars, none of which you can afford." "Give up your hopes," Go Hongshin shouted. "Security! Security! Remove him!" Two security guards rushed in, reaching for Chen Fan. Channeling his inner strength, Chen Fan exerted a slight force and easily tossed the two guards aside, causing them to tumble to the ground. The guards attempted to rise and confront Chen Fan again. "You are no match for me. Do not waste your efforts." Chen Fan effortlessly evaded their grasp. The two guards, undeterred, lunged at him once more. Chen Fan concentrated his internal energy into his hands, executing a technique from the Flying Phoenix martial arts, and threw a punch. The fist stopped just shy of the guards' foreheads, a mere centimeter away. The gust generated by his punch swept through the air, tousling the guards' hair and leaving them frozen in fear. "Enough, I shall take my leave," Chen Fan stated. Turning away, as he departed, he mused, if this world resembled the realm of Ba Huang where Sui resided, would he not have dealt with those two guards directly? Shufan observed Chen Fan's actions, sensing a newfound unfamiliarity. He had never been capable of such feats before. Zhou Zhenghao, realizing Chen Fan had vacated the 4S shop, seethed, "Damn Chen Fan, how dare he humiliate me?" Having exited the Modu Baiha Heba Zhang BM 4S shop, Chen Fan proceeded directly to the adjacent establishment. The neighboring 4S shop specialized in domestic electric vehicles. BYD boasted cutting-edge technology in the realm of new energy. The landscape of electric vehicles had transformed dramatically compared to just 2 years prior. They were now exceedingly popular. Furthermore, purchasing an electric vehicle allowed one to acquire a license plate in Modu, whereas a gasoline vehicle required a lottery for registration. Of course, Chen Fan was aware that acquiring a gasoline vehicle was also feasible, provided he purchased one that already possessed a license plate, akin to renting a vehicle for an additional fee. Upon entering, the sales personnel at BYD greeted him warmly. "Sir, what vehicle are you interested in? Our pure electric cars are selling exceptionally well right now, and we are offering free installation of charging stations with every purchase." After browsing the BYD 4S shop, Chen Fan decided to purchase the electric car with the longest range. After providing the warehouse address, he exited the premises. This time, Chen Fan opted for a taxi instead of a bicycle, as the exertion from dealing with the two security guards had depleted much of his internal energy. leaving him with only a little remaining. Riding a shared bicycle now posed a risk of exhaustion. While in the taxi, he received a call from his former boss at the food company, Mr.Luo.as. Soon as the call connected, Mr. Luo's voice came through. Mr. Chin Fan, I have prepared the documents. You can now proceed with the change of legal representative and company name. All right, I will head over shortly. Where should I go? Chin Fan inquired. Mr. Chin, just come here. Mr. Luo provided an address. Chun Fan directed the driver to the specified location. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted Mr. Luo seated in the waiting area along with 2 employees. Hello, Mr. Chin, Mr. Luo greeted him. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly moved on to the matter at hand. I have submitted the documents. Please follow me, Mr. Chin. Everything is now digital. You simply need to operate the touchscreen here. Before long, Chen Fan found himself seated in front of a large screen, following the prompts to change the legal representative of the food company to his own name. He then found himself in a quandary over what name to choose for the company. Originally, the food company was named Moduda by Luo Food Company Limited. Now he is taken over as the new boss. Naturally, he must change the company's name as well. Should he simply use his own name? Yet, would that be too ostentatious? After some contemplation, Chun Fan decided to name the company Modu Fanhuang Company Limited. Chapter 45. The original 5 employees retained after Chun Fan's acquisition of the company, Modu Fanhuang Company Limited. The name was quite simple for Chin Fan. Fan represents him, while Huang symbolizes the vast world beyond. This company is dedicated to transactions with that expansive realm. Of course, in this world, the significance of the company's name is known only to Chin Fan. Once he settled on the name, he swiftly obtained the necessary licenses. One advantage of acquiring this food company is that it possesses qualifications for cross-border trade, allowing the import of grain from abroad. After finalizing the name, Chen Fan, accompanied by relevant staff, proceeded to make changes to the company seal, financial seal, and other related certificates. Only then was the process deemed complete. Mr. Luo extended his hand and said, Congratulations, Mr. Chun. From now on, this company is yours. I foresee Modu Fanhuang Company Limited becoming an international giant. Chin Fan shook Mr. Luo's hand and replied, You are right, Mr. Luo. Modu Fanhuang Company Limited will soon attain international stature. Mr. Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had merely offered a casual compliment, yet Chun Fan genuinely believed the company would flourish on such a grand scale. Mr. Luo stated, Since everything has been settled legally, Mr. Chun, allow me to take you to the office to meet the remaining staff. Some employees have already resigned, so the number left is quite limited. Chun Fan remarked, Those who left must have followed you, Mr. Luo. It seems your personal charm is quite compelling. Mr. Luo shook his head and replied, No, I am no longer running a company. I plan to retire, rest, and travel. Mr. Luo was merely a middle-aged man yet was ready to retire, evidently due to substantial wealth. On the 24th floor of a building on Modu Baiha and He Road, 5 individuals sat in office chairs, lacking focus on work and engaged in conversation. The office's walls displayed the sign of Modu Daba Luo Food Company Limited. Mr. Luo had brought the new boss over. The new boss? What would happen now? With a fresh official in place, the new boss would surely make significant changes. Would he fire us upon arrival? He's here. I see Mr. Luo's car entering the garage. The 5 quickly pretended to be working, though they had no actual tasks to perform, merely opening spreadsheets on their computers to feign productivity. A few minutes later, Mr. Luo entered the office with Chun Fan. Mr. Luo said, Mr. Chen, these 5 are the remaining employees. Chun Fan smiled and replied, Mr. Luo, to describe these employees as few would be an understatement. Very few is more fitting. Mr. Luo elaborated, There are just these 5. The workers in the warehouse are all temporary laborers who come only when there is work available. Additionally, there are 3 security guards. Mr. Luo then called out, You 5, come over here. The remaining 5 employees approached and stood before Chin Fan. Mr. Luo began the introductions. This is your new boss, Mr. Chin Fan. Please introduce yourselves. One female employee stepped forward and said, Baisia, Human Resources Manager. Another female employee followed, Zhuot Songhui, Finance Manager. Quan Feng Mao, Warehouse Department, said one of the male employees. Huang Xin Yuan, Production Department, added another. Zhan Xiangrong, Warehouse Department, concluded the last. Mr. Luo said, Mr. Chun, let me show you around the office. The company's greatest asset is this office. When I first purchased it, it cost 3 million. Now its value has risen to 10 million, having received the funds. Mr. Luo was transparent about the company's previous financial matters. After Mr. Luo guided Chen Fan through the office, he took his leave, leaving the 5 employees standing there. Chen Fan looked at the 5 remaining employees, puzzled, and asked, "What are you still doing standing here?" Baisia replied, "Mr. Chen, we are currently unsure of our duties. Please give us some guidance." The other 4 chimed in, "Yes, boss, we need you to assign us tasks." Chen Fan surveyed the 5 individuals and said, "In that case, let's hold a meeting here." The office was only 50 square meters, with a transparent glass-walled private office in the main area featuring seats. Therefore, the meeting could only take place in the seating area. Without waiting for the employees to move, Chen Fan pulled up a chair and sat down. "Please, take a seat." The 5 promptly pulled out chairs and sat down. Chen Fan got straight to the point. "Baisia, how many people have resigned recently?" Human Resources Manager Baisia replied, 10 employees have left, including the administrative manager, logistics supervisor, sales, and procurement staff. Chen Fan then inquired, "Finance managers Wat Songhui, how much money is left in the company account?" Wat Songhui replied, "There are 113,671 yuan in the company account, which is insufficient to cover this month's salaries and operating expenses." Chen Fan continued, "Huang Xinyuan from the production department. What is your role?" Huang Xinyuan answered, "Boss, I am actually the director of the food processing plant. We previously processed rice cakes, but due to poor sales, we shut down production last month and sold all the equipment. Now, I have been reassigned as the production manager." Chen Fan pressed on, "What are your salaries, and how long have you been with the company?" Baisia, "Please share this information without withholding any details." Baisia stated, "Huang Xinyuan from the production department earns 13,000 yuan and has worked here for 5 years. Zhan Xiangrong from the warehouse department earns 8,500 yuan and has been here for 7 years. Quan Fengmao from the warehouse department earns 9,000 yuan and has also worked here for 7 years. Finance managers Wat Songhui earns 16,000 yuan and has been employed for 6 years. I, Human Resources Manager Baisia, earn 14,000 yuan and have worked here for 5 years. After hearing Baisia disclose their salaries, the other 4 exchanged glances, surprised to learn that their salaries varied so significantly. Upon reflection, Chen Fan understood that these 5 had been with the company for many years. If he were to dismiss them outright, they would receive substantial severance pay, possibly exceeding 100,000 yuan. No wonder they had chosen to wait for him to fire them, enabling them to secure more money. While the sums appeared considerable, for Chen Fan, terminating all of them was not an issue. Chen Fan stated, "Very well, I won't waste words. Many have left, leaving only you 5 behind. 5 individuals alone cannot sustain the company's operations. I will need to recruit more employees. If I find candidates who are more capable than you, I will replace you. Those who are replaced will see their salaries reduced, so prepare yourselves mentally for that." Hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances, each harboring the thought that their new boss was indeed about to make significant changes. Chen Fan noticed their expressions and thought that if these 5 proved inadequate, he would not hesitate to use the N1 compensation method to terminate their employment. "You 5 should prepare yourselves today. Tomorrow, come with me to the talent market to recruit new employees." Chapter 46, 97% prefer rice. After Chen Fan's declaration, the 4 employees, aside from the human resources manager, exchanged glances. Chen Fan asked, "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" The 4 quickly responded, "No problem. Whatever the boss says, we will do. If anyone were to say, 'I'm not in human resources, so I'm not going,' the boss would surely lose his temper." "Good. It is settled then. Baisia, you will direct what needs to be prepared. Will take my leave now." As Chen Fan turned to exit, he noticed the old company sign hanging on the wall. Since the company name had changed, it was inappropriate to keep the old sign. "Quan Fengmao, Huang Xinyuan, Zhan Xiangrong, you 3 go find some tools and take down this old sign today. We will hang the new license in its place." He handed the license to Huang Xinyuan and entrusted the financial seal and other items to Wat Songhui. Wat Songhui opened a safe, placed the seals inside, and locked it. After giving his instructions, Chen Fan left decisively. The remaining 5 exchanged glances. Quan Fengmao remarked, "The boss is leaving just like that." Zhan Xiangrong responded, "Then let us get to work. By the way, do we have tools to take down this sign?" Huang Xinyuan produced an electrician's toolbox, saying, "We have a few screwdrivers." As the three male employees began working, Baisia picked up her phone and dialed. "Hello, is this Baihe He Talent Market? I would like to reserve a booth for tomorrow." "The company name?" "Yes, that's correct." As Baisia was about to speak, she noticed three male colleagues dismantling the sign. Since the sign was being taken down, it was evident that the company could no longer be referred to as the original Modu Debaluo Food Company Limited. Alas, it slipped her mind to inquire about the new name of the company under the new ownership. "Wait a moment," Baisia paused, turning back to ask, "By the way, what is the company called now?" Huang Xinyuan handed her the license and said, "Take a look." Baisia examined the license and picked up her phone again. Modu Fanhuang Company Limited. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan returned to the warehouse of Modu Fanhuang Company Limited. At that moment, the goods he had ordered had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, Chen Fan stepped into the warehouse. The facility lacked air conditioning, relying solely on height to lower the temperature below. Hot air rises while cooler air descends. In a warehouse with a sufficiently high ceiling, the rising heat could create a comfortably cool environment below. However, here, the ceiling was not high enough, and Chen Fan felt the oppressive heat at his standing position. Among the various areas of the warehouse, there were indeed some rooms equipped with air conditioning. Yet, Chen Fan wished to experience the sensation of cultivating amidst the sweltering heat of the warehouse. Thus, he commenced his practice. As Chen Fan continued to cultivate the Feifeng technique, he miraculously discovered that the heat had become less unbearable. During his training, his internal energy flowed throughout his body, significantly enhancing his resistance to the high temperatures. Thus, while cultivating, he felt as though he were in an air-conditioned room. After a while of practice, the alarm he had set on his phone rang, indicating that 2 hours had passed without him realizing it. The delivery personnel were also nearing their arrival. Chen Fan's use of the alarm to awaken himself during his training was an experiment, a test to see if it would lead him to a state of distraction or obsession. It turned out he was not led astray. The discomfort was akin to being abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by an alarm clock. Nonetheless, it was clear that Sui had not specifically warned him about such a possibility, indicating that falling into obsession was not easily achieved. As the phone rang, Chen Fan picked it up and found it was a call regarding his order. After a brief conversation, he confirmed that the delivery was indeed on its way. He hurried to the guardhouse to provide instructions. After waiting a short while, several large trucks rolled into the warehouse area, loaded with goods. With the original dockworkers having left, Chen Fan had specifically requested that the supplier bring along some laborers for unloading. After informing the unloading warehouse, the trucks entered, and the accompanying workers began to unload. The first batch consisted of disaster relief supplies. After the arrival of the first truck, a second convoy soon followed, delivering kitchenware. The third batch was stationery, specifically paper, which Chen Fan had chosen to be the thinner variety of writing paper, even more economical than A4 sheets. As the unloading commenced, in the realm of the 8 wildernesses, when Cheng's sky had darkened considerably, the laborers engaged in the disaster relief work were finishing up for the day. "Time's up, folks. Today's work is done. Come and collect your rations." Shursan set down his shovel and joined others in front of the foreman. The foreman began calling out names, and those called stepped forward to receive their rations. "Gosan, work point 53. You will receive 5 jin and 3 liang of grain. Do you want rice or wheat?" "I want rice." "Jin da Qing, work point 48. You will receive 4 jin and 8 liang of grain. Do you want rice or wheat?" "Wheat is too hard. I want rice." Soon it was Shursan's turn. He presented the bag he had prepared and approached the foreman. "Shursan, work point 68. You will receive 6 jin and 8 liang of grain. Do you want rice or wheat?" "Rice, please." Both rice and wheat were given in equal measure. But Shursan certainly preferred the softer rice. The wheat was too hard and scratchy on the throat, and he wished for his wife and children to have something better to eat. An elderly man next to the foreman promptly took a scale to weigh out 6 jin and 8 liang of rice for Shursan. This elderly man was also participating in the disaster relief work. Unable to perform labor-intensive tasks, but having previously worked with display cabinets, he was here to assist with the weighing. At various points, dozens of individuals were simultaneously distributing grain, which served as their wages. Between rice and whole wheat, over 97% opted for rice. Those who chose whole wheat preferred its harder texture for their meals. After receiving his rice, San joyfully returned to the temporary refuge to find his wife. Madam, look, today I earned 6 jin and 8 liang of rice for my labor. San's wife beamed with joy and replied, Sanlang, I also earned 1 jin and 2 liang of rice from my cleaning work today. Moreover, we had some wheat for lunch. However, tomorrow the palace will not provide wheat, and we'll have to rely on labor to eat. San asked, what about the orphans? They cannot work, can they? Sanlang, the palace has arranged for some women and orphans among us to prepare meals. They will not starve. The women caring for the orphans will also receive grain. After the rations were distributed, Li Xian entered the palace to report to Su Yi, particularly mentioning that over 97% had chosen rice. Wheat must be processed into flour before consumption. Even whole wheat, when boiled, remains harder than rice. Su Yi was puzzled about how Chen Fan had acquired so much whole wheat, as they usually sought flour. It seems that people do not enjoy hard wheat. Perhaps tomorrow, the number choosing wheat will increase by 1/10. Understood, Li Xian replied. Su Yi continued to inquire, how will the homeless, who lack pots to cook rice, prepare their meals after receiving grain? Have you made any arrangements? Li Xian responded, Your Highness, some of the homeless without pots will use clay bowls to cook rice. A few rounds of cooking will suffice for an entire family. Su Yi felt reassured upon learning that the homeless would not starve. Chapter 47. The fifth transaction in the Blue Star World. Once the dockworkers finished unloading the last of the cargo, they departed along with the trucks. At this point, it was already 9 o'clock. Chen Fan closed the doors of several warehouses and then contacted Su Yi. I have prepared the goods you requested. In the 8 Wildernesses realm, Su Yi awaited at the designated warehouse. He summoned Fang Ju. This humble official greets His Highness. Su Yi inquired, how much gold was confiscated during tonight's raid? Fang Ju replied, today's small team recovered a total of 3,700 taels of gold. We have dug 3 feet deep into the estates of the traders and uncovered many vaults to obtain this amount. It may not be possible to find more gold tomorrow. Good, bring all the gold here. Yes. Fang Ju accepted the order and quickly returned with several individuals carrying several boxes of gold. Fang Ju, your speed is quite impressive. Your Highness, the gold is stored in the next room, which is why I could come so quickly. All right, Fang Ju, you may leave now. Ensure that this warehouse is well guarded. Not even a fly should be able to enter or spy on this place. Yes, the official took his leave, accompanied by a dozen guards. Excellent, with this gold, I will be able to trade for even more items, Su Yi thought as he gazed at the gold. Surely, this gold would suffice for the upcoming transactions. After Fang Ju and his men left the villa, they promptly arranged for protection around the premises. Fang Ju himself stood guard at the entrance. A few days prior, Su Yi had mysteriously produced a vast quantity of grain and items like bows and crossbows. Apart from shock, Fang Ju was filled with curiosity about how Su Yi managed to conjure such items. Given Su Yi's need for so much gold in recent days, Fang Ju sensed that the grain and weapons were somehow connected to the gold. The sudden appearance of such a large quantity of grain could not have occurred unnoticed within the palace. Even the most formidable martial artists could not achieve such feats. Yet, it had happened. Could it be that someone legendary was behind this? Though Su Yi did not disclose the truth, Fang Ju did not dare to inquire further. The more Fang Ju pondered the origins of the grain and weapons, the more he felt that Su Yi was unfathomable, deepening his respect for him. Within the villa, Su Yi opened the video call for the trading system. Chen Fan from the Blue Star quickly connected. As soon as the call was established, Chen Fan remarked, Su Yi, I have found everything you requested. By the way, can you allow me more time for the next transaction? Giving me only a day makes it difficult to find such quality items. Understood, I will do my best to allow more time for you, Su Yi replied. Chen Fan adjusted the camera to show Su Yi the goods prepared for the day. Look, these are the tents and kitchenware for disaster relief, along with the oxyacetylene cutting machine. After showcasing the items, he continued, for 10,000 sets of kitchenware, I will charge you 500 taels of gold. Su Yi immediately responded, hold on, let me first see a set. Chen Fan took out a set and began to unpack it, saying, this kitchenware set includes a cooking pot, a frying pan, a steamer, and a spatula. Equipped with cookware, tableware, and more, it is quite a bargain at merely 500 taels of gold. Su Yi boldly declared, 100 taels of gold. Chen Fan shook his head in refusal, stating, no, I have set the price at 500, which is already quite reasonable. There will be no further reductions. Now, let us consider these tents. There are 3,000 tents available, along with shovels, sledgehammers, axes, saws, and various other tools, all priced at 300 taels of gold. No negotiations. If you continue to haggle, will you even be able to provide disaster relief? Sui retorted, Chen Fan, how do you know I intend to use these for disaster relief? Chen Fan replied, it's quite simple. Did you not mention that the refugees require tents? That clearly indicates a need for disaster assistance. Very well, I shall not haggle over the tents. Now, let us discuss the other items. Finally, there is this oxyacetylene cutting machine. By the way, Sui, what do you need this oxyacetylene cutting machine for? Why do you ask? This is unrelated to our transaction. If you share your intent, I might offer you a discount. First, tell me how much you wish to sell the oxyacetylene cutting machine for. Chen Fan pondered briefly and responded. The market price for an oxyacetylene cutting machine is only a few thousand. In terms of gold, 1 tael should suffice. 0.5 taels of gold. However, the oxyacetylene required for the machine costs 1 tael of gold per bottle. Now, tell me what you plan to do with the oxyacetylene cutting machine, and I may offer you a better price. How much of a discount are we talking about? 6 taels of gold off. Is that acceptable? Only 1 tael of gold off. Just 1 tael? Sui thought it prudent to keep his intentions secret. Revealing that he aimed to cut open the treasury door would only give Chen Fan a reason to raise the price. 1 tael of gold. I shall choose to remain discreet. I'll purchase just 1 bottle of oxyacetylene. What about the other items? Though Chen Fan was curious, he restrained himself and continued to showcase the remaining goods. These are the papers and various other items you requested. This is also quite inexpensive, just 5 taels of gold. The total amounts to 811 taels of gold, Sui stated. Excellent. Let us proceed with the transaction. However, 811 taels of gold may be a bit challenging to pay. I will present you with a prepayment. Sui revealed several chests of gold. Chen Fan's eyes widened at the sight of the gold. How much is this? How many taels of gold is this? Sui feigned a perplexed expression. I'm not sure. Perhaps over 3,000 taels of gold. The transaction system will confirm it. Chen Fan, captivated by the chests of gold, responded, all right, let us finalize the transaction. Once both parties confirmed the items for exchange, the transaction commenced. Transaction confirmed. In an instant, the chests of gold before Sui vanished, replaced by a mountain of goods. Both parties felt immense satisfaction upon receiving their respective items. Chen Fan, undistracted by the gold, inquired, Sui, what do you need in the coming days? Please refrain from mentioning urgent items. I would prefer to gather a larger quantity for you. Sui replied, I currently do not lack food. What I require are weapons. Have you managed to procure any machine guns? Chen Fan, still within the confines of his homeland, could not possibly find any. No, not at the moment. Perhaps in a few months, if you need weapons, I can still provide those bows and crossbows from last time. How many do you require? I will need 500 this time. However, the price cannot be based on the previous calculation of 1 tael of gold per bow. Chen Fan immediately objected, that is unacceptable. That price is far too low. Let us adhere to the previous agreement, where each bow was priced at 4 taels of gold, as established with the true Qi Jade pendant. This would result in a staggering 75% reduction. Wait, I am not finished yet. Additionally, there are the arrows for the bows. I propose a new price of 1 tael of gold for 1,000 arrows. This time, I wish to purchase 50,000 arrows, and these will be calculated separately. Chen Fan, I am aware that you will still profit from this arrangement. As you mentioned earlier, no haggling. Let us proceed at this price. If you refuse, I will have to seek someone else to manufacture the arrows. Chen Fan quickly calculated and recognized that he would indeed profit. 1 tael of gold is worth 20,000. Thus, the price per arrow would amount to 20 yuan. Each arrow essentially consists of a piece of steel. For 20 yuan, one could purchase 10 arrows. Of course, if they were genuine, high-quality arrows, the price would be significantly higher. Chen Fan readily agreed, very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. However, I will require 2 days. 1 day is simply too rushed. I do not wish to repeat the time constraints of last time. Sui replied, all right, I too am not in a hurry. 2 days will suffice. Also, those shelled wheat grains are too hard for cooking. For the next grain transaction, let us consider alternatives. Chen Fan suggested. How about flour? Flour is produced by milling wheat into powder and can be used to make noodles, dumplings, buns, and a variety of other foods. Sue was certainly aware of flour. Once the cooking utensils were distributed, the refugees would possess the means to prepare and store flour. Now was indeed the opportune moment to trade for flour. Very well. What is the price of flour? The price of flour is 10% higher. Then let us procure some flour. Not too much, just half the quantity of rice will suffice. This time, there is no need to rush. We will trade for 10,000 tons of grain within 7 days. Thus, the two negotiated the upcoming transactions. As they concluded, Chen Fan assumed they were about to end the video call when Sui suddenly remarked, Chen Fan, it seems you have acquired an excessive amount of gold. It is rather one-dimensional. I believe you should seek other goods to diversify your offerings. After all, you are not like me. I am a king, while you are merely an ordinary person from Blue Star. A singular focus on gold could hinder your ability to trade, just like the true Qi Jade pendant from last time. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan reflected briefly and realized the implication of Suyi's words. If jewelers refused to accept his gold, he would be unable to convert it into currency. Indeed, relying solely on gold was far too limiting. Chen Fan humbly asked, what items could I seek that would be easier for me to trade? Sui suggested martial arts manuals. They can enrich the variety of items you can exchange. Chen Fan replied, martial arts manuals are akin to jade. Do you have anything else? Something that can be supplied in bulk? Sui continued, resources such as timber, minerals, and the like. Consider what you might need. Asa King. I can certainly engage in trade for these. Chen Fan, currently engaged in a food company, found the scope of timber and minerals rather extensive. To acquire these would necessitate the establishment of multiple related businesses. I will not pursue minerals or timber for now. I will inform you when the need arises. By the way, why not compile a list of goods? Enumerate items that can be supplied in bulk. I will see if there is anything I require. You have found this suggestion reasonable. Very well. I shall instruct my ministers to prepare a list for you. We will include it in the next transaction. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. With that, they concluded their discussions for the day. Sue ended the video call for the trading system. By now, the time was already 9:30. The negotiations and casual conversation with Chen Fan had taken 30 minutes. It was getting late, and there were no electric lights here. He would distribute the tints tomorrow, and let Chen Fan also procure some solar-powered lamps. He sent a message, Chen Fan, please arrange for some solar-powered street lamps as well. Sue opened the doors of the villa, allowing Fang Ju and his men to enter and guard the supplies. As you command, Fang Ju replied with a bow. Upon entering the villa with a dozen elite soldiers, Fang Ju was once again astonished by the sheer volume of goods present. The rapid appearance of such supplies was unprecedented. Previously, they had only witnessed this phenomenon overnight. In truth, Sui summoned them so quickly primarily due to the increased number of refugees. To prevent chaos and theft, it was prudent to station the elite guards to safeguard the supplies. Fang Ju mused to himself, incredible. The prince's methods are extraordinary. He has transcended the capabilities of ordinary individuals. At this moment, Fang Ju's curiosity could no longer be contained. He asked, Prince, these goods? He paused, then, with a gesture towards the heavens, he continued, could they be a divine gift from celestial beings? Sui had long sought an explanation for the origin of the items he traded for, as their sudden appearance was difficult to rationalize. Not only in this martial world but even in Blue Star could such occurrences not be easily justified. Hearing Fang Ju's suggestion of divine gifts from celestial beings struck Sui as an excellent excuse. However, to claim that celestial beings were the source would diminish his own status. Sue did not wish for divine authority to supersede his royal power in the future. No, it is not a gift from celestial beings. These are goods purchased with gold from celestial beings. This prince is capable of engaging in trade with certain celestial beings, exchanging goods in a mutually beneficial manner. Fang Ju was even more astonished at this revelation. Trading with celestial beings was a level beyond mere gifts. Such an exchange implied that Sui was on equal footing with these celestial beings. To accept gifts bestowed by immortals is to place oneself beneath them. I understand now. The origins of food, divine medicine, bows and crossbows are also transactions made by the prince and celestial beings. To engage in trade with immortals indeed speaks volumes of the prince's extraordinary abilities. Indeed, Sui nodded in agreement. Having found this pretext to mislead Fang Zhu, Sui felt a surge of joy. Once everyone accepted this rationale, he would no longer fear conducting transactions in front of the crowd. Everything could be attributed to exchanges with the celestial beings. Fang Zhu inquired further, "Your Highness, should this matter be kept confidential?" "Confidential." Sui thought it best to announce it widely. However, a direct proclamation might not spread swiftly enough. Sui replied, "There is no need for secrecy, yet it must not be overly publicized. The news is too astonishing. If revealed abruptly, the commoners may find it hard to accept. Let it circulate gradually." Fang Zhu expressed his admiration, saying, "Your Highness, your deliberation is profound." "I am not worthy," Sui chuckled. "Enough of such flattery, Fang Zhu. As a martial general, you need not indulge in such praise. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. This prince will retire to rest." Fang Zhu bowed in respect. "I shall respectfully see the prince off." Chapter 49. Distributing utensils to the imperial guards in the early morning, just as dawn began to break. 500 new recruits were soundly asleep in the training grounds of the imperial guards. A sharp whistle pierced the air. One of the slumbering recruits, Li San Kai, muttered, "Who is it? How noisy?" Disturbed from his deep slumber, Li San Kai felt quite uncomfortable with the raucous sound. As he turned over, intending to continue his sleep, an epiphany struck him, and he sat up abruptly, eyes wide open. "Get up, assemble." A drill sergeant was kicking a still-sleeping recruit off the communal bed. "What are you still sleeping for? Up now!" Li San Kai quickly jumped out of bed and dressed himself in haste. He was grateful to have remembered that this particular whistle signified wake-up time, as the drill sergeant had demonstrated it just the day before. The drill sergeant, a seasoned veteran named Shan Zhou, was in his 30s and had swiftly adapted to Sui's training methods. Consequently, Sui appointed him as a member of the training cadre. After kicking several more recruits awake, the others dared not linger in their beds, hastily standing up to dress. Shan Zhou shouted, "100 sounds for assembly in the training grounds. 1, 2, 3. His pace was not particularly swift. The new recruits scrambled to don their clothing and rushed outside to the training ground. Upon arrival, they discovered that more than half of the seasoned guards were already assembled. Once Shan Zhou finished his count, all 500 recruits gathered in the training grounds. They were all clad in the same attire, having slept in their clothes, thus avoiding any mishaps regarding improper clothing. It was a testament to their poverty, a rather sad reality. Aside from Shan Zhou, there were 5 other instructors in the training cadre, with each responsible for 100 recruits. A line to the right. "You lot, hurry up, look, the veterans are already assembled." The 5 instructors stood before their assigned recruits, issuing commands to organize the ranks. Li San Kai stood in formation alongside his fellow recruits. After standing for a while, he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. After getting out of bed, he rushed toward the assembly. By the time he arrived, the count was already at 70. He considered himself among the quicker ones. At that moment, Li San Kai regretted not attending to his pressing need beforehand. He silently hoped for the assembly to conclude swiftly. Shan Zhou summoned his inner strength and called out, "Next, let us welcome the chief instructor, Prince Sui." To address everyone, Sui ascended the platform, greeting the troops. "Greetings, soldiers." The 500 new recruits and seasoned guards responded in unison, "Greetings, chief instructor." They had practiced this several times the previous day. Under the rigorous training of the 5 instructors, they instinctively responded to Sui's voice. Sui surveyed the assembled recruits, noting that many of these former commoners still wore tattered clothing, with some barely clothed. Meanwhile, the seasoned guards donned standardized uniforms, albeit with armor made from woven bamboo. Sui felt a pang of frustration. He had forgotten to instruct Chun Fan to procure a batch of imitation military uniforms. Uniform attire would foster a greater sense of unity. As he surveyed the recruits and veterans, he remarked, "I observe that you lack proper bowls for your meals. Today, I have arranged for you to receive utensils. Bring them forth." Several seasoned guards brought over a few boxes of stainless steel utensils. Sui instructed, "Distribute the utensils." "Yes." Shan Zhou and the other 4 instructors commanded 5 recruits each to assist in the distribution. The seasoned guards, led by Fang Zhu, were tasked with retrieving the utensils for distribution. The distributors first examined the utensils before calling out names. "Luo Xiaosan, Each recruit whose name was called approached to collect their utensils. Li Sankai found it peculiar that they were not lining up in an orderly fashion. Instead, they were approaching haphazardly. Each received a set of stainless steel utensils, which included a tray, a bowl, and a spoon. Upon receiving his set, Li Sankai was struck by the unique design of the stainless steel tray. However, he was even more astonished to discover that the tray and spoon were reflective, allowing him to catch a glimpse of his own face. Additionally, the spoon bore 3 black characters. Li Sankai, unable to read, was unaware of what those characters represented. After receiving their utensils, the recruits were filled with delight. Some began to whisper excitedly about their new possessions. Once the distribution was complete, Fang Zhu commanded, "Silence." The ranks fell quiet once more. He resumed, speaking from the platform. "Your names have been inscribed on your utensils. Henceforth, you are responsible for the safekeeping of your own items. Do not allow others to steal them, and the use of another's utensils is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught transgressing this rule will face severe penalties. During meals, you must use your own utensils and refrain from using those belonging to others. The seasoned guards who have yet to receive their utensils will do so after their shift." Under Fang Zhu's direction, "Now, continue with your training." Fang Zhu acknowledged, "Yes." After finishing his address, Su Yi did not linger and promptly descended from the platform. At that moment, the recruits grew even more fond of their utensils. Li Sankai, staring at the 3 characters on his spoon, felt elated. So, these 3 characters represent his name. But where are the inscriptions on the tray and bowl? Li Sankai looked closely and finally spotted the 3 characters inscribed on the back of the tray and bowl. He focused intently on memorizing those characters. However, before long, his pressing need interrupted his thoughts. How long must I hold it in? Why isn't the assembly breaking up soon? Li Sankai began to wish for a swift conclusion to the gathering. The characters on the spoon were inscribed at the top where it was gripped, while those on the tray and bowl were placed on the back. This was primarily to keep the inscriptions separate from food. The characters were written with a marker, ensuring they did not come into contact with food for health reasons. The person who inscribed these characters was unaware of Su Yi's intentions. Nonetheless, they followed orders without question. Just as Li Sankai felt he could endure no longer, the drill sergeant called out, "There is breakfast over there. You have a quarter of an hour to eat." Dismissed? Breakfast? There is such a thing as breakfast? Li Sankai was taken aback and thrilled at the prospect. The other recruits were equally delighted. Most rushed toward the dining hall to claim their breakfast, while a few sprinted towards the latrine to relieve themselves. Li Sankai belonged to the latter group. After hastily addressing his urgent need, he hurried to the dining hall to collect his breakfast, anxious that he might miss out on food. Chapter 50. Tasting the Imperial Guard's wheat porridge and the salt of the 8 desolations upon reaching the dining hall, there was still plenty of food available. Breakfast was rather simple, consisting solely of whole wheat porridge. While serving himself, Li Sankai noticed that the pot containing the porridge was made of the same metal as his bowl. The whole wheat porridge was plentiful, and Li Sankai consumed 5 bowls before stopping. This porridge was offered to the guards as there were few willing to pay for whole wheat as labor wages. Within the Imperial Guard's dining hall, there were no tables or chairs for them to sit. Thus, the soldiers stood or squatted on the ground to eat their porridge. Among them was Fang Zhu. As the highest-ranking officer in the Imperial Guards, others kept their distance from him. While savoring his porridge, Lu Lishur approached with 2 eunuchs in tow. Fang Zhu quickly set down his bowl and utensils to greet them. "What brings you here, Lu Lishur? Has the prince issued any commands?" Lu Lishur replied, "General Fang, the prince wishes to sample some of the breakfast here." Fang Zhu responded, "The breakfast is rather simple. It may not suit the prince's palate. Perhaps we should have the kitchen prepare something more exquisite?" Lu Lishur countered, "There is no need for that, General Fang. Since the prince has requested it, I shall fulfill his command without fail. Come, fetch a portion of the morning meal from here." Upon hearing Su Yi's instruction, Fang Zhu no longer hesitated and followed Niu Lishur to the dining hall. Niu Lishur glanced at the several large pots of porridge and remarked, "Is this truly all you have for breakfast?" No wonder General Fang mentioned it might not suit the prince's palate. Fang Zhu quickly concurred, "Indeed, if you wish, I can go and prepare a chicken for the prince's breakfast right now." Niu Lishur shook his head, saying, "The prince has expressed his desire to try the same fare as you. Since this is what you are serving, I must take this to the prince. I dare not alter his command." The eunuch trailing behind Niu Lishir produced stainless steel utensils, preparing to ladle out the porridge. Niu Lishir interjected, "Wait, allow me to serve the porridge myself." He took a deep stainless steel bowl, approximately 2 liters in capacity, and filled it 7/10 full with wheat porridge. Fang Zhu approached, saying, "I shall take my leave now." Niu Lishir continued at a leisurely pace. Sui sat beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, sending a message to Chen Fan. "I need to ensure my troops have a uniform appearance. Chen Fan, please procure 10,000 sets of military attire for me. Let me see the designs first." At that moment, Chen Fan was still asleep. The sudden intrusion of thoughts into his mind roused him from slumber. After reading Suyi's message in his mind, Chen Fan queried, "What on earth? How am I receiving messages in my sleep? Trading system, couldn't you establish a do not disturb mode for these unexpected messages?" The trading system, being bound to Suyi, naturally did not respond to Chen Fan's request. Unable to elicit a reaction, Chen Fan sent a message to Suyi, stating, "I was in the midst of sleep. Your message echoed in my mind and disturbed my rest. This feeling of being awakened by thoughts in my head is quite unpleasant in the future. Could you refrain from waking me during my slumber?" Upon receiving Chen Fan's message, Sui glanced at the time displayed on the trading system, which indicated it was already 7:30. "Chen Fan, are you still lazing about? A martial artist must diligently practice their skills. Rising so late means less time for training, which will impede your progress." Although this message was sent, Sui continued to communicate with the trading system in his mind. "Trading system, is it possible to set a do not disturb mode for message notifications?" The voice of the trading system promptly resounded in Suyi's mind. "The host request is reasonable. Message notifications can be categorized as urgent or normal. Normal messages require active checking." Sui immediately grasped how to send urgent messages. I see. That will work." At that moment, Chen Fan sent another message. "Practicing martial arts is one thing, but sleep is another. If my sleep is poor, I won't have the energy to train effectively." Sui responded, "Very well. I have now configured the system to avoid disturbing your sleep. Only urgent messages will be sent as before." Chen Fan replied, "That's good. Now I can enjoy a proper rest. Regarding the military uniforms, I will search for some designs to show you. Once I find them, I will let you know. For now, I will catch up on sleep." "Prince, I have brought the morning meal for the Imperial Guards," Niu Lishir announced as he entered the courtyard. Sui said, "Please serve it." Niu Lishir placed a bowl of porridge on the stone table before Sui and then used a spoon to scoop out a bowl of wheat porridge. Sui surveyed the bowl of porridge and inquired, "Is this truly all that the Imperial Guards have for breakfast today?" Niu Lishir replied, "Indeed, this is all. I personally ladled it from the pot for the Imperial Guards." "Very well," Sui said, taking a spoon and sampling the porridge. It was simply wheat porridge, devoid of sweetness, with a hint of saltiness and bitterness. After finishing the bowl, Sui discerned that the bitterness stemmed from the quality of the salt. The salt here was of inferior quality, possessing not only a salty flavor but also a bitter aftertaste. For the past few days, Sui had been consuming the condiments brought by Chen Fan, which included salt. Having tasted the porridge, Sui reflected on how the salt quality in this world was significantly lower than that of the world he hailed from. Have the Imperial Guards been using too little salt in their meals these past few days? Sui asked. Niu Lishir responded, "Prince, salt is quite precious. Even the Imperial Guards are reluctant to use too much." Sui inquired, "How much salt do we have left?" Niu Lishir replied, "Prince, the supply of salt within the palace has always been limited. There may be a little over 100 jin remaining. Given the daily consumption by the Imperial Guards, it won't last long. We need to have the official in charge of salt deliver more to the palace." Official in charge of salt. Sui recalled that this official had also defected. "Fetch me a piece of salt to examine," he commanded, remembering that salt typically comes in blocks and wanting to verify its quality. Niu Lishir complied and soon returned with a jar of salt. Sui inspected the salt blocks, noting the presence of other substances among the white salt. The bitterness he had detected undoubtedly originated from these impurities. To ensure the consumption of safe salt, purification would be necessary, Sui questioned. "The salt we consume in one country is sea salt, correct? How is it produced?" He initially thought of evaporating seawater to obtain salt but sought confirmation. Niu Lishir replied, "Prince, although I have never left one city, I am aware that our salt is indeed made by evaporating seawater. There are many salt farmers along the coast outside of Tan City who produce salt in this manner. Chapter 51. The Imperial Guard's new recruits transport supplies when country boasts 12 cities. Wen City, Yin City, Pan City, Tan City, Dan City, Ling City, Lu City, Wu City, Pu City, Han City, Yi City, and Yang City. Among these, Tan City is adjacent to the sea. The salt farmers in the jurisdiction of Tan City utilized the simplest method of evaporating seawater to produce salt. Sue was already aware of this, but he wanted to reconfirm with Niu Lishur. Given that Tan City exists, Wen country can be considered a coastal nation. Sue mused internally, it seems Tan City is a promising place. If large-scale salt production were to occur along its shores and be sold to other nations, it could significantly enrich Wen country. Sea salt can be made through evaporation methods. If only I could procure a large quantity of seawater evaporation tools from Chen Fan. However, considering Chen Fan's inclination for long-term business, he would likely prefer to sell salt directly. For now, it would be wise to purchase a batch of salt. Sue swiftly used the trading system to message Chen Fan. Chen Fan, please send me a shipment of salt. The price should be equivalent to rice, no negotiation. Let us start with a few tons. The price Sui proposed was reasonable, as ordinary salt in the land of Hua was similar to the price of rice, with some types even being half that of rice. After sending the message to Chen Fan, who remained asleep, Sui did not disturb him further. Outside the palace, at the training grounds, the designated time had arrived. The instructor called out, "New recruits, gather." The Imperial Guard's new soldiers, still finishing their porridge, promptly set down their utensils and rushed to the center of the training field. Meanwhile, Fang Ju, as the chief commander, stood nearby, observing the instructor address the recruits. At that moment, a deputy commander of the Imperial Guard approached Fang Ju and said, "Chief Commander, it is time for our seasoned guards to begin patrol duty." Fang Ju replied, "Very well, proceed with the patrol. Go relieve the current duty personnel." A portion of the veteran guards departed to take over the shift, allowing the on-duty personnel to return for their meal and rest. Here, after the 5 instructors had finished briefing the new recruits, they led them to the storage area where supplies were kept. The new recruits were astonished to see the vast amounts of supplies piled in the courtyard, having never encountered such a mountain of provisions before. Kong Bao sat beside the mountain of supplies, with a few laborers recruited for public works assisting him in registration. These individuals were previously accountants. The 5 instructors quickly approached Kong Bao. Shanzhou said, "Young Master Kong, the new recruits are here. Please feel free to give your orders." Kong Bao surveyed the new recruits and instructed, "Let us begin. Move these tents and cooking utensils to the area outside the walls of Wen City." Understood. The 5 instructors immediately directed the new recruits to commence the transportation. The recruits swiftly carried the utensils and tents outside. Meanwhile, the refugees gathered at the collection point outside the palace observed the Imperial Guard's new soldiers transporting supplies with curiosity. However, the recruits continued their work without pause. Back and forth they went. And soon, a considerable pile had formed near the city wall of Wen City. Yet, the new recruits remained diligent in their tasks. The onlookers, including both refugees and citizens of Wen City, were intrigued by the items being transported. Some even approaching the stack to observe. After 2 hours, the accountant in charge of the registration reported, "Young Master, we have sufficient quantities." Kong Bao nodded and then addressed Shanzhou and the other 4 instructors. "Please arrange for some personnel to help us move these tables and chairs to the side of the city wall." Understood. 5 instructors summoned several new recruits from the Imperial Guard to assist in transporting the tables and chairs. Kong Bao continued, "Once we move these supplies, there will be no further need for transportation. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the soldiers of the Imperial Guard for their assistance. Without you, we would truly have been at a loss to carry these items over there." The Lord of the Xiaofu replied modestly, "You flatter us. This is merely within the scope of our duties as Imperial Guards." The 5 instructors, including Shanzhou, did not dare to claim credit for the work. After the tables and chairs were moved, Kong Bao and the clerks also relocated to the city wall. At that moment, at the shelter for the displaced, those without tasks were devising ways to prepare meals while waiting for their family members to return from work. However, many households lacked pots for cooking and could only borrow pots from acquaintances or collaborate with others to prepare their meals. Wang Shi, the wife of Shi San, was in distress because Zhang Shi, who had lent her a pot yesterday, refused to do so today. The reason being that the rice Shi San brought home from work exceeded that of Zhang Shi's husband by 1 jin and 3 liang, inciting Zhang Shi's envy, prompting her to declare that the use of her pot would require 5 liang of rice in exchange. Wang Shi, already terrified of hunger, was reluctant to trade such a significant amount. Besides Wang Shi's predicament, others faced similar challenges. As noon approached, signaling the end of the workday, Shi San was to return soon. If he came back to find no meal prepared, it would disrupt the afternoon's labor. Causing Wang Shi great anxiety. At that moment, several individuals approached, brandishing papers, and began affixing them to the wall outside the palace. They posted one every 10 meters, totaling 10 notices, each containing the same content. Curious displaced individuals approached to decipher the writings, yet most were illiterate. What does it say? Can you read it? I cannot. Meanwhile, the individuals who had posted the notices loudly recited the contents. Prince Sui, in his benevolence, has provided a batch of disaster relief supplies for everyone. Please proceed to the city wall to register, and you may reside in simple tents. Pots and bowls will also be distributed. Rest assured, the area beside the city wall is still within the boundaries of Wen City. Prince Sui will not expel anyone from Wen City. After several readings, the displaced individuals learned that supplies would be distributed at the city wall. Upon hearing that pots would be provided and that tents were available for habitation, Wang Shi felt an urge to go there, but she worried that Shi San might not find her amidst the crowd. Caught in uncertainty, she hesitated. Wife. Shi San's voice resonated in her ear. Initially elated, she quickly became anxious and asked, Husband, have you finished work so soon? It isn't even noon yet. Have they dismissed you? Shi San replied. Dear wife, the overseer said that supplies would be distributed today, and we are to return home to register and collect them together. Wang Shi's worries dissipated. As long as her husband could continue working, that was sufficient. After all, she had no cleaning duties today and could not earn a wage, relying solely on Shi San's earnings. That's good, Wang Shi said. The notice mentions pots and bowls available at the city wall. We should go there. All right, Shi San replied, waving in the distance. Children, come here. Shi San's son and daughter, who had been playing with other children, jumped over upon hearing their father's call. Father, father, you're back, they exclaimed, rushing to hug Shi San's legs. He lifted each child in one arm. Let us go to the city wall. Chapter 52. The displaced find shelter in tents and receive stainless steel pots by the time Shi San's family of 4 arrived at the city wall. Several long lines had already formed. At the end of the line, Imperial Guard soldiers maintained order to prevent any cutting in line. The displaced individuals had learned to queue in the past few days, as they had to register for porridge and food distribution. Having practiced, they became quite familiar with the process of lining up. Each soldier at the back of the lines called out, Families of 3 line up here. Families of 4 line up here. Families of 5 line up here. The queues were organized according to the number of family members, making it straightforward. Shi San and his family joined the line for families of 4. The soldier maintaining order at the end of the line turned to confirm, Are you registered as a family of 4? Shi San replied, Yes, we registered as 4. The soldier promptly turned to inquire of the family of 4 behind them. Shi San arrived relatively quickly, as the line before him was only several dozen meters long. After standing for a while, the queue had extended several hundred meters behind him, reaching far into the streets of Wen City. Meanwhile, within Wen City, ordinary citizens observed the lengthy line of displaced individuals and assumed there must be some valuable distribution occurring, prompting them to join the queue. Wu Go-dan, a troublemaker, noticed the line had reached his doorstep and quickly summoned several other rascals gathered in his home. Look, another long line has formed. There must be food being distributed. Let's go join the queue for a hearty meal. I wonder what the palace is thinking, giving so much rice to those displaced individuals. Wouldn't it be better for me, Wu Go-dan, to get some of that rice? The other 3 rascals chimed in eagerly. Indeed. Let us go together. Yesterday at noon, we had our fill of rice, but by evening it was all gone. Today, we finally have a chance for more. The 4 troublemakers stepped out and made their way to the line for families of 4. The soldier at the end of the line clearly saw the 4 emerging from a nearby house and immediately barred their entry. You 4, step aside. This is a queue for the displaced. Non-displaced individuals cannot line up here. Wu Go-dan and the others refused to leave, retaliating with shouts, "We are citizens of one. Why can't we line up?" "Exactly. If these beggars can eat rice, why can't we?" The soldier raised his club and struck at Wu Go-dan and his group. "This line is not for distributing rice. Get lost." After receiving a few blows, Wu Go-dan and his companions, enraged, retaliated against the soldier. The soldier retaliated, and soon 3 other soldiers joined in, swinging their clubs at the troublemakers. Wu Go-dan and his group were quickly overwhelmed and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Observing the commotion, other ordinary civilians in the queue, fearing they might be next, quietly slipped away. The soldiers continued to beat Wu Go-dan and his companions until they were bruised and battered. Before returning to maintain order, after groaning for a while, Wu Go-dan and his group hurried home, closing their doors tightly. The ordinary citizens who witnessed the incident returned home to recount the tale to their relatives and friends. Sher San, of course, remained unaware of this small incident. Even if he had known, he had no time to concern himself with it, as it was now his turn. The clerk in charge of registration inquired. "Name?" "Sher San," he responded. The clerk quickly flipped through the ledger and soon found Sher San's name. "Tio confirm." The clerk asked, "What is the name of Sher San's wife?" "Wang Sher," Sher San replied, with confirmation complete. The clerk announced, 1 set of kitchenware and 1 tent. Immediately, a staff member behind them handed Sher San a set of kitchenware while also providing him with a numbered tag bearing the number 68. "Sher San, take your kitchenware and follow me. I will lead you to the tent location." The staff member guided Sher San's family away from the queue toward the front. Once they escaped the throng, Sher San quickly spotted the tents resembling makeshift shelters beside the city wall. These were indeed disaster relief tents, significantly larger than those used for camping. Following the guide, they walked a considerable distance before stopping at a tent marked with the number 68. "This will be your temporary residence," the guide informed them. Sher San, astonished, asked, "Really? Are we truly allowed to live in this tent?" "Indeed, you may reside here. This is all courtesy of Prince Su Yi's benevolence. However, it is not for permanent residence. You must work diligently, Sher San, to keep this tent." "Understood. I will certainly work hard to repay Prince Su Yi's kindness." "Very well. There is a task that requires your assistance. These tents need to be set up, and we are short on manpower. Sher San, please help set up 10 tents over there. Every household must send someone to assist in the setup, or the tent will be reclaimed and allocated to other families." "Yes." The guide departed, and Sher San said to his wife, "Dear, I will go help set up the tents." Wang Sher nodded in agreement. "Husband, go ahead. I will prepare the meals here and wait for you." Over yonder, a dozen soldiers of the Imperial Guard were directing the displaced populace in the construction of new tents. After approaching, Sher San was assembled with 4 others by a guard who declared, "You 5 must erect 10 tents. Upon completion, I shall issue you a certificate. An inspection will take place at night. Without the certificate, you shall vacate the original tents." Subsequently, the guard instructed Sher San and 10 others to observe how others were setting up their tents before providing them with the materials for the 10 tents they were to construct. Meanwhile, Wang Sher was preparing to cook. She organized the cooking utensils: a cast iron wok, a stainless steel pot, a rice serving spoon, and 4 stainless steel bowls. Upon receiving the cooking tools, Wang Sher had initially noted the appearance of the stainless steel utensils. But upon closer inspection now, she was even more astonished. These pots could reflect one's silhouette, surpassing even the finest sword she had ever seen. What were these pots made of? Had Prince Su Yi truly bestowed these upon them? Wang Sher glanced around and noticed that the individuals outside the tents were also equipped with similar utensils. At that moment, she began to believe that Prince Su Yi had indeed granted them these items, which allowed her to feel reassured as she took the pots to prepare the meal. Chapter 53. Equal treatment for commoners in labor relief. The construction of these disaster relief tents was, in fact, quite simple. After observing once, Sher San grasped the method of erecting the tents. He then collaborated with the other 4, and while the first tent took them 15 minutes to complete, by the time they reached the second tent, they had reduced that time to just 5 minutes. The pace of the 5 men increased rapidly. While Sher San was busy with the tents, some servants entered various estates to report what they had witnessed to their masters. Wu Lusheng was a highly respected scholar in the Kingdom of Wan, particularly esteemed among the commoners of Wan City. The previous king often summoned Master Wu to the palace for counsel on national policies. Wu Lisheng had even dispatched individuals to gather intelligence on the events of the day. A servant relayed the news of the queues in one city to Wu Lisheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Lisheng's expression darkened with anger. Though Wu Gudan is of my kin, he has brought this upon himself. Yet he spoke a truth. If the displaced can enjoy rice, so too should the others. And the prince has arranged tents and fine cooking utensils for them. This has already surpassed the common folk of one city. How can the prince act in such a manner? He commanded. Immediately arrange for a carriage. I must enter the palace to counsel the prince. A quarter of an hour later, Sui was listening to a report from Kong Bao. Your Highness, all the displaced outside the palace are lining up to receive tents and cooking utensils. Some have already taken residence in the tents. By tomorrow, there will be no more displaced individuals congregating outside the palace. Thus, they are better accommodated, and the palace remains secure from crowds. Sui nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Well done, Kong Bao. It appears you excel in the management of the displaced. At that moment, Niu Lisheng stepped forward to report, Your Highness, Wu Lisheng requests an audience. After recalling the memories of his former self, Sui instantly recognized Wu Lisheng. Why is he not staying at home? Why come to the palace to seek me? I have no desire to meet him. Kong Bao advised, Your Highness, Wu Lisheng is held in high regard among the commoners of one city. If we can win him over, the populace will follow your lead. Sui scoffed. That is merely the superficial perception you see. Instead of expending effort on such roundabout methods, why not directly win over the commoners? Very well, let Wu Lisheng enter. Niu Lisheng turned and departed to summon Wu Lisheng. Shortly thereafter, Wu Lisheng entered, performing the customary bow. Commoner pays respects to the prince. No need for formalities. Master Wu, please take a seat. A nearby eunuch moved a chair for Wu Lisheng. Once seated, Wu Lisheng spoke. Today, I have heard that the prince is distributing cooking utensils and tents to the displaced. Sui nodded. Indeed, Wu Lisheng continued. Your Highness, this is an error. Sui, puzzled, asked, Isn't this disaster relief? How can it be wrong, Master? Is this not beneficial for the displaced? What error exists? Wu Lisheng shook his head, wearing an enigmatic expression. The error lies in the lack of fairness. If the displaced can receive these benefits, why should the commoners of one city be excluded? This is fundamentally unjust. Kong Bao interjected, Master Wu, your argument is flawed. The displaced have no roof over their heads, sharing a single pot to cook their meals. The prince, in his benevolence, provides them with tents for shelter and utensils for cooking. What is wrong with that? Moreover, the commoners have homes and pots to cook with. How does not providing them with more affect them? Wu Lisheng was not easily swayed. Minister of the Treasury, this situation is indeed unjust. The displaced receive valuable utensils and tents superior to those of some commoners. This will breed discontent among the common folk. The prince must treat the residents of one city and the displaced with equal consideration. Sui countered, equal treatment. How can we achieve that? Aware that ancient advisors often pointed out the monarch's mistakes only to propose solutions thereafter. Sui thought it worthwhile to hear what Wu Lisheng might propose. Wu Lisheng stated, Your Highness, I believe that if we are to distribute, then every household among the commoners must also receive a set of cooking utensils. Those living in poor conditions should also be provided with tents. More importantly, let the commoners participate in labor relief efforts, allowing them to earn their share of food. Sui then asked, Kong Bao, have you not allowed the commoners to participate in labor relief? Kong Bao replied, Your Highness, registration for labor relief was only conducted among the displaced. Thus commoners were not included. Sui responded, Kong Bao, commoners should also be able to register for labor relief. Kong Bao replied, Yes, I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Turning back to Wu Lisheng, Sui acknowledged, Master Wu, I had not considered that the commoners also wish to participate in labor relief for food. It is indeed an oversight on my part. The labor relief initiative will proceed without issue. However, regarding your suggestion of distributing cooking utensils and providing tents to the commoners, I cannot acquiesce, Wu Lisheng insisted. Then this is inequality, Sui asserted. If the commoners wish to receive cooking utensils, they must participate in the labor relief. Once they accumulate 5,000 labor points, they will receive a set of utensils. Furthermore, those wishing to reside in tents must be truly homeless. If one is genuinely without a home, that is understandable. But those with homes who wish to reside in the tents shall have their properties confiscated. Participation in labor relief by the commoners was not something Sui opposed, as anyone could contribute labor, and there was ample food to compensate. However, the tents were limited in number. Wu Lisheng protested. Your Highness, such an approach is unacceptable. The displaced receive utensils and tents without work, while the commoners must labor. This is indeed inequitable. Kong Bao continued to refute. Inequitable? Master, your assertion is exaggerated. The displaced are also participating in labor relief. The tents are merely temporary accommodations, not permanent gifts. They will be reclaimed later for future disasters. Though, with heaven's blessing, may the kingdom of Wen face no further calamities. Sue grew weary of the discussion with Wu Lisheng and instructed. Kong Bao, please compile what I have just stated into a notice and post it throughout the city, so that the commoners may understand that I treat all equally. Wu Lisheng, it is getting late. You may return for your meal. Niu Lisheng approached Wu Lisheng, saying, Master Wu, please. Wu Lisheng, feeling dismissed, left with a huff, his spirit even more agitated than when he arrived. Sue was not one to be swayed by the directives of scholars. If he wished to win the hearts of the people and consolidate their strength, he had his own methods. Your Highness, I shall now attend to the tasks you have assigned, Kong Bao said. Bowing before departing. Chapter 54. Commoners can now participate in labor relief. Iron shovel superior to wooden spades. After Kong Bao left, he procured several sheets of paper and succinctly organized his thoughts to draft a notice. After having several copies transcribed, he began to post them throughout Wen City. Upon learning of the contents of the notice, the commoners eagerly spread the word. We can now register to participate in labor relief. Really? I shall go sign up immediately. No need to rush. I have already checked. There's only one account office handling registrations, while the others are distributing supplies. Let us wait until dusk to go. Very well. By tomorrow night, we shall receive rice and enjoy a meal of rice. I've heard rice is 100 times softer than millet. The notice also mentioned cooking utensils and tents. But the commoners were primarily concerned with the rice, for food is the foundation of life. This perception was entirely different from Wu Lisheng's expectations. Meanwhile, at the tent construction site, Shi San and the other four grew increasingly proficient in their collaboration. In this manner, they completed the erection of 10 tents in an hour and a half. Excellent. You have fulfilled the task of erecting 10 tents. Here is your certificate. The guard distributed a piece of paper to each of the 5 men. Shi San glanced at the certificate, which bore some writing he could not read. I am not quite certain what is inscribed above, my esteemed officer. Could you enlighten me as to the characters written on it? The soldiers of the Imperial Guard responded. The inscription reads, Set up 10 tents. Shi San, holding the piece of paper, made his way towards his tent numbered 60-8. At this moment, he was already feeling quite famished. Upon returning to the 68th tent, he found that Wang Shi had prepared a pot of rice. My dear, I have returned. You are back, my husband. The rice has long been cooked. The children insisted on waiting for your return before they would eat. Father, you were gone for quite a while. I am so hungry. Let us eat quickly. Very well, let us dine. Shi San stepped into the tent, and Wang Shi hurriedly served him rice. When Shi San received a bowl of rice, he was astonished to see the bowl itself. Is this bowl given to us by Prince Sui? Wang Shi replied, Indeed, and look at these pots as well. When I first saw them, I was equally surprised. Did you not notice clearly when they were distributed? I did. At the time, I thought I must have been mistaken. Now that I see it again, it truly is remarkable. It even reflects one's silhouette. Such pots and bowls must be incredibly precious. Wang Shi remarked, Everyone received these pots and bowls. If so many were distributed, they cannot be that valuable. Furthermore, when the soldiers of the Imperial Guard came to take inventory, they mentioned that the inscription on our tent reads 68. Shi San responded, 68. So that is what the inscription signifies. Thank you, my dear. Wang Shi said, It is good that you can recognize more characters, my husband. Shi San replied, Indeed, if I were more literate, I could work as an accountant and not have to toil so hard. But enough of that, let us eat. Shi San began to eat with his family. After finishing their meal, he said, My dear, I shall return to work shortly. Go ahead. I will take good care of the children. After a brief period of digestion, Sher San returned to the One River to continue his labor. The overseer greeted him. Ah, Sher San, you have returned. How did it go? Were you able to obtain those items? Sher San replied, Thank you for your concern, my lord. Prince Sui has provided us, the displaced, with cooking utensils and allowed us to reside in tents. Prince Sui's kindness is truly overwhelming. I must repay his generosity. The overseer said, Then work diligently. Sher San approached the tools to continue his tasks, but to his surprise, his wooden shovel had vanished. The overseer approached and said, Sher San, we now have new iron shovels. They are over here. He pointed to a nearby area where numerous iron shovels were arranged. Sher San picked one up and examined it. The wooden handle of the iron shovel was newly installed, and upon weighing it, he found it lighter than the wooden shovel. Although the wooden shovel's blade was crafted from wood, it was made from quite dense and heavy timber. How light it is, my lord! What material is this shovel head made from? Is it not copper? The overseer replied, It is iron. Prince Sui referred to these as walking iron shovels. Sher San exclaimed, Iron? Is it not brittle? Yet this appears remarkably sturdy. Could it be forged from meteorite iron? Sher San recalled hearing legends about martial arts masters wielding divine weapons made from celestial iron. The overseer clarified, No, Prince Sui stated that these are not made from celestial iron, but simply forged iron. Beyond that, I know not. Now, go to work, Sher San. Sher San took the iron shovel and descended into the riverbed to continue his labor. In just 2 days of clearing the river, he had already made significant progress. Using the iron shovel, he effortlessly scooped up a shovelful of mud. Sher San was astonished by how effective the tool was. Had I used this shovel yesterday, I would have accomplished so much more. After working for a while and observing the river, he noticed that much of it had been cleared. As he surveyed the scene, a sense of concern crept in. Once the river was cleared, would there be any work left to do? With this doubt lingering in his mind, Sher San worked for another hour until it was time to conclude for the day. After work, he could no longer contain himself and asked, My lord, once the river is cleared, will there be other tasks to undertake? The overseer replied, Of course. After clearing the river, we will move beyond One City to repair bridges and roads, among other tasks. There will be plenty to keep us occupied for months. Hearing this, Sher San felt reassured. As long as there is work, there will be food. The overseer continued, Sher San, your work point is 52. This time, would you prefer rice or wheat? Choosing wheat will yield an extra 10%. An extra 10%? Sher San's interest was piqued, but he quickly dismissed the thought. His children were still young, and eating shelled wheat would be somewhat difficult for them. He possessed only one bag, and it would not do to mix rice and shelled wheat together. Moreover, preparing 2 pots of rice would place a considerable burden on his wife. I shall choose rice. Then, 5 pounds and 3 ounces of rice. Sher San took out his bag and filled it with rice, feeling elated. Although he had worked fewer hours today, the use of the iron shovel meant he had only produced a pound less than the previous day. Sher San returned to the 68th tin Ny dear. Today I earned 5 pounds and 2 ounces of rice. Wang Shi was pleasantly surprised to see that Sher San had brought home such a bountiful amount of rice today. My husband, you worked far fewer hours than yesterday. How did you manage to obtain so much rice? My dear, today we received new tools. The iron shovel IT is 100 times more efficient than the wooden shovel. Chapter 55. Chun Fan's company goes to the talent market for recruitment. The scene shifts to midday. As Sui in the 8 Desolations world was dealing with Wu Lixing, Chun Fan from Blue Star had arrived at the talent market with 5 employees from his company. The Baihe and He talent market in Magic City was bustling with activity. Although 5 people were already at a booth, they had yet to commence recruitment. The job seekers passing by assumed the individuals at the booth were merely idling. At that moment, a person approached the booth, wearing an apologetic expression. My apologies. Everyone, I woke up a bit late and have kept you waiting. This person was none other than Chen If and the boss. The others dared not voice any complaints. Baisia remarked, Boss, we just arrived as well. Indeed, we just got here, echoed the others in agreement. In truth, they had arrived at the talent market much earlier, but had been waiting idly for Chun Fan to show up. Chun Fan had not woken up late. He had spent time contacting the hardware factory and purchasing salt, which delayed his arrival at the company. The booth was set up with a table in front and another behind it. Chen Fan stepped into the booth and took a seat at the inner table. Bai Xia handed him the recruitment notice for Magic City Fanhuang Company, Limited. Boss, is this recruitment notice acceptable? Do you think it needs any modifications? The notice stated that they were hiring for administrative, procurement, human resources, finance, and security positions. For these ordinary positions, Chen Fan simply listed a fixed salary. For example, the security guard salary was set at 4,000. Without any range like 4,000 to 10,000 among the positions, the highest salary was for the vice president, but even that was capped at 10,000. The notice prominently featured a requirement to sign a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting the disclosure of company secrets. Chen Fan did not aspire to transform Magic City Fanhuang Company, Limited into a Fortune 500 company overnight. His primary aim was to facilitate the procurement of grain through this company. Therefore, the employees entering the company would not have an abundance of specific tasks. Given that it was such a unique company, Chen Fan certainly would not start with offering million-dollar annual salaries. However, when the company expanded its operations in the future, he would not hesitate to raise salaries. After reviewing the notice, Chen Fan remarked, "This is excellent. It is quite concise." Bai Xia inquired, "Boss, are we really going to use this recruitment notice? Shouldn't we specify some upper salary limits? For instance, for the security guard, we could say 4,000 to 10,000. There is a printing shop in the talent market. I can modify it and have it printed." Chen Fan shook his head, saying, "I detest those who engage in deception. Writing 4,000 to 10,000 but only offering 4,000, or worse, not even providing 4,000, I find that utterly abhorrent. Let us proceed as it is." Seeing Chen Fan's resolute stance, Bai Xia ceased to argue and hung the recruitment notice. After it was posted, Bai Xia and Zhuang Hui took their seats at the front table to begin the recruitment process. As job seekers observed the posted recruitment notice, many who believed they were qualified came forward for interviews. The first was a female applicant who sat down and placed her resume on the table. Bai Xia, looking over the resume, initiated the interview process. "Which position are you applying for?" "Administrative assistant." As it was summer graduation season, the talent market was primarily filled with university students. However, in Magic City, the talent market always had a predominance of university student applicants. Bai Xia interviewed several candidates, accepting their resumes and instructing them to await further notification. None of these individuals expressed any objections to signing the confidentiality agreement stated above, until a university student applying for a security position appeared. An unremarkable-looking man approached, seated himself, and submitted his resume. "Which position are you applying for?" "Security," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Xia once again glanced at the resume and confirmed, "But you are a university student, applying for a security position?" "Of course. Does being a university student preclude one from being a security guard?" "A man's ultimate destination is to be a security guard. I merely wish to reach that destination a few decades early. However, what exactly is this confidentiality agreement? Is there a penalty for breach?" Bai Xia explained, "A confidentiality agreement is simply that. The penalty for breach will be disclosed when you sign the agreement. Could you not reveal the penalty amount?" At this moment, Chen Fan, who was inside, pondered for a moment. The penalty for breach of the confidentiality agreement had yet to be established. This transaction was of utmost importance. If leaked, he could potentially be subjected to dissection and study. Chen Fan interjected, "The penalty starts at 10 million, with no upper limit, calculated according to the severity of the breach." Upon hearing this, the male university student immediately reconsidered. 10 million to start. For a mere 4,000 in salary? Are you running a shady operation, attempting to profit from breach penalties? Enraged, the male student reclaimed his resume and departed. Bai Xia remarked, "Boss, do you think setting such a penalty will scare off potential applicants?" Chen Fan replied, "Only those who wish to leak information will be frightened away." "Continue with the interviews." Bai Xia resumed the interviews, and this minor incident did not disrupt the subsequent recruitment process. Many positions were available, and she worried that the office would not be able to accommodate so many individuals. However, the employers would surely devise a solution. After a day of interviews, a candidate for the position of Deputy General Manager finally arrived. However, this candidate was merely a university student. Zhuang Feizhong, an ordinary graduate, had not succeeded in securing a position during the recruitment days. Today, as usual, Zhuang Feizhong ventured to the talent market in hopes of luck. After wandering around the bustling Imodu Baihe talent market, he found that many companies were uninterested in his major. Some companies, despite not restricting applicants by major, offered positions Zhuang Feizhang was not inclined to pursue. As he traversed the crowd, he thought to himself, "It seems today will be yet another fruitless endeavor." Feeling disheartened, Zhuang Feizhang happened upon the recruitment booth of Imodu Fan Huang Limited, where he began to peruse the job postings. Noticing the deputy general manager position offered a salary of only 10,000 and the security position 4,000, he mused, "A deputy general manager with such a meager salary? This must be a small company. Yet they are also hiring security guards, which surely requires no specific qualifications. I might as well apply for the security position to reach my destination a few decades early." Zhuang Feizhang submitted his resume. Baihe inquired, "What position are you applying for?" Just as he was about to respond with security, he hesitated and decided to take a risk. "I want to interview for Deputy General Manager." Chapter 56. Seeking a fresh graduate for the Deputy General Manager position. The first candidate to interview for the Deputy General Manager position piqued Chun Fan's curiosity. He quickly discerned that this individual was a university student. As Baihe conducted the interview, she first read through the resume and then asked, "What does your sociology major primarily entail?" Zhuang Feizhang replied, "The study of sociology encompasses the structure, function, development, and evolution of human societies, involving a vast array of fields, including human behavior, social structure, social culture, and socio-political economics. The methodologies of sociology include empirical research, theoretical studies, and critical analysis." Baihe interjected, all right, you need not elaborate further. I cannot retain all this information at once. In essence, sociology studies society. However, our company's deputy general manager position does not align with your major. I apologized. At this moment, Zhuang Feizhang felt a wave of disappointment. Mustering his courage to try, he ultimately faced failure. Could it be that his major truly only qualified him for a security position? Perhaps he should consider preparing for civil service examinations. As he retrieved his resume and turned to leave, Chun Fan called out, "Wait, don't go just yet." Zhuang Feizhang looked quizzically at Chun Fan, who was seated at the small round table inside the booth. Chun Fan said, "Young man, come over here. Let us have a chat. Only I can determine if you are suitable for the deputy general manager position." Zhuang Feizhang, observing Chun Fan's youthful appearance, felt perplexed at being addressed as young man. Wondering if he was being taken advantage of, Baihe clarified, "He is our company's boss, so he is the boss." A scion of wealth? Zhuang Feizhang stepped forward to sit across from Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, "Let me see your resume." Zhuang Feizhang handed it over. Chun Fan scrutinized its contents. Zhuang Feizhang, male, sociology major, lacking work experience, not a student council member in school, having published no international papers, received no awards, and possessing no patents. An utterly unremarkable resume. Chun Fan found satisfaction in this mediocrity and asked, "Zhuang Feizhang, are you someone who can keep a secret?" Having noted the confidentiality agreement on the job posting, Zhuang Feizhang recognized this as a test. He quickly responded, "I, Zhuang Feizhang, excel in keeping secrets. I never speak out of turn." Chun Fan nodded, "My company has many secrets to safeguard, which is why all employees must sign a confidentiality agreement prior to joining." Zhuang Feizhang agreed, "I understand. After all, with so many corporate spies around, disclosing company secrets would be detrimental. I am confident I can uphold this." Chun Fan continued, "The penalty for breach of the confidentiality agreement is 50 million. Can you accept that?" Zhuang Feizhang was taken aback by the figure. 50 million? Does the company engage in significant projects or possess groundbreaking inventions? Chun Fan nodded. "Indeed, both, and their value is exceedingly high. Thus, the penalty must be set accordingly. What do you think?" Zhuang Feizhang pondered for a moment and asked, "This confidentiality agreement does not contain any traps, does it?" Chun Fan reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not set any traps. You may consult a legal expert to review the contract before making your decision. Then you can decide whether to sign." Zhuang Feizhang was elated. "Sign? Does that mean I have successfully interviewed? Will I truly be the deputy general manager?" Chun Fan confirmed, "Indeed, you have successfully interviewed. If you are willing to sign the confidentiality agreement, then you will be the deputy general manager of Imodu Huang Fan Limited." "Fantastic. I am actually the deputy general manager. When do I start?" "Tomorrow, if you can bring a lawyer to review the confidentiality agreement. We will notify you by phone." Zhuang Feizhong could hardly believe that his bold attempt had led to such a successful interview for the position of Deputy General Manager. As he left, a sense of disbelief lingered. Once Zhuang Feizhong departed, Bai Xia, Zhuo Songhui, Quan Fengmao, Huang Xinyuan, and Zhan Xiangrong were quick to form their thoughts. If this recent graduate could secure the Deputy General Manager position, then surely their wealth of experience could qualify them as well. Huang Xinyuan immediately inquired, "Boss, I believe I could also serve as Deputy General Manager." Quan Fengmao concurred, "I too feel I am capable." Bai Xia suggested, "Boss, perhaps I should take on the important role of Deputy General Manager." Even the typically reticent Zhuo Songhui chimed in, "Let me be the Deputy General Manager." Chen Fan responded, "You all wish to be Deputy General Managers? Very well, but your salaries will also be reduced to 10,000. A salary reduction? Nonetheless, even with diminished pay, they still desired the Deputy General Manager title. "Boss, I am willing. Let me take on the role of Deputy General Manager," they insisted, believing that the future salary would surely increase significantly. However, it was evident that Chen Fan saw through their intentions. "You don't think I will raise the salary of the Deputy General Manager significantly, do you? Do not harbor such thoughts, even as Deputy General Manager. The pace of salary growth will not outstrip yours. If you still wish to pursue this role, you may discuss it further after reviewing the confidentiality agreement. By the way, we also need to find a legal advisor regarding the confidentiality agreement. Have we previously collaborated with any law firms? No, we have not, and I have not encountered any either. We have never paid for legal consultation services in finance." Everyone shook their heads in agreement, Chen Fan stated. "Since we have no prior connections, we must seek out a law firm for collaboration. I am a law-abiding citizen, and the company must respect the law, working with a law firm to mitigate legal risks. Furthermore, you all will need to sign the confidentiality agreement, which may be quite stringent." Huang Xinyuan inquired, "What if I accidentally vomit after drinking too much?" Chen Fan replied, "Regardless of how you divulge company secrets, you will face lawsuits demanding damages for breach of contract. Being intoxicated is not an excuse. No justification can absolve you of leaking confidential information." Huang Xinyuan began to feel anxious and said, "Boss, I frequently get invited by friends to drink, and I often end up quite inebriated. I'm concerned that I might speak unwisely under the influence. What should I do?" Chen Fan responded, "It's simple. Either quit drinking or leave the company. I will compensate you according to the N1 standard. Furthermore, if anyone else feels they cannot maintain confidentiality, they may voice their concerns. I can still afford the N1 compensation." Upon hearing this, Huang Xinyuan immediately exclaimed, "Then, boss, grant me the N1. For Huang Xinyuan, N1 amounted to 100,000 yuan, which he gladly accepted. I also want to. The other 4 employees quickly expressed their desire for the N1 compensation before resigning as well, as the compensation represented several tens of thousands to them. Chapter 57. Chen Fan's recruitment. Chen Fan had not anticipated that his mention of N1 would lead to such a situation, and he felt a twinge of regret. The reaction of Bai Xia and her 4 companions was understandable, as the company had changed ownership and even its name, diminishing their attachment to it. When rumors of the company's sale circulated, they had already begun scouting for new opportunities, prepared to transition seamlessly should the new owner decide to dismiss them. However, when the new owner arrived, they were not dismissed, leading them to decide to wait and observe the new owner's actions. Now that Chen Fan had proposed N1 compensation, they believed it would be foolish not to accept the offer. Other N1 compensations typically required legal battles, but here it was being offered directly, making it an enticing proposition. Regretting his earlier words, Chen Fan remarked, "So you all desire the N1 so fervently. Since I have stated it, I shall not retract my words. There is no need for haste. Take a day to ponder your decision. The N1 I mentioned will not diminish." Chen Fan had not expected that a single statement would lead to the company's imminent disintegration. Bai Xia interjected, "Boss, words alone are insufficient. Please repeat that. I'll record it on my phone as evidence." Chen Fan did not display any anger. If these 5 chose to leave, it would be their loss. "All right, I can record it. However, Bai Xia, as the HR manager, you cannot leave so soon. Please stay for another month to ensure we recruit enough personnel first. Begin recording." Bai Xia agreed. "Understood, boss, and I am starting the recording now." Chen Fan nodded and said, "All right, I shall begin." Chen Fan promised that if Zhuo Songhui, Quan Fengmao, Huang Xinyuan, and Zhan Xiangrong resign this month, they will receive N1 compensation. Baisia will also receive N1 compensation upon successfully recruiting enough staff within a month. Of course, all 5 may also consider not resigning. After Chen Fan concluded, the 5 applauded. "Boss, you are exceedingly generous." Having reached this point, Chen Fan no longer felt anger. If the 5 wished to depart, he would let them go. Building the new company himself might yield better results. I must inform you that leaving the company will be your loss. If later you wish to return, it will be difficult. He then encouraged the continuation of recruitment efforts. During the subsequent recruitment phase, Baisia proactively requested Chen Fan to add several positions to fill the vacancies left by the 5 departing employees. Chen Fan did not acquiesce, preferring to leave such matters to the future vice president. After all, if the new vice president did not engage in any work initially, it would raise doubts about the company's legitimacy. However, Chen Fan did approve the addition of a legal position. Baisia asked, "Boss, what salary should we offer for this legal position?" Chen Fan inquired, "What is the typical salary for legal professionals in the Magic City?" Baisia replied, "Boss, it depends on the size of the company and the candidate's capabilities. For larger companies, a typical legal professional might earn 50 to 60,000 per month, while in a more ordinary enterprise, the salary could be around 5,000. However, finding a capable legal professional at that rate is challenging, often resulting in hiring recent graduates. Competent legal professionals usually come with proven track records and are often poached from other firms. If we are to recruit fresh law graduates, it will take time to assess their abilities." Chen Fan observed the stream of applicants, many of whom were recent graduates. Should he hire someone with a high salary or someone at a lower rate? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to recruit 10 law graduates, believing that 10 fresh graduates would collectively equate to 1 proficient legal professional. If any held certifications, their salaries could be adjusted accordingly. Baisia nodded, "Understood, boss." She promptly went to the printing shop and soon produced a new recruitment notice, which was displayed alongside the existing one. Not long after, candidates began applying for the newly posted legal position. Li Xiang, a law graduate, approached the booth, having faced rejection from several companies due to not yet possessing a legal professional qualification certificate. Upon arriving at the Magic City Huangfan Company's booth and noticing the legal position advertisement, he recalled that the legal recruitment notice had not yet been posted earlier. Now, it seemed he had fortuitously encountered it. Seeing the offered salary of 5,000 yuan, he thought of his seniors who earned several times that amount and mused, 5,000 should not require a legal qualification certificate. I can work here for a year and then transition to a larger firm once I obtain my certification. Li Xiang submitted his resume, stating, "I would like to apply for the legal position." Baisia replied, "Our company requires a confidentiality agreement to be signed. Is that acceptable?" Li Xiang nodded, "I am in this field. Of course, I have no objections." After reviewing Li Xiang's resume, Baisia invited him in to speak with Chen Fan, who wished to assess the legal candidates personally. As Li Xiang entered, Huang Xinyuan and the other employees stepped outside. As the booth was quite small, Chen Fan examined Li Xiang's resume and was somewhat surprised to see the character Xiang in his name, reminiscent of a well-known lawyer online. Chen Fan turned to Baisia and requested, "Bring me some paper and a pen." Baisia provided an A4 sheet and a pen. Chen Fan remarked, "As you have seen, our company requires a confidentiality agreement. Please draft one on site." Li Xiang nodded. "Certainly. Please inform me of the confidentiality terms and the penalty for breach." Chen Fan contemplated for a moment and replied, "The confidential information pertains to the sources and destinations of the company's goods. The penalty for breach starts at 10 million yuan, with no upper limit, increasing according to the severity of the breach. 10 million. Li Xiang was not taken aback, assuming this was merely a routine test. He began drafting a confidentiality agreement based on standard templates. Soon, Li Xiang completed the document. After reviewing the agreement, Chen Fan found no issues and proceeded to ask, "Li Xiang, have you obtained your certification yet?" He referred specifically to the Legal Professional Qualification Certificate. Li Xiang replied, "Not yet. I am preparing for the exam at the end of the year." Chen Fan said, "Without a certificate, your salary will remain at 5,000. If you obtain the certificate, your salary will increase. All right, you may leave now. I will notify you of the outcome." Chapter 58. The 6th transaction. Li Xiang was uncertain if he had succeeded in the interview as he left the booth with a sense of trepidation. Shortly thereafter, another candidate arrived to apply for the legal position. Chun Fan requested this individual to draft a confidentiality agreement as well. Once completed, he compared it with Li Xiang's agreement, prompting the candidate to identify any discrepancies. After reviewing it several times, the candidate only noted a few grammatical errors. Through this comparison, Chun Fan realized that Li Xiang's version was superior. He resolved that if no one surpassed Li Xiang, he would appoint him as the head of the legal department. Chun Fan began to mentally review potential candidates for each department, deciding that Li Xiang would be the head of the legal department. If Li Xiang failed to obtain his certification in the future, he would consider appointing someone else to that role. The vice president position would be filled by Zhuang Feizhong. The subsequent matters will be handled by Zhuang Feizhong. After contemplating these issues, Chun Fan decided not to linger any longer. He departed to procure items from the list provided by Suyi.it. Was not until evening that Chun Fan finally managed to acquire several of the necessary items. Once it was confirmed that no one was present, they commenced a video call. Chun Fan first presented the supplies behind him, stating, "Su-yi, I have only managed to gather these items today. After all, you frequently request additional additions. It is quite beyond my capability to amass everything in a single day." Sui examined the items, which appeared as towering mountains stacked behind Chun Fan. Among them, the most disorganized pile consisted of components that resembled those of a crossbow. Uncertain, Sui inquired, "Chun Fan, those parts, they can't possibly be for the crossbow, can they?" Chun Fan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, those are the crossbow components. Last time, I assembled them myself, which consumed a considerable amount of time. This time, I thought it best to provide you with the parts for you to assemble." Sui objected, "But I traded for the crossbow." "Not the parts. Are you expecting me to assemble them?" Chun Fan replied, "You are a king, after all. With so many subordinates at your disposal, surely you can find someone to assemble them for you." Sui retorted, "While I do have many subordinates, that still counts as manual labor." Chun Fan was reluctant to engage in the assembly of these crossbows again, as it had already consumed far too much of his time previously, time that could have been spent acquiring a greater quantity of goods. "Enough," Chun Fan stated. "I have no desire to assemble these crossbows again. If that is the case, I shall forego the transaction altogether," Sui countered, "unless you can offer me a discount." A smile crept onto Chun Fan's face. "I anticipated you would say that. The parts here can assemble 550 sets of crossbows. The surplus 50 sets are your discount. It is these assembly components that enabled me to gather such a substantial quantity. If they were finished crossbows, I could not have obtained them today. Furthermore, the 50,000 arrows are right here." Realizing that 550 sets of crossbows were more than satisfactory, Sui ceased to press the matter. "What of the other items I requested? How many did you manage to procure?" Chun Fan continued to showcase, "Behold, this is the salt you requested, 2 tons of it. Additionally, here is the flour, 10 tons in total. I also secured 10 sets of solar lamps. Should you desire more, we can discuss it in a few days." Sui inspected the items, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. Chun Fan, your skills have indeed improved. I did not expect you to find so many items so swiftly. By the way, what about the military uniforms? I have those as well. Allow me to show you the images." Chun Fan opened a mobile phone and displayed several pictures to Sui. Given the vast distance separating them, Sui had to lean in closely to discern the images on the small screen. "Chun Fan, the images displayed on your phone are far too small. Conducting a video call across worlds makes it even more challenging to see. Why not trade that phone to me as well? I can enlarge the view," Sui suggested. Chun Fan responded, "Sui, it seems your research into prehistoric civilizations has progressed significantly, as you are familiar with this device known as a phone. However, this phone is not suitable for you. Is the image size truly an issue?" In Chun Fan's warehouse lay a computer, and he decided to utilize it to display the military attire. He showcased an entire set of camouflage uniforms, shoes, belts, and undergarments. Sui observed, "This attire is incredibly breathable, making it ideal for training in this sweltering weather. Moreover, this clothing allows one to blend seamlessly into the forest environment. This type of uniform is referred to as camouflage. As for your inquiry regarding the defensive capabilities of these uniforms, I assure you, once I procure those machine guns for you, even iron armor will offer little protection. It is far wiser to rely on this attire for defense." Sui was already aware of camouflage uniforms. After inspecting them, he remarked, "Indeed, I can see that these camouflage outfits are excellent for training. But is this all you have prepared? What about winter uniforms? And rain gear? Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Chun Fan realized he had indeed overlooked those aspects. You are correct, Su Yi did not consider the winter and rain gear. He then shielded the computer screen and searched online for various types of military uniforms, downloading images as he found them. Look, I have discovered new options. Summer uniforms, winter uniforms, service uniforms, training uniforms, formal attire, raincoats, satchels, canteens, shoes, and more. Review them and let me know what suits your needs, if they are appropriate. I will procure them. After reviewing several categories, Su Yi selected one, stating, "This one is quite good. I noticed the epaulets on the shoulders indicate the rank of the officer. Please procure me a set that reflects the officer's rank, as I intend to reform my army." Chun Fan readily agreed. Reforming your army? I am genuinely intrigued by your plans. Very well, I will find a book for you. When the time comes for your military transformation, I would like to observe as well. However, that may not be suitable for a video call, Su Yi remarked. Not at all, I have an idea. I will find a phone for you, and you can record the process for me. I will inform you when I have found a suitable phone. Now, let us negotiate the price and proceed with the transaction. After a lengthy negotiation, they finally settled on a price. Once they confirmed the items for exchange, they initiated the transaction. Transaction, Chun Fan declared. Transaction, Su Yi echoed. With that, the exchange was completed instantaneously between the warehouses selected by Su Yi and Chun Fan. Transaction system. 6 transactions successful. The items exchanged in the 6th transaction included 550 sets of crossbow components, 50,000 arrows, 2 tons of salt, 10 tons of flour, and 10 sets of solar lamps. Chapter 59. Only heaven and earth exist, not the vast universe. After completing the transaction, Su Yi and Chun Fan resumed their casual conversation. Su Yi inquired, "Chun Fan, as I mentioned previously, relying solely on gold for your transactions seems rather monotonous. I believe you should seek alternative goods to diversify your offerings. Did you manage to sell any of that gold today? Did you encounter any difficulties while attempting to sell it?" Su Yi pondered whether Chun Fan had aroused suspicions of money laundering, given the considerable amount of unaccounted gold. "I did not attempt to sell any gold today." Chun Fan replied, "I am aware of the risks associated with gold transactions. However, I have yet to devise a suitable alternative for trading." Chun Fan had dedicated his day to procurement and recruitment, leaving no opportunity to sell gold. Sue continued promoting his martial arts manuals, asking, "So, have you made a decision? I can trade you the martial arts manuals in exchange. You must have cultivated some inner strength by now. And you are aware of the wonders of martial arts manuals, correct? Do not hesitate. The other items available for trade are the martial arts manuals." The notion of martial arts manuals intrigued Chun Fan. After all, the inner strength he had developed had enhanced his physical capabilities in various aspects. Yet, selling these manuals would enable others to replicate his skills on a grand scale, making it a one-time transaction for him. Moreover, Chun Fan could not possibly master all the manuals alone. He shook his head. No, it is still the same as last time. The martial arts manuals are not suitable for me. I cannot possibly master so many techniques on my own. Su Yi feigned disappointment, exclaiming, "Oh, I had hoped to offer you these martial arts manuals at a discounted price. It is such a pity that you refuse. The price is exceptionally reasonable." Chun Fan inquired. "A discounted price? How much are we talking about?" Su Yi replied, "It is not expensive. Based on the gold price, it amounts to 10,000 taels of gold. When converted to rice, that equals 2.5 tons for one tael, totaling 25,000 tons of rice." Chun Fan was astounded by this price. Based on a calculation of 4.4 yuan per kilogram of rice, that would equate to a staggering sum of 111 million yuan. Feigning astonishment, Chun Fan exclaimed, "What? So expensive? Are martial arts manuals truly valued at such a price in your world?" Su Yi nodded. "Of course. Consider this. A mere strand of genuine qi can fetch a price of 1,000 taels of gold. Therefore, it is quite normal for a yellow-level martial arts manual to be priced at 10,000 taels of gold. And I am offering you a discounted rate. For others, I would demand 100,000 taels of gold without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan suddenly found Su Yi's reasoning quite compelling. If a strand of genuine qi could command such a price, then the pricing of martial arts manuals seemed reasonable as well. In truth, Su Yi's initial offer was still high. Had he opted to trade using rice directly, many would have eagerly exchanged their yellow-level martial arts manuals for it, as 25,000 tons of rice could procure an abundance of goods in the resource-scarce world of the Eight Desolations. Chen Fan shook his head. 10,000 taels of gold is simply too exorbitant. In my world, there are not many who could afford such costly texts. Furthermore, I cannot possibly practice so many martial arts. Su Yi guided. You could buy it back to resell. You know that in the Blue Star world, there is no concept of martial arts. Simply raise the price and sell it at 100 times the original cost. A quick resale could yield 100-fold profit. 100-fold? Chen Fan pondered. Based on the price of rice, excluding gold, that would amount to an astronomical sum of 11 billion yuan. How could anyone possibly afford such a price? No, Chen Fan interjected. That's far too high, and no one could afford it at that rate. Even the original price was already steep, Su Yi replied. Why not sell it to the government? Surely the flower country could manage such a purchase. After a moment's reflection, Chen Fan realized that, as Su Yi suggested, the flower country could indeed afford it. However, whether they would actually believe him remained uncertain. Chen Fan decided to change the subject and inquired, what level is the yellow grade martial arts technique in your Eight Desolations world? Are there other grades of techniques as well? Of course, Su Yi responded. In the Eight Desolations world, martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. What? Chen Fan exclaimed. The yellow grade technique is the lowest? You've given me the most basic one? I had thought that the yellow grade techniques would at least be of intermediate standing. Su Yi, puzzled, asked, Intermediate? What do you mean by that? Chen Fan explained, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. I had assumed these were the 4 levels of techniques. What is universe primordial? Su Yi inquired, intrigued that it sounds rather philosophical. What follows? Is there not a universe primordial in your realm? How did you arrive at Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow? Chen Fan queried. Well, we simply have Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. In the Eight Desolations world, this is common knowledge that the universe primordial is an anomaly, Su Yi replied, fully aware of both concepts yet lamenting that his world acknowledged only the former. Chen Fan dismissed the discrepancy as merely a difference between worlds and remarked, in my world, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, universe primordial originates from the 1,000-character classic, and Heaven, Earth, Profound can also be found in the I Ching, where it states, Heaven and Earth, Profound and Yellow. Perhaps I could sell you the I Ching and the 1,000-character classic for 1,000 taels. I assure you, my offer is far more favorable. Su Yi waved his hands repeatedly. No. Such text would not enhance my martial prowess. I have no need for them. Su Yi was well acquainted with the I Ching and the 1,000-character classic, recalling some of their content. Chen Fan lamented. What a pity. I possess many profound philosophical texts. I had intended to sell them to you at a bargain. Besides the I Ching, I also have the Tao Te Ching, among others. There are rumors that the Tao Te Ching can aid in cultivation. Ha. Su Yi laughed heartily before stating, what rumors? Are you sure they aren't from novels? I've read some chivalric novels too, and they contain all sorts of nonsensical techniques. Those methods sound mystical, yet practicing them is utterly pointless. Embarrassed by the revelation, Chen Fan retorted, what are you saying? How could these be mere fabrications? This is genuine. Tomorrow, I shall gift you a copy of the Tao Te Ching so you can appreciate the 5,000-year cultural heritage of my flower country. Well, that's enough for today. I must go cultivate now. Chen Fan promptly ended the video call with the trading system. Su Yi felt as though he had uncovered a weakness in Chen Fan. It appeared that Chen Fan could not withstand provocation. Chen Fan, it seems that the next time I employ this tactic, I may acquire some valuable items. Chapter 60. Cultivating Martial Arts with the Tao Te Ching. Installing solar lights in the high martial world. Once the video call with Chen Fan concluded, Su Yi immediately began his cultivation within the warehouse. After practicing the warm jade technique for a while, he found, for some unknown reason, that the contents of the Tao Te Ching suddenly surfaced in his mind during his training. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Typically, indulging in such thoughts during training would disrupt one's practice. However, as Su Yi recalled the teachings of the Tao Te Ching, He experienced no hindrance to his martial training, and in fact, his progress accelerated beyond previous rates. After merely 1 hour of cultivation, Su Yi opened his eyes in astonishment. The Tao Te Ching is truly extraordinary. Just 1 hour of practice equates to 10 hours of my previous efforts. This is simply outrageous. Su Yi's anticipation grew as he considered how much faster his cultivation would be once he obtained the complete text of the Tao Te Ching tomorrow. Although he remembered portions of its content, he did not have the entirety committed to memory. After all, if Su Yi possessed such a remarkable memory, he would have been able to use his knowledge alone to create paper, refine steel, produce cement, and manufacture glass, among other feats. As Su Yi resumed his training, time slipped away swiftly, and daylight soon broke. Replacing rest with cultivation, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Upon exiting his royal residence, he encountered the guards of the Imperial Guard changing shifts. "Greetings, Your Highness," Su Yi nodded, instructing, "Call Fang Ju and bring a dozen men over." "Yes, Your Highness." One of the guards promptly departed. Before long, Fang Ju arrived with 19 soldiers from the Imperial Guard. Since he was to bring over a dozen soldiers, Fang Ju deemed it best to bring the largest number, 19. "Your humble servant greets Your Highness." Su Yi led Fang Ju and the others to a pile of crossbow parts, stating, "I've acquired another batch of crossbows. This time, we need to assemble them. These are just the parts. Fang Ju, you and your men can handle the assembly." Fang Ju looked at the haphazard pile of crossbow components with a frown, saying, "Your Highness, we are not skilled in assembly." Su Yi responded, "What do you mean you can't assemble them? Just take a look at the crossbows in your hands. It's clear where each part fits. It's quite simple. Just observe and you'll learn. Additionally, I need 3 of you to assist me in installing some lights." Fang Ju eagerly chimed in, "Your Highness, may I join you in installing the lights?" He believed that assembling lights would be more enjoyable than putting together the crossbows. Su Yi replied, "Fang Ju, do you wish to install the lights? Then who will assemble the crossbows here? Stay behind and ensure safety and confidentiality. No one else may enter without permission." Reluctantly, Fang Ju complied and returned. Su Yi surveyed the 19 soldiers and asked, "Who among you possesses the best lightness skill? Step forward, 3 of you." Immediately, 3 individuals emerged from the group. Su Yi instructed, "The 10 boxes over there contain 10 sets of solar lights. Let us start by assembling 1 set here. From now on, follow my instructions." The 3 exchanged glances, unsure of what a solar light was. But they complied with Su Yi's directions. Su Yi personally opened one of the boxes. The other 3 followed suit and opened their boxes as well. Su Yi then demonstrated how to assemble the solar lights. It was simple. They merely needed to connect a few wires. Upon observing Su Yi's method, the 3 quickly grasped the process. Su Yi surveyed the layout of the residence and instructed, "Place the solar panel on the roof, ensuring there are no obstructions. It must receive direct sunlight. The lamp should be installed inside the room." 1 soldier, demonstrating remarkable agility, leaped onto the roof with the solar panel in hand, easily securing it with nails. Then, he drew the wires into the room without the need for a ladder, nimbly climbing onto the beams to install the lamp. Su Yi silently marveled. Indeed, lightness skill is impressive. Under his direction, the rooms of the residence were soon equipped with solar lights. Not only were the interiors illuminated, but the exteriors were also attended to, with additional installations around the estate. Given that only 10 sets of solar lights were available, they could not illuminate the entire palace. Therefore, Su Yi prioritized lighting the most critical area for storing supplies. The presence of light would deter potential thieves from targeting the location. The installation of the 10 solar light sets took half an hour, primarily due to the agility of the 3 Imperial Guard soldiers. Feeling a pang of hunger, Su Yi suddenly remembered that he had yet to eat breakfast. He sent the 3 soldiers back to assemble the crossbows and ventured to another residence to enjoy his breakfast alone. As he ate, No Lisher stood nearby, attending to him. Cautiously, No Lisher inquired, "Your Highness, what significant items are stored in the warehouse today?" Su Yi replied, "No Lisher, that is not something for you to pry into. Anything you need to know, I will inform you." Noticing the displeasure on Su Yi's face, No Lisher quickly knelt, trembling with fear. "I deserve to die 1,000 deaths for prying into the items traded between the prince and the immortal." "Rise," Su Yi commanded. Yet No Lisher remained on the ground, too afraid to stand. Ignoring him, Su Yi continued his breakfast. Once he finished, he instructed Niu Lishur, "Take 2 men and wait here." "Yes," Niu Lishur responded. The warehouse was heavily guarded by the Imperial Guard, and no one could enter without Su Yi's command. Even the eunuch Niu Lishur, who serves Su Yi, cannot gain entry. During previous occasions when only grain was involved, Su Yi would allow Niu Lishur to accompany him briefly. However, today, as the matter at hand concerns crossbows, Su Yi has resolved to permit only Fang Zhu and his men to enter. This outbuilding, utilized as a warehouse, engages in substantial daily transactions. To prevent the accumulation of goods, a directive is issued to transfer the items to another location the day following each transaction. For instance, the grain is transported to the square in front of the royal palace, subsequently allocated according to the daily requirements of the construction site. Upon returning to the warehouse, Fang Zhu eagerly greeted Su Yi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we have assembled 231 crossbows." Su Yi inquired, "Are they all proficient in their use?" Fang Zhu nodded vigorously, stating, "They are all skilled now." "Your Highness, I comprehend your thoughtful intentions. By allowing us to assemble the crossbows here, you are enabling us to familiarize ourselves with their various components. In the future, should any damage occur, we will be capable of conducting our own repairs." "Your Highness, this strategy is truly ingenious." Su Yi was taken aback. He had not considered such implications, having merely sought individuals to assist in the assembly to ensure the secrecy of the crossbows by involving the Imperial Guards. He replied nonchalantly, "Yes, that's good and I'm glad you understand. Do your best." Fang Zhu promptly responded, "Yes." Chapter 61. Salt. The power of old and new crossbows is the same. Having received Su Yi's commendation, Fang Zhu did not return to his post to continue assembling the crossbows. Instead, he posed a question, "Your Highness, ever since we began installing the solar lamps, I have harbored a doubt. The so-called solar lamps contain neither wicks nor oil. How, then, are they to be illuminated?" Su Yi smiled. "At night, these solar lamps will naturally light up. They require neither oil nor wicks." Fang Zhu, taken aback, asked, "No oil and no wick. Are these solar lamps crafted by immortals? Would that not make them divine artifacts?" Su Yi shook his head. "They are not divine artifacts. Consider this. Would a divine artifact be so fragile?" Fang Zhu replied, "Your Highness, I have not encountered these solar lamps. I do not know how fragile they are." Su Yi continued, "Well, let us not dwell on that. When you were assembling them, did you test the power of the crossbows?" Fang Zhu admitted, "I neglected to do so. I shall begin testing them now." He promptly retrieved a crossbow. Observing his surroundings, he pondered what to use for testing the crossbow's power. "Your Highness, there are no targets here. We require a target for the test. I request permission to fetch one from the training ground." Su Yi readily acquiesced. "Then go and bring a target." 2 guards departed and soon returned with 2 targets. After positioning them, Fang Zhu handed a crossbow to Su Yi, declaring, "Your Highness, the arrows are ready." Su Yi took aim and loosed 10 arrows at the target, each striking true. Fang Zhu then presented another crossbow, this one an older model. Su Yi again tested it. The power of the old crossbow proved equal to that of the new. "What do you think of the power of these crossbows?" Su Yi inquired. Fang Zhu responded, "I believe these crossbows possess considerable power. Even a third-rate expert would find it difficult to evade them. For second-rate experts, a sufficient number could overwhelm them. However, for first-rate experts and above, the arrow's power would be inadequate. First-rate experts possess true energy and can protect themselves with it, rendering these arrows harmless," Su Yi remarked. "It appears that the power of these crossbows is insufficient to defend our Wen Kingdom. We shall need more formidable weaponry." He did not contest Fang Zhu's assertion, considering that the first-rate expert Tong Yangjia had disregarded the arrows. Rescuing Huang Hui in the process, Fang Zhu suggested, "Your Highness, I believe that in addition to weaponry, we could also recruit first-rate experts." Su Yi queried, "Recruit first-rate experts? Do you truly believe I can attract such individuals?" Fang Zhu pondered briefly before shaking his head. "In my view, the current strength of the One Kingdom is indeed incapable of attracting first-rate experts." Su Yi replied, "Fang Zhu, you are aware that the One Kingdom cannot recruit first-rate experts. Thus, your suggestion is rendered moot. We must first strengthen our weaponry." Su Yi was particularly eager to acquire more powerful machine guns. However, given Shun Fan's current circumstances in the flower-producing nation, he was unable to procure such weaponry. Both old and new crossbows would suffice for use. Once the new recruits of the Imperial Guard were adequately trained, they would be issued crossbows. Fangju, here are 4,000 pounds of salt. See that it is transported out. Understood. Fangju promptly directed several individuals to carry the salt away. Xu exited the warehouse with Fang Jiyuda. At that moment, Niu Lishir awaited them with 2 companions. Upon seeing Su Yi, he hurriedly approached. Your Highness, Su Yi instructed, Niu Lishir, please take 2 bags of salt to the kitchen for use. Each bag contains 50 kilograms of salt. Certainly, Niu Lishir quickly accepted the bags of salt. Subsequently, Su Yi directed Fangju to deliver 2 large bags of salt to the dining hall of the Imperial Guard. The remaining salt would be temporarily stored in the warehouse for future use. Fangju, puzzled, mused to himself why the prince would go to such lengths to procure a mere type of salt. Was there truly no salt available within the One Kingdom? Or had the transport of salt to one city become unfeasible? This question lingered in his mind until noon, when the dining hall of the Imperial Guard reopened for lunch. As Fangju took his first bite of the salt, he displayed a look of astonishment. He quickly inquired of the cook, what happened? Why is there no bitter taste? The cook replied, General, I used the salt you brought back today. It is simply exquisite. It is indeed refined salt, devoid of any bitterness and entirely white. Without a hint of greenness, Fangju, recalling he had yet to see that salt, urged, quickly, bring some for me to examine. The cook hurried back to the kitchen and returned with a ceramic jar filled with salt. Upon viewing the contents, Fangju exclaimed, such white salt. Not a trace of greenness whatsoever. This salt appears to be of the highest quality. No wonder it lacks any bitterness. Meanwhile, in the main sales outlet of the chain gold store in the magical city of the flower-producing nation, Chen Fan was once again seeking to sell gold. He was greeted by the same Master Zhang. Hello, Mr. Chen. Are you here to sell more gold today? Master Zhang inquired as he observed the bulging snake skin bag in Chen Fan's hand. Indeed, it contains nothing but gold. Chen Fan opened the bag, revealing its glimmering contents. Master Zhang was taken aback by the sight. He had witnessed individuals fill snake skin bags with money, but never with gold. Are you intending to sell all of this here? Master Zhang assessed the bag's capacity, estimating, this appears to weigh over 100 kilograms, worth several million. Even our chain store cannot absorb such a quantity of gold all at once. We would struggle to produce sufficient liquid funds for such an amount. Chen Fan expressed disbelief. What? You are a chain store, and you cannot manage several million? Master Zhang clarified. I said it would be difficult. Not impossible. Moreover, such a transaction would require financial documentation. More importantly, we need to ascertain the source of your gold. With this much gold, you Haven Tea secretly opened a gold mine, have you? Chen Fan shook his head. No, I certainly have not illegally mined for gold. Such unlawful activities are out of the question. Master Zhang responded, if that is the case, the transaction will be challenging. Small batches are manageable, but for large quantities, we prefer to source directly from mines. Chapter 62. Solar lamps illuminate the high martial world. Chen Fan recalled certain novels he had read, where protagonists selling gold was a common occurrence. Why was it not feasible for him? If that were the case, would he be relegated to selling his accumulated gold bit by bit? How long would that take? Chen Fan pressed further, is there truly no way to sell all the gold I possess? Master Zhang reiterated, as I mentioned earlier, the solution is to sell a little each day, although the price will significantly drop. For bulk sales, the price might reduce to around 300 yuan. Very well. Let us proceed with selling today's portion. How much can we sell today? 2 kilograms, at most. Master Zhang replied, 0.2 kilograms it is. Chen Fan retrieved 40 taels of gold from within and presented them to Master Zhang. After weighing the gold and conducting the same tests as before, Master Zhang promptly handed over the payment to Chen Fan. Not lingering any longer, Chen Fan turned and departed. At that moment, a cloud of worry enveloped his heart. With such a substantial amount of gold weighing heavily in his possession, should he seek another gold store for transactions? He certainly could not visit each gold store one by one. Selling the gold at various establishments would inevitably lead to swift exposure in the gold trade. After all, within a single chain store, only Master Zhang was privy to this transaction. Master Zhang would likely maintain confidentiality for the sake of his reputation or to earn a bit more profit. However, Frequent visits to different gold stores would attract too many prying eyes. Once outside the gold store, Chun Fan placed the gold back into the trunk of his newly acquired electric vehicle, which he had just received that morning. He had even installed a charging station at the warehouse he frequented. After driving away from the gold store, he took a few laps on the road to ease his troubled mind before deciding to resume his search for suppliers. Currently, Sui had directly prepaid him several thousand taels of gold, leading the trading system to register that Chun Fan had already received the funds. Consequently, any subsequent transactions he undertook would deduct from this advance payment, continuing until the full amount was exhausted. Until then, even if Chun Fan desired resources such as ores or timber, he would be unable to procure them. Thus, at this stage, he had no choice but to obediently seek out some supplies. Passing by a bookstore, Chun Fan decided to enter and purchase a copy of the Tao Te Ching along with a manual on military officer positions. He then contacted a clothing factory, which was currently experiencing significant supply shortages, to place a procurement order. While placing the order, Chun Fan also reached out to Sui to inquire how many sets were required. Sui advised caution, suggesting an initial order of 1,000 sets. When the individual receiving the phone call about the order heard of the request for 1,000 sets of military-style uniforms, he was incredulous. However, once Chun Fan's deposit was received, they assured him that the uniforms would be delivered to his designated warehouse within the day, as Chun Fan had indicated that payment would be made upon delivery. Following this, he visited a mobile phone store to purchase a smartphone with decent camera capabilities. To his amazement, Chun Fan found that he had successfully acquired everything Sui needed. This time, without engaging in bulk transactions. He felt somewhat out of his element. Previously, he had always conducted transactions warehouse by warehouse. Now, the total quantity barely filled a large truck. Naturally, he felt a sense of disorientation. Just as Chun Fan pondered how to pass the time, a call from the company came through to IT. Was Li Xiang reporting for duty, alongside other members of the legal department. That moment, in the Ba Huang company, Li Xiang sat with several others on benches, awaiting further instructions. Bai Xia glanced at Li Xiang and the others with a hint of concern. She had summoned 10 individuals, but only 8 had arrived. Clearly, 2 had chosen not to show up. Among the 8 present, 2 were taken aback by the modest size of the Ba Huang company's office and contemplated leaving. While they waited, Chun Fan arrived at the company. Li Xiang and the others recognized him as the company's president. Bai Xia greeted him, "Hello, President Chen." Li Xiang and the others followed suit, echoing, "Hello, President Chen." Chun Fan replied, "I have many positions to fill, but you are the first to report. Therefore, I want you to handle some legal documents. Let us get started. Draft a confidentiality agreement. I had provided you with a test during the hiring process, so let Li Xiang take the lead." The moment Chun Fan finished speaking, one individual voiced his discontent. "Why him? I believe I would be more suitable." Chun Fan regarded this person, who was among those who had passed the certification exam, and stated, "Because that is my decision." The individual glanced at Chun Fan, prepared to argue further, but ultimately held his tongue. "All right, begin collaborating," Chun Fan instructed before stepping into the sole transparent glass office. Outside, Li Xiang and the others commenced their work. By the afternoon, after collaborating with the other 7, Li Xiang produced a version of the agreement that met Chun Fan's approval. Satisfied, Chun Fan outlined the confidentiality agreements to be signed for various positions the following day before taking his leave. Upon returning to the warehouse, he found that the 1,000 sets of military uniforms had already been delivered. As night fell, within the royal palace of the One Kingdom in the Ba Huang world, many gazed in astonishment at the solar-powered lamps. Onlookers included the imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs, all marveling at the sight of the solar lamps illuminating the evening. "These solar lamps are truly glowing," they exclaimed in disbelief. "Where did Prince Sui acquire them? I've heard he can trade with celestial beings. These solar lamps must have come from his dealings with the immortals above." Fang Zhu curiously stood beneath the solar lamp, pacing back and forth to observe it, intrigued by how such a lamp could emit light. Yet, due to the limitations of his era, he was unable to comprehend the mechanism behind solar lamps. The news of the glowing solar lamps quickly spread from the palace to the city of One. The rumors among the common folk transformed, suggesting that Prince Sui had discovered a lamp that required no oil or wick to shine. Others claimed he had obtained it from celestial beings, while yet another version asserted that he possessed a luminous artifact from the heavens. The stories grew increasingly outlandish. Chapter 63. The seventh transaction under the glow of the solar lamps. Sui activated the video call feature of the trading system. On the other end, Chun Fan quickly answered. Upon seeing the lights behind Sui, he remarked, "Sui, you've installed them so quickly." Sui replied, "It's simple. The solar lamps came with instructions. I just followed the manual, and my subordinates replicated the process." Chun Fan nodded. "True, the instructions are indeed provided. But wait, how can you understand the text in the manual?" Previously, Chun Fan had overlooked this question, but now it seemed imperative to inquire. Sui chuckled. "Aren't you able to comprehend the characters of the Ba Huang world? The writing here is quite similar to that of the Flower Kingdom, with many commonalities. The difference is that the Flower Kingdom script is more simplified. As long as I recognize some radicals, I can decipher the characters of the Flower Kingdom." Chun Fan suddenly understood. "So you rely on those radicals to make sense of it?" The Flower Kingdom once used traditional characters identical to those of the Ba Huang world, which is why I can read them. Now, they use simplified characters, hence your perception of simplification. Sui interjected. "Well, let us not dwell on that. Let us proceed with the transaction." Chun Fan agreed. "All right, allow me to show you the goods. This time, the shipment is relatively small. Let us start with the military uniforms." Chun Fan showcased several bundles containing the military uniforms. The 1,000 sets were neatly packed, each set including summer and winter attire, ceremonial dress, everyday uniforms, training gear, raincoats, belts, shoes, and more. He opened one set to display it to Sui. Upon seeing it, Sui nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, I forgot to mention the sizes last time. Are these uniforms of the correct dimensions?" Chun Fan assured him, "No need to worry. There are several size categories available. They will be sufficient for standard individuals. If you have anyone with unusual measurements, we can arrange for custom fittings." Sui responded. "That's good to hear. I was concerned they might be too large or too small. What about the other items?" Sui was particularly eager to see the Tao Te Ching, believing that possessing it would enable him to rapidly enhance his martial prowess. He felt that all suffering stemmed from a lack of personal capability. If Sui were powerful enough, he would have no need to fear threats in the Ba Huang world. Should a top-tier expert come to attack him, with sufficient strength, he could eliminate them with a single strike. Feeling troubled in the Ba Huang world, he could simply traverse back to Blue Star. However, Sui's current capabilities were insufficient, and he could not achieve such feats. Thus, he could only gradually improve his strength. Next, Chun Fan presented a book for Sui to see. While Sui harbored anticipation, he was disappointed to find that it was not the Tao Te Ching but rather a manual on military officer positions. Chun Fan explained, "This book contains the introduction to various ranks and officer positions in the military of the Flower Kingdom. Once you review it, I believe you will have some ideas for reforming the military." Sui felt a sense of urgency within, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. "This is indeed fortuitous. After the transformation, our army will undoubtedly become even more formidable." Chun Fan then presented the Tao Te Ching, stating, "This book is a treasure from our ancient sages. Despite the passage of millennia, the wisdom contained within remains invaluable. Once you have perused it, you will grasp the profound philosophies it embodies. Studying this text will surely accelerate your martial arts training." At this moment, Chun Fan was unaware of the Tao Te Ching's extraordinary influence on martial cultivation. He was merely extolling its unparalleled greatness. Subsequently, Chun Fan produced his last mobile phone, accompanied by a power bank. "This is the mobile phone," he explained. "It requires electricity, and this power bank can provide it. However, with both the mobile phone and the power bank, you can only use it for 2 to 3 days. Therefore, Sui, do not overuse this device. Once your army is outfitted in the uniforms I procured for you, you may take ample photographs." He continued, "Moreover, I encountered some obstacles while selling gold. I require additional goods." Sui retrieved a notebook and replied, "Indeed, I anticipated these circumstances. Coincidentally, I had my subordinates compile a list of goods for trade. This document outlines the items available for our transaction." Chun Fan affirmed, "Precisely what I need. Let us commence our trade." After some spirited negotiation, they finally settled on a price. Once the items for exchange were confirmed, they initiated the transaction. Chun Fan declared, "Trade." Sui echoed, "Trade." With the agreement established, the exchange of goods was completed in an instant at the selected warehouse. Transaction system. 7th trade successful. The items exchanged in the 7th trade included 1,000 sets of imitation military uniforms, an introduction to officer positions, the Daojing, and a mobile phone. Upon concluding the transaction, Chun Fan promptly began instructing Sui on how to use the mobile phone via video call. Although Sui was already familiar with its operation, he feigned ignorance to maintain the ruse before Chun Fan. After a single tutorial, Chun Fan expressed his astonishment. Sui, you are remarkably astute. You grasped the phone's functionality after just one demonstration. Communicating with someone of your intellect is indeed a pleasure. Now that we've covered the phone, please share what you desire next. And do keep in mind, I require ample time to prepare, Sui replied. What I've always sought are those machine guns. If not those, then other powerful firearms will suffice. Chen Fan countered, the power of crossbows is quite considerable, you know? Their might can rival that of machine guns. Are you certain you require machine guns? Sui insisted, not just machine guns, but also high-powered firearms. My elite fighters cannot contend with mere crossbows. I must have machine guns. Wait, you just mentioned that the power of crossbows rivals that of machine guns. In that case, I still need even more powerful firearms. Chen Fan, incredulous, inquired. What? Are you saying your elite fighters are truly that formidable? Impervious to blades and bullets? Sui affirmed. Indeed. My elite fighters have cultivated true qi, forming a protective shield around their bodies. Arrows shot from crossbows are utterly ineffective against them. Otherwise, I would not be requesting such powerful firearms. Chapter 54. Obtaining the Daojing, strength elevated to non-expert level. Chen Fan remained skeptical. Times have changed. Could martial experts genuinely withstand bullets? He found it hard to believe. As for those firearms, I have yet to procure them. Let us discuss other items for now. Besides firearms, what else do you require? Sui requested. Then let us have solar lamps. 10 sets won't suffice. I need 10,000. I want my capital to be illuminated at night. Chen Fan conceded. Very well. But it will take a few days to gather them. Is there anything else? Sui pondered for a moment before stating, I need more salt. Let's say an additional 10,000 tons. The request for 10,000 tons of salt posed a challenge for Chen Fan. 10,000 tons of salt is considerably more complex than 10,000 units of salt. It will require much longer to procure. We can only trade a few tons each day. Do you believe you can consume that much? 10,000 tons is quite a lot, Sui replied. A few tons daily will suffice. His desire for salt stemmed from the fact that purchasing it from Chen Fan was more economical. And it has a long shelf life. Acquiring a surplus would be advantageous. Chen Fan, upon hearing only 2 items requested, sought clarification. Just those 2? You typically request a multitude of items during our trades. Why so few this time? Sui affirmed. Indeed, just 2, and the quantities are substantial. Since you've chosen to limit your offerings, please provide additional copies of the Daojing. Did you not mention that such texts could expedite martial cultivation? Furthermore, procure some manuals on techniques for me to review. Even if your world lacks inner strength, surely there are ordinary techniques available? Chen Fan considered various martial arts, such as Tai Chi and Long Fist, and replied, of course, there are simple techniques. I shall find some for you. However, these 2 will be part of our trade. Sui agreed. Very well. Let us calculate based on 1 tael of gold for 10 books. Regardless of how many copies of the same martial arts manual there are, they will only count as 1. Chen Fan readily acquiesced. Agreed. With a heart full of joy, Sui concluded the video call with Chen Fan. It appears I shall soon become a true master. He opened the Daojing that Chen Fan had traded, which was in classical Chinese. After dedicating some time to reading it, he commenced his cultivation. With the assistance of the Daojing, his practice of the Wen Yu Gong progressed at a rate exponentially faster than the previous night. If his speed of cultivation had increased 10-fold the previous evening, it now surged to 100-fold. With this accelerated pace, the surrounding spiritual energy was swiftly absorbed into his body, leaving the area increasingly depleted of its essence. Sui's strength remained insufficient to draw in energy from a greater distance, prompting him to utilize the true Qi Jade pendant to aid in absorption. As his internal power surged, the morning brought forth a wave of purple energy, and after a series of crackling sounds within him, Sui unexpectedly completed the first level of Wen Yu Gong. Wen Yu Gong consists of 9 levels. Mastering all 9 levels grants one the prowess of an elite expert. However, Having achieved merely the first level, Sui could still be considered a non-expert, ranking lower than a third-tier practitioner. Upon opening his eyes, he felt elation at having reached the first level of Wen Yugong, and upon sensing the internal energy within him, he realized it was equivalent to that of a year's worth of cultivation. An ordinary individual would require several days to cultivate such a level, but Sui's rapid advancement was attributable to the True Qi Jade Pendant. Within the pendant, the transformation of True Qi allowed him to reach a year's worth of internal energy in just a few days. This year's worth of energy does not imply that one must cultivate for an entire year to attain it. Rather, it reflects the level that an average person would achieve without external assistance. Sui's cultivation aptitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, compounded by the support of the True Qi Jade Pendant and the enhancement provided by the Dao De Jing. Hence, within just a few days, he attained the equivalent of a year's internal energy, particularly accelerated by the 100-fold increase in cultivation speed the previous night, which equated to an entire 100 days of training. Emerging from the warehouse, Sui exercised his internal energy and executed a set of external martial arts techniques. Although he could not yet generate the fierce momentum of a roaring tiger, his performance was commendable. After completing the external techniques associated with Wen Yugong, he found that his internal energy had been somewhat depleted. The combination of external techniques and internal power indeed augmented his strength. At this rate, would he truly be able to master Wen Yugong to the 9th level within a month? Yet, such a feat seemed improbable. The 9th level epitomized elite mastery. If it were that simple, elite practitioners would not be so rare. Within the entire warehouse complex, Sui was alone, while the guards remained stationed outside. After executing a series of external techniques, the guards outside heard the commotion and began to speculate about what Prince Sui was engaged in that could produce such sounds. There seems to be some activity inside. Should we investigate? We cannot enter without orders. Let us report to the commanding officer. As they deliberated, Sui coincidentally stepped out from the warehouse. The guards quickly stood at attention. Sui inquired, "Have you all had your breakfast?" One of the guards promptly responded, "Yes, under the instruction of the chief instructor, we have already eaten." Having had their meal, it was clear that the guards had just completed their shift. "Go find some people to assist in transporting items," Sui commanded. Several soldiers acknowledged, understood. A single soldier hurried off to recruit others for the task. These guards, having recently rotated shifts, possessed ample energy, making them well suited for carrying goods. Before long, a dozen guards arrived, accompanied by Fang Ju. "Your subordinate pays respects to the prince," Fang Ju greeted. Sui remarked, "I did not expect you to be summoned as well." Fang Judao remarked, "Matters concerning the prince are of utmost importance. As a general, it is only fitting that I personally come to alleviate the prince's concerns." Sui chuckled. "Fang Ju, as a martial general, there is no need for you to engage in the flattery typical of civil officials. It is merely a matter of transporting some items." Sui led Fang Ju and others to the warehouse where the military uniforms were stored. The uniforms were packed into large bags, taking on a spherical shape. Upon first seeing these items, Fang Ju was unaware that they were the garments in question. Sui explained, "Fang Ju, these are the military uniforms I procured through trade. From now on, the Imperial Guard will don these uniforms. Take a look, military uniforms." Fang Ju approached and retrieved a set from one of the bags. After examining it, he questioned, "Prince, these fabrics are quite unique. Are we truly to wear these uniforms?" Sui nodded affirmatively indeed. "These will be our uniforms going forward." Fang Ju took out several more sets, then inquired with curiosity, "Prince, are these the only garments? What of armor?" Sui replied, "Armor is unnecessary." Fang Ju insisted, "Prince, are you certain we will not require armor? How can we defend against swords and spears without it?" Sui countered, "We possess bows and crossbows. Armor is not essential. If you do not use inner strength for defense, can your leather armor withstand arrows from a crossbow?" Fang Ju shook his head. "No, my leather armor cannot resist crossbow bolts," Sui continued, "since it cannot withstand arrows. What purpose does the leather armor serve? It is better to forego it altogether." Fang Ju argued, but the leather armor at least provides some degree of protection. He still believed that leather armor was superior. Sui asserted, "These new uniforms offer numerous advantages. They are more comfortable and allow for greater mobility. Fang Ju, find a suitable set and try it on." eager to discover how the garments felt. Fang Zhu unwrapped the military uniform, revealing summer attire. Sue elaborated, there are many sets of uniforms. For summer, winter, rainy days, formal occasions, and training. Try on the summer training outfit. There are also shoes and belts, among other accessories. After a brief attempt, Fang Zhu donned the summer training uniform. However, when he went to put on the shoes, he found himself perplexed by how to tie the laces. Prince, what are these straps on the shoes? Sui explained, those are called shoelaces. Well then, allow me to wear a set and demonstrate for you. Sui promptly changed into a military uniform and showcased how to use the shoelaces and belts. Imitating Sui, Fang Zhu quickly learned how to tie the shoelaces and belt. Once completed, he immediately sensed that this attire surpassed his previous casual wear in every aspect and exclaimed, Prince, I find this fabric to be exquisite. It does not hinder my movements at all. Previously, Fang Zhu had worn no finer clothing than basic cotton garments. Now, clad in military attire, he experienced an entirely new sensation. Sue encouraged, Fang Zhu, try throwing a few punches. Fang Zhu unleashed a sequence from the Fierce Tiger technique, and as a second-rate expert, he executed the moves with such vigor that they seemed to generate a gust of wind, far exceeding the power of Suyi's earlier demonstration. After finishing the sequence, Fang Zhu stated, it feels exhilarating. This outfit is remarkably liberating. My movements are completely unhindered. Sue affirmed, of course, these garments are exceptional. Fang Zhu, I intend to initiate reforms within the military. Starting with this uniform, Fang Zhu inquired, Prince, what do you mean by military reform? Sui explained, the uniforms will also feature shoulder insignias to represent the ranks of the officers. Fang Zhu responded, that sounds excellent. It will be clear who the officers are, eliminating any confusion. Fang Zhu assumed that Sui merely wanted to place the original ranks on the shoulder insignias. However, Sui sought a comprehensive reform of the Imperial Guard. Sui declared, Fang Zhu, the uniforms are at the training ground. Let us proceed and distribute a set to each member of the Imperial Guard. Fang Zhu promptly replied, yes, at that moment, within the training grounds of the Imperial Guard. Aside from those resting or on duty, the soldiers had assembled. Both new recruits and seasoned veterans stood in formation, having trained for several days to achieve a rigid posture. As they gathered, expecting their instructors to commence training, they were surprised to see the prince accompanied by Fang Zhu. Both men wore entirely green uniforms. The soldiers had no inkling that these outfits would become their future military attire, but they found them visually appealing. Sui ascended the podium and greeted, hello, soldiers. The assembled troops responded in unison, greetings, Chief Instructor. Sui then addressed them, esteemed soldiers of the Imperial Guard. Uniforms are vital to any military force. They serve as the emblem of the army. The colors, styles, and insignia of the uniform significantly shape public perception and understanding of the military. Therefore, I, Prince Sui, have decided to reform the attire of the Imperial Guard. Each soldier will receive a complete set of uniforms. Courtesy of me, Prince Sui. The soldiers below struggled to fully grasp Sui's preceding statements, yet they understood his concluding remark about receiving new uniforms. This announcement filled them with joy, as their current clothing was far from adequate, and the new recruits were particularly ill-equipped. Many lacked sufficient clothing. Sui instructed, Fang Zhu, please call out the names. It would be exhausting for me to do so individually. A nearby soldier promptly handed Fang Zhu a roster. Fang Zhu announced, Prince, I shall begin calling names from the roster. Sui encouraged, proceed. Fang Zhu began calling names. Zhang San. One soldier stepped forward, and Sui personally handed him a set of uniforms. The recipient joyfully departed the podium. Li Si, the last soldier in line, approached to collect his uniform. After all uniforms were distributed, Sui proclaimed, from now on, these will be the new military uniforms. There are winter and formal versions available. But as it is summer, we shall distribute the summer sets for now. Once you have changed into your new uniforms, return promptly for training. If any are too large or small, you may exchange them with the supply officer. Dismissed? The soldiers, elated with their new uniforms, returned to their quarters to change. During the process, some struggled with the belts and shoelaces, leading to amusing mishaps. Fortunately, a few soldiers already familiar with how to use the belts and shoelaces were nearby to assist, ensuring everyone managed to get dressed properly. Their first experience wearing these uniforms took a full 30 minutes. with even the 5 instructors taking the same amount of time as the regular soldiers. Upon returning to the training grounds and after the instructor's briefing, they reformed their ranks. Sue declared, "Excellent, let us commence training." The soldiers began their exercises. Sue produced his phone, activated the camera, and began recording the daily training routines of the Imperial Guard. Chen Fan was curious to see how ancient attire would appear, and Sui certainly did not decline. Fang Ju, observing the scenes captured by Sui's phone, was left in awe. However, as training was underway, he had to suppress his curiosity. After filming throughout the morning's training, Sui finally ceased. The soldiers made their way to the dining hall for their meals, and Sui tucked his phone away. At that moment, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Fang Ju asked, "Prince, does that square mirror have the ability to capture a person's soul?" Sui laughed heartily. "Ah, this device cannot capture souls. It is akin to a painting. It reflects a person within the phone, a process called photography. A portion of the soldiers is still on duty, and once their shift concludes, remember to distribute their new uniforms." "Understood," Fang Ju replied. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star world, at the headquarters of Huang Fan Company, the newly appointed vice president, Zhuang Feizhong, arrived at the office. Zhuang Feizhong, upon his arrival, found himself uncertain of what to do. Human Resources Manager Bai Xia escorted him to a workstation closest to the independent glass office. The newly recruited employees nearby were astonished to see a young man assume the role of vice president. They, too, were fresh graduates. Why weren't they the ones appointed as vice president? Unbeknownst to them, their failure to secure the position was simply because they had not applied for it. If they were to apply for the position of deputy general manager, there is a possibility that they could indeed become one. After a while of sitting, Zhuang Feizhong, uncertain of what actions to take, inquired, "What tasks should I undertake?" Bai Xia responded, "You are already the deputy general manager. I in this position. You rank higher than I do. What you ought to do is known only to General Manager Chen. He should be arriving at the company shortly." Just as she finished speaking, Chen Fan walked into the company. Bai Xia remarked, "Look, it seems General Manager Chen has arrived just in time." Upon entering the office, one could see all the workstations immediately. After a large recruitment drive, the office had become exceedingly crowded, with some individuals sharing desks. Chen Fan was the first to greet. "Zhuang Feizhong, you're here." Zhuang Feizhong quickly stood up and said, "General Manager Chen, am I truly the deputy general manager now?" Chen Fan affirmed, "Indeed, you are. Surprised, aren't you?" Zhuang Feizhong replied, "Yes, I am genuinely astonished. I never expected that someone who has barely graduated would become the deputy general manager. At this moment, I am unsure of what tasks I should perform." Chen Fan asked, "Have you signed the confidentiality agreement yet? You should sign one first." Bai Xia interjected, "Not yet. What Zhuang Feizhong is to do as the deputy general manager requires your presence, General Manager Chen." Chen Fan called out to Li Xiang, "Prepare the confidentiality agreement." Li Xiang promptly responded, "I'm on it." "Which version do you need?" Chen Fan instructed, "The highest one." Understood. After some operations on the computer, Li Xiang printed the confidentiality agreement. Chen Fan suggested, "Let us discuss it in that glass office. Go there to sign the confidentiality agreement." Li Xiang, Zhuang Feizhong, you two come along. The three entered the independently partitioned glass office. Chen Fan said, "Li Xiang, explain this confidentiality agreement to Zhuang Feizhong." "Certainly, General Manager Chen." Li Xiang distributed the confidentiality agreements to both Zhuang Feizhong and Chen Fan. He began to explain, "Mr. Zhuang Feizhong, this confidentiality agreement contains the highest penalty for breach of contract, amounting to 50 million yuan. With no upper limit. Aside from you, only I have signed this agreement. Everyone else has signed agreements with lower penalties." Zhuang Feizhong examined the confidentiality agreement, and after reviewing it, he found no apparent issues. "May I take a photo of this confidentiality agreement to send to my lawyer for review?" Chen Fan nodded. "No problem." Li Xiang added, "I have an electronic version. I can send it to you directly." "Mr. Zhuang Feizhong, you don't need to take individual photos." Zhuang Feizhong replied, "Thank you." He sent the electronic document to a classmate specializing in LAW.AT. That moment, his law student friend, who was working at a law firm, opened the document and was taken aback by the 50 million yuan penalty stated within. He quickly messaged Zhuang Feizhong, "Zhuang Feizhong, the company you are about to join has a breach penalty of 50 million? That is quite outrageous." Zhuang Feizhong hastily replied, What do you think, Xingdong? Is there any issue with this confidentiality agreement? Xingdong responded, the confidentiality agreement is fine. If you do not disclose any information, you will not incur the penalty. If you wish to disclose information, then do not sign this confidentiality agreement. Zhuang Feizhong certainly had no intention of leaking any information. Thank you, Xingdong. He placed his phone back into his pocket and asked, where do I sign? Li Xiang indicated, sign here. There are 3 copies. After signing, Chen Fan declared, all right, Zhuang Feizhong, from now on, you are the Deputy General Manager of Huang Fan Company. Without delay, it's time for you to commence your duties. Zhuang Feizhong inquired, General Manager Chen, what should I do now? Chen Fan explained, Huang Fan Company is an acquisition of mine. It was previously another company. There are still 5 employees from the original company who wish to resign. I have promised them N1 compensation. Zhuang Feizhong, your next task is to establish a complete company. Zhuang Feizhong nodded, understood, General Manager Chen. Chen Fan continued, well then, the company's operations will rely on you from now on. After stating this, Chen Fan turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he turned back and instructed, Zhuang Feizhong, procure a large quantity of salt. Zhuang Feizhong quickly nodded, General Manager, how much salt should I purchase? Sui chimed in, the more, the better. Approximately 5 tons daily. 0.5 tons? Zhuang Feizhong was taken aback. Buying such a large quantity of salt seemed akin to becoming a salt wholesaler. However, as Chen Fan was the boss, whatever he said went. As for the purchase of 10,000 solar lamps, Chen Fan decided to handle that himself. Once Chen Fan departed Huang Fan Company, Zhuang Feizhong immediately began his work. He approached Bai Xia to inquire about the company's operations. After gathering information, Zhuang Feizhong realized that the company was lacking personnel. Currently, the greatest deficiency was in the legal department, which previously had no legal staff at all. After spending some time in the company, Zhuang Feizhong discovered that no business operations were underway. What's going on? Why aren't we conducting any business? He pondered. We need to resume operations. What was the company's previous business? Zhuang Feizhong reviewed the past records and learned that they had previously been grain distributors and operated a food factory. We still have a warehouse. Let us return to being grain distributors. Besides, the warehouse has office space, which would alleviate the crowding by relocating some employees there. Just as Zhuang Feizhong finished speaking, Bai Xia interjected. Deputy General Manager Zhuang, General Manager Chen has temporarily prohibited the use of those warehouses. You should focus on recruiting sufficient staff quickly. We still need to hire a finance manager and an administrative director. Chapter 67. Chen Fan's ordinary daily purchases. After leaving the company, Chen Fan visited a bookstore named Yunnan Bookstore. Upon entering, he found the store devoid of customers, save for a young woman with glasses sitting behind the cash register. Engrossed in a book. In an era dominated by e-books, where one can read from a smartphone, the only customers left were those purchasing student guides and the like. Chen Fan approached the cash register and asked, do you have any books similar to the Tao Te Ching? The young woman behind the counter, the store's owner named Yang Yunnan, had inherited the bookstore from her father when she was born. With nothing to do at home, she came to the store to pass the time. Yang Yunnan remembered that Chen Fan had purchased a Tao Te Ching just yesterday. It's on the same shelf where you found the Tao Te Ching yesterday. She replied. Chen Fan walked directly to that shelf and discovered an array of similar books, including the Luanyu and the I Ching. However, the prices of the books on this shelf were significantly higher than those on adjacent shelves. After perusing the titles, he gathered several related texts and took them to the counter to check out. Yang Yunnan examined the books and remarked, you have quite an eye. These are all unaltered classical versions, which are hard to find in the market. Chen Fan opened one of the books and confirmed it was indeed written in classical Chinese. So, that's why yesterday's Tao Te Ching was priced at 200 yuan. Let us settle the bill. Yang Yunnan calculated the total. That will be 8,345 yuan. Chen Fan promptly paid the amount. Yang Yunnan commented, you really are decisive. You didn't even blink at the high prices of these books. After completing the transaction, Chen Fan left the store with his purchases. Yang Yunnan watched him depart, pondering, I never expected that those old books would find buyers. It seems my father's old books can still fetch a good price. Chen Fan could purchase his own books from the store, but he had no interest in continuing with the factory purchases for the solar lamps. Instead, he called the previous suppliers to arrange for the delivery of goods to the warehouse. At that time, among the 3 security guards at Huang Fan Company's warehouse, One had left due to dissatisfaction with the confidentiality agreement, while the other two signed the agreement and stayed on. Additionally, four university students had been recruited as security guards, all of whom had also signed the confidentiality agreement. The two remaining security guards were astonished to see university students applying for security positions. During a meal, the two middle-aged security guards were chatting with the four university student guards. "You are university students, and yet you are working as security guards? Times are tough for job seekers, aren't they? Moreover, being a security guard has its merits. The workload is minimal. I can't help but feel that it's a pity for you. Your parents invested in your education at university not for you to take on such roles. The current job market is what it is. If not for security work, the only alternative seems to be sales. Additionally, working here as a security guard comes with meals and accommodation included. We can simply resign once we find new employment. For security personnel like us, resigning is quite straightforward. The HR manager who recruited us mentioned that there are no hurdles if we wish to leave. It seems that you young people hold such views. I shall refrain from saying more. Well, this is your accommodation. Previously, there was only one guard per shift. Now there are 6 of us, with 2 assigned to each shift, making it considerably easier. I'll take a rest now. Those scheduled to work today may begin their duties." After a brief chat, a university student working as a security guard and a middle-aged guard began to enjoy the breeze from a fan in the guardroom. The student remarked, "It's quite hot in here. Can't the company provide an air conditioner?" The middle-aged guard replied, "The company prefers that we patrol the warehouse occasionally. If we had air conditioning, wouldn't we just hide in here all day?" The student countered, "That's not entirely fair. Even with air conditioning, we would still need to patrol. I should apply to have one installed here." The middle-aged guard said, "As for the office, there are only finance and HR departments left. There's hardly anyone around. If you're looking for someone, you might as well seek out the boss. He tends to stop by frequently." The student decided to approach the boss directly to request an air conditioner for the guardroom. At that moment, an electric vehicle arrived at the entrance. The student exclaimed, "A car has pulled up. Shouldn't we open the door?" "That's the boss's vehicle," said the middle-aged guard. The student responded, "I didn't realize the boss drove such an unassuming car." Stepping out of the guardroom, the student approached Chen Fan's vehicle. The middle-aged guard inquired, "What are you going out for?" "I'm going to ask the boss for an air conditioner for the guardroom." The student replied as he opened the door and waved at Chen Fan's car. Chen Fan lowered his window, and the student, beaming, greeted, "Hello, boss. It's quite hot in the guardroom. Could the company install an air conditioner here?" Chen Fan felt the heat as he rolled down the window. Indeed, the weather was sweltering. "All right, we can have an air conditioner installed in the guardroom," he agreed. The student, elated, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Seeing that the request had been fulfilled, the student turned to leave. However, Chen Fan called out, "What's your name?" The student replied, "Boss, my name is Zhou Ruiji." Chen Fan then drove into one of the warehouses, where there was an office equipped with air conditioning. After parking, he entered the office to rest in the cool air. Shortly thereafter, a delivery truck arrived with 2,000 sets of solar lamps. Chen Fan had ordered the company's stock to be delivered daily, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 sets. Before the solar lamps could be unloaded, another truck bringing salt also arrived. Chen Fan checked the time. It was only 5:50 p.m., and the sun was still blazing. That was quick. In the past, deliveries would only be completed by nightfall. Now, it's so early. I feel somewhat unaccustomed. By the way, let us see what's on Sui's product list. Chen Fan pulled out the list and began to review it. Chapter 68 revealed the existence of something called phoenix feathers. The list detailed numerous products, with the first page dedicated to various types of wood: pine, cedar, birch, teak, rosewood, and ebony, common and precious woods alike. However, I can only trade in ordinary timber, as dealing in rare woods within the realm of Huahua is illegal. Let us turn to the second page. The second page listed ores: iron ore, copper ore, lead ore, and zinc ore. In the future, I must establish a smelting factory. What about the third page? Upon flipping to the third page, various gemstones were listed: Wonghua jade, Bahuang jade, blue jade, red jade, and colorful jade. These names likely originate from the Bahuang world. What are they called on Blue Star? Perhaps just jade. Am I to open a jewelry store? Turning to the fourth page, I found it dedicated to fruits: Wonghua, Shinian fruit, Bayang fruit, and Sancher fruit. These fruit names are curious. I wonder what they are like. The realm of Huahua is not lacking in fruits, as many are cultivated on a large scale. Even if I were to stock these fruits, they wouldn't fetch a good price. Opening a fruit store wouldn't be wise. Let us keep looking. Upon reaching the 5th page, I was astonished to find it listed as Celestial Treasures, MY Spirits lifted immediately. This page contained only one item, the Phoenix Feather. Accompanying it was a description. Phoenix Feather, the downy feather that falls from the divine beast Phoenix as it soars across the skies of Huanghua, a highly valuable celestial treasure. Incorporating Phoenix Feather into clothing significantly enhances warmth, and infusing it with internal energy can produce heat. I was taken aback by the mention of Phoenix Feather. Phoenix Feather? Such a thing exists? Is there truly a phoenix in the Bahuang world? Wait, the Bahuang world is a realm of high martial arts. It's entirely plausible there could be such a creature. Excited, I quickly sent a message to inquire if phoenixes exist in the Bahuang world. I see that phoenix feathers are listed as products. Oh, you really have such divine beasts on your side? Sui promptly responded. Indeed. We do have phoenixes, I continued to ask. Is it the kind that is engulfed in flames? Sui replied, during battles, the phoenix is surrounded by flames, but it does not breathe fire in ordinary circumstances. The divine beast phoenix represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Bahuang world, and only the most formidable martial artists can contend with a phoenix. Sue was also taken aback upon realizing the existence of divine beasts in this world, but after further understanding, he felt reassured knowing they pose no threat to humanity. The phoenix feathers are remnants that fall when the phoenix flies over the skies of Huanghua. Besides the phoenix feather, there are also primary and secondary phoenix feathers, which are even more precious. However, when the primary and secondary feathers descend, they resemble a ball of flame and are snatched away by martial arts masters before they even touch the ground. Only the phoenix feathers fall quietly and are collected by Huanghua due to their lesser value. I promptly inquired, how much for a phoenix feather? Sui replied, it's not pricey. One phoenix feather costs 10,000 taels of gold, which is equivalent to a basic yellow-grade martial art manual. You deserve it. Relieved by this price, I had feared it might exceed 100,000 taels. 10,000 taels of gold is a manageable sum, especially for a divine beast's feather. If I could obtain one and replicate it, wouldn't that lead to prosperity? I decided to acquire a phoenix feather to test its effects. I accessed the trading system and sent Sui a request. For tonight's trade, I would like one phoenix feather. Please ensure you have it ready. Upon seeing the message, Sui smiled. Just avoid using gold for the transaction, as my current supply is dwindling. If this continues, I would need to sell some grain to acquire more gold. However, Sui realized that Chun Fan was indeed facing some difficulties in liquidating his gold. Sui replied, no problem. I will prepare the phoenix feather. Is there anything else you wish to trade? Chun Fan responded, that will suffice. I do not require anything else for now. After sending the message, Chun Fan pondered how to liquidate the gold he held. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Zhuang Feizhong. Hello, Mr. Chun. This is Zhuang Feizhong. Our office space is too small. I wish to rent an additional office to expand our workspace. Chun Fan replied, certainly, let us rent another office for expansion. Additionally, we need to increase our staffing levels. Zhuang Feizhong inquired, how many additional staff members do you require, Mr. Chen? After considering, Chun Fan replied, let us say 100. Zhuang Feizhong was taken aback. That many? Are we reopening the food factory? Chun Fan clarified, no, we will not be reopening the food factory. Zhuang Feizhong quickly asked, if we're not reopening the food factory, how can we accommodate so many people in our original grain distribution business? Chun Fan was puzzled. Adding just 100 people seemed excessive for a small company. However, simply focusing on grain distribution did not seem appropriate. Reflecting on the product list Sui provided, Chun Fan suggested, we could also include fruit, wood, minerals, and gemstones in our business. Zhuang Feizhong inquired, so, Mr. Chun, are you intending to expand the business under Huang Fan Company? After contemplating the operations of other major corporations, Chun Fan replied, there is no need to add it to Huang Fan Company. Let us establish branches directly. We shall set up several entities such as Magic City Huang Fan Fruit Trading Company, Magic City Huang Fan Timber Trading Company, Magic City Huang Fan Jewelry Trading Company, and so forth, primarily focusing on import and export trade. Zhuang Feizhong immediately grasped the concept and said, "I understand now. We shall establish branches directly, very well," after hanging up the phone. Chun Fan intended to disregard these matters. However, after a brief interval, Zhuang Feizhong called Chen Fan again. "Mr. Chun, I inquired with the finance department, and they indicated that substantial funds are required for office expenses and establishing branches. Currently, we are short on capital and need an infusion of funds." Chen Fan pondered momentarily, realizing that indeed, opening branches necessitated a considerable amount of money, especially given the number of companies being launched. "How much is required?" Zhuang Feizhong responded. "About 50 million. Chen Fan replied. "Then I shall inject 100 million. After stating this, Chun Fan promptly ended the call. He needed to seriously contemplate what goods to procure from Sui in the future. Being interrupted multiple times by Zhuang Feizhong was quite vexing. "Since you require 50 million, I shall simply provide you with 100 million. This should prevent further disturbances." Meanwhile, on the other side of the company, upon seeing the transfer of 100 million to the company account, Zhuang Feizhong was instantly invigorated and began taking action. Chapter 69. The eighth transaction, Phoenix Feather. The evening swiftly arrived, and Sui and Chen Fan engaged in another video call for their trading system. Chen Fan commenced by showcasing the goods. Sui, behold, this is 2,000 sets of solar lights. The 10,000 sets you requested will take a few days to prepare. Additionally, these are the books you requested. Sui examined the 2,000 sets of solar lights and the books. Receiving the 2,000 sets of solar lights was acceptable, as with his current workforce, it would take a day just to install them. There was no need to mention the other items. Sui began to display his goods, producing an exquisite jade box, which he opened under Chen Fan's watchful gaze. Inside the jade box lay a phoenix feather, resembling a tuft of cotton, entirely red and measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length. Sui held the base of the phoenix feather, showcasing it to Chen Fan. "This is the phoenix feather. Once infused with internal energy or true qi, it will react. As he spoke, Sui channeled his internal energy into the phoenix feather. Miraculously, the feather began to take on an ethereal quality, swirling like a flame. "Such a marvelous phoenix feather!" Chen Fan exclaimed. Sui ceased channeling his energy and affirmed, "Indeed, it is a wondrous phoenix feather. If one can acquire a sufficient quantity, it can be fashioned into an extraordinary defensive phoenix feather armor or garment, ensuring warmth during winter." After both Chun Fan and Sui showcased their respective goods, they proceeded without further ado to the eighth transaction. In this eighth transaction, Chen Fan exchanged 5 tons of salt, 2,000 sets of solar lights, and a variety of books including Tai Chi, Long Fist, the Book of Changes, the Supreme Taoist Canon, and the Diamond Sutra, among others. Conversely, Sui exchanged merely a single phoenix feather and a mobile phone. Since the mobile phone had originally belonged to Chen Fan, it could be said that Sui effectively only relinquished a phoenix feather. Following this exchange, Chun Fan still owed Sui gold. Once the transaction concluded, both parties eagerly grasped their coveted items. Chen Fan, unable to contain his excitement, infused the phoenix feather with internal energy to admire its beauty, while Sui picked up a book to peruse. After examining it for a while, Sui remarked, "Chen Fan, I truly appreciate these books. With them, I believe I can become a top-tier expert in the future." Chun Fan paused his infusion of internal energy, realizing that in just a few seconds, he had expended a third of his limited energy reserves. Continuing in this manner would deplete it entirely. It seems that the Tao Te Ching has indeed provided you with profound insights. You possess the confidence to become a top-tier expert, Chun Fan said. Sui affirmed, "Indeed, the Tao Te Ching is immensely beneficial. My cultivation speed has increased 100-fold since I began integrating its teachings. A single night of practice now equates to nearly a year of training. I have effectively cultivated a year's worth of internal energy and am now at the level of a novice expert. Just a few more days of training, and I shall ascend to the status of an intermediate expert." Upon hearing this, Chun Fan felt a jolt of surprise. "What? You claim your cultivation speed has increased 100-fold since incorporating the Tao Te Ching? Does it truly possess such efficacy?" Chen Fan mused internally, initially speaking casually, but he was astonished to discover that after gifting the Tao Te Ching to Sui, it had genuinely enabled him to achieve such rapid progress. Meanwhile, he, a citizen of the Blue Star, had yet to employ the Tao Te Ching in his cultivation. It was disheartening to see someone from another world gain 100-fold speed while he remained stagnant. Sui continued, indeed, while cultivating, if one silently recites the Tao Te Ching, their speed will soar. Chen Fan, haven't you attempted this? You once told me that the Tao Te Ching could assist in cultivation. Sui was well aware that Chen Fan had undoubtedly not tried it. Otherwise, he would not have responded in such a manner. Chen Fan, however, would not concede, stating, of course I have attempted it after all. I was the one who informed you that the Tao Te Ching could aid in cultivation. Look, I even procured all these books for you. Realizing that Sui had requested these books because they genuinely facilitated martial arts cultivation, Chen Fan felt as though he had been taken advantage of. Had he known, he would have priced each book at no less than 1,000 taels of gold. His earlier delight at acquiring the phoenix feathers swiftly dissipated. Now that the transaction is complete, let us leave it at that for today. If you require any goods in the coming days, just send me a message. Chen Fan quickly terminated the video call. After disconnecting, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings. The Tao Te Ching? Perhaps I should see if it can accelerate my cultivation speed. Scanning the area, he realized there were no books available, having traded them all to Sui. Left with no other option, he opened his phone and found a copy of the Tao Te Ching online. After reading it, Chen Fan commenced his cultivation. As he began, he recalled the principles of the Tao Te Ching. And indeed, his cultivation speed increased, now 5 times faster than before. Meanwhile, in the 8 Desolations world, Sui did not immediately delve into cultivation. Instead, he began examining the books he had traded for from Chen Fan. He first picked up the Supreme Taoist Canon and, after reading it, utilized its internal energy techniques to enhance his cultivation. Although his speed improved, it was only marginally. Subsequently, Sui tried other books for assistance, but unfortunately, they only provided slight increments in speed, utterly incomparable to the Tao Te Ching. Thus, he resumed using the Tao Te Ching to facilitate his practice. This time, as he began his cultivation, Sui's speed escalated from 100-fold to 101-fold. After a period of practice, his internal energy surged significantly. Pausing, he contemplated why his speed had increased to 101-fold. He reasoned that reading the other books had deepened his comprehension of the Tao Te Ching, thus enhancing his cultivation speed. With this realization, Sui immersed himself once more in his training. Sui cultivated until the first rays of dawn illuminated the sky, marking the peak of auspicious energy. His internal energy erupted, and he experienced a substantial increase, genuinely amassing a complete year's worth of internal energy. This remarkable gain was primarily due to the additional time he had dedicated to his practice compared to the previous day, naturally resulting in a greater accumulation of energy. Emerging from the warehouse, he commanded, "Summon someone to move the goods." "Yes," responded a soldier of the Forbidden Army. Chapter 70. Chen Fan. Why is my cultivation speed only 5 times? As Sui observed the departing soldier, a message from Chen Fan arrived via the trading system. The content of Chen Fan's message read, "Why is my cultivation speed only 5 times? Why can you increase yours by 100-fold? We are both utilizing the Tao Te Ching to assist our cultivation." Sui replied, "I am practicing the warm jade technique, which is a profound great skill. In terms of cultivation speed, it is certainly faster than yours, but not by much. There isn't even a 1-fold difference. The primary distinction between cultivation techniques lies in the purity of internal energy. The internal energy cultivated through profound grade techniques is more refined and easily converted into true qi." Chen Fan continued to inquire, if the difference in cultivation speed isn't so significant, then where lies the issue? Sui responded, "It's quite simple. The concentration of spiritual energy in the 8 Desolations world is significantly higher, allowing for my accelerated cultivation speed. If you wish to cultivate more rapidly, you must practice in this environment. Otherwise, you might as well invest in a cultivation technique. How about selling the profound level cultivation technique, Wen Yu Gong, for just 100,000 taels of gold?" 100,000 taels of gold? Chen Fan pondered for a moment. Realizing he was already in considerable debt, he found himself in a state of trade deficit in this cross-border commerce. If he were to acquire this profound level cultivation technique, his deficit would undoubtedly increase even further. Yet, he couldn't immediately think of anything he could sell to offset this trade imbalance. After much contemplation, an epiphany struck him. Indeed, the 8 Desolations world is akin to an ancient realm. Why not observe what protagonists in time travel novels do upon their arrival in the past? Chun Fan opened a novel app on his phone and began to read a story about time travel to ancient times. After swiftly finishing a web novel, he discovered that protagonists often create soap, paper, and glass to amass great wealth quickly. Particularly, glass, referred to as lioli in ancient times, fetches exorbitant prices among the aristocracy and wealthy merchants. Perhaps selling glass would be a viable option? Chun Fan sent a message stating, "I have a rare item, a lioli artifact. How about it?" However, before he could indulge in the fantasies of a lucrative glass trade, he received an immediate response from Su Yi's reply was succinct. "No need. I can make glass too." Chun Fan cursed inwardly, realizing that it was due to the remnants of an ancient technological civilization that Sui could produce glass. Otherwise, he could have sold it at an astronomical price. All the blame fell upon the existence of glass itself. While Chun Fan was mired in frustration, Sui was inspired by his words. Determined, Sui decided to start producing glass to sell for profit. The key to glassmaking lies in temperature, which can be achieved by constructing a high furnace and using coal for heating. Selling glass is indeed a splendid idea. Once the time is ripe, he would commence selling glass products for revenue. Yet, the moment was not yet ripe. At this juncture, Fang Zhu approached Su Yi, accompanied by a dozen imperial guards. After exchanging formalities, Fang Zhu inquired, "Prince, may I ask what items need to be moved this time?" Sui replied, "This time, there are 2,000 solar lamps. Please install them throughout the entire palace according to the density of the courtyard." Fang Zhu, looking puzzled, asked, "Prince, what do you mean by density?" Sui explained, "It means to install the solar lamps at the same intervals as in the courtyard's warehouse. Any excess lamps should be installed along the streets of Wancheng." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu understood and responded, "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." He waved his hand, signaling one of the guards to gather more personnel. After all, having just a few individuals install 2,000 solar lamps was impractical. Before long, Fang Zhu led over 100 imperial guards to begin the installation of solar lamps within the palace. Initially, the pace of installation was slow, but as more people became skilled, their efficiency increased. Meanwhile, by the banks of the One River, several overseers accompanied Kong Bao in inspecting the river's condition. "Lord Kong, as you can see, the One River has been thoroughly cleared. The flow is much smoother than before. It is likely that heavy rains will no longer cause flooding in Wancheng." After inspecting, Kong Bao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Excellent work. You have all done remarkably well. Completing the clearing of the river in Wancheng is a positive development. I will report to the prince at once. For today, let the laborers rest for half a day. After I inform the prince, he will decide on the next course of action." Following their orders, the overseers promptly dismissed the laborers for a rest. The laborers initially worried they had no work left, but after repeated assurances from the overseers, they were able to relax and return to rest. Kong Bao wasted no time and headed straight for the palace. Upon entering, he noticed the imperial guards installing solar lamps inside. Unaware that these were solar lamps, Kong Bao assumed they were merely decorative items. As Sui often traded for peculiar goods from celestial beings, without further thought, he continued deeper into the palace, where the installation of solar lamps was ongoing. Some individuals conversed as they worked. "Hand me the lamp. Once I secure this one, the solar lamp will be installed." "Another solar lamp is ready." Upon hearing this, Kong Bao paused. Solar lamps? He had heard many speak of them in Wancheng, claiming that these lamps could illuminate without any oil or wick. Many rumors circulated about them. Having spent the past few days overseeing the work, he had assumed it was all mere gossip. However, now that he was in the palace, seeing the imperial guards installing solar lamps made it all too real. Kong Bao approached and asked, "Is what you just referred to as a solar lamp?" The guards turned to see Kong Bao, dressed in official robes, and promptly bowed in respect. "In response to your inquiry, my lord, these are indeed solar lamps." Kong Bao stepped closer, observing a few uninstalled solar lamps on the ground. He picked one up and examined it, finding no trace of oil or wick. It was entirely different from traditional lamps. The transparent glass lampshade astonished him. "What? Is this transparent material really lioli? Is there such a clear lioli in the world? How can it be left outside without fear of theft?" One guard replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, Prince Sui has stated that these are not lioli but rather glassed as for theft. That is not our concern. It is said that Prince Sui traded for 2,000 solar lamps from celestial beings. Chapter 71. The river clearing is complete. Where shall we clean next? In the training grounds of the Imperial Guards, Sui sat atop the command platform, observing the drills below. An Imperial Guard approached, announcing, Lord Kong Bao requests an audience with the prince. Sui replied. Kong Bao seeks me? Allow him in. But wait, as this is a military camp, others should not enter casually. Continue your training. Sui rose and walked toward the palace entrance, with Fong Ju hastily following behind. Upon reaching the training grounds, he found Kong Bao waiting. Nearby stood Niu Lixi, also awaiting. As soon as Kong Bao saw Sui emerge, he hurriedly approached and bowed. I pay my respects to the prince. Sui asked, Kong Bao, what brings you here? Kong Bao replied, Prince, the one river within Wancheng has been cleared. Sui responded, excellent. The clearing of the river is beneficial for the people of Wancheng. What are the laborers? How have you arranged for them? Kong Bao explained, I have allowed the laborers to rest for half a day. I have come to inquire what tasks the prince wishes for those engaged in labor relief to undertake next. Sui inquired, have the damaged houses within Wancheng been repaired? Kong Bao affirmed, they have been repaired, and the damaged city walls have also been restored. Sui asked, the city walls have been repaired as well? Kong Bao confirmed, yes, the city walls are also restored. With sufficient manpower, many commoners in Wancheng have joined the labor relief efforts. With adequate manpower, repairs were certainly feasible. Prince, is it appropriate to have repaired the city walls? Sui shook his head, there is nothing inappropriate, but I envision Wancheng as a city that does not require walls. Thus, I am indifferent to the repairs of the city walls. Upon hearing this, Kong Bao remarked, Prince, a city without walls would require a substantial military force for protection. Walls are still necessary for proper defense. Sui laughed heartily. Kong Bao, the kind of city I envision that does not need walls cannot simply be achieved through military might. Once our nation grows stronger, you will understand my vision. Since the labor relief team has no tasks for now, come with me to survey the surroundings. I intend to expand Wancheng. Kong Bao, where do you think is suitable for constructing a new city? Kong Bao looked astonished. Prince, are you suggesting we build a new city? Sui nodded. Yes, we shall construct a new city. Now is the perfect time to build while the cost of labor relief is low. Kong Bao cautioned, Prince, constructing a new city requires enormous expenditure. I believe it would be better not to engage in such a costly endeavor. Sui countered, Kong Bao, you are viewing this too narrowly. Are the laborers clearing the river and repairing homes considered a burden to the people? Kong Bao shook his head. Not at all. Without these labor relief efforts, the displaced would have no food and would have perished from starvation. Your labor relief has saved them, Sui then asked. Let me tell you that the grains I purchased from celestial beings can be acquired in large quantities for mere gold. The wages I pay the laborers for their work are negligible. Does this still count as a financial burden? Kong Bao reflected. It does not. I see now that I was mistaken, Sui said. Then let us continue our discussion. Kong Bao, where do you think is suitable for constructing a new city in Wancheng? Kong Bao replied, geographically, the southern part of Wancheng is most suitable. The terrain there is flat, Sui responded. To the south of the city, then let us head there and take a look, Niu Lixi. Prepare the carriages and horses. Niu Lixi hurriedly departed to prepare the carriage. The two conversed as they walked, soon arriving at the grand square before the palace gates. By this time, Niu Lixi had readied the carriage, which was quite simple, consisting merely of a cart drawn by two horses. The might of the One Kingdom was such that even Prince Sui could only afford a two-horse carriage. Of course, if Sui did not mind, he could also use oxen to pull the cart. Sui remarked, Kong Bao, come and ride with me. Kong Bao, the Minister of the Interior, replied with great trepidation. Your Highness, what an honor it is for me to ride alongside you, Sui replied. No need for excessive words. Are you going to ride alone on an ox? Nearby, Fong Ju had already mounted a bull. As a civil servant, Kong Bao lacked the prowess of a second-rate warrior like Fong Ju. He said, I shall ride with your Highness. Once seated inside the carriage, Niu Lixi took the reins outside, while Fong Ju rode alongside on horseback. The carriage exited the palace and entered the streets of Wan City. Sui lifted the carriage curtains to observe the state of the streets. The main roads within Wan City were paved with stones, but some smaller paths were not. turning into muddy quagmires on rainy days. After days without rain, the dirt from these paths had been trampled onto the main roads, resulting in a cloud of dust. Barely lifting the curtains, a flurry of dirt blew into the carriage. Nonetheless, Suyi's primary concern was to gauge the current condition of the city's populace. The carriage advanced along the main thoroughfare, and people on either side made way as it passed Ironwind City. Those who could afford to ride in a carriage were undoubtedly high officials, for finding a horse in Wind City was quite a challenge. Sui observed the individuals lining the streets. Their demeanor had transformed completely from the earlier days of hunger. Now, hope sparkled in their eyes. Sui declared, "Excellent. The spirits of the people in Wind City have remarkably improved." Kongbao replied, "Your Highness, the phrase spirit of the people is aptly used. Since they received food through labor relief, their work now holds much promise." Sui concurred, "Indeed, to sustain this spirit post-relief, we must devise ways to provide them with employment." Kongbao suggested, "This is simple. The traitorous rebels left behind many fields upon their escape. Your Highness merely needs to lease these lands for cultivation." Sui shook his head. "No, farming alone poses certain difficulties. We must establish factories in the future." Kongbao inquired, "Factories? What are factories?" Sui responded, "You will understand in due time." The two continued their conversation, and after approximately half an hour, the carriage approached the southern gate of Wind City. Beyond the gate lay a vast expanse of flat land, yet this land was adorned with fields of corn. Although Wind City had scarce water resources, it still had the Wind River, where the corn thrived. The southern region of Wind City could be considered arable land, and upon seeing the crops, Sui decided against constructing a new city in the south. He thought to explore other areas instead. Subsequently, Sui visited the eastern, northern, and western parts of the city, circling Wind City for a full 2 hours. After surveying the surroundings, he settled on the eastern location for the new city. Chapter 72. Chun Fan of the cloning company Sui decided that the new city would be established in the eastern part of the city, where a vast expanse of wasteland lay. The primary reason for this was the abundance of stones in the eastern soil, which was also sandy, rendering deep cultivation quite challenging. Thus, the east remained a barren land, undeveloped for agriculture. Sui declared, "The new city will be in the east." Kongbao, "Have those involved in labor relief come here this afternoon to level the land?" Kongbao replied, "Your Highness, the eastern soil contains many stones and sand. Laying a foundation may prove difficult." Sui reassured him, "It is merely a challenge. With our iron shovels, we can still excavate a foundation for the buildings." Kongbao recalled how iron shovels performed far better than wooden or copper ones when digging. Thus he fell silent. The tranquil area extended from here to the foot of the mountains. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Fan had immersed himself in martial arts training. Although his cultivation speed was merely 5 times faster, it was still a significant improvement over prior rates. As noon approached, Chun Fan emerged from his training state, realizing it was already midday. "Sui only required solar lamps and salt from me. It seems I have no need to purchase anything today." "What time is it?" Chun Fan pondered. Retrieving the phoenix feather, he directly searched online for companies that offered cloning services. After a thorough search, he indeed found several companies that provided commercial cloning services, albeit limited to animals. Chun Fan dialed one of these companies, a commercial cloning firm located in Modu, named Modu Kale Biological Gene Company. "Hello, this is Modu Kale Biological Gene Company." Chun Fan replied, "Hello, I would like to inquire about cloning." The operator responded, "Certainly, may I ask if you wish to clone a cat or a dog?" Chun Fan replied, "Neither. I wish to clone a bird." The operator inquired, "Very well, we do offer bird cloning services." Chun Fan said, "Excellent, I will come to your company." The operator replied, "All right, may I have your name and when you plan to arrive? I can provide an overview of our cloning services in the meantime. Our prices for cloning dogs and cats start at 250,000 yuan. The minimum price for cloning a bird is also 250,000 yuan, with various packages available." Chun Fan interjected, "That's enough information for now. I'm on my way." The Modu Kale Biological Gene Company was not far from Chun Fan's warehouse. He arrived in just 30 minutes. Upon entering, the receptionist greeted him, "Hello, I am Chun Fan. Mr. Chun Fan, please follow me." Chun Fan was led into a reception room, where a middle-aged woman soon appeared. "Hello, Mr. Chun, I am Peng Huan Tao. Our company offers a variety of packages. Peng Huantao presented a brochure to Chen Fan. As he examined it, he noticed various packages listed, with the cheapest starting at 250,000 yuan, and each subsequent package increasing by 100,000 yuan. The most expensive package was priced at 1 million yuan. The higher the package cost, the more expensive the drugs and equipment used. However, Chen Fan could not discern the differences. Perhaps someone with expertise could. After some pleasantries, they finally got to the point. Peng Huantao asked, "Mr. Chen, we require a sample for the bird cloning. May I inquire where your sample is located? We also offer home collection services." Chen Fan replied, "No need for a home visit. I have brought the sample with me." He produced the phoenix feather, which was housed in a glass box. During the transaction, Sui had only exchanged the feather itself without including the jade box. After acquiring the feather, Chen Fan had simply placed it in a glass box for safekeeping. Peng Huantao remarked, "Mr. Chen, it would be best to take a sample from the bird itself for optimal results. If you have the actual bird, you would surely wake up smiling." Chen Fan replied, "I no longer possess the bird. The only thing I have is this feather." Peng Huantao frowned, "Mr. Chen, having just this feather makes things quite challenging. We can only extract cells from the root shaft of the feather, and it appears there are not many cells available for extraction. This significantly increases the cloning difficulty." Chen Fan asked, "Would 500,000 yuan suffice?" Peng Huantao replied, "That poses quite a challenge." Chen Fan raised his offer. "What about 1 million? Peng Huantao said, "We will need to investigate the feasibility." 2 million? Peng Huantao's expression brightened. "Then we shall take care of it. We will find a way to clone the bird you desire." Chen Fan added, "However, I require confidentiality during the cloning process. No details about this bird should be disclosed." Peng Huantao assured him, "Mr. Chen, rest assured, we maintain strict confidentiality regarding our clients." Chen Fan shook his head. "No, I am not reassured. I worry that you will leak information. Let us sign a confidentiality agreement and ensure that my feather does not suffer any additional damage." Peng Huantao responded, "There's no need for a confidentiality agreement. Please trust us. Our professional ethics are strong, and we will keep client matters confidential. Furthermore, we will only extract a few cells and will not damage the feather." Chen Fan insisted, "I will add an additional 500,000, but all individuals involved in the cloning must sign a confidentiality agreement. During the sampling process, I must be present to ensure that you do not damage this feather." Peng Huantao readily agreed, stating, "Very well, everyone involved in this avian cloning endeavor will sign a confidentiality agreement. Mr. Chen will, of course, be present for supervision during the sampling. As long as the financial compensation is adequate." Peng Huantao would undoubtedly comply. Internally, Peng Huantao mused that this feather must belong to some protected bird species. Otherwise, there would be no need for a confidentiality agreement and on-site supervision. Immediately, Peng Huantao arranged for technicians to prepare for the sampling. "Mr. Chen, this is our most skilled sampling technician. Shall we proceed with him?" Chen Fan replied, "Certainly, but we must first sign the confidentiality agreement. I will have my lawyer send it over. A private lawyer as well?" Peng Huantao couldn't help but envision Chen Fan as a wealthy magnate. Chen Fan promptly called Li Xiang, and after conveying his requirements, Li Xiang quickly sent over the electronic version of the confidentiality agreement. After Peng Huantao printed the document and confirmed it was correct, he began to have the technicians sign the agreement. Once all personnel who would be in contact with the feather had signed, they were finally ready to commence the cloning process. Chapter 73. Sampling at the cloning company. The price Chen Fan offered was exceedingly high, so they arranged for the technical supervisor to provide him with one-on-one service. The sampling technicians worked within a transparent room encased in glass. Chen Fan stood outside the glass enclosure, observing. Previously, there had been clients who wished to observe the entire sampling procedure, which led to the establishment of this transparent laboratory. The technician, Su Junyu, meticulously utilized instruments to conduct the sampling. Known as the best technician at the Kale Biological Gene Company in Modu, Su Junyu could typically complete a sampling in just a few swift motions. Of course, the technical supervisor had also signed the confidentiality agreement. "Mr. Chin," the supervisor announced, "our technician has completed the sampling. However, today Su Junyu encountered a challenge. When he extracted a sample from the phoenix feather and placed it under the electron microscope, he observed a mass of cells resembling flames. These were entirely new cells that Su Junyu had never encountered before. To his dismay, the quantity of these cells was alarmingly insufficient. far fewer than he had previously sampled. With such a minuscule sample, he worried whether he could successfully extract DNA. After all, with reduced numbers, Su Junyu's margin for error was exceedingly slim. Feeling the weight of pressure in his professional career, Su Junyu turned his gaze back to the feather. If one sampling was insufficient, he would proceed with the second. Thus, Su Junyu began the second round of sampling. Chun Fan inquired, "Wasn't it said that the sampling was complete? What is happening now?" The technical supervisor appeared equally perplexed. Su Junyu was their best technician, known for completing samples in a single attempt. Why was it necessary to sample twice today? The supervisor hastily resorted to the standard explanations used for ordinary technicians who had made errors. It must be that the sample size is insufficient. Mr. Chen, you understand that if the first sampling does not yield enough material, a second attempt is necessary. Rest assured, this technician is our finest and sampling point 2 attempts will surely suffice. This reasoning was typically employed when ordinary technicians had to redo a sampling, but it was unexpected to find it applied to Su Junyu. The supervisor thought to himself, "Su Junyu, I never imagined I would have to use this line of reasoning on you today. Are you not at your best?" Although he thought this, the supervisor felt no pressure. To him, Chun Fan was merely an affluent individual lacking technical understanding, easily swayed by his words. Yet, Su Junyu soon created another complication. After the second sampling, he astonishingly initiated a third. Chun Fan turned to the supervisor and asked, "What did you just say?" The supervisor, steeling himself, replied, "Mr. Chun, I must have overlooked something. Previously, I spoke of sampling for cloning cats and dogs, but now we are sampling from a feather. It is crucial to know that sampling from a feather presents challenges far beyond those encountered with cloning cats and dogs. Therefore, it is entirely normal to require multiple attempts." The supervisor dared not assert that a third sampling would yield success. Fortunately, after the third attempt, Su Junyu ceased his efforts. He then began examining the sample under the electron microscope. After scrutinizing it for a while, he proceeded to place the sample into a highly precise instrument for the next phase of the procedure. After a further 10 minutes, Su Junyu retrieved the phoenix feather from the laboratory and returned it to Chun Fan. "Mr. Chun, the sampling is now complete," the technical supervisor announced. "We now need to proceed with the other steps of cloning. Could you kindly inform us of the species of this bird? This will enable us to adjust the nutrient cycles according to the growth period of its eggs." Chun Fan shook his head and replied, "No, I actually do not know what species this is. I only know that this bird is extinct." Chun Fan would never reveal that this bird was a phoenix. The technical supervisor remarked, "In that case, Mr. Chen, since we are unsure, we will proceed to add nutrients based on the growth cycle." He then added, "By the way, when we clone, would you like to implement a double insurance policy by increasing the number of clones? Sometimes, cloning a single specimen might lead to failure, but duplicating it would provide a safeguard. Adding one more would only require an additional 250,000. Chun Fan responded, "Then let us add one." Almost immediately, he corrected himself. 10. Clone me 10. The supervisor responded, "Very well, Mr. Chen. Cloning 10 will provide greater assurance." With that, there was nothing more to observe, and Chun Fan decided not to linger any longer, departing from the facility. After leaving, he returned to the chain jewelry store to sell some gold to Master Zhang. Although the daily transactions were modest, they contributed to his income. Meanwhile, in the wasteland east of Wenqing, workers had begun clearing the ground of weeds and leveling the land. San was among them, wielding a shovel alongside his co-workers to remove weeds and dig up soil. As they worked, they exchanged remarks. A few co-workers wondered aloud, "What are we leveling this land for? Are we opening new fields?" Opening new fields? A shovel goes in, and it's just stone. The soil is hardly 3 feet deep. If we were to open a new field, we might as well head south to do so. Then what are we doing here? At that moment, the foreman approached, prompting everyone to focus intently on their tasks. To their surprise, the foreman began, "Don't you know? A new city is to be built here. This entire area will become Wenqing's new city, stretching from here to the foot of that mountain." San looked toward the east, where indeed the mountain foot lay a considerable distance away. "That's quite far," he remarked. "It must take an hour to reach the base." "Of course," the foreman replied. "This vast area will be transformed into a new city. It will take several months of work to complete." Upon hearing this, San and his fellow workers felt a surge of joy. If they worked for several months, They wouldn't have to worry about food during that time. They could earn enough rice to sell in exchange for money. And once they had saved enough, they might purchase a few acres of land outside wanting to settle down. Shirsan was not alone in this thought. Many other laborers shared the same hope. Chapter 74. A lack of tools. After the land clearing commenced in the eastern city, the workers relied on their iron shovels to remove a substantial amount of surface weeds. Shirsan carried his shovel and began working at one particular spot alongside his co-workers. The foreman instructed, "This area is our task for today. Let us clear the grass first. Begin work." Shirsan took up his shovel and started laboring. The only tools available were iron shovels and picks, which sufficed for clearing weeds, but larger bushes posed a challenge. After clearing some weeds with his shovel, Shirsan soon encountered a particularly stubborn bush. "This is quite difficult. My shovel can't break it. I'll need a knife to cut it down." Shirsan could only leave this area for the foreman to assign workers with knives to handle the larger bushes. That moment. In the distance, on a cart, Sui observed the land-clearing efforts. He noted the shortage of tools. Realizing they were primarily using copper knives, Sui remarked, "We are lacking a batch of sickles. Perhaps we should also equip each guard with swords." As he spoke, he jotted down notes on a piece of paper. After writing down the sickles and swords, Sui also added explosion-proof shields to the list. After compiling several items, he began sending a message to Chen Fan regarding the sickles and knives. Taijio, long sword, broadsword, iron pick, shield. Upon receiving the information, Chen Fan had just exited the gold shop. He glanced around and remarked, "A machete. How can one procure a machete in Magic City?" However, those long swords, broadswords, and blast shields can still be found. The long swords and broadswords can indeed be ordered from hardware stores for them to manufacture. Chen Fan then called a hardware factory he frequently collaborated with, and to his surprise, he discovered that several of them specialized in crafting items such as swords and knives. They possessed the necessary molds, making the production process quite convenient.